Chapter 1633. It turns out that reality doesn't make sense to you. The three of them stayed in the past for more than a day. When they walked out of the thick fog, they found themselves at the foot of the mountain where they had filmed before. When they returned to the hotel, they found that they had returned only a little later than the other members of the crew. In other words, they stayed in that world for a day, but in this world, they only disappeared for more than 2 hours. In response to other people's inquiries, the three of them just said that they had gone for a walk in the mountains and just fooled the matter away. Then after taking a shower and changing clothes, they went back to their rooms to sleep. Lying on the tatami, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling in front of her, Mai Sakurajima sighed silently. Then she picked up her phone and turned it on, flipping through the photos inside. To be honest, Mai Sakurajima even doubted whether everything she had experienced before was a dream, but it was obviously not, because the phone still clearly saved the photos at that time, and even the distorted face of the female ghost under the flash could be seen. Come to think of it, Xiao Ai also brought back the sword. Sakurajima Mai closed her eyes again. This experience was terrifying and exciting, but that was not the problem. If that was all, she would just treat it as a nightmare. But as expected, isn't Xiao Ai an ordinary person? Sakurajima Mai still clearly remembered how Duanmu Huai killed those evil spirits, cruel, ruthless, and even a bit crazy and brutal. Although the other party was indeed not human, at least there were some similarities with human appearance, but even so, Duanmu Huai still did not hesitate to kill those monsters that looked like humans. He did not hesitate at all. Mai Sakurajima had seen Duanmu Huai beat a bear to death, and it was also very shocking, but the other party was a bear, whether it was with fists or guns. Killing a bear was not too worthy of Mai Sakurajima's entanglement. But people are different. Xiao Ai. Is it really okay? Mai Sakurajima didn't know what to say. She understood that Duanmu Huai was different from ordinary people, not just in character, or in other words, in all aspects. Of course, it is a good thing for people to have personality, but the kind of tyranny that Mai Sakurajima felt from Duanmu Huai from time to time is not necessarily the case. She always felt that Duanmu Huai was not the kind of person who would be content with a peaceful daily life, but Mai Sakurajima was worried that if this continued, Duanmu Huai might go down a road of no return. Originally, Mai Sakurajima wanted to hold Duanmu Huai by her own strength, but unfortunately she couldn't do it, and then Mai Sakurajima found Kurikawa Akane, but what she didn't expect was that Kurikawa Akane had completely different ideas from her own. What I want is to let Xiao Ai walk on the right path, while Kurikawa Akane is willing to fall with her. Well, it seems a bit exaggerated to say that she has fallen. Anyway, Mai Sakurajima has a hunch that the end of Xiao Ai's journey is definitely not a place for ordinary people. Akane, are you asleep? What's the matter? Hearing the voice of Kurikawa Akane not far away, Mai Sakurajima smiled bitterly. I know you are not asleep. Do you think Xiao Ai is also a member of a secret organization? Look, didn't we meet members of an organization that calls itself the Demon Slayer Corps and secretly hunts evil spirits in that world? I think maybe Xiao Ai is the same, maybe just like those magical girl animations. She is just an ordinary high school student, but when she encounters evil, she will transform into a magical girl and fight against evil. Like this? I like Xiao Ai. However, Kurikawa Akane interrupted Sakurajima Mai's endless speech with just one sentence. The topic was so diverted that Sakurajima Mai didn't know how to respond for a moment. But Kurikawa Akane didn't seem to intend to let Sakurajima Mai take over, and spoke to herself as if recalling the past. At the beginning, it was during the filming of Jinkoi. Wasn't I cyberbullied at that time? At that time, I even wanted to commit suicide. Well, this matter was a hot topic at the time, and Sakurajima Mai naturally knew about it. After all, she was also in the crew. But Xiao Ai saved me. I still remember that typhoon night. When I was walking on the overpass, I felt as if the whole world was against me. They all wanted me to die, so I decided to die. I jumped off the overpass like that, and then, I think I couldn't feel anything. Then, Xiao Ai saved me. When I opened my eyes, I could see Xiao Ai looking at me. At that time, I felt like she was the angel who came to save me. It was getting more and more awkward. At this moment, Mai Sakurajima was completely speechless. She couldn't understand why the topic suddenly turned to the love story that girls love the most. Although everyone would gather together to talk about the people they liked during the training camp, is this the topic we are going to discuss now? So, I've decided that no matter what Xiao Ai does, I will support her. I will always stand by her side, even if I have to be enemies with everyone. If Xiao Ai wants to kill someone, I am willing to bear the guilt of murder with her. No, this. That's all I want to say, so good night." After saying these words in a cheerful tone, Kirikawa Akane closed his eyes and turned away, leaving Sakurajima alone in confusion. This is not right. In fact, Sakurajima can understand Kirikawa Akane's feelings. She has also been saved by Dwanmu Hwai more than once. Sakurajima still remembers what happened when she found out that she was forgotten by the whole world because of puberty syndrome. At that time, she finally came to Dwanmu Hwai's apartment because she was afraid that this last glimmer of hope would disappear. If Dwanmu Hwai hadn't seen her at that time, then Sakurajima might really disappear from this world. And that time on the snowy mountain, it was Dwanmu Hwai who saved herself. Moreover, my Sakurajima also admitted that she had some special feelings for Xiao Ai, so she chose to move next door to Dwanmu Hwai. However, my Sakurajima felt that her ideas were different from those of Akane Kirikawa. Akane Kirikawa was willing to give everything for Xiao Ai, but was this the right path? My Sakurajima didn't think so. So she went to Dwanmu Hwai's house every day to cook dinner for the brother and sister, and everyone ate together. My Sakurajima hoped that when Xiao Ai lost control, she would remember that she and her sister were waiting for her at home. In this way, she might be more or less concerned. Especially in that world, after witnessing Dwanmu Hwai's killing of those evil spirits, my Sakurajima became even more worried. Violent, cruel, and ruthless, Xiao Ai at that time seemed to have completely released the suppressed part without reservation. It is conceivable that if this were in the modern world, if Xiao Ai did the same thing. Thinking of this, my Sakurajima sighed silently. Now she has understood that she and Akane Kirikawa are completely at the opposite ends of the scale. Akane Kirikawa obviously intends to devote himself wholeheartedly, but this does not mean that she has no advantages. After all, my sister and I have a very deep relationship, which is already a great advantage. And Xiao Ai also praised that the potato stew I made was delicious. Thinking about it, my Sakurajima also fell into a deep dream. The subsequent filming went smoothly. Although the mountain was still shrouded in fog, the three of them never traveled back to the past again. However, when Akane Kirikawa was investigating local customs, he found a strange record. It was said that in the past, this place had been threatened by evil spirits, and the village was about to decline. Under the sincere prayers of the villagers, the gods were effective, and 3 celestial maidens appeared and eliminated the evil spirits, restoring the tranquility of the past here. Well, when the 3 people saw this record and the remaining portraits at the local museum here, their expressions were very complicated. By the way, even the plot of the movie has undergone subtle changes after the 3 people traveled back. It was originally said that the 2 female protagonists were reincarnated sisters, and the boss played by Dwanmu Hwai was a local evil spirit. But after the 3 came back from that world, the setting of Dwanmu Hwai in the plot became one of the 3 goddesses, who was sealed here by the villagers and turned into an evil ghost. And the ending of the story changed from the ordinary boss killing to the sister, who turned into an evil ghost killing the reincarnations of her 2 sisters with her own hands, and the souls of the 3 goddesses reunited again. Well, congratulations, congratulations. Okay, this plot is also quite creepy. By the way, because there were only 3 of them to eliminate the evil spirits, the villagers did not witness the specific battle scene with their own eyes, so they imagined a big drama in the legendary story record. One of the celestial maidens swung a sword to chop off the evil spirit's head, and the other 2 celestial maidens swung the divine incense powder to burn all the bodies of the evil spirits into ashes. When the movie was filmed to reenact this scene, Sakurajima and Kirikawa Akane were completely unable to hold back. After all, the legend said that the celestial maidens emitted golden powder with their gestures, but they knew that it was just the insect repellent spray they used. But the problem was that they couldn't tell the director this, although they were indeed at the scene. As for the knife that Dwanmu Hwai brought back from that world, he naturally kept it. In fact, Dwanmu Hwai has always wanted a handy weapon. Of course, if he had to choose, the chainsaw sword would be the best. It's a pity that this world doesn't have the technology to make a chainsaw sword. Since he was lucky enough to get such a knife, he can just use it directly. Of course, Dwanmu Hwai couldn't just walk around the street with a knife so blatantly. Japan has the gun knife law. According to the gun knife law, carrying a knife without a legitimate reason will result in detention of up to 2 years, and a fine of up to 300,000 yen. But it doesn't mean that you can't carry it at all. As mentioned before, you can carry it as long as you have a legitimate reason. Dwanmu Hwai is an artist. As long as he registers this knife as a work of art, he can take it with him. Even if the police ask, as long as he says he needs it for filming or photography, no one will say anything. Of course, Duanmu Huai also took a guitar case to put it in. After all, the requirement of Gundao FA is to avoid being seen by others, so you just need to take a golf bag or a box to put the sword in so that it is not seen by others, and there will be no problem. Putting it in a guitar case is also a way. Of course, during the filming, Duanmu Huai also had a video chat with Yanami and Katanda. It can be seen that this food trip made the two of them quite satisfied. Well, as long as you like it. The filming went quite smoothly. When the summer vacation came to an end, the filming was over, the crew was disbanded, and the actors went back to their homes and found their mothers. The rest was the director, editing and other post-production work. Duanmu Huai did not leave immediately. Instead, he came to the shrine deep in the mountain again. Chaoyan Shrine. When they traveled back, it was still a deserted but clean shrine. But when the three returned to the present and found this place according to their memories, only a dilapidated ruins were left. The entire shrine had been completely buried by overgrown plants, and nothing was left. You are here. Just as Duanmu Huai was standing in the ruins of the shrine, with his guitar case on his back and looking around, Sakurajima Mai also came over. A cane and I will take the next bus. Where is Shuai? I still need to go around the area, try some delicious food, and write something. What a pity. It would be nice if we had time to hang out with you. By the way, while talking, my Sakurajima looked at the guitar case on Duanmu Huai's back. You still carry that sword with you. Are there evil spirits in modern times? I don't know. It's better to be prepared. To be honest, I really want to go back and take a look. Why? Well, to relieve stress? Duanmu Huai was not talking nonsense. For him, although he encountered many interesting things after reincarnating into this world, he found that listening to the cries of the heretics and aliens who died tragically was the most pleasant. Feeling a life destroyed in his own hands, and one less threat to humanity, there is nothing more joyful than this. Although Duanmu Huai has tried a lot in this world, such as making movies, he feels that, well, he is still the most suitable for a promising job like the judge. Just destroy all heretics, aliens, and demons in the name of humanity. It's simple, direct, neat and refreshing. If Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai hadn't been involved in that incident with him at that time, Duanmu Huai really wanted to agree to the request of the girl named Butterfly Kane, go to the Demon Slayer Corps to check the situation, and then kill a few evil ghosts or something. Now it seems, it was probably just a small accident. Duanmu Huai withdrew his eyes from the shrine that was surrounded by weeds. Okay, let's go to the station. Arriving at the station, Duanmu Huai sent Sakurajima Mai and Kurikawa Akane on the train, waved and watched them leave. But Duanmu Huai himself did not leave. On the contrary, he just sat in the station silently until time passed by and night fell. Duanmu Huai stood up until the last train slowly entered the station. According to the records of ghost stories, the last train will take passengers to the other world's Ryua station. So does this station really exist? Chapter 1634. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the railway echoed in his ears, like a lullaby, and then Duanmu Huai had a dream. In the dream, he saw a unique scene. In a Japanese-style courtyard, there were several figures standing, all wearing ancient costumes. Duanmu Huai looked at them, as if he was watching a costume drama. The girl who killed the 12 demon moons. Yes, that girl looks petite, but she's very powerful. Where did she get her Nichiren sword? Without the Nichiren sword, there's no way to kill demons. According to my investigation, it seems to have been left there by a swordsman who failed in his previous fight against demons. She killed the lower moon of the 12 demon moons in a split second by herself. If what you said is true, then this little girl has a promising future. No, not a split-second kill. Duanmu Huai looked in the direction of the voice, and saw one of them shaking her head. She had long black hair and butterfly hair accessories. I remember her name seemed to be Butterfly Kane? It was a brutal killing. Cruel, passionate killing. She seemed to enjoy killing demons. When she killed the lower moon 5, she not only easily blocked the opponent's strongest attack, but also cut it in half. Is that really a human? At least I didn't sense the breath of a ghost on her, but the murderous aura on her was far stronger than that of a ghost. Why didn't you bring her back? Because the child said she was just a traveler and had more important things to do. But if it's a dangerous guy, shouldn't we bring him back by force? This is just my intuition. Kane Kucho said this, with a helpless bitter smile on her face. If I attack the child, I'm afraid I will be killed too. Yes, that's true. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded. At that time, their primary goal was to return to the modern era, so if this woman insisted on keeping them, then Duanmu Huai might have to kill them. Of course, my Sakurajima and Akane Kurikawa might not want to do this. It's a pity. I hope we can meet her again one day. After hearing the rumors about her before, I was very interested in that girl. At this point, everyone stopped talking, as if the topic had come to an end. Then, they all looked at another place at the same time. Then, let's start the second topic. The scenery in front of him gradually became blurred, and then Duanmu Huai opened his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the rails was the same as always, but what appeared in front of Duanmu Huai was no longer a white modern carriage, but a wooden carriage that looked very old under the dim light. Traveled through time again? Looking at the scene, Duanmu Huai was surprised and speechless. There was no fog this time, and why did even the train change? At this moment, Duanmu Huai felt the knife in the guitar case behind him tremble suddenly, emitting a bloody breath. Could it be that the reason for traveling through time was not the fog, but this knife? Could it be that the first time he traveled through time, it was because the knife wanted someone to use it, so he summoned himself and others to the past? Thinking carefully, this seems not difficult to understand. After all, after returning to the modern era, the shrine had long been abandoned. If he and others had not gone, the knife would have become scrap metal. To be honest, Duanmu Huai still prefers the chain sword, but the Japanese sword, well, it can be used as a makeshift. Duanmu Huai opened the guitar case, took out the knife hidden inside, and stood up. This place looks like a hard-seat car on a train, with people sitting all around. Well, Duanmu Huai doesn't have any good memories of hard-seat cars. He remembered that when he went back to his hometown before, he had sat in a hard-seat car on a green train, and it was during the National Day holiday. It was simply a nightmare. Especially for Duanmu Huai's size, there is no worse nightmare than this. At that time, he had the urge to climb onto the roof of the train for the first time. The best thing about reincarnation is that you don't have to worry about occupying seats when you go out and take public transportation. For example, when taking a plane or a high-speed train, Duanmu Huai has to buy seats for 2 people. This is the only better place than the original appearance. It is still night outside, and the passengers around seem to have fallen asleep. Duanmu Huai glanced around, and then walked towards the carriage in front. Passing through carriage after carriage, all he saw were sleeping passengers. Although it is normal for passengers to sleep in the middle of the night, the situation of these passengers is different. They look like they are forced into a deep sleep from which they cannot wake up. Even if Duanmu Huai walks around in front of them, and even makes some strange moves, they don't care at all. You won't wake up even if you do this. Duanmu Huai looked at the kimono girl in front of him. Seeing that she was asleep just now, he took this opportunity to study her thoroughly. As a result, although the kimono girl reacted, she didn't mean to wake up. Well, this reminded Duanmu Huai of a comic he had read before, in which the protagonist woke up and found that everyone in the world was asleep, so he could do whatever he wanted. As a result, the protagonist later found that his OO could wake up those sleeping people. It's a pity that he didn't have the tools in this world, otherwise he really wanted to try it. Okay, just kidding. After all, now is not the time to do such things. Duanmu Huai rubbed his hands, then walked into the next carriage, and then he saw 2 people standing there. One of them was a thorny boy who looked to be in his teens. There was a large burned scar on his left forehead. A boy with a scar on his forehead. Train? Duanmu Huai turned his head silently and looked around. Could this be the Japanese version of Harry Potter? Ah, Miss AI. However, what surprised Duanmu Huai even more was that the other party actually called out his name, and he came to him with a smile on his face. I didn't expect you to be on this train too. That's great, to be honest. I didn't know what to do just now. You are? Looking at the thorny boy in front of him, Duanmu Huai frowned. Although he was indeed famous as an artist, this world was in the past, and the other party's attitude towards him was obviously not just to the extent of having heard of him, but seemed to know him. However, the thorny boy didn't care. He just pointed at himself with a smile. It's me. I'm Tanjiro Kamadu. Thanks to your help at Fujishir Mountain, Shinko and Sato have always wanted to thank you. But why did you disappear after the final test? Didn't you join the Demon Slayer Corps? Oh. Although he didn't know the details yet, Duanmu Huai had traveled through time many times and was experienced, so he immediately understood what the thorny boy meant. Whether traveling from the future or the past, time does not flow linearly, but is connected together. And for Duanmu Huai, it was obvious that he went to the place called Fujishir Mountain again after that, and then saved the thorny boy and others there. In other words, there are also ghosts to kill in Fujishir Mountain. Let's go back and take a look, but speaking of which, she is. Duanmu looked at the little girl who was holding Tanjiro's clothes. She seemed to be only 4 or 5 years old, and she was biting a bamboo tube in her mouth. She is my sister, Nezuko Kamadu. Sister? Yes. But she is not human. Duanmu stared at the little girl and stretched out his hand to the hilt of the knife. Although it was very weak, he could feel the breath of the evil spirit emanating from the little girl. Please listen to me. Seeing Duanmu's action, Tanjiro hurriedly blocked him. Nezuko is my sister, who was turned into an evil spirit by other ghosts, but I can guarantee that she has never eaten anyone, and I will never let her eat people. How dare you bring her with you? You are a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Isn't the Demon Slayer Corps an organization that eliminates evil spirits? Yes. But the pillars have seen it. Even in the face of blood, Nezuko held back and didn't attack anyone, and the Lord is willing to let us stay. I promise that I will never let Nezuko lose control. If Nezuko really does something irreversible, well, I will kill her with my own hands, and then commit seppuku. It has to be said that this Showa style made Duanmu speechless. God damn, he committed seppuku while talking? And looking at this kid, it seems serious? Are you kidding me? What era is it now? You are still committing seppuku. Oh, it seems that now is really the era of seppuku. That's fine. Duanmu stared at Nezuko silently, and sighed after a moment. It seems that the joke that the alien tribunal is full of aliens will not be over, and even the Demon Slayer Corps cannot escape this curse. It is very important to maintain the purity of the team. Although it is useless to say this now. Forget it, the Demon Slayer Corps is not a subordinate organization of the tribunal, and they can only take care of their lives. You have to deal with the evil you have done yourself. But don't let Duanmu see this guy in modern times, otherwise he will do it on the spot. Let's talk about it later, or let's talk about what's going on here first. Is that your companion? As he spoke, Duanmu nodded to the chair not far away, where a golden-haired man, a man wearing a wild boar head mask, and 2 familiar figures were lying there. Well, I remember her name was Butterfly Kane. The other one is her sister? Ah, yes. When he saw Duanmu's eyes move away from Nezuko, Tanjiro was relieved and hurriedly explained. Lady Kane heard that the number of missing people on the Infinite Train had increased, so she brought us here to check the situation and investigate the man-eating evil spirits that roamed here. But I didn't expect that we would be hit by the evil spirit's blood demon technique as soon as we got on the train and fell into a deep sleep. If it weren't for Nezuko helping me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to wake up until now. What about those little ghosts? Duanmu raised his chin and pointed at the 3 children lying in the aisle. They were bewitched by the evil spirits and tried to harm us while we were asleep. You didn't kill them? They are just children. Tanjiro was shocked when he heard Duanmu's question. And they were just coerced by the evil spirits. They didn't want to do this. If they didn't do it, they would be killed by the evil spirits. Then die. The scum who betrayed humanity has no right to live in the world. Duanmu snorted coldly. Loyalty itself is a reward. Losing loyalty means losing everything. Without loyalty to humanity, no matter what the reason, in the final analysis, it is just a traitor who needs to be eliminated. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyalty. But I'm not here to argue with you about these boring things. Duanmu obviously didn't intend to let this thorny boy convince himself with his words, and directly waved his hand to interrupt his rebuttal. So what's the problem now? I can't wake up Lady Kane and the others. The thorny boy was wise, and didn't continue to dwell on this issue. I tried calling them, but it's no use. Miss I? In short, these people are dreaming, and what we need to do now is to wake them up, right? That's right. I see. As Duanmu spoke, he walked to the center of the carriage, then he closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then, Duanmu slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, an incomparable, destructive aura like a raging wave burst out from him, roaring and attacking all around. Chapter 1635. At that moment, Tanjiro felt that his heart had stopped beating. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro had experienced several tests of life and death, and even fought against the 12 demon moons. He had felt the murderous intent emanating from those terrible demons countless times. However, even the demons of the lower 12 demon moons had never burst out with such murderous intent. That was not directed at the enemy, but more like destroying everything. With the girl as the center, everything around was about to collapse, and everything would be completely destroyed. The heart was beating violently, the lungs were expanding wildly, and the instinct of life to escape death had even surpassed reason at this moment, almost making Tanjiro crazy. But he couldn't go crazy. Nezuko! Tanjiro reached out and grabbed his sister tightly. At this moment, his sister was no longer the little girl she was just now. Her body began to grow rapidly. Veins on her face burst, her hands clenched into fists, biting the bamboo tube tightly, staring at Duanmu fiercely. That was Nezuko's instinct warning her, trying to completely break through her mind, control her body, and desperately launch a desperate attack on the girl in front of her. Even if she was killed by the other party, it would be better than waiting for the despair of the god of death to swing the butcher knife. But, Nezuko! The brother's voice reached Nezuko's ears, like the fragile long line that maintained the kite caught in the hurricane, maintaining Nezuko's last bit of sanity. Can't make a move. Nezuko can feel that the other party's attention has been locked on her. If she dares to make a move, she will die in the next moment. TSK, I didn't fall for it. Duanmu frowned after glancing at Nezuko, who supported him so much. He had already made up his mind that as long as the demon girl took action, he would kill her immediately. But now it seems that it is difficult to do. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Duanmu looked at the people sleeping in front of him again. According to Tanjiro, you are dreaming, right? You must be very happy in your dreams. Then, let you witness the destruction of happiness with your own eyes. At the same time, the figure standing at the front of the train frowned, turned around and looked at the carriage behind him. What's going on? One of the lower 12 demon moons, Nightmare, frowned slightly, and the face that originally had a smile of winning confidence also sank. It was smooth at the beginning. Everyone on the train fell asleep as planned, and they did not notice their existence. This is natural. Nightmare's blood ghost art can force others to fall asleep and start dreaming, and in the dream, they can't realize that they are in a dream. In addition, they are dreaming the beautiful dreams they expect, so they are naturally reluctant to wake up. In this beautiful dream, they will be completely swallowed by the nightmare, die with a happy dream in their arms. Compared with a painful reality in front of them, isn't this a relief? But then, there was a small accident. One of the ghost hunters actually woke up from the dream. But he is not a pillar, just a small character, not worth mentioning. Moreover, although he wants to work hard, he can't wake up others unless they wake up voluntarily. But, what is this? The murderous aura that rushed towards him was as hot as fire, and even his skin felt stinging. This feeling was like being exposed to the sun. No, it was even more terrifying than that. Who was it? It was not until then that Nightmare realized that there seemed to be an uninvited guest in this train. The other party was not trapped in his blood ghost art. There was no way, although it was a bit rough. It seemed that she had to fall into a deep sleep. Nightmare raised his hand, but the next moment, he was stunned. Because Nightmare saw that in addition to the original mouth on his hand, there was an eye staring at him. Eyes? Why do I have eyes on my hands? My skin is so itchy. So itchy. My whole body is itchy, as if there are bugs crawling on my body. Is it an illusion? No, it's not an illusion. Yiming pulled open his clothes and looked down. Then he saw cysts bulging on his body. They gradually grew larger, then expanded, and then cracked. Then, eyeballs poured out from the cracks. They turned and shifted directions, staring at Yiming's face. What is this? Yiming was completely stunned by the incomprehensible scene in front of him, but it was not over yet. The eyeballs gradually cracked. Watching them crack, Yiming found that the world in front of him was also split in half, as if his own eyes were cracked. No, not as if. His eyes really cracked. In the cracked eyeballs, tiny teeth and a pointed tongue can be seen. They stared at Nightmare, opening and closing their mouths. Found it. Found it. Found it. Fragmentary whispers appeared in his ears, like insects crawling into the ear canal, drilling into the skull, and deep into the brain. Nightmare even felt his brain begin to itch, as if his cerebral cortex began to swell and split, and then... Found it! Found it! Found it! Found it! Found it! Found it! Nightmare opened his mouth to shout, but his wide-open mouth could only say the sentence, like a repeater. His tongue gradually stretched out, and the mouths and the eyeballs also grew, and the tongues inside turned into tentacles, extending outward. What is this? What on earth is this? Is this a nightmare? I entered the nightmare and found it, and found it, and found it. The brain was completely unable to think. Nightmare stood there blankly, then it raised its hands blankly and grabbed its head. At this moment, Nightmare's head suddenly exploded, and countless tentacles emerged from it, spreading out like a blooming night blooming Sirius, and made a piercing scream. Oh 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 oh! Squeak! Accompanied by shrill screams, the speeding train began to sway, slowed down, and then rushed out of the rails. Boom! The train that rushed out of the rails slid on the ground for a distance, and then slowly stopped. Although the train overturned, fortunately most people were only slightly injured. At this time, the ghost hunters who woke up from their slumber also hurriedly began to carry the wounded out of the train for diagnosis and treatment under the command of Butterfly Kaneo. But all this is meaningless to Duanmu Huai. He walked out of the train and came to the front of the train, where only a miserable skeleton was left. Even the so-called evil ghosts could not resist the erosion from the old rulers, and in the end, there was only one way to die. Duanmu Huai glanced at the broken skeleton, then retracted his gaze, and at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps behind him, and then the voice of Butterfly Kene sounded. "Long time no see, Miss Xiaoai." Duanmu Huai waved his hand to greet. "I didn't expect that I would be rescued by you here. It seems that I owe you another favor." "You're welcome, I'm just here to kill ghosts." Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Butterfly Kene, who was still looking at him with a smile. "As for whether you can wake up, that's your own problem, isn't it?" "That's right." Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Butterfly Kene's body trembled slightly. When Duanmu Huai's murderous intent erupted, Butterfly Kene's dream changed drastically. She clearly remembered that the wonderful time she lived with her parents, sister, and family was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. The sky began to burn, the earth gradually cracked, and even her family died in front of her eyes, as if they were burned by something. But because of this, Butterfly Kene recalled a memory of reality, how her parents died, how she and her sister joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Of course, Butterfly Kene also admitted that it was the choice of Duanmu Huai's murderous intent. Under the terrifying pressure that was enough to destroy everything, she had only two choices. Either wake up or drown with the dream. "Miss Xiaoai." You don't seem to care about other people?" "That's right." Duanmu Huai nodded. "Why?" "Because it's not necessary." Duanmu Huai looked at Butterfly Kene. "The evil ghost eats people. If you don't kill the evil ghost, it will keep eating. As long as you can kill it here, you can save the people who would have been eaten by it. In comparison, I really don't care about just over 200 passengers. This is a necessary sacrifice to eliminate the threat to humans." At this point, Duanmu Huai lowered his voice. "I know what you are thinking, but I must tell you, Miss Kene, our values are not the same. I am also fighting to protect humanity, and in order to protect humanity, I don't mind sacrificing others, whether it is hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even a country, a planet, a world. This is all to protect and save humanity." Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Butterfly Kene closed her eyes, was silent for a moment, and looked at him again. "This is not a path that will be thanked. This is my job, my duty, and I don't need to be thanked. For me, it is enough to kill those who threaten humanity, and have fun from their painful and desperate wails and struggles." At this point, Duanmu Huai paused. "If this is the principle of your Demon Slayer Corps, then it seems that there is nothing in common between you and me." Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Butterfly Kene wanted to open her mouth to say something, but soon her face froze, and then she stared at the back of Duanmu Huai and took a fighting posture. At the same time, a voice sounded there. "Really, it's a woman, I have no interest in women." Hearing this voice, Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a pale-skinned, red-haired boy standing not far away, staring coldly at himself and Chanui. And in its eyeballs, you can clearly see the numbers engraved on it. Upper string 3. "I'm not interested in fighting women, you guys go away." The man waved his hand, looking bored. "That won't do." However, Butterfly Chanui did not relax her vigilance. On the contrary, she took a fighting posture again. "I am one of the 9 pillars, the flower pillar. How could I turn around and run away in front of the enemy?" "Oh!" Hearing Chanui's words, the man opposite narrowed his eyes. "Really? If so, then I see what this generation of flower column can do." Before he finished speaking, the man suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of Kane and punched her. The next moment, the two of them instantly fought. In the eyes of others, I'm afraid they didn't even know how they were fighting. They could only see the shining sword light and the sound of collision. After a while, accompanied by a bang, Kane flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Then she stood up again and held the sharp blade tightly. But this time, Duanmu Huai stood in front of her. "Wait a minute. Miss Xiaoai? Hey, little brother." Duanmu Huai stared at the upper string 3 in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "You use your fists, right?" "Oh, that's right." "That's good." As he spoke, Duanmu Huai threw away the sun-wheel sword in his hand and moved his neck and wrist. "I haven't met an opponent who can fight passionately for a long time. Let's fight." "Are you kidding, little devil?" Looking at Duan Mu Huai in front of him, Upper String 3 couldn't contain his surprise. You know, only the Nichiren sword can kill demons, but this little devil in front of him actually threw away his weapon and wanted to fight him in a hand-to-hand fight? Is this little devil conscious? What are you talking about? However, before Upper String 3 finished speaking, his body flew out like a cannonball, then fell to the ground, and rolled dozens of times before stopping. Stand up. Duan Mu Huai clenched his fists and smiled at Upper String 3 in front of him. Those demons were too weak before. Let me see if you are strong enough for me to fight. Chapter 1636. Duan Mu Huai got into a fight for the first time when he was just in elementary school. He was taller than the average kid and didn't look like an elementary school student at all. Coupled with his ferocious face, several senior students wanted to teach him a lesson, so they called him to the back of the school. The reason for picking a fight was simple, because Duan Mu Huai was tall, and those senior students wanted to use him to establish their authority, and even wanted him to be their younger brother. Then, he was beaten up by Duan Mu Huai. There was no need to teach how to fight, just clench your fists and hit the other person's head, chest, and abdomen. Duan Mu Huai fought 5 people alone, and the fight was so intense that it was impossible to get rid of them until the school teacher came out and pulled them apart. When the teacher asked, those senior students insisted that they did nothing, and that Duan Mu Huai deliberately provoked them. Duan Mu Huai just honestly said that he was called over by the group of people, and they were going to deal with him. Because those senior students were not good people, the teacher gave them 50 lashes each and asked them to go home and reflect. At that time, the other party looked at Duan Mu Huai with a funny look, as if saying, "This big fool." So the next day, Duan Mu Huai beat them up again. It feels really good to beat someone. You can feel your fist hitting the other party, and hear the screams from the other party, just like a pianist playing the piano. Different keys will make different sounds, and it is fair. You hit me, I hit you, either hit someone or get hit. There is no need to quibble, and there is no need to argue about right and wrong. The one who stands at the end is the winner. Simple and direct, and no need for others to judge. Then 2 days later, those senior students called a few junior high school students to block Duan Mu Huai outside the school, and then they fought again. This is the world of children, the law of the jungle. No rules are useful, only the rules of nature are in effect. It is meaningless to find teachers and parents. In the final analysis, you still have to use your fists to win. After that, similar things happened again and again. In junior high school and high school, when Duan Mu Huai was promoted, there would always be senior students who wanted to prove their strength by defeating him. Duan Mu Huai was used to this. He just had to fight, and he didn't have to think about anything or say anything, because it was useless to say it. The law would not protect him, and the teachers would not. Parents were out of reach of what happened in school, and could do nothing. Whether it was beating or being beaten, it was the same. Even in junior high school, Duan Mu Huai had a fight with a parent who suddenly broke into the class because the student who was beaten by him went home and cried, saying that Duan Mu Huai bullied him. Then the parents who were eager to protect their son rushed into the classroom, found Duan Mu Huai, and had a fight with him. Then, he was beaten to the ground by Duan Mu Huai and was unconscious. There is no need to explain. As long as I stand to the end, I am the winner. Duan Mu Huai likes this kind of rule, simple and direct. But as he got older, this set of rules no longer worked. Because an enemy that was difficult to deal with appeared. Law. Duan Mu Huai has also grown up, and he is no longer a child. If he hurts someone, he has to pay money and go to jail. Of course, if it were just like that, there would be no problem, but the problem is that the law is not on his side. Those cowardly, incompetent, and fragile guys, relying on the protection of the law, unscrupulously provoked him. Do you dare to do it? You don't dare. If you hit me, you will be fired, you will have to pay money, and you will have to go to jail. So, I can do whatever I want to you. What can you do to me? So what if I look fierce? So what if I look tall? Do you dare to hit me? You don't dare. If you hit me, you will break the law. This is a world of law. But Duan Mu Huai still beat him. If you win, you will go to jail. And if you lose, you will be hospitalized. But at least he won, right? The law will protect you, but fists will protect me. Therefore, Duan Mu Huai's work will never last long. Because just like in school, there will always be villains who want to conquer him to show their strength. It's just that when we were students, we could solve problems by simply fighting, but in society, it's not that simple. They will pick on your work troubles, find faults with you, and then criticize you and scold you. Finally, they will tell you that this is society, force can't solve problems, use your brain more. Then Duanmu Huai will make him understand that force can't solve problems, but it can solve you. It's just a matter of paying money, just beat him up. He's so delicate that he doesn't even need to use much force to cry for his parents, as if he's dying. After several rounds, the police at the police station are familiar with Duanmu Huai and know that it's difficult to deal with him. Later, it was an old policeman who heard about Duanmu Huai's situation and told him, "VR game power leveling seems to be very popular recently. Why don't you give it a try?" At that time, Duanmu Huai didn't understand what he was talking about, and then the old policeman said this. "Several suspects of fraud accounts I caught before said that the game is like another real world, everyone likes it, and you can fight in it. It's not illegal, and you don't have to pay money." The last sentence touched Duanmu Huai, so he started his gaming journey. I have to say, it's really interesting. Other people will choose to lower the pain coefficient during the battle, but Duanmu Huai has always kept the initial setting. Because fighting should be fair in this way, you hurt and I hurt, it depends on who can stand to the end. So, although it was a bit unpleasant when I was forced to travel at the beginning, in fact, Duanmu Huai still likes this world. It's the same now. Destructive. Kill. Accompanied by the roar of upper string 3, the waving fist hit Duanmu Huai's face directly, and Duanmu Huai. "Call you to be paralyzed. You can't fight if you don't yell." He roared, clenched his right hand and punched upper string 3 in the chest, and both sides were shocked. Then he clenched his fist again and started a crazy fight. At this moment, the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps had already rushed over, but looking at the scene in front of them, they were stunned and couldn't intervene at all. Both Duanmu Huai and upper string 3 were standing in place, punching each other desperately, as if they were hitting a wooden stake. Upper string 3 punched Duanmu Huai in the face, and the latter punched him in the lower abdomen. Then upper string 3 punched Duanmu Huai on the top of his head, and then Duanmu Huai hit upper string 3 with an uppercut. Each move of both sides was enough to kill someone, but it was just a test for them, because the next one was the highlight. Destruction killing. Chaos style. Accompanied by the roar of upper string 3, his fists suddenly exploded, turning into countless fists and shock waves and blasting towards Duanmu Huai. Just now, Kane was hit by this move and flew out. But for Duanmu Huai, this move was useless. Ola 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 ola. Facing the countless punches that were enough to blast even boulders into powder, Duanmu Huai also clenched his fists and rushed forward. Bang 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 bang. Both sides' fists were so fast that they could hardly see the afterimages. Only the huge explosion sound coming from the air between the two proved how fierce the punches were. So powerful. At this moment, Tanjiro and others could only stand by, dumbfounded, completely speechless. It was the first time they saw such a way of fighting with demons. Although the demon hunters of the Demon Slayer Corps can use the Nichiren sword to destroy the evil demons. But no matter how they train, they are just human bodies. Therefore, when fighting with evil demons, the Demon Slayer Corps usually dodges and resists the attacks of the evil demons, and then seizes the opportunity to chop off the necks of the evil demons. But they never thought of something like Duanmu Huai actually fighting with the evil demons face to face. Oh! Duanmu Huai roared again, clenched his right fist and blasted forward, colliding heavily with the fist of upper string 3. With a loud noise like thunder, the whole earth collapsed, and the right arm of upper string 3 exploded and turned into a pile of mincemeat. But the next moment, his broken shoulder grew another arm. Yes, that's it. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai became more excited. Only indestructible sandbags have value. Continue. As he said, Duanmu Huai punched upper string 3 again. But at this moment, the others were already stunned. "Sister, should we go up and help?" The butterfly ninja next to him held the sunwheel sword, looking at Kane, and then at the battlefield in front. Logically speaking, they should join in and help Duanmu Huai kill upper string 3 together. But seeing how fierce the fight was, it was not a situation where other people could intervene, not to mention that Duanmu Huai's killing intent was indiscriminate. Everyone here could feel that if they intervened without permission, they might face the joint attack of Duanmu Huai and upper string 3 at the same time. "No, we're here." Kane Kucho shook her head. "It won't be long before the day breaks. As long as it's delayed until then, upper string 3 will surely die." But destruction kill. Ghost Core Ye Core. Will you die if you don't shout out the name of the move? Don't you feel embarrassed? The roars of upper string 3 and Duanmu Huai came from the other side, and everyone here was speechless. "Sister, is it really so embarrassing to shout out the name of the move?" Shinobu Kocho looked at Kane Kocho with some uneasiness, and the latter also had a complicated expression. Not only Kane, But even Tanjiro and others beside her were speechless for a while. Shouting the names of moves in battle has become a common practice for them. To put it simply, the teacher who taught them the breathing method always shouted it in this way in battle, so they also shouted it in this way, and never felt that there was anything wrong. However, now that Duanmu Huai said this, suddenly it seemed that something was wrong. By the way, that woman, is she really a human? At this time, the wild boar head on the side suddenly raised this question, and the others were also stunned for a moment, and did not speak. It is normal to have such doubts. Duanmu Huai looks like a slender and weak girl, but at this moment she showed a power that is equal to, or even stronger than the upper three. Even the upper three also used the recovery ability of the evil ghost to restore his injured body. However, although Duanmu Huai was also injured in the attack of the upper three, they were just some minor bruises. But according to the strength of upper rank 3, it should be able to blow Duanmu Huai's head off with one punch. Or in other words, ordinary humans simply cannot resist the attacks of demons. That woman is not also a demon. How can this be? Tanjiro stopped talking halfway. After all, he really knew a demon who also fought against demons, and it seemed reasonable to say that Duanmu Huai was the same as him. Even Kene showed a thoughtful expression. After all, if she thought about it carefully, every time she met Duanmu Huai, it was at night, and the night was the time when demons appeared. If Duanmu Huai was a demon, then it was not unreasonable. Not to mention her red eyes and white hair, which are indeed very similar to the characteristics of a ghost. Bang! Duanmu Huai punched upper string 3 in the head again, knocking him to the ground. However, this time, upper string 3's recovery was not as fast as before. On the contrary, he stepped back, and a large piece of meat gushed out from the wound on his broken brain, and it was gradually repaired after a while. The regeneration speed of upper string 3 has slowed down. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They certainly knew that in the previous battle, Duanmu Huai had blown up upper string 3's head, arms, and body more than once. But every time upper string 3 could recover in the shortest time. But even so, it is conservatively estimated that Duanmu Huai had blown up upper string 3 hundreds of times. Ha! Ha! At this moment, a trace of fatigue finally appeared on upper string 3's face. He stared at Duanmu Huai coldly, and clenched his fists. Duanmu Huai just narrowed his eyes, and sneered at him. Sure enough, the law of conservation of energy still exists. It seems that even ghosts cannot restore infinitely. You use this method. It's just that you are too stupid. Duanmu Huai stared at upper string 3 with disdain. The latter's face was already livid at this moment. I will kill you. As he spoke, upper string 3 tried to stand up, but to everyone's surprise, this time he just stood up and fell to the ground. What's going on? Lying on the ground, upper string 3 kept trembling and looked at his legs. My feet are out of control. I can't stand up. The brain is the most delicate part of the human body. Duanmu Huai pointed to his head. Perhaps to you, the brain is just a piece of meat, but the energy required to restore this piece of meat is far greater than other parts. I have blown up your head more than once, and you have recovered more than once. I think you have never thought about how much energy you have consumed. How is it possible? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, upper string 3 clenched his teeth. But you stop here. While speaking, Duanmu Huai looked at the distant horizon, where the shining sun had already emerged. Not good. It's getting light. If this continues, I will die. At this moment, upper string 3 also felt unprecedented fear. It clenched its teeth and clenched its fists. Destruction kill. Shattering style. 10,000 leaves flash willow. While shouting, upper string 3 punched the ground, and then his body suddenly jumped up from the ground and flew towards the woods next to him. No, stop him! At this moment, the others were also shocked and rushed forward, and facing their attacks, upper string 3 clenched his fists again and punched forward. Destruction kill. Sky style. Wow! Facing upper string 3's counterattack, the Demon Slayer Corps had to stop their steps and block the attack. At the same time, upper string 3 also approached the woods. He turned his head and looked at the dark shade of the trees not far away. As long as he got there. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind upper string 3. Sorry, this is a dead end. Duanmu Huai said, while clenching his fists. Go to hell, Ola, 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 Ola. Amid Duanmu Huai's roar, his fist turned into a storm, and hit the body of upper string 3. Upper string 3's whole body was completely exploded in Duanmu Huai's torrential attack. He barely raised his hands to try to resist, but even his strong arms were as weak as fragile branches in front of Duan Muhuai's iron fist. Ola! Accompanied by Duan Muhuai's final blow, Upper String 3's broken body, with only the upper half left, flew high into the sky like a baseball hit by a home run. At the same time, the shining, brilliant sunlight also completely enveloped his body. Chapter 1637. Upper String 3 did not fall to the ground, because his body was completely reduced to ashes under the shining of the morning sun before it fell to the ground. Huh? Comfortable. And Duan Muhuai raised his hands and stretched. As expected, you still need to stretch your muscles from time to time to relieve stress. Since his reincarnation, Duan Muhuai has not killed anyone in the past 15 years, and has accumulated a lot of pressure. After fighting with this guy, who can't be killed no matter how hard he fights, he just feels refreshed. Well, it seems that occasionally coming here to relieve stress is still good. Duan Muhuai looked at the morning sun in front of him, yawned, and then reached out to pick up the knife thrown aside. He could feel that the knife was absorbing the remaining ghost energy of Upper String 3 just now. At the same time, he also felt the door to some extent. This knife is like a key. As long as it absorbs enough ghost energy, it can open the door and travel through time and space. Originally, Duan Muhuai could return to the modern era by chopping down such a good prey as Upper String 3, but Duan Muhuai played a hand-to-hand fight with it, and the result was that this key, well, did not absorb enough energy at all. It's really troublesome. It seems that we have to kill a few more ghosts. She is not a ghost. Seeing Duan Muhuai stretching comfortably in the sunshine, everyone was relieved. If the girl in front of them was a ghost, she would not stand here and bask in the sun leisurely. Miss Xiaoai. Kane Kocho came over again, and looked at Duan Muhuai. I invite you again to join the Demon Slayer Corps, and fight with us. Duan Muhuai carried the sword, turned around and looked at Butterfly Kane. What is the purpose of your Demon Slayer Corps? To eliminate evil spirits and protect the people. Then, let me ask you a question. Hearing Butterfly Kane's answer, Duan Muhuai showed a grim smile. Suppose you have to fight an evil spirit that is almost as strong as that guy, and there are innocent villagers behind you who need to be protected. What will you do? If you want to distract yourself to protect him, then you can't kill the evil spirit. And if you give up protecting the villager, then he will be caught and eaten by the evil spirit. So, facing this situation, what will you do? Hearing this, Tanjiro clenched his fists. I will try my best to block the evil spirit and let the villagers escape. The other pig-headed man also raised the double swords in his hands at this moment. I will defeat the evil spirit. As long as the pig rushes forward, the evil spirit will not be able to attack others. The others didn't speak, but it seemed that they all agreed with these two opinions, and Duan Muhuai shrugged his shoulders. This is indeed the correct answer, the most correct answer, but there is a third choice. That is to kill the villager before the evil spirit. Why? Faced with Duan Muhuai's unexpected answer, everyone was stunned, and Tanjiro couldn't help but ask. It's very simple. Evil spirits don't eat corpses, they only eat living people, and after eating people, the strength of evil spirits will increase. In this case, as long as all the food around is eliminated, it can prevent the evil spirits from gaining power through them, right? But to kill those innocent people for this is wrong. Of course it is wrong, from a moral perspective, but my goal is not to protect the villagers, but to eliminate the evil spirits. If the evil spirit eats the villager, it will become more powerful, and then it will not only kill you, but also kill more people. Compared to those who will be killed by the evil spirits in the future, sacrificing a few villagers is a very reasonable approach. Duan Muhuai snorted coldly. Miss Kane, I think you should understand that I am not on the same side as your Demon Slayer Corps. You are here to protect, and I am here to eliminate. It is my duty and mission to eliminate the monsters that threaten mankind. But we can cooperate. Duan Muhuai thought about it. There is still some time before the end of summer vacation. From previous experience, the speed of time in the past and modern times is different. As long as the speed is fast enough, he should be able to return to the modern world before summer vacation. In addition, the Demon Slayer Corps is a professional hunter of ghosts, so it is easy to find the location of the ghosts. I understand. Kane Butterfly was silent for a moment and nodded. But please come back with me, I will report to the Lord. I hope you won't have to wait too long. I'm free anyway, so I just take it as a relaxing trip in ancient times. Kane was very fast. Not long after that, she brought Duan Muhuai to a mansion in the mountains, where Duan Muhuai saw several strange guys with different looks. Most of them were young, and the oldest seemed to be less than 30 years old. They were basically young people in their teens and 20s. Duanmu Huai looked at them curiously, and those people also looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. Is this the girl who killed Upper String 3 with her bare hands? A white-haired boy with scars on his face sneered. She doesn't look like her at all. Ah, but she is so cute, petite and cute, so great. Another girl with long pink hair tied into 3 braids looked at Duanmu Huai with shining eyes. Her expression was extremely eager. Duanmu Huai looked at these people speechlessly, and then turned to look at Kane beside him. Miss Kane. They are the 9 pillars? That's right. Didn't you tell me that the 9 pillars are the strongest 9 people in the Demon Slayer Corps? That's right, the pillars are the highest ranking swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps, and they are also the strongest swordsmen. Just them? Duanmu Huai glanced at those people, and his eyes were already very obvious. I thought Miss Kane was relatively weak, but I didn't expect that the so-called 9 pillars were only at this level. No wonder you haven't been able to eliminate the evil spirits for many years. What did you say? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the faces of the people on the opposite side all changed, while Duanmu Huai looked at them leisurely. When fighting against Upper String 3 before, Duanmu Huai saw that Butterfly Kane was no match for that Upper String 3 at all. Not to mention her, even if all the Demon Slayers present fought together, it was estimated that they would not be able to serve food to that Upper String 3. Later, Duanmu Huai learned that Butterfly Kane was mainly responsible for medical logistics in the Demon Slayer Corps, and he felt that it was understandable. After all, she was in charge of logistics, so it was understandable that her combat effectiveness was not too strong. As a result, when we got here, we saw that the strength of the 9 pillars was not much different. The blind monk seemed to be a little stronger than the others, but his strength was limited. These people were good enough to deal with the kind of demons that I met in the forest at the beginning, but facing the opponent of upper rank 3, this group of people would basically lose in a one-on-one fight. A group fight might win, but it was just a possibility. The difference between the two sides was too big. Duanmu Huai also heard from Butterfly Kane that the evil spirits had 12 demon moons, that is, the so-called 12 generals, with 6 upper strings and 6 lower strings respectively. As a result, your Demon Slayer Corps had only 9 bosses, and at most they were all at the level of lower strings. It was considered lucky that they were not killed by the evil spirits. What did you say, stinky brat? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the scarred young man who looked very irritable also came over angrily, stretched out his hand and wanted to grab Duanmu Huai, but the next moment, he suddenly flashed and quickly distanced himself from Duanmu Huai, while lowering his waist, holding the hilt of the sword at his waist, staring at Duanmu Huai. Only your intuition is sharp. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. If you dare to take another step forward just now, I will smash your head into pieces. If you are not afraid of death, come and try. I promise to let you know how to write the word death. How about smearing it on the ground with your brain? Duanmu Huai hooked his finger at the white-haired young man, who was immediately furious. You look for it. Silence, the Lord is here. Just when the tense situation was about to break out, a voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone else standing around quickly knelt down on the ground, even the white-haired young man who had just tried to fight Duanmu Huai. Only Duanmu Huai was still standing there, folding his arms, and staring at the main hall in front of him. Soon, a young man wearing hanging sleeves and a kimono walked out from behind the paper door, with a smile on his face. Beside him, there were 2 doll-like girls. With the help of the 2 girls, the man walked in front of the crowd and greeted them. Good morning, everyone, and this traveler from afar. The man's voice was very soft and gentle, and Duanmu Huai nodded as a return greeting. Hello. I have heard everything you did from Kane. The man stared at Duanmu Huai with his lifeless eyes. You were able to subdue and destroy the upper rank 3 with overwhelming strength. In addition to the lower rank 3 evil spirits that you destroyed before, and the lower rank 5 evil spirits that appeared in the Chaoyan Shrine, 3 people have died in the 12 demon months. Hearing the man's words, the other 9 pillars changed their expressions and looked at Duanmu Huai with shock. If they only killed the lower rank evil spirits, they could do it, but Duanmu Huai killed 3 in a short period of time, including an upper rank. More importantly, from the current point of view, he was not injured at all. What kind of power is this? They can't imagine it at all. It's just fate. Duanmu Huai doesn't care about these. My goal is to protect humans. Since these evil spirits threaten the survival of humans, I will naturally wipe them out. But you won't join the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Of course not. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, you have to kneel down when you see this man? Duanmu Huai won't do it. I came here just to establish a cooperative relationship with the Demon Slayer Corps. Oh, how? It's very simple. Faced with the man's question, Duanmu Huai chuckled. Just treat it as a job. If you encounter a difficult demon, you can hire me to kill it. Just pay me. How about that? I think this is a very cost-effective deal for you. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the man pondered for a moment. In that case, I just have a job, and I hope you can help. Then he spoke. Chapter 1638. The actual leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki, gave Duanmu Huai a somewhat unexpected task. He hoped that Duanmu Huai could sneak into Yoshiwara Yugoku and investigate it. According to intelligence, there is a high-level demon lurking in Yoshiwara Yugoku, and it is very likely one of the 12 demon moons. As you can see, the Demon Slayer Corps is currently seriously understaffed, and the strength of the demon slayers below the pillars is not enough to take on this important task. Although I also hope to send some of the 9 pillars, there are not enough people at present. Okay, no problem. Duanmu Huai agreed without hesitation. He had been to Yoshiwara Yugoku in another world, but unfortunately it was a gathering place for evil cults at that time, and the modern Yugoku always lacks that flavor. If we really want to talk about the product of the old times like Yugoku, then it must be the most authentic to go to the old times. This is the authentic Yoshiwara Yugoku. How can we not go and see it? So who should I contact after I arrive in Yoshiwara? This. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Ubuyashiki smiled bitterly. I'm afraid you can only investigate it yourself, because we have only collected some information. Faced with Ubuyashiki's answer, Duanmu Huai fell silent. In other words, your Demon Slayer Corps has no base for collecting intelligence in Yoshiwara Yugoku, and I have to start from scratch. That's it. What kind of a makeshift team are you? Duanmu Huai raised his head and covered his face, and the whole person was speechless. Evil ghosts cannot move during the day and only move at night. According to common sense, if evil ghosts want to mix into the human world, areas with rich nightlife are naturally their first choice. And places like Yugoku, which work at night and rest during the day, are even more key monitoring areas. This is just like the Inquisition investigating the hive. If you want to find heretics in the hive, you can't go wrong by investigating the lower level of the hive first. After all, the lower level of the hive is where mutants and heretics gather, and it is the most likely place for cults to breed. The Inquisition will generally reach a cooperation agreement with the gangs that rule the lower level of the hive, and the gangs will provide intelligence, and then the Inquisition will launch a targeted elimination. After all, for the gangs, those cults will also threaten their rule over the lower level of the hive, and it would be great to be able to eliminate them with the help of the Inquisition. In fact, let alone the Inquisition, even modern police will have 1 or 2 gangsters as spies. Otherwise, you always hear in the news that the police have received a report and so on. Do you really think that the Chaoyang masses are omnipotent and know everything from drug use and drug trafficking to smuggling antiques? Originally, Duanmu Huai thought that the Demon Slayer Corps had its own monitoring intelligence network in Yugua, and he just needed to go there to contact people. And you told me to do this? So I have to start from scratch? Has your Demon Slayer Corps been established for less than a year? Duanmu Huai looked at Ubuyashiki like an idiot. If you said it was an ordinary place, it would be fine if the intelligence network could not be spread there. You didn't even send people to check and guard Yugua, which is theoretically a key monitoring area. What are you doing? You are also a makeshift team, right? Hey! Don't be rude to the Lord. The white-haired man jumped up again and glared at Duanmu Huai fiercely, and Duanmu Huai glared back without hesitation. I was rude, so what? I'm stupid, and I can't let people say it? Evil ghosts act at night, so places like Yugua must be key monitoring areas. And now you tell me that you found out there were evil ghosts there after something happened? Isn't this stupid or something? What were you doing before? You bastard. Look at me, and I take care of you. Call of the wind. Call you. Before Baimao could finish his words, Duanmu Huai punched him in the face and sent him flying. He broke through the wall and disappeared into the woods outside. However, at this moment, the other 9 pillars also stood up and surrounded Duanmu Huai. Even if you are a distinguished guest invited by the Lord, you are not allowed to provoke me like this. Come on if you are not afraid of death. Facing the 9 pillars, who surrounded him, Duanmu Huai was not afraid at all. A grassroots team with no skills, and no one can say anything. People who have no idea of their own strength are like this. It seems that I have to let you experience what cruel reality is. Boom! As Duanmu Huai finished speaking, an incomparable terrifying pressure fell from the sky without warning and directly pressed on the 9 pillars. They even had to bend down and kneel on one knee. What kind of terrifying power is this, kneeling on the ground, The 9 pillars were also shocked at this moment. Except for Kene, who had expected Duanmu Huai's strength, no one else thought that this petite girl in front of them actually had such a terrifying and powerful sense of oppression. The huge pressure that seemed to be real, and like a mountain pressing down on their heads, was like a piece of stone pressing on them, making them completely unable to move, and even breathing became extremely difficult, as if the whole person was completely suppressed under a huge rock. "Please stop, Miss Duanmu." At this time, Abuyashiki spoke hurriedly. "Please forgive their rudeness. I apologize to you for their reckless behavior." Duanmu Huai glanced at Abuyashiki, then retracted his pressure. At this moment, the 9 pillars did not dare to say anything more, and could only kneel on the ground in that posture. This was not because they were afraid of Duanmu Huai, but because they did not want their lord to apologize to the girl again. I admit that our Demon Slayer Corps still has many shortcomings, but we also have our own supporters. Those who have been rescued from the hands of evil spirits by us will also recognize our existence and assist us. In fact, this time we got the news from one of the assistants. If you have a better way, we are willing to listen. Okay, it seems that you are not a grassroots team. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai felt a little more comfortable. Of course I have a better way, but... You will pay for it. Pay for it? Yoshiwara Yukaku. The night city where the vanity, desires, and love and hate of men and women are mixed and intertwined. Here, men and women seek pleasure, and countless shops squeeze money from this joy. However, wherever there are winners, there are losers. This, sir, are you serious? The man sitting in front of Duanmu Huai is the owner of Takasiya, one of the prostitutes in Yoshiwara. This was once a well-known prostitute in Yoshiwara. However, with the disappearance of its signature courtesan Kaidai Taifu, Takasiya's business plummeted, and now it has even reached, well, in modern terms, the edge of bankruptcy. The purpose of Duanmu Huai coming here is to invest, buy shares, and become a shareholder of Takasiya. Of course, there is no such saying in this era, but the meaning is still very clear. That's right. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and stared at the man kneeling in front of him. He found this door through the so-called assistance of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps went out to hunt evil spirits, and saved many people, including many middle-class businessmen, and they would also assist the Demon Slayer Corps within their ability. This time, Duanmu Huai found the owner of Takasiya after questioning and investigating these assistants of the Demon Slayer Corps. My father was once taken care of by Takasiya, and I can't bear to see the former brand withdraw from Yoshiwara, so I am willing to pay money to revitalize Takasiya. However, I still have my own business to do, and you, the boss, are more familiar with Yoshiwara than I am, so I hope you can continue to maintain Takasiya. Oh. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the man burst into tears and pressed his forehead against the tatame. Thank you, sir. I will definitely live up to your kindness. Duanmu Huai nodded. At this moment, he naturally changed his appearance, changed into men's clothing of this era, and put on a wig, disguising himself as the son of a wealthy businessman who returned from studying abroad. As for the money to be used, it must be reimbursed by the Demon Slayer Corps. Can Duanmu Huai pay for it himself? Places like the lower level of the Nest City and the Yuqua are actually semi-enclosed places, like shopping streets, where the flow of people coming and going is relatively fixed, and they are relatively familiar with each other. On the other hand, it is not easy to infiltrate them, especially since the Demon Slayer Corps did not have a continuous communication network before, which means that Duanmu Huai has to do it on his own. Therefore, the best way is to let the locals who are familiar with the place provide and gather intelligence, and you only need to screen it. To achieve this, the most important thing is to turn the other party into a community of interests. It costs a lot to run a prostitute house. In addition to the prostitutes themselves as commodities, there are also bald men who are responsible for taking care of and serving the prostitutes, sending hands who supervise the prostitutes, and bald men, prostitutes, who are responsible for soliciting guests at the door of the prostitute house, yoga, who clean the room and deal with drunk guests and act as bodyguards, cooks who make food, and Furaban, who is responsible for boiling water for the prostitutes to take a bath, and even Bus Hanban, who are specifically responsible for informing the prostitutes of the time and providing lamp oil to the room. It can be said that the cost of managing a prostitute house is definitely not low, and it is even higher than the cost of simply running a hotel. The most important thing about a prostitute house is the prostitutes. Once there are no attractive top prostitutes, the rest of the prostitute house is a net loss. Just like the hotels that cannot be opened during the epidemic, they only go out but not in. Once there are no guests, it is only a matter of time before they go bankrupt. This is the problem of Takasiya right now. Because they lost their top courtesan, and their store doesn't have enough new people to support it, they can't compete with other stores, and are about to close down. And at this time, Duanmu Huai came out of nowhere, and gave them a glimmer of hope. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't mean to sponsor them forever, but just let Takasiya survive this period of time. As long as they cultivate a new top courtesan, they can stand firm again. Once the funds are turned around, the problem will be solved. However, the boss was still very grateful to Duanmu Huai. After all, timely assistance is far better than icing on the cake. Although it is said that the problem can be solved by training a new top player, it is not an easy thing. If it can't hold on before then there will be no follow-up. But the money is not spent in vain. Actually, I have a small request. Oh! I hope you can conceal my identity. I will work here as Ruozhong. Why is this? It must be said that Duanmu Huai's request made the boss quite confused. Master, you may not know that controlling a prostitute house has considerable power, such as taste. Are you not interested in this? Tiao. Hearing this word, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. He knew what it meant. The source of prostitutes was basically a buying and selling relationship. Some parents sold their daughters, and some people did it to pay off debts. But even so, there are different relationships. One of them is borrowing money. The prostitutes sell themselves to the prostitutes, which is a debt relationship. As long as the prostitutes work hard and pay off the money they owe to the prostitutes, they will be free. There is also a sale, but the latter is a choice for people who are completely desperate. After all, the former still has a certain degree of personal freedom, while the latter is basically no different from a slave. However, generally, the latter kind of slaves will not become prostitutes. After all, the madams who manage the prostitute houses are experienced, and can tell at a glance which one will be popular, and which one will not. And those prostitutes who will be popular will naturally be persuaded to come to their own shops even if the conditions are better. Only those who are not wanted by anyone will be bought and sold like slaves. Well, actually nowadays, there is no difference between the madam and those scouts. But not everyone can be a prostitute. Tasting is the last part of the investigation, and the store owner will personally confirm the condition of the product. What? Don't understand? The product of the prostitute house is the prostitute. In the final analysis, it still depends on the prostitute's own situation, such as whether she has feelings, whether she has scars, reaction and skills, etc. To put it bluntly, after the product training is completed, the store owner will try it once before shipping it out. Only after confirming that it is qualified, will it be allowed to come out to receive customers. This is tasting. No, it's not necessary. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Not to mention that he can't do it now. Even if Duanmu Huai recovers his true body, he is not interested. It was really because he was tortured by the bell girl when he was trained, which made Duanmu Huai have a certain degree of psychological shadow on this routine. Once anything becomes a routine, the fun level is greatly reduced. The only people who would be excited to hear such things are those young boys, who have never even touched a girl's hand. Actually, I plan to conduct a survey on the red light district and write a report. Report? Yes, a university research report, so I hope to get along with the people in the red light district as a companion, and please don't reveal my identity to them. That's fine, but if you do that, they might be rude to you, sir. If I have any questions, I will talk to you directly. If it is just a disguised infiltration, although it is not impossible, but if a conflict occurs, it is easy to cause unexpected trouble. That's why Duanmu Huai will go around in a big circle and control the boss first, so that even if he causes any problems and troubles, the boss will stand by him and help him clean up. I understand. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Let me say that you are a servant sent by the sponsor's family, working here, and specifically responsible for. Bodyguard is fine. Hey! Really? Looking at Duanmu Huai's thin arms and legs, the boss was somewhat surprised. Master, do you really want to be a bodyguard? Of course, don't look at me like this. I can fight very well. Chapter 1639. In this way, Duanmu Huai started working as a bodyguard in Takasiya. The so-called bodyguard is actually the bodyguard of the prostitute house. Their work includes collecting debts, settling troublesome customers, and occasionally chatting with prostitutes. Fortunately, for Duanmu Huai, these are not difficult. Although some people looked down on him because of his size at the beginning, after Duanmu Huai dealt with a few troublemakers, the originally chaotic Takasiya was back on track and started business again. With this identity, Duanmu Huai can not only obtain information about the internal personnel of Takasiya, but also use this as an excuse to inquire about the news when he goes out to collect debts. Thanks to this, Duan Muhui did get a lot of intelligence. But it's really tricky. Sitting in his room, Duan Muhui stared at the records in front of him and frowned. In places like Yugua, the level of chaos is no different from that of the lower levels of the nest. Here, injuries, deaths, and disappearances are not commonplace, but they are commonplace. If the evil ghost wants to hide here and eat people, it is really difficult to track them. However, there are clues. According to the information collected by Duan Muhui, one of them is very important. That is, no one knows where those famous courtesans went after graduation. After all, courtesans, like idols, eat the rice of youth. No matter how famous courtesans are, once they get older, they will attract less and less customers. People like M.E.M., who are gifted and can still pretend to be J.K. at the age of 25, are completely exceptions. Besides, modern makeup techniques are not comparable to those of this era. Therefore, no matter how famous the courtesan is, once they reach a certain age, most of them will start to consider retirement. Generally speaking, there are several ways out for such courtesans. Either they stay as a handyman to supervise other girls, which is the so-called part-time job to become a slave owner. Or, they find a suitable man to marry, which is also the way for many courtesans to retire. Another way is to pay the ransom, and then find a place to start a new life. Although their age is a bit old for courtesans, it is not old for other professions. Idols are not required to be over 20 years old, and it is not said that after the age of 20, they can only get a pension. There is no such good thing. Of course, there are also many people who have been deceived. Duan Muhui has heard that courtesans believe the sweet words of customers, and secretly left with valuables. As a result, after leaving the court, the other party turned his face, and not only robbed the property brought by the courtesan, but also killed her. Well, this kind of story can be said to be commonplace in the court. There are also courtesans who marry the owners of the brothels, and become the proprietresses, and the brothels are passed down from generation to generation. Well, the brothels in Yugua are basically family businesses. The kind that have been around for 100 years. During the investigation, Duan Muhui found that the courtesans who came from Yoshiwara Yugua seemed to disappear mysteriously. Of course, they would say to the outside world that they either ran away secretly, or were taken away by men. However, not everyone believes this. The reason is very simple. First of all, those who disappeared were the top courtesans in the store. If the brothels would still wantonly exploit the middle and lower classes, then for top courtesans like this, everyone would generally part ways amicably. There is no such thing as the top courtesan running away secretly, because the brothels would not let them leave. After all, if this kind of thing gets out, other women won't dare to come to your store, and the store will go bankrupt, right? Although Yugua is indeed engaged in human trafficking, the stores are also competitors. They are all prostitutes, so they will definitely choose the store that is good to them. Secondly, some places are illogical. A customer once told Duan Muhui that he had made an appointment with a courtesan in a store, saying that he would celebrate her recovery of freedom the next day, and the latter also happily agreed. As a result, when he went to the store the next night, he was told that the courtesan had left. This doesn't make sense at all. After all, the two parties are guests with a good relationship, and the courtesan will be free in 3 days. It's like being in prison, and you have 3 days left to serve your sentence. You have to escape at this time. It's wrong no matter how you think about it, isn't it? According to Duan Muhui's investigation, this kind of thing has happened in almost all the prostitute houses in Yigua, but because a family disgrace should not be made public, each prostitute house has kept this kind of thing secret. Even if the people below know a little about the situation, they will only think that it is common in Yigua. This is actually easy to understand. For example, in a community, a theft case occurs here and a theft case occurs there. It seems that the amount is not large. But if you collect these thefts together, you will find that hundreds of thefts have occurred in this community, and the amount involved is millions of yuan. That's another matter. Just like now, when Duan Muhui collects the collected information together, the situation presented is shocking. As far as the Yoshiwara Yukaku practitioners can remember, a total of 65 warrants have all disappeared, and none of them have left any evidence to prove that they have definitely left Yoshiwara Yukaku. In addition, there are some rising stars, who are considered by customers to be qualified to become warrants, and the number exceeds 300. Their common characteristics are that they are young, beautiful, and all of them are under a certain age. Then it is easy to understand the preferences of this evil ghost. It is obvious that this evil ghost likes to eat young and beautiful girls, and the courtesans of each store are also targets that it will never let go. In this case, what needs to be done is simple. According to Duanmu Huai's investigation, the most famous courtesans in Yoshiwara Yukaku are Warabaheim of Kyogakuya and Quixia of Tokatoya. In other words, as long as you disguise yourself as a customer and redeem them, the evil ghost will definitely attack them before they leave Yukaku. Of course, this is not an easy task. The amount of money to redeem a courtesan is not low. The total amount of redemption equals the redemption money of the courtesan itself plus the loan of the courtesan so far plus the amount that may be earned in the future plus the congratulatory money for the staff and juniors of the courtesan plus the farewell banquet plus miscellaneous expenses. Well, after seeing so much, you will know that this money is definitely not small, especially for the top courtesan. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care. With the Demon Slayer Corps to pay for it, what is he afraid of? You can't even come up with this little money, right? No way, no way. However, meeting an Oiran is not as easy as imagined. In Chinese martial arts dramas, people often go directly to brothels and ask the madam to call out the most popular ahui here. However, this kind of thing is impossible in Yugua. The prostitutes, who can be directly named by customers in Yugua, are all middle and lower level prostitutes. It is not so easy to meet a top-notch prostitute like an Oiran. First, the customer must go through an intermediary called tea house and spend a lot of money to buy off the relationship in order to get the opportunity to meet the Oiran. Moreover, when they meet for the first time, the customer can only sit in the lower seat, while the Oiran sits in the upper seat. The Oiran will not even talk to the customer, and the customer needs to invite the geisha to perform singing and dancing to show their financial strength. By the way, this is naturally another big expense. The second time is the same. It is not until the third time that the Oiran will recognize the customer and form a close relationship with him, and the customer must also pay a valuable formation fee. Well, now you know why the Oiran is the #1 money-making trump card of the Yujoya. With such a set of operations, the money is naturally endless. This is just one customer. To be honest, Duanmu Huai really can't stand such trouble, but the rules are like this. He has no choice but to bite the bullet. Money itself is not a problem. The demon slayer named Ubuyashiki is indeed rich. Duanmu Huai asked him to transfer money, and he did it without saying a word. Then, he invited the Oiran through the tea house. Duanmu Huai also made some arrangements, and then was told that he needed more sincerity to see Warabaheim, and Li Xiao was not so stingy, so he decisively decided to invite Li Xiao to attend the banquet. Frankly speaking, the banquet itself was very boring. Duanmu Huai had no interest in the Japanese geishas babbling like ghosts. In addition, Li Xiao sat far away from him and didn't talk, which made Duanmu Huai very bored. But the money was spent. What else could he do? It's like fishing. If you don't catch fish, you've already made a nest. Isn't it a loss? So he had to bite the bullet and continue. It wasn't until the third banquet that Li Xiao finally sat in front of Duanmu Huai. "Master, I didn't expect you to call me 3 times in a row," Li Xiao said in a low voice while pouring wine for Duanmu Huai. Can't I? No, it's just... Li Xiao raised her head and stared at Duanmu Huai. "Master, aren't you not interested in me?" Duanmu Huai silently took the wine glass and drank it all. In modern times, it would be illegal for him to drink at his age, but it doesn't matter in this era. You know? Of course, we are in this business, and we know very well how our customers see us. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Li Xiao smiled slightly. "When we first met, I found that you, master, had no interest in Li Xiao at all. Although you were looking at me, you were not looking at me at all. At that time, Li Xiao was still very uneasy and thought that I had done something wrong. But I didn't expect that after that, master, you would invite me one after another. You spent so much money, and you were not interested in me, so why? It's very simple." Since the other party saw it, Duanmu Huai didn't care and gave a direct answer. "I want to redeem you." "Redeem? Me?" I have to say that although I was prepared, Li Xiao was still shocked when she heard Duanmu Huai's words. "Master, I don't quite understand what you mean. Li Xiao is just a courtesan. How can I be so worthy? Anyway, I have something very important to do, and redeeming you is a very necessary step." Duanmu Huai put down his wine glass and stared at Li Xiao. "I can see that you are also a smart person. I think I won't say anything extra. I can guarantee that you will not be in any danger, and after redeeming yourself, you will be free again, which is not a bad thing for you." Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Li Xiao lowered her head and silently poured him another glass of wine. "So, you don't have any feelings for Li Xiao, right? Yes, you are a beautiful girl, but I redeem you for my own purpose. If that's the case." As she spoke, Li Xiao lowered her head and bowed respectfully to Duanmu Huai. "Please forgive me for refusing." "What's the reason?" In fact, there is a master who also wants to redeem Li Xia. That master wants to marry Li Xia and is currently negotiating. Is that so? That's right. Li Xia is willing to accept your invitation this time, just hoping to know why you clearly don't like me, but still invite me again and again. But now it seems that you, young master, don't seem to be willing to explain. No problem. Duan Muhui waved his hand. So you have decided to marry him? Just now, I have made the decision. That's fine. As long as you like it. Duan Muhui was relieved. At least, he didn't have to waste money anymore, although the money was not his own. Thinking of this, Duan Muhui picked up the wine glass again and looked at Li Xia in front of him. The latter was still wearing the pale foundation of the courtesan, looking like a female ghost. But, I don't know why, Duan Muhui always felt that she looked a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Master, what's wrong with you? I think you look like someone I know, but I can't remember it for a while. Duan Muhui frowned. He was sure that he had definitely seen Li Xia's face somewhere, but Li Xia's hairstyle was the kind of prostitute hairstyle that was combed back and tied up in a high bun. With this weird hairstyle, it was impossible to tell who this face looked like. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Forget it, it doesn't matter. By the way, I remember hearing somewhere that this powder is not good for the skin, and it's best not to use it often. Hearing Duan Muhui's answer, Li Xia looked at him meaningfully for a moment, then lowered her head. Thank you for your advice, master. Li Xia will keep it in mind. Not long after that, Duan Muhui learned from other servants that Li Xia had decided to get married, and the other party had paid the ransom, and was just waiting for the time to take her away from Yuwa. After receiving this news, Duan Muhui finally cheered up. Next, it was time to see if his guess was correct. Li Xia sat in the room, facing the mirror, slowly combing her long hair. Tomorrow is the day when she will leave Shuren House. Thinking of this, Li Xia was also a little reluctant, although for any girl, unless there is no choice, they will not come to Yuwa. But after living here for so long, it is not true to say that there is no emotion at all. Moreover, she also loved the two children who served her very much. She wondered if they could cheer up after she left. However, at this moment, the figure of the young man emerged in Li Xia's mind. At first, she heard from the tea house that a rich boy wanted to see her, but Li Xia didn't care too much. It was normal for a rich boy to come to Yuwa to see the world and want to see the famous courtesan. But after they actually met, Li Xia found that the situation was a little different from what she thought. The other party was slender and handsome, a rare beautiful boy. However, the way he looked at her was not like other men. He didn't have the passion of a young man who was just beginning to fall in love, nor the greed and appreciation of a veteran in the world of flowers. On the contrary, his eyes seemed impatient, as if the other party did not feel her charm as an Oiran at all. This surprised Li Xia at the time, and she was a little disappointed. Even after returning, she checked herself several times, wondering if she had done something wrong or missed something. But at that time, Li Xia thought that the boy would not invite her again. The result was beyond her expectation that the other party invited her for the second time. This time Li Xia decided to avenge her previous shame and must attract the boy's attention. She even made careful preparations very carefully. Even walking on the street with that look, it was enough to grab the attention of all men. But it still didn't work for the boy. He looked at her calmly, with a little impatience. But that was not because he wanted to be close to her, but more like he couldn't get used to this complicated ceremony. This really made Li Xia unable to understand. Since the other party was not interested in her, why did he invite her again and again? You know, these are very expensive. So when Duan Muhui invited her to the banquet for the third time, Li Xia couldn't help but ask. However, the answer she got was ambiguous. The young master seemed to be planning to do something for himself. He even wanted to redeem himself, but he didn't make it clear what he was going to do. This made Li Xia a little angry. She didn't know why. After all, there were so many guests who were rude to her, but the attitude of this young man made Li Xia a little unacceptable. At that time, Li Xia was considering the proposal of another nobleman, and she hesitated to agree, but at that time, I don't know whether it was out of anger or something, she decisively decided to accept the other party's proposal. Even though she said that, the boy didn't show any expression of loss or shock on his face, but seemed relieved. Could it be that he was glad that he didn't have to pay for the redemption? Who did he think he was? Thinking of this, Li Xia couldn't help but tighten the comb in her hand. And at this moment, she suddenly heard a movement behind her. So Li Xia turned around and looked behind her. Who is it? However, Li Xia stopped talking before she finished, because at this moment, behind Li Xia, there was a woman standing. Li Xia was not unfamiliar with this face. She was the Oiran War Princess of Kaigokuya. But War Princess at this moment was completely different from the familiar look of Li Xia. She stood there, staring at her with a cannibalistic look, revealing a hideous smile. After tonight, you will leave, right, Li Xia? I have to eat you before that. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the other party, like a ferocious beast, Li Xia sat blankly motionless. She could only watch helplessly, as the ribbons floating around Fern Princess stretched out towards her like poisonous snakes. Boom! However, at this moment, the roof in front of her suddenly exploded, and then a bright red sword light fell from the sky and stabbed straight at Fern Princess. Chapter 1640. What's going on? This sudden attack startled Jueji. Before she could react, she saw the sword light whizzing past, piercing her head, and rushed out of the house with Jueji like an arrow from a bow. Ha 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 ha, the land of the upper string. Duanmu Huai held a long sword and stared at Jueji excitedly. Stinky Crow, go back and tell your master that the money was not wasted. A big fish was caught. Who are you? Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of her, Jueji was stunned, but before she could finish her words, she saw the knife in Duanmu Huai's hand suddenly turned, and then chopped off Jueji's head with one knife. The sword light that absorbed the blood of the evil ghost was particularly shining at this moment. Before Jueji could react, she chopped her outstretched belt and body into several pieces in an instant. Snap, snap, snap. The cut feet, legs, body, palms, forearms, shoulders, and head fell to the ground like rain, and Duanmu Huai also landed steadily with a long sword. At this moment, he was no longer disguised, but returned to his usual appearance. Is that young master? Standing at the window, Li Xiao looked at Duanmu Huai on the street not far below, and the whole person was stunned. She was not stupid. By now, Li Xiao had understood what was going on. It was obvious that Zhu Ji was not a human, but some kind of terrible monster, and even wanted to eat herself. She also said that she would leave after tonight, so she had to eat herself early. Wait, so that's it. So this is the reason why the young master wanted to redeem himself. The guarantee that there will be no danger, he said to himself before. So that's what he meant? Damn ghost hunter. At this moment, the stumps that were chopped off by Duanmu Huai slowly began to close and return to their original appearance. At this moment, Princess Bracken was also staring at Duanmu Huai angrily, gritting her teeth. How dare you let me suffer such humiliation? It's useless to cut the neck. Seeing that the other party recovered so quickly, Duanmu Huai also frowned. The previous upper string 3 was the same. How come he didn't die after cutting the neck? Sure enough, the upper string can't just cut the neck? Upper string 3? Hearing Duanmu Huai's muttering, Princess Bracken's face suddenly changed. It was you who killed Akaza? I don't know his name, but that guy used his fists, and it was quite fun to fight. To be honest, it's a pity to kill him. While speaking, Duanmu Huai raised his long sword again and aimed at Princess Bracken. I hope you won't let me down. However, at this moment, Princess Bracken's face was pale. She stared at Duanmu Huai, then suddenly screamed and turned around and ran. It must be said that Princess Bracken's action really confused Duanmu Huai. Is this ghost so timid? He was scared away just like that, but... Looking at Princess Bracken's back, Duanmu Huai sneered. Do you think you can run away? Wow! At the same time, Princess Bracken was desperately running towards the outside of Yugua. She will be killed. She will be killed. The news of the death of Upper String 3 was known to all the 12 demons, and she was no exception. But Princess Bracken did not expect that the terrifying hunter who killed Upper String 3 would actually appear in front of her. Why? Why is my luck so bad? I am the Upper 6. Why don't you go to other people? Why do you come to me? Just as Princess Bracken was complaining to herself, she suddenly felt a cold killing intent coming from behind her. When Princess Bracken turned her head, she saw a bright red sword light. Brother! Save me! Dang! Accompanied by Princess Bracken's call, a dark figure emerged from behind her. He waved the 2 sickles in his hands, and collided with the sharp blade stabbed by Duanmu Huai. However, the next moment, the sharp blade in Duanmu Huai's hand stretched forward, pierced through the sickle in the man's hand, and stabbed into the opponent's throat. Then the sword flashed, a head flew high, and then was hugged by Princess Bracken and fell to the ground. Oh, it's still a combination skill, interesting. Duanmu Huai fell to the ground and stared at the 2 people in front of him. Just now there was only one ghost, but now there is another one beside Bracken. He is taller than Bracken, but looks very thin. The words Upper 6 are also engraved in his dark yellow eyes. So, the sum of these two is 6? That's fine, it's really 6. But just cutting off his head doesn't seem to work. Looking at the man who took the head from Bracken and then put it on, Duanmu Huai remained silent. Seeing his look, Bracken immediately became arrogant again. See? We brothers and sisters will not be killed by you. Even if you cut off our necks, you can't kill us. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly. No way. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, raised his head, and looked at the sky. It was still a long way from dawn, and it was obviously impossible to wait for dawn like upper 3. Then, it's decided. Duanmu Huai raised his sword and pointed at the man. I will cut you into fine pieces, without any fat on top. Duanmu Huai pointed at Jueji again. Then I will cut you into fine pieces, without any fat on top. Finally, Duanmu Huai didn't finish his words, and the sword in his hand flashed. Then chop your bones into fine pieces, without any meat on top. I want to see if you can live like this. Go to hell. Although they didn't know what Duanmu Huai was saying, the brother and sister's faces changed drastically at this moment. Jueji raised her hand, and several long belts cut through the air and rushed straight towards Duanmu Huai. At the same time, under the cover of the belt, another man also held 2 bright red sickles, turned into a storm, and rushed towards the enemy in front of him. Blood Demon Art 8-fold belt slash. Blood Demon Art flying blood scythe. Accompanied by the shouts of the two, the long belt completely blocked Duanmu Huai's way from all directions, and the blood splashing around the man's hand also turned into dozens of razor-like blades, shooting towards Duanmu Huai under the cover of the belt. You all like to shout, right? Facing this scene, Duanmu Huai carried a long knife and snorted coldly. In that case, I play with you too. By the way, this is it. It's not bad to be nostalgic occasionally. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out his hand and grasped the hilt of the knife, while his eyes emitted a scarlet light. The sword of the god of innocent love. The next moment, the belt and blood passed through Duanmu Huai's body, but he himself disappeared into thin air. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the man and Fern Princess were both shocked. They looked around, but could not find Duanmu Huai at all, until a voice came from behind them. You should have heard it too, right? Hearing this voice, the upper string Lu brother and sister turned around in a hurry, and then they found that Duanmu Huai had come behind them at some point, with his back to the two of them, and sheathed his sword. You guy! Go to hell! They had no idea how the other party came behind them, but it didn't matter. The brother and sister turned around again, and continued to attack Duanmu Huai. However, facing the brother and sister's joint attack again, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all, and didn't even look back. After all, a true man never looks back. The clear sound of the divine wind. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai put the sword back into the sheath. Crack. The sheath collided with the sword jaw, making a slight sound, but at this moment, everything changed. Countless blood marks appeared in the deep mountains of Jueji and the man, and then exploded. The ruthless, sharp sword energy cut their flesh and blood, separated their bones, and even the weapons they controlled were torn into pieces. Under the whistling, rotating invisible sword energy, their flesh and blood, bones were like being sucked into a giant blender, and all were beaten into powder. No! Watching her body being cut, split, and scattered, Jueji screamed in horror. She raised her hands in despair, and reached out to the man beside her. Brother! Save me! Brother! The shouting stopped abruptly. Jueji's head was cut off from her body, and then the rotating sword energy tore the flesh and skull, and the brain inside was mixed into a paste. On the other side, the man suffered the same fate. He didn't even see his sister's death. His head was split from the middle, and even his eyes were split and cracked, and then cut into fine pieces, and then turned into dust in the wind and disappeared completely. TSK, it still doesn't work. When Duanmu Huai turned his head, there was only an empty street in front of him. Sure enough, as long as the cut is thin enough, the regeneration ability is useless. Next time I meet this kind of pretentious guy, just like this time, I will give him a taste of his own medicine. It's just pretentious, who can't do it? Duanmu Huai spat. He didn't know what the meaning of these people always like to shout nonsense, but it's just the name of the moves, who can't do it? If you can pretend, I can pretend too, what's the big deal? What should I use next time? Feitian Yijianliu? Or Beidou Bai Liquan? Forget it, I think about it later. While talking to himself, Duanmu Huai picked up the knife, hummed a song and turned away. This trip to the country was very comfortable almost. It's time to go back to my own time. Chapter 1641. When the second semester started, Duanmu Huai naturally returned to school. After school, he, Yanai and Katanda gathered in the classical club to report to each other. But then again, what's wrong with you? Looking at Yanai's sad face, Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised. He thought that according to Yanai's personality, this food trip would be very comfortable. Why is it like the end of the world now? Do you know? I made a mistake. Huh? Yanami raised his head and looked out the window, looking like he was recalling the past that he couldn't bear to look back on. But that's not my fault. It's all the fault of those great writers. It's their fault for describing the food so deliciously. You know, when people see such descriptions, they will naturally think, is it really that delicious? Not to mention, the goal of our trip this time is the cultural research of the club, and research is a serious and rigorous job. So, it's Yanami's weight loss period now. Katanda added an explanation embarrassedly, and Yanami sighed again silently. Why did the ancients create so many delicious foods? There was no such thing as calories before, so you wouldn't get fat at all. If it doesn't say it, it means 0 calories, right? If calories haven't been discovered, then they don't exist, right? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently, and then took out 2 wooden boxes from the handbag next to him. Then do you want this? What is this? The cakes I brought back. Do you want them? Yes. Yanami instantly came back to his senses from his half-dead state, and took the cake box handed to him by Duanmu Huai. Wow. It looks very high-end. Katanda also took the cake handed to her by Duanmu Huai, and looked at the beautifully decorated wooden box with curiosity. Duanmu Huai just laughed at this. These cakes were not from modern times, but were brought back from the era of the Demon Slayer Corps. As for whether they are expired or not, logically speaking, they should have expired for at least a few hundred years. But for such things, you don't have to take them so seriously, as long as they are edible. Wow, they are delicious. Yanami opened his wooden box, picked up the Japanese confectionery inside, and put it directly into his mouth, with a satisfied look on his face. It seems to be okay. Where is this cake from? This is the first time I have seen such delicious cakes. It is good enough to be on a food show. If you have to say, it was probably a few hundred years ago, and it is definitely not available now. Aren't you trying to lose weight? Watching Yanami stuff the Japanese confectionery in the box into his mouth one by one, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but ask, and Yanami blinked and looked at him, as if Duanmu Huai had said something strange. That's right. So you see, I didn't eat these desserts after dinner, but now, so I don't have to add desserts to dinner, so can't I lose weight? Okay, if you think this is okay, then let's do it. By the way, Duanmu Huai also brought others' portions, but they were all distributed before coming to school, because he could only meet Yanami and Katanda at school, so he brought them to school. By the way, the sword was kept at home by Duanmu Huai. He would only use the sword to go back to the past and kill people when he wanted to vent his stress. By the way, is there any problem with the information needed for the cultural festival? It's good to have fun, but it's troublesome to forget the main thing. No problem, right, Eru? Yanami winked at Katanda happily, and the latter nodded vigorously, then took out a notebook and opened it, only to see various records in it, as well as some clippings and photocopied materials. We also took photos. As long as we organize these materials, everything will be ready. Yes, in fact, I also hope to attach the store address. Katanda spoke next to the enthusiastic Yanami. Attach the address of the store? Yes, the food in these places tastes very good. I think everyone will want to try it after reading our report. That's a good idea. Duanmu Huai nodded. Why not? Because Shinsai rejected it. It seems that the relationship between the two has indeed taken a step forward this summer vacation. They have started to call each other by name. What's the reason? Because if I tell others, they will also go to eat, so there will be more customers in the store, and then I will never be able to eat those delicious foods again. It's obviously a selfish reason, but you can still say it so confidently. You can't eat it anyway. Are you going to take the tram to eat every Sunday? Faced with Duanmu Huai's complaints, Yanai froze. Then she lowered her head and looked at her hands, as if silently calculating the round-trip tram fare. Then, Yanami fell headfirst onto the table, completely losing motivation. Then Katanda, I leave it to you. Add the addresses of those stores. Obviously, the winner has been decided, and Duanmu Huai is too lazy to argue with Yanami. If it were him or Katanda, perhaps this would not be a problem, but Yanami's family is obviously not rich. How can a family with a monthly salary of somin have so much money to travel around and eat delicious food? By the way, in addition to research publications, the magazine also requires everyone to write a novel. Do you want to write it, Duanmu? Let me write a novel. Hearing Katanda's reminder, Dwonmu Hwai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and finally he nodded helplessly. Okay, I will write if I have time, but don't expect me to write anything decent. But I'm very busy recently, and it's hard to say whether I have time or not. He doesn't even write essays very much, so writing a novel is obviously difficult for Dwonmu Hwai. Although he looks like a literary girl, in fact, Dwonmu Hwai has nothing to do with the word literature. Dwonmu's movie has been finished, right? Will he still be busy? Even Katanda, who doesn't watch movies very often, has heard of Dwonmu Hwai's laziness. After the movie is finished, there is still promotion. These things need to be done, especially this time's promotion. Well, forget it, let's talk about it later. Looking at Katanda, who looked I'm curious, Dwonmu Hwai just laughed and kept it a secret. You can find out the details by watching the show next week. The filming of the movie is finished, and the post-production work begins, but it does not mean that the actors have nothing to do. They need to promote the movie and run around everywhere, which is also a very important job. In fact, the heroines Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai are busier, but this does not mean that Dwonmu Hwai is not busy, because he also has to run around. This time, Dwonmu Hwai is going to participate in a prank project. Although it is a prank project, it is actually linked to the promotion of the movie. Simply put, the program team will invite guests to a hot spring hotel in the mountains to explore there, and then various supernatural events will occur during the filming of the program. Dwonmu Hwai is responsible for playing the female ghost in it to scare the guests. Simply put, the entire project actually borrowed the background of the movie, but just used the guests for fun. However, the reason why Dwonmu Hwai agreed to participate in this project is that the guests this time are none other than the currently popular Bikamachi trio. Dwonmu Hwai still remembers that Ruby said that she was tired of watching the horror movies she played, and she had developed resistance, and felt that the ghost she played was not scary at all. Haha, it's time to let you know that your sister will always be your sister. The second reason why Dwonmu Hwai agreed to appear is that the destination of this project is Fuji Mountain. That's right, it was the place that Dwonmu Hwai had mentioned when he met Tanjiro. In other words, in the distant past, Dwonmu Hwai had been to Fuji Mountain and killed a ghost there. Although I don't know if it was a coincidence or the guidance of fate, since the crew chose such a good place then, it naturally can't be wasted. For Bikamachi, being able to appear on this prank show is actually a sign of their popularity. If they can become a regular guest, then they can continue on the road of variety shows. Dwonmu Hwai himself doesn't need this, because he is a pure actor and doesn't follow the variety show route. Well, the reason is, Dwonmu Hwai was also pranked before. That was when he was out filming a movie, and then the program group and the crew agreed to launch a surprise attack on Dwonmu Hwai in the middle of the night. As a result, when the staff member dressed up as a ghost and came from the balcony and lay on the window to scare Dwonmu Hwai broke the glass with a punch and sent him flying. If Dwonmu Hwai hadn't noticed something was wrong the next moment and hurriedly grabbed the staff member, he would have flown out of the balcony and fallen to his death. After that, the prank program didn't dare to find Dwonmu Hwai again. After all, pranking others won't kill people, but pranking Dwonmu Hwai will really kill people. And letting Dwonmu Hwai perform, as a member of the playing team, is also a safer way of cooperation. Sister, are you going to make a notice today? Standing in the living room, looking at Dwonmu Hwai with a guitar case and a bag on his back, Ruby asked curiously. Yes, about 2 days and 3 nights. According to the plan, Dwonmu Hwai will arrive at the Hot Spring Hotel one day in advance on Friday night to prepare for the show, and then he can prepare to scare Ruby and the others the next day. Is that so? Tomorrow we will also have a plan for Bikamachi. I heard that this time it is a hot spring trip. I am really looking forward to it. As Ruby spoke, she showed an expectant expression, while Dwonmu Hwai raised his eyebrows and said nothing. I am sorry, the plan for the hot spring trip is fake. It is just a bait to trick you. I am also looking forward to it. Looking at the excited Ruby, Dwonmu Hwai spoke silently. Chapter 1642. After arriving at the hotel, Dwonmu Hwai met the director of this project. Hey, hello, Dwonmu Jun. It's an honor to have you here. You're welcome. I'm also looking forward to this prank. Facing the camera, Dwonmu Hwai also acted very calmly. Speaking of which, Dwonmu Jun and Bikamachi are from the same agency, right? There should be no information leaked, right? Of course, speaking of which, I'm also very motivated. Oh, really? That's right. Ruby always said that when she watched the movie I acted in, she didn't feel scary when she thought it was me, and I also plan to clear my name. Then this is a good opportunity, I leave it to you. Well, I try my best. Both parties went through the whole process in front of the camera, and then Dwanmu Huai and the director smiled at each other. What role should I play? This time I hope Dwanmu Jun plays a prostitute. According to the director, the background they set is that something happened in this hot spring hotel before. It is said that a prostitute was deceived by a man and brought here. Then the man took away the prostitute's property and killed her. And the prostitute's ghost is wandering in this hotel. This time, what we are going to shoot is the plan of how the three people in Bikamachi will act when facing the ghost of the prostitute. Dwanmu Huai has no opinion on the plan itself. Although it is a prank show, it is also a way to increase the popularity of Bikamachi. As long as the three perform well in this plan, they will attract more fans. Of course, this is also a double-edged sword. If in this plan, the three people not only do not work together, but instead engage in internal strife or even quarrel with each other, then the whole plan will immediately become a black history. Although by that time, Dwanmu Huai could also use his authority to prevent this episode from being broadcast. But in this way, variety shows would no longer look for Ruby and others in the future. Idols and actors are different after all. Dwanmu Huai can focus on the screen and not care about variety shows at all. But if idols don't appear on variety shows, it would be fatal. But then again, I just went to Yuga in the past, and I have to play a Yoji when I come back? Could this be some kind of fate arrangement? After that, Dwanmu Huai also tried makeup, and I have to say that this role is indeed more suitable. Because Bikamachi and Dwanmu Huai are very familiar with each other, if Dwanmu Huai plays the usual female ghost like Sadako and Kayako, then they are likely to react immediately. But the Yoju is a brand new image, especially the face is covered with white powder, and thick, tadpole-like eyebrows, and bright red lips. Coupled with a heavy bun wig, combined with the kimono, Dwanmu Huai can't recognize himself in the mirror. He had thought that the prostitute's makeup looked like ghosts before, and now it seems that they really look like ghosts. Take Li Xia for example, she looks pretty good without makeup, so why does she have to make up like a ghost when she appears? Dwanmu Huai still remembers that at the banquet, Li Xia's makeup looked almost like a ghost. Why did ancient people like this kind of makeup? It's incomprehensible. The only problem is, because prostitutes usually wear off-shoulder kimonos, especially the kind that highlight the valleys and peaks. And Dwanmu Huai would just slide down when wearing this kind of clothes. But modern technology is very advanced, and similar props have long existed. Wearing it on your body looks like the real thing from a distance, so it's not a problem. In this way, they will definitely not recognize him. Dwanmu Huai was very proud of this. So the next morning, everyone, please look, we are now at the location of this episode of Hot Spring Exploration, Metania. In front of the camera, Ruby was full of energy and introduced very lively. I heard that the hot springs here can also nourish the skin and beautify the face, making people full of energy. You are full of energy no matter what time. Hearing this, Foman and Hua next to them complained. But this is not enough, I still hope to be more energetic, so let's start this hot spring exploration. While talking, Ruby raised her hands, and the Emium next to her also raised her hands with a smile. Only Foman and Hua were speechless, reaching out to press their foreheads. Okay, cut. At this time, the shooting at the door ended, and Emium raised his head, looked at the hotel in front of him, and was stunned for a moment. Hey! There seems to be someone there. Really? After hearing Emium's words, Ruby, Foman and Hua also looked up and looked at the window on the second floor in the direction of Emium's finger, but there was no one there. No one. That's strange. I just saw a person in a kimono standing there looking over here, and wondered if it was the proprietress. Emium didn't take it seriously, and said something casually, and then the three of them started the next filming. After that, the three of them came to the hotel and met the proprietress. They listened to her talk about the history of the hotel, and the effects of the hot springs. So far, it was just an ordinary interview program, nothing special. Very good, that's it. After the question and answer session ended, the filming came to an end again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the proprietress smiled slightly and bowed to the three people, and the three people hurriedly returned the greeting. Thank you for coming to take care of the business. You're welcome, this is what we should do. By the way, proprietress. Emium raised his head, as if he remembered something, and asked curiously. When we came here before, we saw a woman in a kimono on the second floor. Is she also an employee here? Is there any special program in the hotel? Huh? Hearing Emium's question, the proprietress was stunned for a moment. We don't have such people here. Maybe I saw it wrong. Like this? Emium tilted his head, with a questioning look on his face, and the proprietress also glanced at the three people, and then spoke. Ah, and the chrysanthemum room at the end of the first floor. Please never enter. Okay. Although they didn't know why the proprietress said that, the three people nodded. The following shooting went smoothly. Of course, the three people in the hot spring bath wore school swimsuits. After all, they were not going to take a photo shoot. Basically, the whole process was Ruby making a fool of herself, complaining to Hannah, and Im was responsible for smoothing things over. The Kamachi was very familiar with this routine, and it was considered quite variety show-like. But they didn't know that the real variety show would only start after they finished. Oh, this hot spring trip was really comfortable. After soaking in the hot spring, the three sat on the massage chairs in the lounge, enjoying the massage comfortably, and Im also sighed. Yes, the environment is nice, and the hot spring is also very good. I really want to soak here again in the future. Why are you screaming, Ruby? Because the massage chair is really comfortable. You should try it too, haha. Even if it is very comfortable, what kind of weird sound are you making? Oh. Ha ha ha, you are the same. However, just as the three of them were lying on the massage chairs and laughing and screaming, suddenly, the entire lounge suddenly became dark, and even the massage chairs stopped. Wow, what's going on? Power outage? Faced with this sudden situation, the three of them were also startled and hurriedly took out their mobile phones to illuminate everywhere. Why did the power suddenly go out? What should we do now? Let's go find the director and ask what's going on. Im, as the oldest of the three, also made a reasonable suggestion at this time. The other two did not object. They nodded and followed Im out of the lounge. The Japanese-style corridor was still dead silent, empty, and there was no sound around, as if there were only the three of them in the entire hotel. The corridor is also dark. It looks so weird. Fonbin and Hua looked at the corridor, frowned and complained in a low voice, while Ruby looked forward and then stretched out her hand. Ah, look, there is a light in the room over there. Huh? Hearing Ruby's words, Fonbin, Hua and Im looked up and found that there was indeed a light in a Japanese-style room on the other side of the corridor, shining through the gap in the paper door into the corridor, which was particularly eye-catching. Is there a staff member there? We know if we go and see. As they spoke, the three of them came to the Japanese-style room, and Ruby reached out and knocked on the door. Excuse me, is anyone there? There was no sound from inside. Sorry to bother you. As she spoke, Ruby reached out and opened the door. However, inside the room was an ordinary Japanese-style room. Nothing here? The three of them walked into the Japanese-style room curiously and looked around. This seems to be a guest room, which should be similar to the room we live in. Im looked up and down at the guest room, thinking and speaking, while Fonban and Hua frowned. But why is there only electricity here? I don't know either. Ah, look, there's another door here. Ruby then discovered that there was another door next to it, so she curiously stepped forward and opened it. Then, she froze in place. What's wrong? Ruby? Seeing that Ruby's reaction was a little strange, the other two also came over and looked in the direction Ruby was looking at, and then they also froze there. In another Japanese-style room next to it, there were talismans everywhere, and in the middle of the tatame, there was a white vase with white chrysanthemums on it. The whole room was extremely dark, and only the light from the Japanese-style room, where Ruby and others were located, shone into it through the crack of the door. The three of them looked at each other silently, but at this moment, suddenly, the room that was originally lit suddenly became pitch black. Wow! At this moment, the three girls finally screamed and jumped up, rushing out of the Japanese-style room in a panic. At the same time, in the room on the third floor. Ha ha ha! Looking at the embarrassing scene of the three people running away on the monitor, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh, you are worthy of being Director Shimizu. You are still as good as ever. You too, Duanmu Ju, and you understand me. The old man next to him also laughed and patted Duanmu Huai on the shoulder. That's right, the director of this project is not an ordinary person, but a famous Japanese horror film master, who has collaborated with Duanmu Huai to shoot several horror blockbuster movies. He is best at this kind of silent depression and horror atmosphere. It is not like other horror movies, which are always startling and scary. Instead, through the environment and props, people can self-suggest and scare themselves. Therefore, the movies shot by director Shimizu have very high requirements for the actor's momentum performance, and only Duanmu Huai can meet his requirements. Therefore, basically every time director Shimizu makes a movie, he will look for Duanmu Huai. After a while, the two of them became close friends regardless of age. This time, Duanmu Huai took on this prank project because he heard that Director Shimizu was in charge, so he participated. So far, the whole process has been very ordinary, nothing special, and there was not even any sound, or weird dolls or something like that. Just leave a lamp, and then use the contrast of light and dark, as well as the sense of oppression of some daily things. In Japan, white chrysanthemums are generally used in funerals, and now it is enshrined in this empty Japanese-style room, plus the contrast of light and dark, which will naturally make people feel nervous instinctively. At this time, just turn off the lights, then leave it to them to play freely. Just like now. In the monitor, the three rushed out of the Japanese-style room and ran to the gate, where they met up with the waiting fake crew members. At this time, the lights also lit up, and then the hotel staff told the three that the hotel had tripped, and they were really sorry for disturbing them. Although Ruby and the others were still in shock, they didn't say anything and went back to their rooms to rest. Okay, Duanmu-kun, it's your turn next. Director Shimizu laughed as the three returned to the room, and Duanmu Huai, who was wearing an orange costume, stood up and clenched his fists. Leave it to me, let them experience my power for themselves. Chapter 1643. In the guest room late at night, Ruby and the other two lay on the tatami, but they couldn't fall asleep. Hua, are you still awake? Yeah. I can't fall asleep either. Hearing Ruby's call, the others also responded in a low voice. They had been shooting for a whole day, and had already gone to bed. In fact, they were indeed quite tired, but they couldn't fall asleep. The reason was very simple. That was what happened before was too weird. After they came to the entrance and met the staff, the lights of the hotel also turned on. The hotel staff said that the circuit breaker tripped, and after that, the three followed the direction in their memory and found the room they entered when the power went out before. As a result, the three were surprised to find that the Japanese-style room was completely locked and not open at all, and that guest room was the Kikunoma that the landlady had told them not to approach before. This made them quite panic and uneasy, and then they hurried back to the room to rest. You tell me, did we do something bad? Ruby whispered. The boss lady told us not to get close, but we went in. Will it be okay? It should be okay. Wanted to comfort Ruby, but her voice was trembling. And Ruby, you saw that the room was locked and not opened at all. Even if we saw it wrong during the power outage, we couldn't have entered. So we must have entered another room. But there is only that guest room. Woo. Didn't know what to say for a moment after hearing Ruby's answer. She took out her phone and was silent for a moment. I heard from the internet that you can use salt to set up a barrier to exorcise ghosts. Stop talking. Bin and Hua couldn't help but speak at this time. It's all hallucinations, it's all fake, it's all our imagination, there are no ghosts in this world, we are just scaring ourselves. Okay, go to bed quickly, nothing will happen when you wake up tomorrow morning. That's true. Hearing Bin and Hua's answers, also put down the phone. Go to bed, we still have filming work tomorrow. Yeah. Ruby didn't object, and soon, the three of them closed their eyes, and just when they were about to fall asleep, half asleep and half awake. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. A faint cry came from outside the door. At first, the sound was not very loud, but gradually, the sound became clearer and clearer. The three people lying in the quilt also opened their eyes, and looked at each other. No one spoke, everyone subconsciously held their breath, as if the Black Mountain demon had come. Then, they saw a vague figure gradually emerging on the other side of the paper door. Master! Where are you? Master! A low, twisted, hoarse wailing sound came from outside, and just hearing this sound gave people goosebumps. Ruby, Bin and Hua were on the left and right, holding tightly to the lying between them, not daring to breathe. The figure just stood outside their paper door, motionless. Bin and Hua were about to cry, their usual toughness gone. Ruby didn't say anything, but she bit her lips. I go check. As the oldest of the three, had to stand up and walk carefully to the door. The other two shook their heads desperately, while reached out to grab the paper door and gritted her teeth. Swish. The next moment, she opened the door. However, unexpectedly, there was nothing outside the door. Under the dim light, it was clear that there was nothing on both sides of the corridor. Stuck his head out, looked around, and then breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? At this moment, Ruby and Hua also walked over carefully, got close to and looked outside. Nothing, probably just an illusion. Okay, let's go back to sleep. Turned around and planned to go back to her room, and then she froze there. Seeing MEM's horrified expression, Ruby and Kazuka also turned around, and then, they saw a pale woman in a kimono kneeling in front of their bedding, staring at them. Wow! The next moment, accompanied by a shrill scream, the three of them ran out of the guest room, grabbing each other and running desperately to the other side of the corridor. Ha ha ha! When Duanmu Huai returned to the command post on the third floor, he was greeted by Director Shimizu's laughter and applause. Oh, you are worthy of being Duanmu Jun. This effect is really only possible with you. The one who played the ghost of the prostitute just now was naturally Duanmu Huai. As for why he appeared in the guest room, as if he had teleported, the reason was very simple. Just when MEM opened the paper door, Duanmu Huai jumped up and stuck to the ceiling like a spider. Because MEM and Ruby were only paying attention to the corridor, and didn't want to look up at all, they completely ignored Duanmu Huai's existence. Duanmu Huai took advantage of their attention to the corridor and quietly crawled in through the open paper door, then fell from the ceiling and knelt on the ground. After the three people were scared away, Duanmu Huai just had to leave from the emergency stairs on the other side. As for whether he would meet other people on the way, everyone was an accomplice anyway, so who would expose him? It sounds simple, but without Duanmu Huai's ability, ordinary people would never be able to do this skill. Director Shimizu even decided to put this segment in the wonderful editing of the program, which would definitely make the ratings of the program even higher. Of course, it should also be noted that professional behavior should not be imitated. Most people would be lucky if they didn't fall half to death if they followed Duanmu Huai's example. Let's see how they react tomorrow. It's really exciting. Duanmu Huai also yawned and looked at the monitor with a smile. On the screen, Ruby and the other two said they didn't want to go back to their rooms to sleep, and insisted on sleeping in the same room with the staff. So in the end, the two female staff members slept in other rooms with them. Although the five of them were a bit crowded, it was obvious that the more people the better for them now. By the way, in fact, during the program planning process, the staff of this program once suggested that Bikamachi first hear the legend from the hotel owner, and then make the haunted scene. But Director Qingxue thought it was too deliberate. You just finished listening to the ghost story, and the ghost appeared in front of you. This is faster than ordering takeout. How can it be so accurate? In the movie, it is because of the plot, but when doing a reality show, you have to consider the real reaction. Therefore, Director Qingxue boldly decided to haunt them first, and then see if they would be curious about it. If they go to the boss lady to ask about the situation, then the boss lady can throw out the ghost story at that time. Of course, this is also thanks to Duanmu Huai's ability. If he didn't have this skill to pretend to be a ghost, then he would have to consider the first approach. But since Duanmu Huai is here, Director Qingxue naturally made a bold decision. Now it seems that the effect of this program is quite good. And the reason why Duanmu Huai did this was to educate these idiots, and not to open the door at night. Well, I believe that after this lesson, they will never dare to open the door casually in the future. After tossing and turning for half a night, the three unlucky people of Bikamachi fell asleep. Of course, this night was not peaceful for them. So when they got up the next day, the three of them looked tired. But even so, when filming the fake program, they still cheered up and showed their professionalism. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but nodded. This kind of prank program is indeed excessive. But it can last for a long time, and even become a stage for selecting artists now. There is a reason for it. For ordinary audiences, they can see the more real side of those artists from this program. For other producers, they can also see the on-the-spot reactions, performances, and professionalism of those artists through this program. This is like a big test for the artists. If they pass the test, it means that their professionalism and ability are recognized, and it is easy to receive more notices. On the other hand, if they don't do well, it will only become a joke. So like Bikamachi and the other two, they were tossed around for half the night, and they were still able to introduce the food and hotel scenery with full energy early the next morning. I can only say that being young is good. Okay, cut! Thank you for your hard work. After filming the morning part, the fake program team took a temporary break, and the three people from Bikamachi also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at each other, and then MEM hesitated for a moment and looked at the proprietress. That? Proprietress? I want to ask. Here. Why is the chrysanthemum room locked? Is there any reason? Oh, actually nothing. Hearing MEM's question, the proprietress also told the background story that had been set before. It is said that a murder happened in this a long time ago. A samurai took a prostitute and ran away, but the samurai's purpose was just to cheat the prostitute of her property. So after bringing the prostitute to the inn, he killed her and ran away with the property. The place where the prostitute was killed was the Kakunonoma. Later, it was said that the resentful spirit of the prostitute wandered in the inn every night, crying and looking for the samurai who killed her. So the boss at that time invited a monk to seal the room and worship the dead spirit. Therefore, the Kakunonoma has never been opened since then. Is that so? After listening to the words of the proprietress, MEM and others were pale, and even speechless. The proprietress also had work to do at this time, so she said goodbye and left. Only the three of them were left staring at each other, speechless for a while. What should we do? Are we really haunted by some ghost? MEM shuddered. The experience last night was too horrible. She was still scared when she thought about it now. It shouldn't be. Even the strong-willed Fongbin and Hua were a little uneasy at this moment. We are all women, not warriors. She shouldn't look for us, right? But didn't we break into that room? Woo. Faced with MEM's question, Fongbin and Hua were speechless for a while. Then, that was an illusion. Then the woman who appeared in our room was also an illusion? Okay, don't say it. At this moment, Ruby stood up. After the show is finished, let's all go to the front of that room and pray for her. I think she is quite pitiful. She was cheated of her money and killed. If we sincerely worship her, maybe she will ascend to heaven. Well, okay. I have no objection. After hearing Ruby's proposal, the other two did not say anything, but just nodded, and Ruby clenched her fists. Don't worry, it will be fine. After that, the filming continued. Most of the filming work has been completed. When it was time to rest at night, Ruby, MEM and others came out again, and came to the corridor where Kikunoma was before. Wow. I don't know why, looking at this corridor now feels so scary. Looking at the long corridor in front of him, MEM shuddered. It was nothing when he took a hot spring here before, but after listening to the story told by the boss lady, looking at this corridor again feels so scary. By the way, Ruby, did you bring any tribute? Yes. Ruby nodded. I brought flowers and some snacks. I hope she likes them. I hope. At this moment, there was no one here, and the members of Bikamachi were also cautiously approaching the Kakunonoma. Obviously, this corridor was not long, but in Ruby's eyes, this corridor was extremely long. After walking for an unknown period of time, she finally came to the door of Kakunonoma, and then Ruby knelt down, placed the flowers and snacks in her hands there, clasped her hands together, and muttered to herself. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to disturb you. I hope you can forgive us. However, halfway through her words, Ruby suddenly felt that something was wrong. She raised her head and looked around her in surprise. She saw that MEM, Fongbin and Hua, who were supposed to be with her, had disappeared at this moment. On the long and narrow corridor, only Ruby was left. What's going on? Ruby looked up in surprise and looked around. She remembered clearly that the two were following her not long ago. How come they disappeared now? Just then, the light suddenly began to flicker, and then a cold voice sounded. Master! Where are you? Hearing this voice, Ruby trembled all over. She turned around slowly, and saw a prostitute standing at the end of the corridor behind her, staring at her coldly. Master! Where is it? Woo! Facing the other person's gaze, Ruby first shrank her body, and then mustered up the courage to stare at her. Yes, did you take my companions away? Give them back to me. We don't know your master, and we have nothing to do with you. Although I sympathize with your experience, but it has nothing to do with us. Give the master back to me. Or I will take them away. No. Hearing this, Ruby hesitated. If you want to take someone, take me away. Give my companions back. Take you away? No, that's right. At this moment, Ruby was about to cry, but she still held back her tears and stared at the other party. I can go with you, but you must give my companions back. He. However, at this moment, the prostitute gave a twisted and weird smile. In that case, then, I will take you with me. Before she finished speaking, the prostitute suddenly jumped up, opened her claws, and pounced on Ruby like a beast. Looking at the prostitute with a distorted face, pounced on herself, Ruby also gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Then, she felt a hand pinching her cheek. Huh? Ruby opened her eyes in surprise, and saw that the prostitute was standing in front of her, holding a sign in her hand. The prank was a success. Chapter 1644. Wow. It's really too much. Ruby stared at Duanmu Huai angrily, her eyes red. I was almost scared to death. I thought there was a ghost. Ha ha, now you know how powerful I am. Facing Ruby, Duanmu Huai put his hands on his hips and laughed so hard that he almost leaned back. Didn't you say before that you weren't scared after watching the movie I acted in? Look at how scared you were just now, just like a newborn fawn, ha ha ha. Wow Xiaoai, your personality is really bad. MEM couldn't help but complain at this moment. What do you mean by bad? I'm dedicated. If I don't scare you half to death, how can it be called a supernatural prank? Facing MEM's complaints, Duanmu Huai obviously didn't care. But the last one really scared me to death. Ruby stretched out her hand to press her chest, and let out a long breath. MEM and Hua were clearly by my side, but when I turned around, they were gone. You guys weren't agents, were you? We were scared enough, right? Bin and Hua rolled their eyes. I was walking behind them, and suddenly someone covered my mouth. I was so scared that I was stiff. When I was dragged to the corner of the corridor, I found that it was the female ghost who caught me. If I hadn't seen the camera and staff filming behind me, I would have almost fainted. Me too, Xiaoai and I, you are just like the agents in the movies. MEM also patted his chest, speechless. In fact, the reason for their disappearance is very simple. Duanmu Huai just followed them, and then sneaked over like an agent in an action movie, and then knocked them down one by one. Of course, they also tried to struggle instinctively, but in front of Duanmu Huai, the two were like two docile little lambs, and there was no way to break free. It was not until they were led to a corner by Duanmu Huai and found that there were cameras and staff filming that they realized what was happening. Otherwise, they would have been scared to death. But Duanmu Jun's acting is really great. I didn't expect you to be so good at acting in a costume drama. Director Shimizu was also emotional at this moment. It seems that you can also shoot a costume drama in the future. Not only the appearance, but also the behavior and language are not much different. That's natural, after all, he played in Yugua for several days hundreds of years ago. So there are no ghosts, right? That story is a lie to us, right? That's right. Huh? After confirming with the staff again and again, MEM was relieved. I said, how can there be ghosts in this world? I don't think it's strange to have ghosts. Compared with MEM, Ruby obviously believes in ghosts more. Well, it's not hard to understand. After all, she is a reincarnation. If she didn't mention it, Duanmu Huai would have forgotten it. After all, Ruby doesn't look like a reincarnated girl. But what happened before? How did you end up in our room? Xiaoai was not in the room before. MEM was still puzzled. Please watch the VCR for details. Duanmu Huai naturally didn't explain it directly, but kept it a secret, and let them watch the show by themselves. In this way, the filming of the variety show was declared over, and the production team evacuated first. Only Duanmu Huai stayed, planning to enjoy the hot springs for another night, and go back tomorrow. No, we can't just let it go. But in fact, some people also secretly stayed. Xiaoai scared us, we have to scare her. Ruby clenched her fists and looked angry. Originally, they were going to leave with the program group, but Ruby became more and more angry, so she changed her mind and planned to stay in the hotel for another night. She must take revenge on Xiaoai, so the three of them finally returned to the hotel quietly. This seems quite interesting. Hearing Ruby's suggestion, MEM's eyes lit up. I haven't seen Xiaoai being scared yet. It must be fun to record it. Yes, I want to see it too. Bin and Hua also agreed, so the three of them quickly made a decision. That's it, wait until the early morning today, we will go to Xiaoai's guest room and scare her. Let her know that we are not easy to mess with. Because the program group left, the huge hot spring hotel seemed even more deserted, but the three people from Bikamachi obviously would not stop there. In the early hours of the morning, they quietly walked out of their guest room and came to Duanmu Huai's room, not far away. Then, the three of them looked at each other. 1, 2, 3, MEM said, and opened the paper door in one breath, and then the three of them rushed in. Gale! Wow! Eat people! While shouting, the three of them made zombie-like movements, and at the same time, they also put on very exaggerated makeup for this, wanting to treat others with their own way, and scared Duanmu Huai. However, what greeted them was only the silent air in the guest room. Where did Xiaoai go? MEM took the phone, turned around, and looked up at the ceiling. Well, there was no one up there. Could she still be taking a hot spring bath? Bin and Hua put forward their own opinions, and Ruby was the one who put them into practice. Go and see. Soon, the three of them rushed to the hot spring again, but after a round of looking around inside and outside, they didn't see Duanmu Huai. It's so strange, where did Xiaoai go? Just when the three of them gathered together to discuss, a voice sounded. What are you doing here? Hey! Hearing this voice, the three of them looked up and saw a hotel staff member looking at them curiously. After seeing the three of them, he was also scared and screamed, "Wow, what are you wearing?" Ah. At this moment, the three of them realized that they were still wearing that exaggerated and weird makeup on their faces, and they stuck out their tongues in embarrassment. "We are looking for Xiaoyai. Duanmu, have you seen her?" I think I saw her go to the back mountain just now." "The back mountain?" That's it." While speaking, the staff pointed to a small path outside the window. When they were filming before, they remembered that it was the path leading up the mountain. "Don't we always have wisteria flowers blooming here?" She might have gone to enjoy the wisteria flowers at night. "Ah, that's how it is." After hearing the staff's answer, the three of them suddenly realized that they had also filmed the wisteria flowers in the back mountain before, and they had to say that they were indeed very beautiful. But was that something they had to see at night? "Are you going too?" "You'd better be careful. There might be ghosts in the back mountain at night." "Huh?" Hearing the staff's words, the three of them were stunned for a moment and immediately alerted. "Is this also part of the program? Is the program not over yet? The previous withdrawal was just to let them relax their vigilance?" No, it has nothing to do with the program." The staff seemed to have guessed what they were thinking and waved their hands hurriedly. "This is indeed an ancient legend here. I heard that there were evil ghosts who ate people living in Tingxi Mountain in the past, but they were afraid of wisteria flowers, so they didn't dare to come out. This is why there are so many wisteria flowers in Tingxi Mountain. Of course, this is just a story." "Is that so? In short, if you want to go out, you have to be careful. Although there are lights installed on the mountain road now, and I haven't heard of any wild animals here, it's late at night after all. Also, if you meet that girl, let her come back early." After saying this, the staff also went back to rest, and the three looked at each other. "Are you going? It's quite dangerous on the mountain at night." "But Xiaoyai is going too. Isn't she afraid?" "I don't think I've ever seen Xiaoyai afraid of anything." "I'm going," Ruby said decisively, and the other two did not object. Of course, it was quite cold on the mountain at night, so they changed their clothes before leaving the hotel and walking along the mountain path. The mountain path was indeed very dark at night, but the hotel had obviously taken this into consideration, and there were outdoor lights on both sides of the mountain path. Even at night, it emitted a bright light, illuminating the wisteria flowers around. "It looks really beautiful here at night." Holding their phones, Fomin and Hual looked at the beautiful scenery here excitedly. "Why don't we take a photo here? With this face now?" Emium pointed to their faces with exaggerated makeup. "This is not a face that can be photographed and posted online, and it feels like it will ruin the beautiful scenery. Wait until you find Xiaoyai and wash off the makeup before taking photos. It seems that this is the only way now." Following the mountain path, the three of them went up all the way and then came to an open space halfway up the mountain, where they finally saw the figure they were looking for. The petite girl was standing on the other side of the open space with her back to them. She was wearing an ordinary sportswear, and her long white hair was flying in the evening breeze. Under the light and the background of wisteria flowers, it was extremely dazzling. So beautiful. Seeing this scene, Emium subconsciously picked up the phone and took a photo. And at this moment, they saw Duanmu Huai raised her hands, and in her hands was a black long knife. "What is that?" Even Ruby was a little surprised to see the long sword in Duanmu Huai's hand. She remembered that she had never seen such a knife at home. Why did her sister have such a thing in her hand? And what did she want to do with this knife in the deep mountains at night? Take pictures? But her sister hated this kind of thing. She didn't even have an online account? It was impossible to upload it and let others like it. Then, what was she going to do? Just when Ruby was puzzled, she saw Duanmu Huai draw out the long sword. The next moment, the surroundings suddenly became dark. Chapter 1645. Tingxi Mountain at night was dark and dead silent. It was like a cold grave, without even the sound of birds, and it was pitch black without any light. Until a shrill scream sounded, tearing the silence apart. Woo wow! Duanmu Huai swung the long sword in his hand, and the evil ghost that was chopped into pieces shattered and disappeared behind him, turning into a pile of dust. "It's not that we can't play, but it feels a little boring." Duanmu Huai put the sword back into the sheath and glanced behind him boredly. He came here because he heard that Tanjiro said that he had met him in Fujixi Mountain. Duanmu Huai originally hoped to meet someone like upper string 3 or upper string 6 here, or at least a lower string level guy to have some fun. In the end, they were all trash. All of them. Duanmu Huai walked in the mountains bored, casually killing the evil ghosts rushing towards him, and he really had no interest in it. Because these ghosts were too weak, and they didn't have any special abilities. They just felt a little stronger than ordinary people. But if you think about it carefully, the guy named Tanjiro himself is also very weak. If he really met an enemy like the upper string, he would probably have been killed long ago. Ah! At this moment, suddenly, a shout came from not far away, which made Duanmu Huai stun for a moment, and then he turned around and walked towards the place where the shouting came from. Bang! When Duanmu Huai walked to the place where the sound came from, he saw a boy flying out in front of him, and then hit the tree next to him and fell to the ground. Oh, isn't this Tanjiro? He was beaten so badly. But Duanmu Huai was mentally prepared for his strength. After looking at Tanjiro lying motionless on the ground, Duanmu Huai didn't call him. After all, he met him again on the infinite train afterwards, which means he won't die here. The continuity of time is like this. Since Duanmu Huai has observed Tanjiro in the future, he won't die now. Even if he was hit by a tree at the speed of being hit by a truck. But compared to that guy, Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked across, only to see a fat man standing there, with hands all over his body, and even holding his neck tightly with several arms. Is he so afraid of death? Duanmu Huai was speechless looking at the ghost in front of him. He has seen many ghosts, but it seems that this is the first one who is so afraid of death. Roar! At this moment, the evil ghost also saw Duanmu Huai standing next to Tanjiro and chuckled. What? Are you here to die too? The guy just took the opportunity to run away, so, aren't you going to run? At this point, the evil ghost raised a hand and pointed at Duanmu Huai. But it doesn't matter, it's your turn next, kid. Humph. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, put the long sword behind his back, clenched his fists, and walked straight towards the evil ghost. Roar. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming, the evil ghost also showed a grim smile. You're actually walking towards me, you don't run away, but you're going to die? If I don't come closer, how can I beat you down? Duanmu Huai stared at the evil ghost in front of him with cold eyes. Roar. In that case, why not come closer? While speaking, the evil ghost walked towards Duanmu Huai, and soon, the two sides were getting closer and closer. Then, huh? The next moment, a hand on the evil ghost suddenly stretched out and hit Duanmu Huai's face directly. Ha ha, is that all? Little ghost. Can't you even let me try a move? The evil ghost looked at Duanmu Huai, who was hit in the face by him, and laughed loudly, while Duanmu Huai stood there, motionless. What do you call a test move? You can't even leave a wound and gently caress your opponent? What? The evil ghost looked at Duanmu Huai after hearing this, and saw that under its fist, Duanmu Huai's face didn't even have a trace of bruises, and looked completely intact. Okay, then I accept your boring provocation and play with you for a few more times. The next moment, dozens of arms suddenly stretched out from the evil ghost, clenched into fists, and turned into a storm and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also clenched his fists and rushed forward. Ola 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 ola. You are just a human, and you want to compete with me in speed? It's useless, 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 useless. Woo. At this moment, Tanjiro also woke up. When he opened his eyes and looked forward, he was shocked. He saw that right in front of him, the terrible evil ghost was splitting countless fists from his body and punching forward. On the opposite side of this evil ghost, a petite white-haired girl waved her fists to fight against it. Ola, 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 ola. Useless, 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 useless. The fists of both sides collided, and the wind blew towards him like a whistling gale, making Tanjiro squint his eyes involuntarily and stretch out his hand to block his eyes. He could see that the evil ghost's fists were broken, but soon more fists were reborn. No, if this goes on, the situation will only get worse. Thinking of this, Tanjiro also clenched the knife in his hand and tried to help, and just then, Ola! Accompanied by a roar, the next moment, the figure in front of Tanjiro suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the hundreds of fists split from the evil ghost suddenly exploded and cracked at this moment, spraying a large amount of blood mist. The evil ghost's head, which was originally tightly protected, flew high, and its fat body fell backwards. It was not until then that Tanjiro saw that the girl appeared behind the evil ghost at some point, and was putting the sword back into the sheath. The demon's head was spinning in the sky, and he was still staring with eyes wide open, looking unbelievable. How is it possible? How could I? How could I? Before he finished speaking, the demon's head turned into ashes, and disappeared into the air. Well, it's a gain at least. Duanmu Huai put his sword back into the sheath and stretched. Although he was not as good as the upper string 3, it was still a bit interesting. Thank you for your help. At this time, Tanjiro also came over and bowed respectfully to Duanmu. Are you also a candidate? Ah. Just when Duanmu was about to answer Tanjiro's words, suddenly, a faint scream came from a distance. Hearing this scream, Duanmu's face changed slightly, and then he flashed. Before Tanjiro could react, Duanmu disappeared into the forest. Awesome. Looking blankly at the open space in front of him, Tanjiro couldn't help but sigh, and then tightened the long sword in his hand. Okay, I have to work hard too. I must pass this trial and join the Demon Slayer Corps. I thanked this girl at that time. At the same time, in the open space at the edge of the forest, Ruby and others looked at the strange-looking man standing in front of them with fear. Just when it suddenly turned black, the three of them were also startled, but when the three of them came to their senses, they found that the mountain road they were on seemed to have undergone some changes. There were streetlights on both sides of the mountain road just now, but now there is nothing there. Not only that, just when they wanted to find Duanmu, they were stopped by this strange-looking man who suddenly appeared. Seeing this man who suddenly appeared, the three people screamed, and the evil ghost was also shocked when he saw the three people's faces with makeup. Who are you? What do you want to do? Are you human? Hearing Imium's question, the evil ghost came back to his senses. He stared at the three people in front of him fiercely, and opened his mouth. What a strange outfit, forget it, it doesn't matter as long as I can eat. What do you want to do? Looking at the crazy man in front of him, Phonebin and Hua also raised their mobile phones. If you come any closer, I call the police. However, Phonebin and Hua hadn't finished their words when suddenly a gust of wind swept over her head, scaring her to sit on the ground, and the phone in her hand disappeared. When everyone turned their heads to look, they saw the evil ghost lying on the tree trunk like a spider, reaching out to grab Phonebin and Hua's phone, and staring at it curiously. What is this? How can it glow at night? As he spoke, the evil ghost opened his mouth and bit Phonebin and Hua's phone into pieces with a click, then chewed it, and spit it out to the side, with a sound of poo. It doesn't taste good, what the hell is this? The evil ghost threw the remaining debris of the phone aside, and then looked at the three people again. Forget it, I eat you first. Be careful. Perhaps it was a sudden inspiration. At this moment Ruby suddenly rushed over and pushed Phonebin and Hua away, but she was grabbed by the man, and then the man stared at Ruby, and opened his bloody mouth. Let's start with you. Ruby! Seeing this scene, Imium, Phonebin and Hua screamed, and Ruby stared at the man's cracked mouth. Sister! Don't shout so loudly, I can hear it. Before Ruby finished speaking, Duanmu's voice came from her side, and then the blood-red sword light flashed like thunder, and the next moment the man's head flew high and fell to the ground. Duanmu also came to Ruby's side at this time, and supported her. Really, why did you run here? Miss Xiao Ai. Seeing Duanmu appear, Imium, Phonebin and Hua also breathed a sigh of relief, and hurried over to look at Ruby. Ruby, are you okay? I'm fine. Faced with the two people's questions, Ruby shook her head, but soon she looked at the front with a pale face. But sister, did you kill someone? Hey! Hearing this, the two people's faces changed, and they looked in the direction where Ruby was looking, only to see the headless body of the man lying in front of them. Hey! Why are you yelling? He is not a human, watch out. Duanmu rolled his eyes, and said helplessly. When they heard Duanmu's words, the three of them looked again, but this time, they saw that the man's body was gradually decomposing and turning into dust, and disappeared after a while. Sister, what's going on? What happened here? What are you doing? At this moment, Ruby couldn't help it, grabbed Duanmu and asked. Although Imium, Phonebin and Hua didn't say anything, the way they looked at Duanmu clearly showed the same doubts. Can't you just treat it as a nightmare and wake up as if nothing happened? Okay. Looking at the looks of the three people, Duanmu sighed silently. Actually, I'm a magical girl now. Then, looking at the three people, Duanmu spoke. Chapter 1646. My name is Duanmu, and I am an ordinary and cheerful first-year high school student. One day, I accidentally found a knife in the warehouse. I didn't expect that after touching it, I signed a contract with it. In order to eliminate the evil spirits that are wreaking havoc on the world, I decided to transform into the magical girl Xiao Ai, fight to protect the love and peace of the world. Anyway, that's about it. Back to the hotel, Duanmu told the three people about the settings he had come up with on the spur of the moment. Anyway, it's not like I haven't been in the world of magical girls before, so it's not difficult to copy a setting. To be honest, it sounds so fake. M complained speechlessly. As expected, he is the oldest of the three. Is it still a bit reluctant? But don't magical girls usually transform? Fomin and Hua looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. But Miss AI didn't transform at all? Is there something wrong with what you're worried about? Wow, my sister is actually a magical girl. So cool. Well, this is the easiest to deceive. As expected of my sister, she is really stupid. Duanmu Huai has suspected more than once that she was reborn into something. Her IQ is no different from that of an elementary school student. In short, that's it. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Keep it secret from others. If Kurikawa Akane or Sakurajima Mai knew about it, they would be speechless. Sister, I want to be a magical girl too. How do you want to be one? Let's not talk about anything else. Do you have time? Ah. Duanmu Huai directly pushed Ruby, who was in high spirits, down. Wow. Being a magic girl idol is obviously very popular. Alright. You can't even stand still when you see a ghost. I'm afraid you will be killed in a few moves. You don't think that the magic girls in real life are like in animations, and you can easily destroy the enemy by shouting slogans like love and justice. Duanmu Huai was not lying. The death rate of magic girls on Huan Saiyu's side was quite high. Yes, Ruby. M also stepped forward and patted Ruby on the shoulder at this time. It was quite dangerous just now. If Xiao Ai hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid you would be in danger. Besides, this kind of thing is not something we can do. But after becoming a magical girl, don't you have magical powers? Just snap, swish, and then can't you fight against those evil spirits? Oh, let's just be magical girls together. A magical girl idol group is not bad, right? Ah, but M's age. M's whole body turned gray at this moment, leaning against the wall, his eyes blank. Yes, magical girl, I used to dream of it. But now it's impossible. Even if you can deceive humans, you can't deceive magic. In the final analysis, I'm an old lady. Looking at who ran to the corner to draw circles, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes speechlessly. Look at what beam I used to attack. That's all in the animation. It's not so easy to be a magical girl in reality. Woo. It's useless to stare at me. This is the fact. Duanmu Huai was speechless when he saw Ruby's expression that said there can't be no Santa Claus in the world. If he had known that this guy was so difficult, he would have thought of a different setting. Are you really reincarnated? Why do you look more childish than a child? On the contrary, Fongbin and Hua looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise, then at Ruby, and then... Hey! Are Miss Xiai and Ruby sisters? In other words, Ruby is Miss Xiai's sister? Oh, come to think of it, she didn't know yet. That's right. But you didn't say that at all? This guy asked, saying that he didn't want people to know that he was my sister to gain popularity. Duanmu Huai pointed at Ruby, which was not a lie. Although Duanmu Huai was not a big star, he was also a stable first-line actor. In addition to his appearance, he naturally had many fans. However, because Duanmu Huai did not operate an account website himself, and his appearance rate was very low except for filming movies, his fans felt that they had nowhere to vent their enthusiasm. If it was revealed that Ruby was her sister, then these fans might support Ruby in this way. Of course, I want to become an idol with my own ability. At this point, Ruby also proudly raised her head and chest. And now our Bikamachi is doing well. Ah, well. Indeed. Looking at Ruby in front of them, Fongbin and Hua's expression seemed a little complicated. Anyway, this matter was finally fooled by Duanmu Huai. Although a little shocked, the three of them returned to their rooms and rested obediently. Fell asleep quickly after returning to bed. After all, she is old. It is understandable that she is not as energetic as young people. Ruby was so excited that she couldn't sleep. I didn't expect that my sister would be a magical girl. It's really not suitable for her. Really? In comparison, I am more surprised that you are sisters. Huh? Really? Ruby was somewhat surprised to hear Fongbin Kazuka's answer. She originally thought that Kazuka would be very excited about magical girls, like herself. Is it because my sister and I don't look alike? It's not just that reason. Fongbin Kazuka shook her head. She is a first-line actress, and she has won the Best Actor award and even been nominated at a foreign film festival. She doesn't feel like someone around us. To be honest, just being in the same agency with her makes me feel like I'm dreaming. Really? I have to say that Ruby was a little surprised to hear Fongbin Kazuka's words. Well, Ruby, don't you feel a lot of pressure? Pressure? Yes, with such a great sister, won't people around you compare her to me? She's a sister, but she's so much worse than her sister. Like that? Not at all. Ruby shook her head. The president did say that your sister doesn't look like a girl at all, and she's even worse than me. At this point, Ruby proudly popped out her chest. Seeing her proud look, Foam bin Hsiang was speechless. I don't think the president is praising you. Eh? Really? I really envy you. Toyohama Kazuka turned her head and sighed silently. Actually, I also have a sister. Eh? Kazuka also has a sister? Well, she is very similar to Miss AI, very powerful and famous, and I can never catch up with her no matter what. At this point, Toyohama Kazuka's voice became deeper. Actually, in my opinion, there is nothing wrong with this. Just like Ruby, her sister is very powerful, and as a younger sister, I am also very proud, admire her, and like her very much. Isn't Kazuka like this? Faced with Ruby's puzzled questioning, Kazuka was silent for a moment. My mother hopes that I can defeat my sister. Apparently we are sisters? The situation in my family is a bit complicated. My sister and I are half-sisters with the same father. In the end, my father chose my mother. Just hearing this, Ruby felt that her brain was going to crash. In fact, I didn't want to enter the entertainment industry at first. At that time, I didn't know the relationship between my sister and me. I just admired her and envied her. But my mother seemed to be unable to tolerate this. She hoped that I could beat my sister, so she sent me to the troupe. However, my performance in the troupe was only good, and I still couldn't compare with my sister. So later, she thought of letting me become an idol. It happened that Bikomachi started recruiting at that time, and I was brought in by my mother. Is that so? Faced with Toyohama Kazuka's confession, Ruby didn't know what to say for a while. But I saw that Kazuka was also very happy when you participated in the event? Yes, I am indeed very happy, and just like you said, Bikomachi is becoming more and more popular now, but I still can't compete with my sister, which makes my mother very unhappy. Woo. I don't understand. Ruby frowned and thought hard. But there is no way to compare this kind of thing. My sister once said that she has been acting for more than 10 years. In these 10 years, there are people who are more popular than her, and there are people who are more famous than her, but in the end they all disappeared, and I am still standing here. My sister said that the war is not about the winner, but the survivor. In other words, the one who stays until the end is the winner? It seems to be this meaning, but I don't really understand it. But idols are different from actors. We only have these few years to fight. Woo. Sorry, I'm so boring, good night. Good night. Looking at Toyohama Kazuka, who turned his back to her, Ruby wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Maybe she is too stupid. Soon, it was a new week. The prank show that Duanmu White participated in was also broadcast, and the response was great. The program team also sent a message that they hoped Duanmu White could become a permanent guest of the prank show, but Duanmu White said that he had to think about it because he didn't like variety shows very much. Sister, what are we eating tonight? Sitting in the living room, watching the prank show on TV where she and others were scared and screaming, Ruby laughed and asked, Let's order takeout. What do you want? Pizza? Duanmu White likes pizza very much. The reason is very simple. Pizza is very similar to a kind of food called naan in his hometown. In other words, pizza is basically naan, but it is poured with a layer of sauce and some vegetables and meat. For Duanmu White, this is not so authentic hometown cuisine. After all, naan is hard to eat except in the local area, so it is not impossible to order pizza as a meal replacement. Hey! Do you want to eat something with such high calories? Then what about sushi? Sushi is okay. Pizza is not okay, but sushi is okay. What kind of food standard is this? Then, Just when Duanmu White was about to place an order, a text message suddenly came from his mobile phone. Duanmu White looked down. What's wrong, sister? You order first, I go next door. Sister Mai is looking for you? Yes, she said she has something to discuss. Then I order tuna sushi. Whatever you want. Duanmu White glanced at Ruby, who was screaming in fear on the TV screen, and regarded it as an apology for that night. Leaving Ruby, who was excited to start ordering, Duanmu White walked out of the house, and came to Mai's house next door. The door was not locked, so Duanmu White opened the door and walked in. Then he saw Mai Sakurajima sitting on the sofa with her head down, and next to her sat Foam bin Hsiang, who had her arms folded and her legs crossed. It was completely impossible to tell that a junior should be in front of a senior. What's going on? It must be said that Duanmu White was quite surprised that these two people would get together. He remembered that Fonbin Hsiang and Mai Sakurajima had basically no social interaction. However, at this moment, Fonbin Hsiang stood up and looked at Duanmu Huai. Now I am Sakurajima Mai. Ignoring Duanmu Huai's question, Fonbin Hsiang stretched out his hand and pointed at Sakurajima Mai, who was sitting on the sofa. She is Fonbin Hsiang. What the hell? I don't know either. Fonbin Hsiang no, Sakurajima Mai shook her head. When I woke up this morning, I became like this. Puberty syndrome? Staring at Sakurajima Mai, Duanmu Huai frowned, and the latter nodded with a wry smile. I don't think there is any other explanation. Then why are you two? Duanmu Huai looked at Sakurajima Mai in confusion, and then looked at Fonbin Hsiang. He felt that the problem should not be with Sakurajima Mai. But if it was Fonbin Hsiang, it would be a bit surprising. After all, they should not be familiar with each other. Not familiar, right? Actually. Sakurajima Mai hesitated for a moment, and glanced at Fonbin Hsiang, who did not speak, but just nodded slightly. We are sisters. Oh! She is my half-sister, I didn't tell you. I seem to have some impression. Duanmu Huai remembered that when Sakurajima Mai was about to disappear, she told him that her father abandoned her mother and chose another woman. And in order to avenge her father, her mother let Sakurajima Mai enter the entertainment industry, just to make Sakurajima Mai popular and then make her father regret it. You knew about your relationship from the beginning, right? But because it might cause unnecessary trouble to everyone, we have been pretending not to know each other. That's true. Half-sisters, working in the same agency, and both of them are popular stars in the agency. Duanmu Huai could imagine that Aunt Jingxi's stomach was about to be perforated. Miss Xiao Ai. At this moment, Mai Sakurajima, no, Kazuka Toyohama also raised her head and looked at him pleadingly. You must be able to restore us to the way we were. Please. As a magical girl, you must be able to solve this strange situation. I explain it to you later. Looking at Mai Sakurajima staring at him silently, Duanmu Huai wanted to die. If magic could solve the problem, it would be really convenient, but it's impossible. Then, there is only one other way, just like Mai Sakurajima at that time. Just solve the root cause of the problem. But, Mai, I remember that you seem to be on a series of programs starting tomorrow. What should I do now? Mai Sakurajima and Kazuka Toyohama looked at each other. It seems that before recovery, I can only play Kazuka and Kazuka can play me. So you asked me to come. Please support Kazuka, please. Okay. Hearing Sakurajima Mai's request, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. I clearly don't want to work. Chapter 1647. I'm so sorry to have caused you so much trouble. Taking Duanmu Huai to another room, Mai Sakurajima, who looked like Toyohama Kazuka, also bowed her head to apologize, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, you know I don't like to do extra work. You're really unlucky. Other people only have puberty syndrome once, but you have it twice? Isn't it possible that you are immune to it after having it once? Actually, I think the reason may be me. How do you mean? The child came last night. To put it simply, ran away from home. Duanmu Huai thought for a while. In other words, your half-sister ran away from home and came to your sister, and then you kept her, and then the next day it became like this? Just reading this sentence once made Duanmu Huai feel a strong sense of the plot of the family ethics drama that he didn't want to interfere with. I told you before, my mother let me debut as a child star to avenge my cheating father. Yes, you told me this. That child also worked in a theater troupe. Although it was different, we met at a casting venue when we were young. Women's resentment is really boring. Duanmu Huai shook his head silently. Isn't this a proxy war? Sakurajima Mai's mother was unwilling to lose her husband, so she made Sakurajima Mai famous to win back a city. And Fonbin Kazuka's mother was unwilling to lose to the other party, so she wanted Fonbin Kazuka to defeat Sakurajima Mai to fight back. Poor two children were inexplicably involved in a duel that had nothing to do with them. After all, what if they win? What if they lose? Will their father come back? In the final analysis, it's just for the two women to enjoy themselves. Forget it, I'm too lazy to deal with such household affairs. Duanmu Huai decisively put this annoying trouble behind him. You said you want to imitate Fonbin Kazuka? No problem, right? No problem, we meet every day in the office, and I'm also familiar with MEM and Ruby, so they won't be exposed. On the contrary, Kazuka. If it really doesn't work, do you want to take a leave of absence in the name of physical discomfort? Faced with Duanmu Huai's suggestion, Mai Sakurajima thought for a moment and shook her head. No, just follow the original schedule. Perhaps, this is what Kazuka expects. You are also quite Spartan. Duanmu Huai chuckled and complained. He knew what my Sakurajima meant. With previous experience, both of them knew that puberty syndrome was obviously related to the heart. Sakurajima Mai obviously can't care about Toyohama Kazuka, but Toyohama Kazuka may not be the same. Maybe she knows that she can't beat Sakurajima Mai, so she wants to become Sakurajima Mai. If you just think about it, of course there is no problem. But if you encounter puberty syndrome, that's another matter. So Sakurajima Mai doesn't plan to take a leave, although it's okay to take a leave. But since the problem lies with Toyohama Kazuka, then she hopes that Toyohama Kazuka can understand that she can't become Sakurajima Mai anyway. In this way, maybe the two sides will switch back. Sakurajima Mai thinks that Toyohama Kazuka will not beat her, and Duanmu Huai actually thinks so too. He is also very concerned about Bikamachi, after all, it is his sister's group. So Duanmu Huai also knows that in Bikamachi, Toyohama Kazuka's popularity is far less than Ruby and MEM. Ruby plays the role of a natural fool, which is actually who she is. MEM, because she is from YouTuber, has a strong sense of variety, and is a healing character. And Fongan Kazuka is a common-sense worker in this team, responsible for complaining and holding the reins of the two people running wildly. In fact, this kind of role is also very popular, as long as it is performed properly. But the problem is that although Fongan Kazuka does complain and pull back common sense, it is always a bit difficult to control the crazy Ruby and MEM. Many times, Ruby and MEM noticed that Fongan Kazuka looked embarrassed, and they made a round to turn the atmosphere back. So strictly speaking, Fongan Kazuka did not play a big role in this, and many people felt that it made no difference whether she was there or not, so Fongan Kazuka had the least fans among the three. It can be said that Ruby and MEM have 40% fans each, and Fongan Kazuka only has 20%. Bikamachi is very popular now, but Toyohama Kazuka is not popular because of this. There are even many people who think that Toyohama Kazuka should quit Bikamachi. In their opinion, Ruby is good at singing and dancing, and MEM is good at variety shows. They are all very talented and capable, but Toyohama Kazuka feels inconspicuous next to them, as if they are clinging to someone else's influence. Some people even left a message saying that Bikamachi is the same with or without Toyohama Kazuka. To be honest, this is indeed a problem. Duanmu Huai does not want this kind of thing to cause a rift within the team. Alas, that's why girl groups are so troublesome. He did not approve of Ruby's revival of Bikamachi at the beginning. It would be more convenient for her to debut as a single idol. Forget it, it's useless to say these things now. Then you have to work hard too. Duanmu Huai winked at my Sakurajima. Let those fans see that Fongan Hsiang is not a gift from Bikamachi. Leave it to me. My Sakurajima was also confident about this. Early the next morning, Duanmu Huai and Fongan Hsiang took a car to the location. As for the school, they just needed to ask for leave on the grounds of work. It was not a big deal. I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Xiai. You're welcome. Fongan Hsiang was still very respectful in front of Duanmu Huai. This was natural. Duanmu Huai was a senior in the entertainment industry. Not to mention Fongan Hsiang, even those who were older than him, but entered the industry later than him, had to salute him respectfully when they saw him. By the way, can you imitate Mai? Of course. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Fongan Hsiang hesitated for a moment, then she snorted and raised her head. How about this? Staring at Fongan Hsiang in front of him, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and said nothing. What's wrong? I can't imitate her like that. No, it's quite similar, I see, I understand. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Fongan Hsiang looked at him in confusion, but Duanmu Huai didn't explain. In fact, Duanmu Huai looked at Fongan Hsiang's action just now very familiar to him, and it was indeed like the action that Sakurajima Mai would do. Because of this, Duanmu Huai finally understood what Fongan Hsiang's somewhat fake behavior in Bikamachi was like. Just like Ruby has been imitating Hoshino AI, Fongan Hsiang has actually been unconsciously imitating Sakurajima Mai. When she was still her, Duanmu Huai didn't feel it because of the huge difference in appearance. It was not until this time that Duanmu Huai exchanged bodies due to puberty syndrome that he discovered this. After all, even if it is imitation, it is not said that even the subtle details can be imitated so much. That is to say, Fongan Hsiang has indeed been aiming at my Sakurajima to imitate her and want to become her. And after she exchanged bodies with my Sakurajima, this became even more obvious. But this is just the beginning. As they talked, the two had already arrived at the scene of the variety show they were shooting. It was a small town in the mountains. Duanmu Huai knew that this place seemed to be an abandoned village before. Later, it was acquired and renovated, and it was specially used to shoot those Japanese costume films. In short, this is actually Hingin in Japan. And this variety show is a similar time travel drama, that is, the artists seem to have traveled to ancient times, and then how they will live in ancient times. After all, there are many different rules between modern and ancient times. If they make inappropriate actions, they will be hunted down and even deducted points for it. The whole variety show is about the artist going back to ancient times, talking to the actors who play the ancients, finding clues, getting the hidden artifacts, and then returning to the modern times. Of course, if they are discovered or even arrested or killed during this process, then they will fail. The artists are all in pairs. The artist that my Sakurajima works with seems to be a fresh model. Duanmu Huai thinks the show is quite interesting, so he also follows to watch it. At this moment, my Sakurajima has gone inside to put on makeup, while Duanmu Huai is sitting on a chair outside, browsing his phone. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, hello, lovely lady." Duanmu Huai looked up and saw a man with yellow hair, who looked a little bit handsome and basically could not see how handsome he was standing in front of him. He showed him an ugly smile that looked disgusting and made people want to punch him in the face and break his teeth and chin together. "Are you here to participate in this program too?" "Ah, almost. Although I just came to watch the show. Let's get to know each other. My name is KT, and I am a guest of this program." The man grinned again and showed a hearty smile. "You look cute, how about it? Do you want to go out and play together after filming the program? By the way, let's add contact information." As he spoke, the yellow-haired man took out his mobile phone, and Duanmu Huai just looked at him like an idiot, without moving. Seeing that Duanmu Huai did not respond, the yellow-haired man also frowned. "What you?" However, before the yellow-haired man finished speaking, a man in a suit suddenly ran over, held the yellow-haired man's head, and then lowered his head with him. "I'm so sorry to bother you, Miss Duanmu. This KT has just returned to China not long ago, and he is not familiar with the environment here. I'm so sorry. He can chat up girls casually just after returning to China? Is he here to shoot a show? Or to chat up? Does he think this is a dance hall or a bar?" Duanmu Huai stared at the suited man silently. "Which agency are you from?" This. We are the karaoke office." "Oh, I see." Duanmu Huai nodded. "You can go now." "I'm so sorry." The man in the suit bowed to Duanmu Huai again, then dragged the yellow-haired man away quickly. From a distance, one could still hear the faint sound of their quarrel. "Hey, agent, why do you want me to bow down to a little girl?" "Shut up. I knew you were stupid, but I didn't know you were so stupid." Listening to the faint quarrel between the two people in the distance, Duanmu Huai snorted and retracted his attention. Although the other party was obviously older than him in terms of appearance and age, Duanmu Huai was a senior in the entertainment industry. He was not like Aramakana, a meteor who was very popular in childhood and weak in the later period, but a big star who occupied a first-line position in the entertainment industry for many years. And that yellow-haired guy was not even an actor, but just a model. It was foreseeable what would happen to him if he was a small role that was not in the mainstream and harassed the top big stars. In fact, Duanmu Huai didn't even need to do anything. "I'm so sorry, Miss Duanmu." Sure enough, after a while, the director of the program group and the suit man came to Duanmu Huai again. "The Blackwood agency has fired that rude guy. Please don't take his rude behavior to heart. Look, naturally someone will take the initiative to help Duanmu Huai deal with these idiots." "Well, I see. It seems that the management of the karaoke agency for its artists is still very strict. I am relieved." Duanmu Huai swiped his phone and nodded silently. This is not that the karaoke agency is making a fuss. In the Japanese entertainment industry, the relationship between the upper and lower levels is very clear. Even if the other party does not know Duanmu Huai, it is not Duanmu Huai's fault. Everyone will only think that the karaoke agency has not done a good job in educating newcomers. If the karaoke agency does not decisively fire the guy, then other program groups will doubt the ability of the karaoke agency to teach newcomers in the future, and will not invite its artists to the notice. Don't think this is an exaggeration. With Duanmu Huai's current fame in the entertainment industry, this is a sure thing. The director also spoke at this time. "That, Miss Duanmu, the guest Katie has withdrawn from this program. In this case, then, do you want to join in?" His partner. "Isn't it Miss Sakurajima Mai? I think you are from the same agency. It might be more convenient for you two to cooperate." The karaoke agency must have spent a lot of money and resources to win the guest position for their artists, But just because that idiot chatted up Duanmu Huai, the other party was even willing to give away the guest position that they had finally obtained. Well, in the entertainment industry, this is also a matter of course. That's why Duanmu Huai wants to have power. Otherwise, no matter if his face looks a little bit handsome, as long as it hinders business or even causes losses, he will be ruthlessly abandoned. After all, the entertainment industry is not short of handsome men and beautiful women. Even popular stars like Madonna, Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai are not indispensable. Okay. Duanmu Huai shrugged and put away his phone. Just think of it as promoting the new film. Chapter 1648. After making the decision, Duanmu Huai also flipped through the script of the program and figured out its process. This variety show is mainly about an old artist leading a new artist. But in fact, if this is the case, there is no topic. It is as boring as those 8-part essays. So the program team requires the old artists to make things difficult for the new artists, and the new artists need to face the difficulties of the old artists. For example, in the program, the old artists in the group will do some nonsensical actions that may even cause the group to be deducted points and eliminated. The new artists have to find ways to dissuade the old artists, or clean up their mess. The program is essentially the same as the prank show, which is a test for the artists. The only difference is that the prank show tests the artists' on-the-spot reaction ability and professionalism, while this program mainly tests the artist's spirit of cooperation. Of course, this does not mean that the old artists can do whatever they want. They must also show a sense of propriety. It is okay to make things difficult, but not excessively. This is one of the reasons why the idiot model was kicked out of the program. Another reason is that he flirted with others before the program. To put it bluntly, it's okay for an artist to flirt with other people after the program, but you flirt with women everywhere before the program has started. You have no professionalism at all. Moreover, the reason why the Blackwood agency let the model on this program is to create a contrasting personality for him. Although he behaves frivolously, he respects his predecessors. As a result, this guy has no professionalism at all. Not only did he flirt with women before the program started, but he also flirted with Duanmu Huai. What kind of contrasting personality is this? It's over. Just cut it off decisively. Since the Kuroki agency is so sensible, Duanmu Huai will not be too aggressive. He also asked his side to contact the Kuroki agency, and buy their advertising time in this program. Originally, this advertisement was to promote the group that the model was in, but now it is definitely not possible to promote it, so Duanmu Huai bought it to promote the new movie. Of course, he did not forget to inform Ms. Jingzi and the film crew. In the internet age, such things are easy to solve. Several parties hold a video conference to confirm the situation, and then sign a contract, which takes less than an hour. The reason why Duanmu Huai did this was to show that his approach has not changed. He still participates in this program to promote the new movie. Well, that's it, so don't look for me for any messy programs. After that, Duanmu Huai also went to the dressing room to change clothes, and then posted a piece of paper in front and behind him. All the actors in this program, including NPCs, will have a name tag to indicate their identity. Once the name tag is torn off, it means they are killed. Artists can disguise themselves by tearing off other people's name tags and sticking them on themselves. Of course, this disguise will be seen through by the NPCs who are guards. Something like this is all an illusion. What are you hiding? So the process of this show is generally that the artist tries to secretly tear off the name tags of other NPCs, stick them on himself, and then find a way to avoid the patrol of the guards, sneak into the castle, find the props and return to the modern era. This is basically the situation. Well, it's simple. After reading the script, Duanmu Huai already knew what to do. When Duanmu Huai came out after changing clothes, Sakurajima Mai or Feng Bin Hexiang also came out after changing clothes. Seeing Duanmu Huai, she was obviously quite surprised. Hey! Why? How about I be your partner today? Are you shocked? The camera had already started filming at this moment. Duanmu Huai did not explain those boring things, but just laughed and spoke, while Feng Bin Hexiang nodded blankly. Obviously she was really surprised. Then the staff took the two to the entrance of the film and television village and explained the content of this challenge to them. So, as long as you find a way to enter the inner city and find the treasure hidden inside, you can pass the level. Of course, we have also invited mysterious guests to guard the treasure. The guardians of the treasure are also celebrities from all walks of life invited by the program team, such as chess masters or Olympic athletes. Of course, the challenge projects they proposed are generally related to their own strengths. If they are chess masters, they will say, "Let's play a game. If you win, I let you go." This is also a highlight of the show. The program crew also keeps the names of the guests they invited confidential. However, Dwanmu Hwai doesn't care about this. Then, let's start. The show officially begins. Dwanmu Hwai and Phong Bin Hsiang walk to the entrance of the village. They see two guards standing at the door, and actors dressed as ancient villagers coming in and out. The whole village looks like a real ancient village. If it weren't for the camera behind and the staff in the distance, they would think they really traveled to ancient times. What should we do, Miss Xiao Ai? Phong Bin and Xiang were obviously a little surprised. We should find a way to exchange name tags from those villagers, and then disguise ourselves as villagers to enter the village, right? No need to be so troublesome, you just need to follow me. Huh? Before Phong Bin and Xiang could react, Dwanmu Hwai walked straight to the village entrance. Stop, who are you? Seeing Dwanmu Hwai and the other two coming, the guards at the village entrance also hurriedly raised their spears, blocked the road to the village entrance, and shouted loudly. Well, they are all professional actors, and they acted very similarly. Even Phong Bin and Xiang were a little nervous. But Dwanmu Hwai just walked in front of them, then stretched out his hand, and directly tore off the name tags on their chests. Huh? Dwanmu Hwai's movements were so fast that the two guards did not react until the name tags were torn off. They stared at their empty chests in amazement, and then lay down helplessly. Then, Dwanmu Hwai pulled out a samurai sword from the waist of one of the guards and took a look at it. Yeah, it's just a common prop for acting. Okay, let's go. Wait, what are you doing? It's not that troublesome, just charge in. Hey! Toot! Before Phong Bin and Xiang could come to their senses, accompanied by a quick whistle, several soldiers holding long spears ran towards them along the road. This is also natural. If it were really in ancient times, Dwanmu Hwai would definitely attract guards to block him if he broke into the village directly. And those villagers who were just walking on the road had already screamed and hid in a house, and closed the door. Phong Bin Hsiang was obviously at a loss for what to do in this situation, but Dwanmu Hwai didn't care at all, striding forward with his knife in his hand tightly grasped. Stop, murderer! Looking at the soldiers rushing towards him, Dwanmu Hwai sneered, then grasped the long sword tightly, and his figure flashed. Everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the next moment, he appeared in the middle of several soldiers, accompanied by the sound of clang clang clang. The long spears in the hands of those soldiers were knocked away, and the nameplates on their chests were cut in half. For a moment, everyone present was speechless, staring at this scene in amazement, and the guards also looked at their empty hands in a daze, and then looked at the nameplate that was cut in half, lying silently on the ground, pretending to be dead. Even Phong Bin Hsiang was confused, although she had seen Dwanmu Hwai as a magic girl destroying evil spirits before, but that scene was too exaggerated, and it was easier to be regarded as a dream. But now, watching Dwanmu Hwai swinging his knife at the actors around him without hesitation, she was still frightened. Let's go! Oh! Next, Dwanmu Hwai led Phong Bin and Xiang to charge all the way. All the guards who dared to rush forward were directly chopped to death by Dwanmu Hwai. Facing Dwanmu Hwai's unreasonable attack, Phong Bin and Xiang were completely numb, just like puppets, following Dwanmu Hwai stupidly. One thing is certain, this episode will definitely be a hit. This is indeed the case. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Watching the program on TV, my Sakurajima sighed helplessly, while Dwanmu Hwai on the other end of the phone raised his eyebrows. What can I do? The idiot who was supposed to partner with Kazuka left, so I had to force him to do it. And then it became like this. Sakurajima Mai silently scrolled through her phone. It's been well received. Yeah. President Kyoko has been inviting you a lot. I can only ask her to reject all of them. What if it's to promote the new movie? Dwanmu Hwai sighed silently. I can only bear it until the movie is released. Sorry, I'm sorry for bothering you. For other artists, receiving so many invitations is something they can't even dream of. But Sakurajima Mai knew that Dwanmu Hwai was not just being nice, he really hated work. If it wasn't for accompanying Kazuka, he wouldn't bother to participate in variety shows. In fact, the ratings of the two variety shows that Dwanmu Hwai participated in this time were all off the charts. Needless to say, Supernatural Pranks are originally a national entertainment program. Another time travel variety show also attracted a lot of attention because of Dwanmu Hwai's explosive killing. And it received praise from many viewers. After all, most female artists are female, and occasionally tomboyish, but Dwanmu Hwai has surpassed the tomboy level, and is completely like a violent beast. But the incredible thing is that this kind of violence is not annoying. In fact, there are many artists in the entertainment industry who are marked by wildness. For example, There's an artist called Wild Boy who likes to go to waterfalls naked, or eat raw meat, learn to survive in the wilderness, and say this is wild. From time to time. However, Duanmu Huai's rage far exceeds this level, just like a human-shaped beast, but he is not a superficial wild boy. In fact, judging from his appearance, Duanmu Huai's form is quite popular with boys. As long as he shuts his mouth and sits there, and then lets himself go, he gives people the impression of a sickly literary girl, which is quite lovable. However, when he wants to take action, the whole person is like switching a switch, becoming violent and full of oppression. It is a complete contrast with the previous image of a sickly literary girl, which is enough to make people impressed. In addition, Duanmu Huai's ability, which is not inferior to that of professional athletes, also forms a strong contrast with his appearance that looks like he will fall down at the slightest breeze. Although it is not that no one has questioned Duanmu Huai's deliberate performance, no one believes it, because generally speaking, disguise will disguise the part you are best at, right? It's like Duanmu Huai looks like a sickly girl. Even if she is not sick, it is easy to play a sickly girl. There is no need to deliberately play Kentaro, who beats a bear at the age of 10. Duanmu Huai rarely participated in variety shows. He was young before, and everyone thought he might be concentrating on acting, and didn't have much energy to spend on variety shows. But these two variety shows will obviously let other producers see Duanmu Huai's obvious variety show attributes, and there will definitely be more invitations. Maybe you will be the host of the Red and White. Forgive me, I will never do this. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to continue to dwell on this topic, and decisively changed the subject. By the way, are you okay? Of course, M.E.M. and Ruby are also familiar with me. I won't let them find out so easily. Generally speaking, even if they find something strange, they will only think that it is physically or mentally uncomfortable. Who would be so imaginative as to think that the two have swapped bodies? Even a natural fool like Ruby can't think of such a thing. As for Kazuka, it was also going well. In fact, she was shocked by Duanmu Huai throughout the show, showing an expression that she didn't know how to react at all, which also made Sakurajima Mai's popularity soar again. After all, everyone knows Sakurajima Mai as an image with perfect attributes and successful in everything. Seeing her will also be at a loss, not knowing what to do is good, and therefore have a sense of intimacy with her. Of course, this is also because of Duanmu Huai's exaggerated performance, so even if Foam and Kazuka showed that kind of confusion, everyone thought it was natural. This is also the reason why Sakurajima Mai thanked Duanmu Huai. If Duanmu Huai didn't act to that extent, Sakurajima Mai's performance would be a bit unreasonable. The price is Duanmu Huai's workload. A headache. The program team here wants me to officially shoot a gatekeeping episode. With Kazuka as well. Are you sure? In short, it's more convenient this way. Duanmu Huai was talking on his phone, while looking at Kazuka, who looked like Sakurajima Mai not far away. It was really troublesome. Then I trouble you. Oh, leave it to me. Duanmu Huai silently hung up the phone, and opened the system in front of him. After coming to this world, because it was a reincarnated body, Duanmu Huai could not use the system in this body, but the attribute points were all ready, so it didn't matter. But only one could be used. How long will it take me to go back? Since he was able to contact the customer service, Duanmu Huai would send messages to the customer service when he had nothing to do. No other meaning, just harassment. Customer service 21193. Please wait for the task to be completed. What are the conditions for completing the task in this world? Customer service 21193. Please explore on your own. At least tell me the progress. There is nothing. This time, the customer service was silent for a long time. Customer service 21193. The progress bar is 3. The maximum value is 10? Customer service 21193. 100. Are you kidding me? Duanmu Huai was confused. What if I can't go back? Customer service 21193. For gods, time itself is not a problem. If necessary, thousands of years can pass by in a flash. I don't have the patience. You don't really want me to stay in this world for 1,000 years, do you? Customer service 21193. Can't you do it? I don't want to do it. Duanmu Huai replied. It's not that he can't do it, he just doesn't want to do it. Customer service 21193. But this is a test that gods must go through. It's not so troublesome when it comes to the god of destruction and the old ones. Customer service 21193. The characteristics of the priesthood are different. Duanmu Huai fell into silence. Can I give up? Customer service 21193. Yes. Then what's the price? Duanmu Huai is not a fool. The customer service agreed so readily. There must be something wrong. Customer Service 21193. This world is created according to your personal attributes. It is not yet fully completed. Only when you complete the task, the world will be fixed. So? Customer Service 21193. If the player gives up the task, the world will be destroyed. Is it the same with the previous trial worlds? Customer Service 21193. That's right, good guy, now I know a useless piece of knowledge. Is there no way? Customer Service 21193. If the player has a strong demand, the world structure can be adjusted within a certain range. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately became interested. For example? Customer Service 21193. You can set this world to suddenly break out a zombie virus, or this world is invaded by demons. Why are they all heading for the destruction of the world? Isn't there a more peaceful one? Customer Service 21193. The current state of this world is already very peaceful. If you say so, it is true. Customer Service 21193. But considering that the player is the first user of this system, I have reported to the higher-ups, and can provide you with corrections within a certain range. Do you need to make corrections? Oh! Are you sure? There won't be any biochemical crisis or demon army, or something like that. Customer Service 21193. This adjustment will not cause a serious systemic crisis to the world itself, at a certain level. At a certain level, right? Duanmu Huai always feels that this broken system has a strong feeling of wanting to pit himself. Customer Service 21193. Do you need to modify it? Modify. Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision. At least it is better than being an artist every day like now. Customer Service 21193. Understood. Please look forward to the update. After hanging up the customer service hotline, Duanmu Huai looked up at the sky in front of him. I hope this update will be more reliable. Chapter 1649. Duanmu Huai didn't know what updates this world would have. But now, he had a problem with no updates. Ah. Looking at my Sakurajima lying on the bed. No, it was Fonbin Hexiang. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. The incident happened the next morning. Fonbin Hexiang had to replace my Sakurajima to shoot an advertisement, and Duanmu Huai couldn't help, so he could only watch from the side. As a result, Fonbin Hexiang failed to shoot several times in a row, and then, she acted very painful. Seeing this, everyone stopped shooting and rushed her to the hospital. After the examination, the doctor said that Fonbin Hexiang's body was not seriously ill. It was a short-term symptom caused by excessive tension, and she just needed to rest for a while. So Duanmu Huai stayed here to accompany her. Anyway, he had nothing to do. And the purpose of his coming here was this. Woo. After a while, Fonbin Hexiang slowly opened his eyes, and looked around blankly. Where is this? Hospital? Do you remember what happened? You didn't lose your memory, did you? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Fonbin Hexiang was stunned for a moment, then sat up suddenly. By the way, the commercial shoot. It's terminated. The next one will be in a week. I hope you can adjust your condition. Really? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Fonbin Hexiang lowered his head in frustration. Screwed up. Well, come to think of it, I'm a bit weird. Duanmu Huai looked at Fonbin Hexiang in confusion. It's just a commercial shoot. It's not your first time, right? How did it end up like this? This is different. Toyohama Kazuka shook her head vigorously. Before? I was me before, but now I am the elder sister. I will try my best to be a good elder sister. The elder sister will not make such a mistake. Even if she has a high fever and is unconscious, as long as she is immersed in the role, she can even run into the cold winter sea without changing her face. This is my Sakurajima. The elder sister is such a person. Are you serious? Duanmu Huai stared at Toyohama Kazuka in amazement. You are still practicing dancing with a fever of 38 degrees, right? You believe this nonsense? At that time, I felt it. Toyohama Kazuka lowered her head. The staff around me trust my Sakurajima so much. They believe that my sister can complete this work smoothly. This is not a problem for my sister at all. It is precisely because I realize this that I can't stand that kind of pressure at all. If you talk about pressure, Toyohama Kazuka, as an idol, is not bad, and you are different from my who debuted alone. You also have the group Bikamachi. If you make a mess, you will not be the only one who will be unlucky, right? Isn't this pressure stronger than mine's? That's what I said, but even if I don't perform well, at least Ruby and Emiam are fine. Everyone recognizes their strength, but they will think that I am not good. But now I am the elder sister. If I don't perform well, then everyone will only think that my sister performed poorly. Toyohama Kazuka's whispers began to become increasingly confused. I'm tired of this kind of thing. I can't do it. I want to give up. I can't stand that kind of pressure at all. It turns out that I don't understand what it means to be my Sakurajima. I don't understand it at all. I just admired her at the beginning, but if I knew this earlier, I wouldn't want to be a sister. Admiration is the farthest distance from understanding. Now I think you understand what this sentence means. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. There is no perfect artist in this world. You just think Sakurajima Mai is a perfect artist. But if you ask me, she has a lot of small flaws. For example, she has a strong personality and always worries about some inexplicable little things. And I heard that she doesn't have many friends. Haha, I have 2 friends in school. Please don't say bad things about my sister. Fo Bin Hsiang glared at Duanmu Huai with dissatisfaction, but Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. However, soon, Fo Bin Hsiang lowered his head again. But no matter what, my sister is much better than me. Of course, she has been an artist for so many years, and you want to surpass her? If she is so easily surpassed by you, then she is not Sakurajima Mai. That's true. Fo Bin Hsiang lowered his head. In the final analysis, I can only chase after my sister like a clown. I'm afraid my sister didn't see me at all. Then I don't know. Duanmu Huai said, looked at the watch, and then took out his mobile phone. What is this? Today's Bikomachi's live broadcast. Oh, it started. Duanmu Huai put his mobile phone on the table, sat next to him, and watched the live performance in front of him with Fo Bin Hsiang. The main C of Bikomachi is naturally Ruby, who sings and dances in the middle, twisting her body, blooming with vitality, shining. Sure enough, Ruby is amazing. Watching Ruby's performance, Fo Bin Hsiang couldn't help but sigh. Although I felt it when we were on stage together, it was only when I saw the performance from a third-party perspective that I realized why everyone likes Ruby the most. Cheerful and straightforward, just looking at her will attract your attention and make you feel better. No wonder Ruby has become a well-known idol. Humph, of course, she hasn't practiced for nothing all these years. Duanmu Huai snorted. This girl said she wanted to be an idol when she was a child. When she was about 5 or 6 years old, she told me that she wanted to be an idol when she grew up. Of course, I didn't support her at first. After all, idols don't last long, but she insisted on being one. So you support her, senior? It's not that easy. Duanmu Huai chuckled. I signed her up for a lot of classes. Classes? Yes, you may not be able to tell from Ruby now, but at that time, she had nothing but a pretty face, and she just thought that I was so cute that I could definitely become an idol, and she was just messing around. So I wanted to see how determined she was, so I signed her up for dance classes, singing classes, and acting training, etc. Since then, this girl has basically been going back and forth between school and various training classes every day. It is because she has persisted until now that I agreed to let her become an idol. In other words, Ruby persisted for at least 10 years. Yes, although there were times when she complained, but it takes 10 years of hard work to be on stage for a minute. Although I admit that Ruby has some talent, if she could not persist for 10 years, she would not be able to stand in this position. Duanmu Huai folded his arms, and looked at Ruby singing and dancing on the phone. In fact, the same is true for Kurikawa Akane and Arima Kana. The foundation they laid when they were young is the reason why they qualified earlier than their peers. If the foundation is not laid well, then everything will be in vain. I think you have also seen that even after 10 years of practice, she still can't do some things. Duanmu Huai is not being modest. He has been in the entertainment industry for so long, and has seen all kinds of artists. Ruby does have strengths, but also weaknesses. For example, her acting skills are very average. She has not made much progress after 10 years of practice, and her variety sense can only be said to be above average. This is normal. Not many artists can be all-round, and Ruby is no exception. Then, the camera turned to Mem. She is really hard-working. Looking at Mem, Duanmu Huai also sighed. To be honest, looking at her like this, you can't tell her real age at all. Miss Mem stays up very late every day. Fo Bin Kazuka also nodded beside him. Although she masochistically said that she is an adult, so she doesn't have to worry about working late at night, I am still quite worried. After all, she drank a lot of those functional drinks that adults drink. For Mem, this is the last chance. If she doesn't fight, there will be no chance. Even if Mem looks very young, it will be no good if she is over 30 years old. Moreover, girl idol groups can't last for a few years. If Mem doesn't fight now, then she will have no choice. Mem's singing and dancing skills are average, but she has a strong sense of variety, and is also good at gathering popularity on the internet. Duanmu Huai stared at Mem, who was singing and dancing with a smile at the moment, and nodded silently. Then, the camera was turned to Fonbin Kazuka, or Sakurajima Mai. Fonbin Kazuka was completely speechless at this moment. She stared blankly at herself on the screen, as if she was looking at a completely unfamiliar person. Duanmu Huai knew why she had such a reaction, because the Fonbin Kazuka on the screen was emitting a completely different brilliance from before, a pure, lively, and cheerful feeling, not inferior to Ruby and Emium. If Ruby was the sun, Emium was the moon, and Fonbin Kazuka was just like an asteroid in Bikamachi before, then Fonbin Kazuka now is like the earth. Although it does not have the brilliance of the sun and the moon, it has its own azure color that is full of vitality. Sister is really amazing. Fonbin Kazuka said blankly, while staring blankly at the mobile phone screen in front of her. Sure enough, I can't compare to my sister no matter what. So what? Are you going to give up? Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Fonbin Kazuka fell silent. I don't want to interfere with your family situation. Whether you want to continue to insist is your own problem. I just want to tell you that everyone has their own goals. It doesn't mean that you have no value if you can't compare to someone else. But mother didn't tell me that. Fonbin Xiang angrily interrupted Duanmu Huai. Mother has been complaining all the time, why I can't compare to my sister, why I am not as good as her. If I am not my sister, then I have no value to my mother. I have nothing to say about your mother. After all, I don't know her. Duanmu Huai directly threw aside this kind of family affairs that is difficult for a judge to judge. But at least someone is paying attention to you, right? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pointed at Fonbin Xiang on the phone screen. What are you talking about? If she didn't pay attention to you, she wouldn't be able to fully display Fonbin Xiang's charm. The one there now is not Fonbin Xiang, but Sakurajima Mai. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Fonbin Xiang stayed where she was. She stared blankly at herself on the phone, and muttered to herself after a moment. Not sister? Is it me? As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, and those who are on the sidelines are clear. Maybe Mai does know you better than you do. Duanmu Huai didn't say anything more. This time the problem was not something he could solve, and he was not suitable to be a close sister. Let the two sisters deal with the specific problems themselves. That was all he could do. Chapter 1650. Duanmu Huai didn't know what happened between Fonbin Xiang and Sakurajima Mai after she returned. Anyway, a few days later, when he received a text message and went to the beach, he saw Sakurajima Mai who had returned to her original state. Oh, you finally got back? Well, thank you very much. Sakurajima Mai, who had returned to her original state, looked at Duanmu Huai with a complicated expression, and then bowed her head to thank him. By the way, I really didn't expect you to take her to see the live show I performed. Aren't you worried that if I perform in Sakurajima Mai's style, it will make Xiang even more uneasy? Oh, actually I have no choice. Just like you at that time, there is no other way to think about it. Let's give it a try. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. I think you are a good sister, and should understand your sister's feelings. You really trust me. Not bad. After a short conversation, the two fell into silence, just staring at the sea in front of them on the coast. On the beach, you can see people having fun, but it has nothing to do with them. After a while, my Sakurajima broke the silence. Come to think of it, how did you expect me to do this? Because she is my sister. That's it? What do you think of Ruby? However, to my Sakurajima's surprise, Duanmu Huai did not answer her question directly, but asked a completely unrelated question. Ruby? Very good, very straightforward, full of enthusiasm, and very polite. Although she is a bit willful sometimes, she also knows how to behave. Is that right? Hearing what my Sakurajima said, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. After all, I raised her. You raised her? Yes. Duanmu Huai looked at the sea. My mother and Ruby's mother had an accident when we were very young, and she has been hospitalized ever since. This is the first time I've heard of this. Because we didn't say it, anyway, after that, I've been taking care of Ruby. Then your mother. Still in the hospital now. Duanmu Huai said casually. Hospitalization requires money, raising children also requires money, but when you are a child, there are not many jobs that can make money, and it is impossible to work. Isn't it much easier to make a movie? You are also a child star, you should know that this industry is closed for half a year, and you can make a living for half a year after opening. For a 5 or 6-year-old child who wants to make money legally, and to make a lot of money, being a child star is almost the only way out. And because child actors are relatively well protected, they are paid quite a lot. As long as the guardians do not restrict the flow of the money, even children can live a life of abundance. That's true. But you should have guardians, right? Of course, they treat us well, but you also know that money is only yours if you control it yourself. And they are very busy at work, so they don't have time to look after us all the time. I understand. My Sakurajima nodded. No wonder you keep filming, even though you don't look like you like filming. There's no way, after all, you still have to make a living, and this is the only way to make money quickly, and I'm used to it now. So Ruby was raised by me. There's a saying that goes, the eldest sister is like a mother. I don't know the grudges between your mothers, and I don't bother to care. After all, it's the matter of the previous generation, but what this generation should do should still be decided by you. After all, children can't choose their parents, but they can choose their own lives. Especially for people like my Sakurajima and Kazuka Toyohama, who are popular stars and idols, and earn a lot of money, it is too easy for them to really leave their families, unlike those who have no money, who are really miserable. So Dwanmu does not think that their family problems cannot be solved. Whether it is my Sakurajima or Kazuka Toyohama, they are simply entangled. I don't care about such things. Speaking of which, the teacher asked me to consult about my future direction today. My Sakurajima changed the subject. Maybe she also knew that this topic did not need to be explored in depth. Oh, do you still need consultation? I plan to go to college. What major? I haven't decided yet. Don't you plan to take the college entrance examination? It must be tiring to take the college entrance examination. I'm tired of it. When talking about this, Dwanmu looked bitter. The college entrance examination is something like once, no matter which country it is. One more time is simply fatal. Moreover, with Dwanmu current wealth, many graduates from famous universities have to work under him. Dwanmu can't figure out what the point of taking the college entrance examination is. Actually, Dwanmu had thought so before he traveled through time. He took the college entrance examination just to make his parents happy. But he didn't have any special ideas about college, so he chose an unpopular major and just muddled through life. Thinking about it now, Dwanmu felt that maybe he shouldn't have gone to college at that time, but directly became a power player. Of course, this is all hindsight. After all, no one knows what their future will be like after graduating from college. It is possible that what you encounter in college will change your thoughts and destiny, and make you stand out. It is also possible that you will graduate without any achievements, and become one of the many graduates who are unemployed after graduation. You are so lazy. My Sakurajima was speechless about Dwanmu's lifestyle of lying down instead of sitting, and standing instead of sitting. There are not many actors with high education, and I don't have to go to college. I really envy your passion and drive for life. It's good to be young. You are almost the same age as me. What are you saying? My Sakurajima reached out and grabbed Dwanmu's face. Why is your skin so tender and smooth? You don't use skincare products? Feeling the touch from her hand, my Sakurajima was speechless. Before, when she was suffering from puberty syndrome, my Sakurajima had nowhere to go and stayed in Dwanmu's room for a few days. At that time, she was surprised to find that Dwanmu had no cosmetics at all. Except for toiletries, there was shampoo, then soap, and then nothing else. There were no products such as hand care, skin care, face care, and sunscreen that girls should have. Although it is not to say that there are no such girls, but an actor does not care about it at all, which makes my Sakurajima speechless. What is even more speechless is that even though it is like this, Dwanmu's appearance is not damaged at all. No matter how much sun it is exposed to, it will not get tanned, and the skin will not crack. It is as flawless as a jade carving. This is called natural beauty, which cannot be envied. Dwanmu laughed. And you look like you are no different from when I first saw you. My Sakurajima also looked at Dwanmu carefully. Dwanmu has already grown to the same level as her own clone. Perhaps because of this, Dwanmu now looks more like a junior high school student than a high school student. Because I'm a magical girl who stays young forever. You can't believe you can say that. My Sakurajima rolled her eyes. After swapping bodies with Kazuka Toyohama that day, the panicked Kazuka had hoped that Dwanmu would use the power of the magical girl to restore her. So Dwanmu had no choice but to find an opportunity to tell my Sakurajima about the lie he had told the three people from Bikamachi. After that, my Sakurajima often teased herself about this. In fact, it's almost the same. Dwanmu patted the guitar case on his back. Since I got this knife, my waist is no longer sore, my legs are no longer painful, and my hands and feet are stronger. Well, I feel like the power of the evil spirits I killed with this knife has flowed into my body. Is it really okay? If this is a horror movie, Maybe you will become an evil spirit in the end? Compared to ordinary daily life, I prefer an exciting lifestyle. Duanmu Huai looked at the sea. He understood what the GM had talked about before. The long years of the gods are very long, hundreds of years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Just thinking about it is unbearable. Even if his family has the same lifespan as himself, what is he going to do? All Duanmu Huai can think of is to travel between different worlds, protect human civilization, and eliminate human enemies, just like now. But is this a job that requires thousands or tens of thousands of years? Mai. If you can live for thousands of years, what are you going to do? Why do you suddenly think of asking this question? Think about it. For example, if you become a vampire and can live for thousands of years, what would you want to do? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, my Sakurajima fell into deep thought. Vampires, sucking blood. Plasma is easier to buy now, so it's not a problem. Sunlight? Sun protection equipment is also very complete. But to live for thousands of years. While speaking, my Sakurajima raised her head and looked at the end of the ocean. To be honest, I can't think of it. Really? Maybe I want to explore the world. After all, the world is so big. If I really have an endless lifespan, even if I stay in one place for 10 years, I can pass a long time. And now that technology is so advanced, maybe humans will go to the stars. But issues such as household registration information are more difficult. The issues you consider are all very practical. Anyway, I can't think of it. That's true. This kind of question can only be asked to those who have really lived for thousands of years. By the way, let's talk about Fu Lilian. I remember that she lived for a long time. Speaking of Fu Lilian, Duanmu Huai remembered that Jin Jilin had told him before that Fu Lilian seemed to have passed the Star Alliance qualification certification exam. How come after living for so long, the destination of life is still to take the certification exam? Thinking of this, it suddenly felt very boring. I hope you can live a peaceful life instead of always worrying people. Sakurajima retracted her gaze and looked at Duanmu Huai, who also looked at her. This is not in line with my personality. I actually like the kind of tense and exciting life between life and death, just like those extreme sports athletes. But once you fail, that's it. Extreme sports are dangerous, so they are exciting. There are also many extreme athletes who died because of various mistakes. As a judge, the enemy's Duanmu Huai faces are also dangerous. Death can be said to be dancing around him. Especially when she thought that after this test, she would start the final mission of confronting the 4 vendors. To be honest, I don't understand Xiao Ai's thoughts, nor do I understand her feelings. Sakurajima retracted her gaze. But I hope that at least when you come back, someone will welcome you back. This is all I can do now. Speaking of this, Sakurajima was a little proud. After all, cooking for Duanmu Huai and Ruby every day is also her habit. But unfortunately, Sakurajima-mai's good mood did not last too long. The reason is very simple. When she and Duanmu Huai returned to the apartment, they saw the moving truck, and... Hello, I am Kurikawa who just moved here. Completely ignoring the frozen gaze of Sakurajima next to him, Kurikawa Akane smiled, and handed the gift box to Duanmu Huai. I am not talented, from today on, please give me more advice. Chapter 1651. Tonight, the kitchen of Duanmu Huai's house is particularly lively. To celebrate Kurikawa Akane moving next door, everyone plans to have a dinner party, which should be like this. Ms. Akane, today is to celebrate your move, so leave the cooking to me. Sakurajima smiled, holding a kitchen knife, and looked at Kurikawa Akane next to her. Don't worry, Miss Mai. Kurikawa Akane was also wearing an apron at this moment, smiling, like a good wife and mother. As a neighbor, I should also show my cooking skills to Xiao. But I have been cooking all the time. You don't know their preferences very well, right? It doesn't matter, I have confidence in my cooking skills. Xiao and Ruby will definitely like my cooking. Sister, what's going on over there? Sitting on the sofa, Ruby quietly looked at Duanmu Huai and asked. Watch your TV, don't worry about anything, it has nothing to do with us. Duanmu Huai sat on the sofa, looking at the newspaper in his hand, as if he was oblivious to the outside world and only focused on reading the books of sages. Oh, what could Ruby say? She could only watch TV obediently. Thanks to this, today's dinner is very rich. Not only is there potato stew, miso soup, and tempura made by Mai. There are also hamburger steaks, fried chicken nuggets, and omelette rice made by Akane. What else can Duanmu Huai do about this? There is only one way. Hey, This is why Xiao Ai's lunch today is so rich. Yanagian stretched out his chopsticks, picked up a hamburger steak, and stuffed it into his mouth happily. Wow, it's delicious. Eat as much as you want. I can't finish it anyway. Duanmu Huai lay on the table, looking exhausted. Ruby only ate a few bites of so many dishes last night, and fled back to her room on the pretext that her idol needed to maintain her figure. In fact, who doesn't need to maintain their figure? As a result, Sakurajima Mai and Kurikawa Akane seemed to be competing with each other, making more than usual, so that the lunch boxes Duanmu Huai brought to school today were 3 layers high. Duanmu Huai obviously had only one purpose for bringing them here, that is, to hand them over to a guy who can handle them. Well, of course it was Yanami. By the way, the money Yanami owed Duanmu Huai was paid off in the form of lunch boxes before the summer vacation. This is made by Miss Sakurajima and Miss Kurikawa? It's really unexpected that they can cook, and it's so delicious. Hee, if the boys in the class knew about this, they would be so jealous. Don't tell anyone. Of course not, this is not enough for me to eat, and it will be even less if I share it with others. This is not enough. Katanda took the chopsticks and looked at the 3-layer lunch box in front of her, looking embarrassed. Kuna, is it really okay for you to eat so much? Aren't you trying to lose weight? Of course. Hearing Katanda's question, Yana looked up proudly and picked up the chopsticks. Of course I have my reasons. What reasons? Miss Sakurajima and Miss Kurikawa are both famous artists, right? That's right. And they both manage their bodies very well. That's right. So, since they manage their bodies so well, it means that the food they cook will also maintain their bodies, and won't make you fat easily. QED, proof complete. While speaking, Yanami picked up another rice ball, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Since they won't get fat after eating, then neither will I. Katanda looked at Yanami in confusion, then looked at Duanmu Huai, who spread his hands. If you think it makes sense, then it makes sense. Then. I won't be polite. From this point of view, it's only a matter of time before Katanda adds weight loss to her schedule. By the way, how was the cultural festival before? I heard it was very popular. Duanmu Huai asked casually while eating lunch. Originally, there was a cultural festival a few days ago, and Duanmu Huai was scheduled to participate. Later, my Sakurajima and Kazuka Toyohama swapped bodies, so Duanmu Huai could only take care of this side first and ignore the cultural festival. As for the manuscript for the club magazine, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to write a horror story about food that he had heard in a movie crew before and handed it in, and then he didn't care about it anymore. When he came back after finishing the matter with Sakurajima Mai, the cultural festival had naturally ended. After all, the cultural festival couldn't wait for Duanmu Huai, right? However, Duanmu Huai still participated in the arrangement of the cultural festival, because there were only 3 people in the classical department, and Yanai had to take care of the class's cultural performance that day. It can be said that only Katanda would stay in the activity room of the classical department that day, so after discussing it, the 3 decided to transform the classical department's room into a place similar to a lounge. After all, there will definitely be many people visiting on the day of the cultural festival, and they will also need to find a place to rest when they are tired. Then we can turn the Classics Club into a lounge, so that these people can rest here while enjoying the food and appreciate their research on food and classical literature. In this way, Katanda doesn't need to do anything, just be responsible for the cash register and selling the club magazine. Most of the work of decorating the club room was done by Duanmu Huai. After all, he is strong, and it is the work of Yanai and Katanda to arrange the research reports and post them on the wall. Hehe. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Yanai proudly raised his chest and raised his head. Very successful. Oh! Next, under Yanai's explanation, Duanmu Huai also learned about the situation of the day. Basically, it was not bad as they expected. Many parents brought their children to use the Classics Club room as a lounge. After all, there were free refreshments here, and various foods also had corresponding classical stories. Not only that, the research reports on the wall also noted the food stores. This made the parents very interested. They even asked Katanda. After learning that these were the places they had visited and researched in person, they were also very interested in some of the stores. They took photos and planned to go there to try them out in the future. As for the club magazines, they were also sold out. In the survey form of the cultural festival, the classical department was ranked in the top 5. Even the teachers praised them, which can be regarded as a great success. So, I think we can start to consider the next club activities. What do you think? Yanagian obviously gained confidence from the success of this cultural festival, and was very proud at the moment. Duanmu Huai was eating the omelette rice made by Kurikawa Akane himself, and asked at the same time. This time, Eru and I discussed it, and decided that the theme of our next research is ghost stories. Ghost stories? Why? This theme is not strange, but it is strange for Yanagian to bring it up. Based on Duanmu Huai's understanding of Yanagian, she is not someone who is interested in ghost stories. It's very simple. Well, you tell me. Duanmu Huai put down his teacup, and planned to listen to Yanagian's talk. I only realized after reading the manuscript submitted by Xiao Ai, that there are actually many ghost stories in classical literature, right? That's right. Just like China has strange stories from a Chinese studio, there are also many similar ancient ghost stories in Japan. For example, Lafcadio O'Hearn's raccoon dog, even I know it. Yeah, it's a household name. Lafcadio O'Hearn's raccoon dog is indeed a well-known ghost story in Japan. It is said that in ancient times, a merchant was returning home late at night, and saw a woman squatting on the roadside crying, as if she was going to commit suicide by jumping into the river. He approached her with concern and asked her about it. As a result, when the woman turned her head, the merchant was surprised to find that the woman's face had no facial features, and was as smooth as a goose egg. He ran away in fear, and then he met a small stall selling soba noodles in front of him. The merchant rushed over and told the stall owner what he had just encountered. As a result, the stall owner said, "Does the woman you are talking about look like this?" Then, the merchant looked up, and saw that the stall owner in front of him also had an oval face without facial features, and then he fainted from fear. This story has no beginning or end, and it ends just like that, but in the final analysis, it is about a monster called Raccoon Dog, which can change into a human form to tease others, and the body of Raccoon Dog is a guy with no facial features, and a face like a goose egg. Then I was thinking, how delicious is that little stall selling soba noodles in Heli? Why don't they sell anything else but soba noodles? Well, this is very Yanami. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai obviously understood what Yanami meant. So you want to investigate the food and ghost stories? Yes. Yanami picked up the last piece of tempura and stuffed it into her mouth. Ghost stories are all scary stories, so what does it have to do with the food in them? Look, isn't there a legend abroad that vampires are afraid of garlic? I think this is worth investigating and researching. For Yanami, let alone chewing garlic, she has no problem chewing green peppers. Yanami's parents really raised her to be a healthy child. Duanmu Huai discovered that as long as it is related to food, Yanami's IQ will rise exponentially. Although strictly speaking, it is like asking you to explain the meaning of cold light in the eyes of fish in the college entrance examination, which is a completely meaningless thing. But for Yanami, as long as there is food, she is not picky at all. Look, she has already started to eat the third box at the bottom. This does not include the lunch box Yanami brought herself. I don't care. What about Katanda? Duanmu Huai really doesn't care. Classical literature is just that kind of thing. The ancients wrote it casually, we interpret it casually. You don't care if Li Bai wrote flying down 3,000 feet. It seems that the Milky Way falls from the sky when he was drunk and went to the toilet. I think it's interesting too. Katanda's eyes are shining at this moment. Although she hasn't reached the point of I'm very curious, it seems that she has indeed aroused her interest. In fact, Duanmu Huai is also quite interested. Only Yanami can come up with the idea of finding food from ghost stories. Others probably can't think of it even if they rack their brains. If this is done, maybe it can be used as a plan for a variety show. Duanmu Huai thinks that if Yanami goes to college in the future, he will definitely major in food. That's settled then. Duanmu Huai finished the last bite of his omelette rice. The next research topic of the classics department is ghost stories and food. Okay. Can I have that rice ball over there? Take it. Chapter 1652. Everyone was very excited about this research. Yanagian also issued a statement, saying that she would publish a magazine with this research theme on Halloween. Well, it seems that she is really addicted to it. Judging from this, then the turkey of Christmas, the rice cake of New Year, and the chocolate of Valentine's Day will not escape Yanagian's clutches. Although from Duanmu Huai's understanding of her, I am afraid that Yanagian has not let them go before. Moreover, Yanagian took the responsibility, and said that the arrangement and binding of the magazine would be left to her. It is rare for her to be so active, and the reason is very simple. Kusuki and Hualien invited me to participate in the Halloween costume party. Yanagian, who was sitting on the chair, looked pale, and looked like she was going to die. One of them wants to play a vampire, and the other wants to play a devil. They also asked me what I want to play, ha ha. Duanmu Huai felt that Yanajian could directly play a female ghost in her current state by changing into morning clothes. Therefore, Yana saw that this was turning grief and anger into motivation, just like white-collar workers working overtime desperately, just to let the busy workforce themselves to forget the pain of a broken heart. Well, how to say it? As long as she likes it. But, the classical club, there are not enough members. Katanda said a little uneasily. Teacher Gonxia talked to me, at least, we need 2 people. If it's just ghost club members, I can pull Kana and Ruby in, but don't expect them to participate in club activities, they are busier than me. Speaking of this topic, I want to ask. At this moment, Yanajian was eating dried kelp as a dessert after dinner, while staring at Duanmu Huai curiously. Is it okay for you to come to the club room every day? You should go and build good relationships with your classmates occasionally. I can't do that. Why? Are you being excluded? If the dean or principal came to your classroom, do you think you would relax? Of course not. No matter how considerate and popular you are, they are adults and elders after all, and ordinary students naturally can't let go. It's the same for me. I'm telling you without exaggeration that if I stay in the class, those people can only speak in a low voice or use their mobile phones to contact each other. Hey! Why? Because they are afraid that the noise will disturb me. But Xiao AI doesn't care about these things, right? I don't care, but the people around me don't think so. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. You know, people around you always think you're heartbroken and want to find you a new partner, but you don't want one, right? The same goes for me. Even if I don't care, other people won't think so. After all, my status is there. If they speak loudly in front of me, it will be like making noise in the train without paying attention to others. They will be directly regarded as heretics and excluded. So exaggerated? It is so exaggerated. The relationship between superiors and subordinates in the entertainment industry is a very serious matter. I can say directly that in the entertainment department, I am the top of the pyramid. If I say snow is white, it is white. If I say snow is black, it is black. No one dares to resist me. Why does it sound like a tyrant? Even Katanda was staring at Duanmu Huai with wide eyes in surprise, and couldn't help sighing. It will be more obvious on the set. If you displease the people above you in some way, they will scold you in front of everyone. Artists with high status can even slap the lower artists without any reason, saying that it is for the good of the younger generation, and if you dare to resist, you are disrespectful to the seniors. I will beat you up, and you will have to thank me. Wow. This made Yanai speechless. Just like Katanda said, my status is the same as that of a tyrant. Do you feel comfortable staying next to a tyrant in the class? Even if the tyrant himself doesn't care, someone will take the initiative to jump out and scold others in the name of the tyrant. So, staying here is a good thing for me and others. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched. Besides, students in the performing arts department are even harder to talk to. Huh? Why? Because we are all artists, we will naturally talk about work. When unemployed artists chat, they hear others complain about the troubles they encountered on the set. Do you think she is complaining? Or is she showing off? Hearing this, Yanami was speechless. She was also very popular in the class. Naturally, she understood the situation of those small groups, but the performing arts department was obviously beyond Yanami's expectations. Students in the performing arts department also look very hard. Most people rely on their youth and these few years. If they are not popular before graduating from high school, then they are basically hopeless. Duanmu Huai shook his head, so he preferred to spend time in the club room compared to the performing arts department. After all, everyone else was a competitor, and Duanmu Huai had long surpassed this stage, but it was not that no one tried to get close to him and please him. Just like Duanmu Huai said, even if he was a tyrant, there were many people who wanted to be eunuchs for him. It is said that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger, but there are many people willing to accompany a king, right? In fact, this is also because Duanmu Huai's status is too high. If he was just a popular artist like Shiranui, it would be fine, but Duanmu Huai has reached the level of being able to promote an artist with just one sentence. If he says he likes an artist, the other party can be on the show. If he doesn't like an artist, the other party may lose his job. At this point, others only dare to act according to Duanmu Huai's eyes. So Duanmu Huai is more comfortable on the side of the general department. After all, he has no conflicts of interest with the general department, and Yanami and Katanda don't seem to be going into the entertainment industry. It's actually hard to find people in the general department. After learning about Duanmu Huai's situation, Yanajian also told about his own troubles. Because everyone knows that Xiai is here, the boys also want to join, but I definitely won't let them. Shioi doesn't like it either. Of course. As for the girls, how should I put it, everyone is scared. Scared? Yes, Shioi said it herself. Although the students in the general department don't exaggerate about you as much as the students in the performing arts department, you are a popular artist. It's no exaggeration to say that many people grew up watching the movies you acted in. It's too much psychological pressure for many people to participate in club activities with you. Then you are also. Oh, it's okay. Duanmu Huai looked at Yanagian and wanted to say that she was the same, but after seeing Yanagian happily opening another bag of kelp, he immediately swallowed his words back. Well, for Yanagian, celebrities and the like are obviously not as important as food. What about Katanda? Hey! Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Katanda was stunned for a moment, and then smiled embarrassedly. Ah, actually I am different from Shinsai classmate. I know that you are a famous actor, Shioi classmate, but I have basically never seen the movies you acted in. Oh! Because? I don't like to watch works where people die. Oh, I understand. Duanmu Huai nodded. After all, he acted in horror movies, and there are no horror movies without death. Katanda doesn't like to watch works where people die, so naturally he won't watch horror movies. Duanmu Huai is the opposite of Katanda. He is not interested in watching movies without a few people dying. With such a big difference in their attitudes towards movies, it seems that Duanmu Huai and Katanda will never watch the same movie. After determining the research topic, the next step is to find information. This time Duanmu Huai volunteered to do it. Although he is not very keen on this, Duanmu Huai knows someone who is keen on this. That is the horror film master director Shimizu. So Duanmu Huai called director Shimizu directly, and asked him to help introduce talents and information in this area. I was really surprised that you would participate in club activities. After listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation of the whole story, Director Qin Shui on the other end of the phone also laughed out loud, which seemed quite interesting. I didn't expect that you, Duanmu Jun, would actually do something that suits your age. The main reason is that this subject is quite interesting. Indeed, it is an idea that has never been thought of before to link ghost stories with food. When your research report comes out, remember to send me a copy, maybe it will give you some inspiration for the next film. No problem, I will leave you a copy when the time comes. Well, I will introduce an old friend to you. He is a folklorist. Many of the films I made before were also made thanks to his help. I think he will definitely be very interested in your research topic. Then I leave it to you. According to the phone number provided by Director Qin Shui, Duanmu Huai contacted the folklorist, who was indeed quite interested in this unique subject. So Duanmu Huai agreed on behalf of the classics department to visit the other party's home before the holiday. Originally, it was just a trivial matter, but the reality was not as smooth as everyone expected. September 8th, Sunday, 22:15. It's her, she is the murderer. The woman's eyes were red, and she stretched out her hand angrily, pointing at Duanmu Huai who was standing not far away. Hearing the woman's roar, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly, then opened the guitar case behind him, and then pulled out the bright red blade. What a trouble. Duanmu Huai looked at the people in front of him indifferently, without a trace of emotion in his tone. Just kill them all. Then, Duanmu Huai spoke. Chapter 1653, September 6th, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Really? Why do I have to continue to take on the responsibilities of a teacher even though I've already left school? Teacher Gan Xia complained unhappily while driving on the highway. Because this is a club activity, Gan Xia must participate, and you're not that reluctant, are you? Yanagian teased Gan Xia, who was driving. We had a lot of fun hanging out together last time. Really? But Duanmu, are you serious? Gan Xia glared at Yanagian helplessly, and then immediately changed the subject. Will there really be handsome guys? I think there will be. Duanmu Huai glanced at his phone. Mr. Winnow is a famous folklorist. He has a deep understanding of Japanese folklore and history, and is also friends with many big directors in the entertainment industry. People from all walks of life will send people to his museum when it opens this time. They must be successful people. Is that so? That's good. This way, my chances will be much greater. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Teacher Gan Xia's eyes lit up. An unmarried woman in her 30s really doesn't miss any opportunity to meet a good man. The place everyone is heading to now is the home of the folklorist Winnow Tree that Director Shimizu introduced to Duanmu Huai. This old man is said to be over 70 years old. He has been obsessed with studying ancient Japanese folklore and history all his life, and has made outstanding achievements in both aspects. Whether it is official history or unofficial history, he knows everything, and he is also a professor in the Department of History at the University of Tokyo. But compared to historians, Mr. Ueno seems to prefer the title of folklorist. In fact, Duanmu Huai went there mainly to attend the opening ceremony of Mr. Ueno. I heard that the old man opened a museum in the suburbs, which displays souvenirs of his lifelong research on folklore, and it will open tomorrow. And because Mr. Ueno has directed the folklore and history parts of many TV dramas and movies, he is also a little famous in the entertainment industry. When Duanmu Huai went to find director Shimizu, the latter happened to know about this, so he mentioned it to Mr. Ueno, and he enthusiastically sent an invitation to Duanmu Huai, welcoming him to attend the opening ceremony. So Duanmu Huai called Yanami and Katanda. Of course, because they are all minors, they need to be accompanied by adults, so he pulled the consultant teacher Xiao Ganxia. Originally, Xiao Ganxia didn't want to go, but when she heard that there would be many young talents in that kind of occasion, well, now she is more active than anyone else. Although for Duanmu Huai, an older unmarried female teacher who looks as young as herself has no chance of success. But, who knows, after all, even if there is a 99% chance of failure, there is still a 1% chance of success. My father has also met Mr. Ueno. Katanda also spoke at this time. The old man gives people a very energetic feeling, and he likes to tell ghost stories. Really? Katanda's expression was unusually complicated. She didn't like stories about people dying, so naturally, she wasn't very interested in ghost stories. Maybe Mr. Ueno had caught her and told her ghost stories. If so, it would be really torture for Katanda. Actually, Katanda didn't want to come this time, but it seemed that her father wanted Katanda to come and say hello to Mr. Ueno, so she had to bite the bullet and follow. Is this the way? The navigation should be correct. When the group followed the navigation to reach the destination, it was more than an hour later. Is this the museum? Yana looked at the tall building in front of him curiously, and seemed a little surprised. This is also normal. Not only Yana was a little surprised, but also others. Because generally speaking of museums, everyone thinks of those grand and magnificent buildings. However, the building in front of him is more like a Western-style apartment than a museum. From the ivy climbing all over the walls and the old-fashioned style, it can be seen that this Western-style house has a long history. If it weren't for the three-word Shiryokan hanging on the Western-style house, no one would think of this place as a museum. Are we in the right place? Teacher Ganxia picked up the phone, squinted his eyes, and looked at the map in confusion, but at this time Duanmu Huai had hung up the phone. That's right, follow me. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai led a few people to the gate of Baishue Pavilion and rang the doorbell. Soon, someone opened the door and walked out. It was a woman who looked to be in her 20s, wearing a dress, very simple and pretty. Seeing Duanmu Huai, the woman was stunned for a moment. Hey! Are you Miss Duanmu Ai? Yes. Duanmu Huai lowered his head. I am Duanmu Ai from May Pro office. I am honored to be invited by Mr. Ueno to attend the opening ceremony. Seeing Duanmu Huai's reaction, Yanagian, Katanda, and others also hurriedly bowed their heads and saluted. Ah, welcome everyone, please come in. As she spoke, the woman welcomed everyone in. When they entered the house, everyone felt even more strange. Although the hall here was similar to that of a museum, it was decorated like a normal home. This made everyone wonder whether they should follow the process of visiting someone else's home or visiting a museum. Ah, please don't worry. The woman obviously saw everyone's confusion and hurriedly smiled to explain. The first floor here is all museums, please feel free to go. The first floor? Isn't the second floor? The second floor is the teacher's residence. Ah, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Sakura Jiahui, and I am a student of Mr. Ueno. The woman named Sakura Jiahui is a female college student and a disciple of Mr. Ueno, so she came here to entertain guests. Well, this is also normal. According to Sakura Jiahui's introduction, this is a museum, and also the home of Mr. Ueno. I have to say that this is really surprising. At least Duanmu Huai couldn't understand why someone would want to merge his home with a museum. But extraordinary people do extraordinary things, and Duanmu Huai doesn't care about the old man's mental health. According to the design of the house, the first floor originally had a lounge, reception room, restaurant and other places, but now these places have been cleared and arranged as an exhibition hall. Even in the corridor, you can see the display cabinets on both sides and the display tables fixed on the wall. There are all kinds of things in it. According to Ms. Sakura Jiahui, these exhibits are divided according to categories, such as toys, daily necessities, flowers and trees, insects and animals, etc., even pots and pans. Of course, these exhibits are not just placed there, There is an introduction sign under each exhibit. The signs describe folk legends or stories related to these exhibits. Duanmu Huai looked at a few. Well, that one is a pillow that will kill you if you sleep on it, this one is a cursed ikamatsu doll, and next to it is a comb that will make you bald if you comb your hair. I have to say, it's really interesting. Yana Miyabi was also enjoying the show, but Katanda was cautious and didn't dare to get close, as if these exhibits were all poisonous and would kill people if they touched them. As for teacher Gon Xia, forget it, she only cares about when her good man will appear. Even the restaurant in the Western-style house has been changed to a cafe style. When Sakura Jiahui opened the door, Duanmu Huai saw that there were already a few guests sitting inside. They should have been the ones who came here before. Hey! Miss Duanmu? You're here too? Seeing Duanmu Huai appear, several of them were quite surprised, and Duanmu Huai nodded. Yes, I was invited by Mr. Winnow to attend the opening ceremony. These are the members of my club, and the advisor. Club. Oh, by the way, I forgot that Miss Duanmu is still a high school student. One of the big men patted his head and laughed. Soon, several others came forward and introduced themselves to Duanmu Huai. Although they are older than Duanmu Huai in terms of age, in terms of social status, that is another matter. The four people present are the composer Maikura, Mr. Winnow's colleague in the university, Professor Sato of the Department of Literature, and like Duanmu Huai, the producer Kuwata from the entertainment industry, and the big man who greeted Duanmu Huai before, Dashin from the Metropolitan Police Department's Investigation Division. In addition, there are Mr. Winnow's students, in addition to Sakura Jiahui, who welcomed Duanmu Huai and others into the door before. There are also Ueda Mika and Miyamoto Takashi. Compared with the refreshingly dressed Sakura Jiahui, Ueda Mika's dress looks very fancy, and she dyed her hair blonde, which makes her look like a playful hot girl. Miyamoto Kozun is a liberal arts student who wears glasses and looks very taciturn. Especially when facing Duanmu Huai, Yanami and Katanda, he was so nervous that his face turned red and he couldn't speak. He barely said hello and then retreated. When Duanmu Huai greeted the other party, Katanda sat quietly beside him without saying a word. As the eldest daughter of the Katanda family, she had attended similar banquets many times and had long been accustomed to it. As for Yanami, she looked around for a while, and then her attention was quickly attracted by the snacks on the table. And then, there was naturally nothing else. Putting food in front of Yanami, there is obviously only one outcome. By the way, why are you here? Duanmu Huai stared at the detective Dashin and frowned slightly, while the latter smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Don't look at me like that. I'm not here on official business today. Don't tell me you have a personal relationship with Mr. Winnow? He. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Detective Oyama scratched his head, looking very embarrassed. Actually, Mr. Winnow is my father-in-law. Can I not come to show my support? Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai understood immediately. If he didn't come, he would probably have to kneel on the washboard when he returned. Xiaoai, do you know Mr. Oyama? At this moment, Yanai Jianya was curiously eating snacks while coming over to ask, and Detective Oyama laughed. When we were filming a TV series before, we cooperated with the crew, so I also got to know Miss Duanmu because of a little thing at that time. Oh, come to think of it. Nothing. Seeing Duanmu Huai snort lightly, Detective Oyama immediately smiled and stopped talking. Seeing this scene, Yanami and Katanda became more curious. Squeak! At this moment, the door on the other side of the restaurant opened, and then an old man in kimono, holding a cane, strode in. Seeing him appear, everyone stood up and saluted him. This is none other than the owner of the White Snow House, Mr. Winnow. Chapter 1654, September 6th, Friday, 8:05 p.m. Mr. Winnow is nearly 80 years old, but as Katanda said, he is energetic and has a loud voice. He doesn't look like an old man at all. I have heard what Shimizu-kun said about you. Looking at Duanmu Huai, Yanami and Katanda in front of him, Mr. Winnow also laughed. I just didn't expect you to come, little Eru. Aren't you always helpless with this kind of thing? Wow. My father asked me to come and congratulate you, Mr. Winnow. Katanda said to Mr. Winnow in a slightly awkward tone. It seems that their two families have a good personal relationship. At the same time, Katanda also took out a gift box. It's a small gift, not a respect. By the way, it's a good thing it's not food, otherwise it would be impossible to survive this journey. The last time I met little Eru was when you were in elementary school. I didn't expect that after a few years, you have become a big girl. Mr. Winnow took the gift from Katanda and nodded, then looked at Duanmu Huai. Miss Duanmu, you may not know that I am your fan. I have been following your movies in the past few years. Thank you for your kindness. But now I can't. The doctor said that I am too old to be stimulated. Oh, it's a pity. I think I am quite energetic. If you don't mind, can you take a photo with me and sign it later? Of course. But it's amazing that you can think of the topic of food and ghost stories. Hearing what Mr. Winnow said, Duanmu Huai and Katanda directly cast their eyes on the culprit, and Mr. Winnow also looked at Yanagian curiously. Is this lady's idea? Ah ha ha ha, hello. Yanani also hurriedly bowed to Mr. Winnow. Well, actually this is a very interesting direction. You may not know that food has occupied a very important position in folklore since ancient times. Huh? Is that so? Even Katanda was a little surprised, and Mr. Winnow nodded. Of course, food was scarce in ancient times, and food was very important to ancient people. Therefore, there are many stories about food. By the way, let me tell you a strange story about food. Huh? Hearing this, Yanami's eyes suddenly lit up, and Mr. Winnow was also very satisfied with her reaction, and smiled and continued to talk. A long time ago, 3 nuns went to a mountain to practice. Although they were practicing, they didn't even have a place to live on the mountain. They could only sleep under trees or in the grass. And because killing was forbidden, they could only eat grass and fruits from trees. One day, the nuns found 3 rice balls placed beside the mountain path, and they happily ate them. Then, the next day, 3 more rice balls appeared on the mountain path, and the nuns also ate them. Yeah, I like to eat rice balls too. Yanai nodded repeatedly at this time, and Mr. Winnow continued to talk with a smile. At first, the nuns were still equally divided into one, but soon some of them began to think that if one less person, wouldn't they eat more? So the 2 nuns joined forces to push one of the younger nuns off the cliff, thinking that in this way, the 2 of them could eat 3 rice balls. But unexpectedly, there were only 2 rice balls placed on the next mountain path, which surprised the nuns, who thought they could eat more. The remaining 2 nuns continued to divide the 2 rice balls equally, but one of them began to think that if she killed one more person, wouldn't all the rice balls be hers? So she pushed the other nun off the cliff. Then the next day, the remaining nun went to the mountain path again to wait for the rice balls, but the rice balls never appeared again. What a horror story. Yanani's face was pale, and she was trembling all over. I have distributed them to everyone, but I didn't keep them all to myself. Yes, that's right. Although Yanami ate a lot, she would still leave some for others. Ha ha ha. Yanami's reaction obviously satisfied Mr. Winnow very much, and he smiled and nodded. Stories like this are very common in folklore and ghost stories. In ancient times, people were not as rich as they are now, and it was common for people to go hungry. Especially when there were natural disasters and poor harvests, it was common for people to starve to death. In order to survive, people would try all kinds of ways, such as stories about cannibalism, which are actually recorded. But many times, everyone wants to cover up this history, so they make it into ghost stories, and want to treat it as something that does not exist. In fact, many times, folklore and ghost stories are closer to local cultural history, and everyone is more interested in such things, right? That's right. Duanmu Huai also nodded secretly. In history class, everyone is sleepy when talking about official history, but if you talk about unofficial history, I won't be sleepy at all. Eating melons is really human nature. Because there were other guests, Mr. Winnow said goodbye after telling the 3 people this story. Of course, before leaving, he also told the 3 people to find his students and collect folklore or urban ghost stories about food from them. Yanagian also took out a pen and wrote down the story in a notebook. Mr. Winnow was chatting with others, while his students were a little idle, so the 3 of them found them and asked about the situation. Food ghost stories. Well, sorry, I know a similar urban legend. Do you want to hear it? Sakura Jihui seemed a little embarrassed, but still gave an answer. Yes, yes. Then I said, Ahem, this is a story that happened to a friend of my friend. Well, a very classic ghost story opening. That friend works part-time in a restaurant. That restaurant has a table with 4 seats that no one sits at. It is table number 3, the innermost table on the right side of the entrance. Every Wednesday at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the table that obviously has no guests will ring. But whether it is the part-time worker or the restaurant staff, everyone will naturally take a glass of water and put it on that table. Obviously no one? Yanagian tilted his head in confusion, and Duanmu Huai and Katanda also became interested in this story. The previous story about the rice ball was too far from real life, but this story is very close to real life, especially for Yanai, who goes to the family restaurant to eat pre-meal dessert every day after school. As for the fact that the pre-meal dessert is a hamburger set meal, Duanmu Huai is too lazy to complain. Well, this seems to be a certain routine. Even the store manager doesn't know when and why this routine started. Of course, usually no one sits at table 3, but there are always times when it is full, and then the guests will be guided to table 3. However, especially after 3 p.m. on Wednesdays, the guests who sit at that table will feel very uncomfortable and leave immediately after eating. Of course, some guests will turn around and leave when they see that table. Duanmu Huai and Katanda looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, it was obvious that if this table really existed, they would like to see which one was stronger, Yanajian's appetite or the ghost. One staff member said that after 9 o'clock when she finished her part-time job, she accidentally looked back when she left the restaurant and saw a woman with very long hair sitting at table 3. She just kept staring at the water on the table and looked very lonely. Of course. Hearing this, Yanajian nodded vigorously. I went to the restaurant, but the waiter didn't serve the food and only gave me a glass of water. If it were me, I would be very sad. Well, these words coming from Yanajian's mouth are really convincing. Hearing Yanajian sigh, Sakura Jiahwei smiled and continued. Then, around 6 p.m. on a Wednesday, for customers who looked troublesome came to the store. There were quite a few people that day, so the waiter took them to table 4. After a while, people who seemed to be the companions of those customers also came to the store. And that customer directly motioned them to sit at table 3. The waiter tried to stop him, but he said that there was only a glass of water on this table at the beginning, and no one was there at all, so it didn't matter who sat there. So there was no choice but to let the other party sit there. Then what? Yanami asked curiously, and Katanda subconsciously wanted to cover her ears. Well, then the customer sitting at table 3 began to feel very uncomfortable. He didn't even finish his drink, and forced his companions to leave together. Later. What happened later? Afterwards, after 3 p.m. every Wednesday, if there were any customers who made the waiters feel uncomfortable, they would take them to table 3, and then the troublesome customers would leave on their own. After hearing this story, not only Yanami, but also Duanmu Huai and Katanda were speechless. I had originally thought that the ending would be that the customers were cursed to death by evil spirits, but I didn't expect it to be a revengeful act full of resentment from the service industry. Is the scary thing in this story a ghost? Or a human? The troublesome customer was led to the haunted seat by the resentful waiter in the restaurant. Is this also related to food? Katanda held a pen and looked at the notebook in front of him, not knowing whether to write it down. Of course. Yanami nodded vigorously. The dining table is also very important. How can we eat without a table? This is also a food-related weird story. By the way, Ms. Sakura, which restaurant is that table in? I want to say that this is just an urban legend, and I don't know. But in fact, this table is actually in this room. Huh? I have to say, this is indeed a bit unexpected. Really? Yanami looked around curiously, but now this restaurant is full of 4-position tables, and because they are covered with tablecloths, they look the same from the outside, and it is difficult to tell for a while. Which table is it, Ms. Sakura? I don't know about that. After the teacher heard me tell this urban legend, he found the table after investigation and brought it here. As for which one it is, you can only know it when you sit on it. Yana was very excited. Duanmu Huai didn't care, but Katanda was trembling all over, hiding beside Duanmu Huai anxiously, looking around. Next, the three found the second student of Mr. Winnow, the hot girl Ueda, who was dressed in fancy clothes. However, unlike her fancy and popular dress, Ueda told the three a very ancient legend. Do you know Sarayashiki? Legend has it that in Osaka Castle, there is a mansion that belongs to the widow of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. This hot-tempered lady often killed those who disobeyed her, and threw them into the well in the backyard. When she died, her house was deserted and dilapidated. Some people said that ghosts often appeared here. At that time, an official did not believe in evil and moved in with his servants. One of the servants was named Aju. The official liked Aju and had tried to woo her, but failed, so he felt resentful. When the New Year's banquet was held, the official asked Aju to take out the ancestral plates and use them. On the day of the New Year's banquet, the official secretly hid a plate and then falsely accused Aju of breaking it. Not only did he beat her, but he also cut off one of her fingers to apologize for this. The wronged Aju decided to die to make her determination, so she jumped into the well and committed suicide. After that, the official often saw Aju's ghost counting plates in front of him. When she counted to the 9th, she would walk towards the official with blood coming out of her 7 orifices and say, "Sir, there is still 1 plate missing." The official was so frightened that he drew his sword and shot, But it turned out that it was his wife who was chopped to death. The official went crazy because of this, and thought that everyone in the family was a Jew, and chopped them all to death overnight, and finally committed suicide. I heard that there seems to be a well called Aju Well in Osaka Castle now. Speaking of this, Ueda chuckled. By the way, in fact, regarding this story, the 9 plates of Aju were also received by the teacher here. Maybe the plates used in tonight's banquet are the ones left by Aju. Ah! Hearing this, Katanda's face turned pale, and it seemed that she had no appetite at all. Is this also considered a food-related ghost story? Duanmu Huai looked at Yanagian with a strange face, and the latter hesitated for a moment and nodded. The plates are for food, so they are naturally counted. Then according to what you said, pots, pans, kitchen knives, stoves are all counted. Duanmu Huai turned off the recorder, and glanced at the hall where people were chatting happily. Forget it, let's move on. There's another story, right? Chapter 1655. After that, everyone found Miyamoto, the third disciple of Mr. Ueno. Miyamoto looked like a typical fat and otaku, wearing thick glasses, just like the fat otaku in the animation who traveled to reality. And his personality was similar to that of a fat otaku. When he saw Duanmu Huai and Yanai meet them, he was so nervous that he couldn't speak at first. It was only after he took the initiative to pull away from them by a full coffee table that Miyamoto's expression relaxed a little, but he still stuttered when he spoke. You were talking about food, strange stories. Actually, as the teacher said, there are many in ancient Japanese legends. For example, the famous 800 bikinis. Ah, I know this too. Yanai clapped his hands. I remember the legend that Yabikuni saved a mermaid, and the mermaid gave her flesh to repay her kindness, and then Yabikuni became immortal, right? Yeah, that's right, but the important thing is not Yabikuni, but the mermaid. Speaking of this, Miyamoto also piled up the fat on his face, and showed a strange smile. What do you think mermaids look like? Isn't it just the upper body of a human, and the lower body of a fish? Hee hee. That's a Western fairy tale legend, because the animation of mermaids is very popular, everyone thinks so. Isn't it? Katanda also asked curiously at this time, and Miyamoto nodded vigorously. No, that's right. In fact, the legend also said, it is very clear that Yabikuni met a human, a mermaid. Not a beautiful mermaid. Isn't it just one word difference? Shit, the mermaid legend circulated in ancient Japan, the mermaid in the legend is actually a fish body, and then grows a baby's head. As he spoke, Miyamoto opened his tablet, and showed the 3 people something that looked like an ancient painting. Indeed, just as Miyamoto said, the mermaid in the painting has a human face and a fish body, which looks extremely weird and scary, and is not as beautiful as the little mermaid in the cartoon. Hey! Is this what Yabikuni encountered? Katanda looked like a dream was shattered. Perhaps in Katanda's imagination, she imagined a beautiful scene of Yabikuni and the little mermaid's sister talking and laughing at the seaside. But if the mermaid is replaced by this thing, then only weirdness remains. Ah, that's it, no wonder. On the contrary, Yana looked as if she had suddenly realized something, and clapped her hands. Kuna-san? I've always been very curious. The legend says that the mermaid invited Yabikuni to eat its flesh, but how did she eat it? Come to think of it, with Yanami's brain, there is no way she would have any other ideas. If it was in the form of a mermaid, it would feel like eating a human, right? Yabikuni wouldn't want to eat it, but if it was in this form, it would be fine. As long as you cut off the head, it would look like an ordinary fish, right? What you said sounds a bit like a horror story. So Yabikuni didn't save the mermaid, but chopped off the mermaid's head, made it into sashimi, and ate it to gain immortality? Duanmu Huai was speechless when he saw Yanagian happily telling Katanda whether this should be grilled or fried. Maybe Yanagian would eat this mermaid without hesitation. But you can't eat something you don't know. But Miyamoto interrupted at this time. I also tell a strange story about food. Ah. Come to think of it, the one just now doesn't count. The story I'm telling is about not eating random food. Legend has it that a group of climbers went to climb a mountain, and then they accidentally discovered an abandoned village. Several climbers went to check it out of curiosity, and found that there were strange trees in the village. They are about 2 meters tall, with white flowers and yellow fruits, and exude a very sweet smell. Then what? Sure enough, when he heard about food, Yanagian's eyes widened wider than anyone else's. Well, then the climbers picked a few fruits out of curiosity. Their skin looked like mangoes, and after peeling them, the inside was pink flesh. Some people couldn't help but taste it, and found it sweet and sour, very delicious. So others also ate those fruits. But there was also a person who thought that this kind of wild fruit should not be eaten casually, so he didn't eat it. Well then what? Well, then those who ate the fruit became very uncomfortable. Just when that person thought they had a stomachache, suddenly those people opened their mouths, and then, from their nostrils, ears, and mouths, many small insects poured out. And those people's bodies shrank down like skin bags. In fact, it was not a fruit, but insect eggs. Those people ate the insect eggs, so the insects hatched in their bodies, and then ate their internal organs and flesh, and then emerged from them. So the person who didn't eat the fruit finally set a fire, burning the insects, the bodies of his companions, and the village together. Wow! Although Miyamoto's storytelling skills are not very good and he stutters, this content is enough to make people feel sick. At this moment, Kitanda's face is pale, covering her mouth and staggering, while Yanami tilted his head in confusion and thought. It's true that eating it raw can't work. I wonder if it can be roasted. In a sense, Yanami is also a god. In short, it's better not to put unfamiliar food into your mouth easily. Even Miyamoto couldn't keep up with Yanami's brain circuit, so he had to say this. In any case, the harvest this time is not small. He is worthy of being a domestic folklore research expert. Any leek is enough for their clubs to eat. Thank you for your advice, Duanmu Huai said to Miyamoto, and the latter scratched his head embarrassedly. No, nothing. By the way, Miss Duanmu, I'm your fan. Can I get your autograph? No problem. Great. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Miyamoto hurriedly took out a postcard and a signature pen from his pocket. The postcard was a promotional poster for a horror movie starring Duanmu Huai. It showed a girl in a long dress standing in the middle of a lake, looking like the protagonist. Well, in fact, this was also a publicity fraud. The method used in the promotion was to make people think that Duanmu Huai was the protagonist. In addition, he rarely showed that kind of sad and pitiful look on the poster, which made many viewers think that Duanmu Huai had changed his ways, and changed from the one who scared others to the one who was scared. So they bought tickets to see what this actor, who always likes to scare others, would look like when scared. In the end, Duanmu Huai told them with facts, who said that being pitiful can't be a killer. Recalling the wailing of the fans who were deceived into the cinema, and the scene where they walked out of the cinema unwillingly, and turned into ghosts to drag others to death. Well, it's still a bit interesting. Duanmu Huai took the pen and signed his name on the back of the postcard. Thank you. I will treat it as a family heirloom. There is no need to be so exaggerated. Is it difficult to get Xiao Ai's autograph? Looking at Miyamoto's ecstatic look, Yanagian asked curiously, and Miyamoto nodded vigorously. Of course, because Miss Duanmu rarely attends events, let alone interacts with fans. Getting her autograph is a matter of luck except for the premiere. I took this postcard out of the safe after I learned that Miss Duanmu would come. A safe. By the way, Miss Duanmu's autograph can be sold for hundreds of thousands of yen online. Hey! People with lots of money are just idle. Duanmu Huai silently complained. After all, things are rare and valuable. From his debut to now, Duanmu Huai's autograph, apart from the signature on the contract, may not have exceeded 10,000. Although Duanmu Huai doesn't mind signing for others, there is a prerequisite. That is, the other party must be able to find him first. As for whether Miyamoto wants to take it back as a family heirloom or sell it, Duanmu Huai doesn't care. Ah, yes. After solemnly putting away the postcard, Miyamoto looked at the three people again. You should also be careful, because this house is also a legend of ghost stories. Huh? It must be said that even Duanmu Huai was stunned when he heard this. Shuriken? Well, I heard that it is a famous haunted house in the local area. This house has been built since the Meiji period, and the owners of each generation have died. Everyone says that this house is cursed. Well, hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes meaningfully, and thought for a moment. And Yanagian frowned slightly, looking a little uneasy. In other words, this house itself is also a ghost story, and Mr. Winnow also put so many things from folk ghost stories in this house. What is this, fighting poison with poison? Excuse me, what kind of ghost story is it? This? Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Miyamoto thought for a while. In fact, I'm not very clear. There are rumors that people who live here will be killed by another self. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately perked up. He had encountered a similar situation in another world before. The shadow in that world could kill the original body, and then replace the original body. But apart from this, most worlds have similar legends, such as the doppelganger. People who see another self will die in a short time. And different people have different explanations for this. For example, Tsai believes that this statement is because people have spirits and souls. Another self is likely to be the soul that has left the body. If a person has no soul, but only spirit, he will naturally die soon. After all, China has had the saying of calling souls since ancient times. For example, some children were frightened and unconscious, so they said that the soul was scared away, and then took the child out to call the soul. Fulian thinks that this is just a coincidence, just like the survivor effect. Many people have seen another self, but few have been killed. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is some kind of magic effect. Lemuel thought it was simply an illusion, or it could be that the disease invaded the brain, causing the patient to have hallucinations. Generally speaking, diseases that affect the brain are difficult to cure, and it is possible that the patient died after that, and this legend came into being. In short, similar situations exist in every world, but the reasons are varied. Can you tell me more? Chapter 1656. Big brother, do you know the Mi family? The Mi family? Hearing Miyamoto's question, Yanai tilted his head in confusion. Well, there was a legend in the past. There was a hunter who went up the mountain to hunt, and then lost his way. Then he accidentally came across a house in the deep mountains. At that time, there was a storm, and the hunter had to go in to take shelter. The hunter walked into the house, and found that there was no one inside. But strangely, there were snacks and tea prepared in the guest room. The hunter was sleepy and hungry, so he took the snacks to eat. He thought about apologizing after the owner came back. Then the hunter fell asleep after eating the snacks. When he woke up, he found that the whole house was still empty, but there was delicious food in the kitchen, so the hunter ate the food, rested for a while, and then left there after the storm stopped, and then went home. Then what? Kitanda also looked at Miyamoto curiously. Obviously, this story didn't seem so bloody, which made her interested. Then, the hunter told everyone about this, but no one believed it, so the hunter went into the mountains again, but never found the house again. It is said that the house will only appear in front of lost people, as if it was specially prepared for them, so everyone calls it the Lost House. But what does this have to do with the White Snow House? Could this place also be? I heard about it too. Miyamoto smiled bitterly. I heard that this house suddenly appeared here, and no one knew who built it. They only knew that when it was discovered, this house had always been like this. At that time, a wealthy businessman took a fancy to this house, and moved in with his family. Then, the rich businessman's friends went to visit him, and found that the rich businessman's family had died a long time ago. They had died for several years, but the rich businessman's friends had met and chatted with him a few days ago. The same thing happened to the rich businessman's wife and daughter. Before that, no one thought there was anything wrong with them. But after the bodies were found, they were never seen again. After that, similar things happened several times. Someone bought this mansion and lived here. But when his friends came to visit, they found his body that had been dead for many days. And he was working with his friends yesterday. Later, it was spread that everyone living in this house would be killed by another self, and then the other self would pretend to be the original self to work and live outside, and once the original body was discovered, they would also disappear. How strange. Hearing this, Guanmu Huai frowned and thought, if there really is such a monster, then they should also deal with the body. There is no one living around here. If they just find a place to dig a hole and bury the body, it won't be found. After all, it's impossible for someone to dig everywhere when they come to visit. I don't know about this. Miyamoto shook his head and wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. The legend only says that they found the body, but how they found it, no one has ever said. No, but ghost stories are like this, they can't stand up to scrutiny. As Miss Duanmu said, if you think carefully, there are always loopholes. So, many legends are ambiguous. September 6th, Friday, 11:25 p.m. After that, everyone accepted the warm hospitality of Mr. Winnow and had a sumptuous dinner. The food tasted very good. Mr. Winnow introduced that these were all made by Miss Sakura. Yana was eating very happily, but Katanda stared at the plates anxiously, as if she was still very uneasy about the ghost story she heard before. However, to everyone's surprise, after dinner, Mr. Winnow did not let them go back to the guest room to rest, but took everyone to the reception room on the first floor. This place has naturally been renovated. Originally, the reception room should be a place to place sofas, coffee tables, and TVs, but now these have been emptied, replaced by exhibition cabinets on the four sides of the wall and various strange masks in the cabinets. According to Sakura Jiahue, This room has now been transformed by Mr. Winnow into a mask room, which is specially used to place masks from legends from all over the world. It must be said that these things hanging on the wall give people a bit of a creepy feeling. However, Mr. Winnow's next words surprised everyone. In fact, I invite you all to come here this time, and I have a small request. Standing in the middle of the mask room, Mr. Winnow laughed and looked at everyone and said, "Just as a commemoration of the opening of this museum, I hope everyone can play Haiku Monogatari here tonight." "Hey! Here?" Producer Kuwata seemed a little surprised and looked around. "That's right." Mr. Winnow nodded. "Everyone should know about the 100 Tales, which is also very famous in folklore. This is not nonsense, Duanmu Huai knows it. The so-called 100 Tales is that everyone sits in a room at night, and then lights 100 candles, and a group of people tell ghost stories. When they tell 100 ghost stories, they blow out a candle, and then a monster will appear. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, this is courting death. Of course, I don't want you to really tell 100 ghost stories." Mr. Winnow laughed. "It's very simple, just tell one ghost story each, and treat it as a gift to celebrate the opening of the museum. How about it?" "That is no problem. If you really have to tell 100 ghost stories, no one can handle it, and Duanmu Huai doesn't have the patience. But since only one person tells one, it's okay." So soon everyone sat down, including composer Maikura, literature professor Sato, producer Kuwata, Inspector Oyama, Duanmu Huai, Yanami, Katanda, teacher Gon Xia, and 3 students of Mr. Winnow, and Mr. Winnow himself, a total of 12 people. Everyone sat in a circle. Sakura Jiawei took 12 candles, put one in front of each person and lit it, and then turned off the lights. Click. The light disappeared, and Katanda trembled and looked around anxiously. It must be said that it was really creepy without turning on the light between the masks, especially under the candlelight. The masks hanging on the wall could be vaguely seen, the firelight reflected in them. It looked as if there were slightly glowing eyes in the eye sockets of these masks, staring at everyone. "Then, let's start with me." Sakura Jiawei was also the host at this time, and began to tell the first ghost story. This time, she did not tell the story of the restaurant table, but told another urban ghost story, a story about the sound of marbles upstairs. It was about a woman who lived in an apartment building. Every night, she could hear the sound of marbles from upstairs. Then the woman couldn't sleep well, so she was very unhappy and planned to negotiate with the upstairs, hoping to control her children and not play marbles every night. As a result, the woman disappeared after entering the neighbor's house upstairs. Later, when the police investigated, they found that the upstairs was an empty house, and the woman fell to the floor and died, and her eyes were gone. So, is the sound of marbles coming from upstairs every night the sound of the woman's eyeballs rolling? Sakura Kei seems to particularly like this kind of ghost story rooted in the modern city, and she tells it vividly, and everyone who listens to it also breaks out in a cold sweat. After telling the first ghost story, Sakura Kei blew out the first candle. Well, for Haiku Monogatari, it is a good start. The second one to appear is the hot girl Ueda. She is completely opposite to Sakura. She is obviously dressed very fashionably, but she tells some ancient ghost stories. This time Ueda tells a story about a Ronin samurai in the Kamakura period who abandoned his first wife in order to get rich and choose to marry a lady from a wealthy family, but was entangled to death by his wife's long black hair. Ueda's story is not bad, but she always likes to mix some lines similar to those in period dramas when telling the story. The funny elements are more than the horror, which also relieves everyone's nervousness when listening to the first ghost story. The third fat otaku, Miyamoto, seemed not to want to waste time, so he simply told the story of the insect village that he had told Duanmu Huai and the others before. He was not good at speaking and stuttered, but no matter how many times he heard the story, he felt that it was disgusting. Then it was the turn of others to tell the story, but from this time on, the story became distorted. In fact, no one knew what kind of thing was considered a strange story, so they all told some incredible things. For example, Inspector Oyama told a story about a place where car accidents often occurred, and when the driver had a car accident, he would say that he saw a child running in front of his car, and he turned in a hurry to cause the accident. However, the nearby surveillance did not find any children at all. The cars in the surveillance screen seemed to have suddenly lost control and rushed down the slope, and then hit the guardrail next to them. There is no beginning or end. Inspector Oyama said that the matter seems to have not been resolved yet, but he just heard it from his friend in the traffic class. Composer Maikura doesn't seem to be good at talking about this kind of thing. He can only casually tell a strange story about a snow woman that he heard in his local area when he was a child. Of course, everyone has heard this strange story. The Snow Woman fell in love with a human, and then disguised as a human to marry the other party, and have children. However, the latter broke the agreement because of carelessness, and told her about the previous encounter with the Snow Woman. So the Snow Woman disguised as a human thought that the man broke the agreement, so she froze him into ice, and returned to the mountain. Everyone also discussed this. It seems that the ending of the Snow Woman story is different in many places. Some say that the Snow Woman also froze the man into an ice sculpture and took it back to the mountain. There are also people who say that the Snow Woman loves the man and can't bear to kill him, so she took her own child back to the Snow Mountain. In short, although Mikura's strange story is not very good, it can be regarded as heating up the atmosphere. On the contrary, the strange story told by Professor Sato of literature was a bit interesting. He said that there is actually an atmospheric creature in the atmosphere of the world. Usually, this creature hides in the clouds and is huge. When it wants to eat, it will stretch out tentacles similar to cloud condensation to grab creatures and people to eat. Even some planes disappeared because they were attacked by atmospheric creatures. This seems to be called pseudoscience. Anyway, Professor Sato's story is very detailed and everyone was stunned. It seems that there is such a thing. It is quite interesting. Producer Kuwata told a story in karaoke. He said that there was a female singer in their circle who went to karaoke to sing. She was obviously alone, but she always felt that someone was outside her room. She even turned around and found someone standing at the door while singing. The female singer was so scared that she went to the staff to protest, but the staff looked at the surveillance and didn't see any shadow. After the female singer returned to her room, she found that there were drinks and snacks in her private room at some point. Well, in the end, she called the police to investigate and found that the karaoke staff was actually a fan of the female singer and deliberately followed her to tease her. This is the most realistic story in this story. Yanami told a ghost story she heard from her father, saying that a child was picky about food every time he ate, only ate delicious food, and secretly threw the unpalatable food into the gap under the floor. Later, the child became thinner and thinner, and no matter how much he ate, he could not be full. There was a foul smell under the floor, and the family opened the floor and found that the food the child ate did not enter his stomach, but all fell under the floor. Later, the child changed his ways and stopped being picky about food, and then he was slowly cured. How should I put it? It is a ghost story with a very Yanami flavor. It is probably made up by Yanami's parents to trick her not to be picky about food, but it seems that Yanami still believes it. Next, it was Katanda's turn to be unlucky. She obviously didn't like this kind of ghost story, so she had to stammer and tell a story she heard from her family when she was a child, which was about a farmer who accidentally found a big river clam and felt it was pitiful that it was so big that it was eaten, so he threw it back into the river. Then a few days later, a young girl came to the farmer's house and said that the farmer was her lifesaver and wanted to marry him. The farmer naturally would not accept this sudden appearance of a woman so easily, but the latter said that she was a good cook and was willing to help with cooking, so the farmer agreed to let her stay here temporarily. The girl stayed at the farmer's house and cooked for her every day. The food the girl cooked was very delicious, and the soup was also very fresh. The farmer was really curious, so he asked her how she cooked. The girl only said that her family had a unique secret recipe, and it was inconvenient to pass it on to others, and asked the farmer not to come in and watch when she was cooking. One day, the farmer was really curious, so he went home early. At this time, the girl was cooking, so the farmer quietly opened the kitchen door and looked inside. Then he saw that the girl was putting her head in boiling water to make soup. It turned out that the girl was a river clam spirit who came to repay her gratitude. After the farmer found out, the girl left. Well, that's the story. After listening to Katanda's story, everyone's expressions were very complicated. In fact, everyone has heard similar stories about cranes repaying their gratitude, but this one about river clams repaying their gratitude. It's really hard to hold back. It was Duanmu Huai's turn. He was too lazy to think about it, so he picked up a story about the Cthulhu Old Ones that he and Mary had dealt with before. Duanmu Huai felt that he was just average, but the audience seemed to be very scared. Although Duanmu Huai said it, he didn't think it was that scary. Teacher Xiao Ganxia talked about a wandering god called the Seven Gods. They wore bamboo hats and dressed like wandering monks, but they were the 7 gods. They walked in groups of 7 in the mountains. If new people join, then the old ones can ascend to heaven. Therefore, in order to ascend to heaven, the 7 emperors look for scapegoats everywhere. Once they are found, they will be caught and killed by the 7 emperors, and then become one of the 7 emperors, continuing this horrible and tragic reincarnation. Teacher Gan Xiao was very engaged in the talk. Perhaps he regarded this as a school trip. Finally, it was old Mr. Winnow. As expected, he talked about the story of the White Snow Pavilion. Duanmu Huai and others who had heard it before were fine, but the others were pale and a little speechless. Who would have thought that this house is actually a ghost story? In fact, everyone felt a little uneasy when they got to this point. Fortunately, Mr. Winnow did not intend to tell 100 ghost stories. After finishing this round, he announced that it was over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their guest rooms to rest. The guest room is a double room. Duanmu Huai and Yanami live in one room, and Katanda and little Ganxia teacher live in another. As a result, Ganxia teacher fell asleep soon after she went back, but Katanda, who couldn't sleep because of her snoring, ran here for help. Duanmu Huai had no choice but to put the 2 beds together, and then he hugged Yanami on his left and Katanda on his right, and fell asleep. Soon a night passed. When Duanmu Huai and others woke up, it was already early in the morning. There was thick fog everywhere outside the window, and it was completely impossible to see the situation outside. Good morning. Wow, the fog is so thick. Yanami walked to the window and looked out, and then sighed. What should we do today? Today we are attending the opening ceremony as guests, so hurry up and pack up and go downstairs for breakfast. Breakfast? Hearing this, Yanami immediately became energetic. Soon, Katanda and teacher Gan Xiao also changed their clothes and walked down from the 2nd floor to the restaurant on the 1st floor. When the 4 of them arrived at the restaurant, they saw a person sitting at a table not far away. That person was none other than Sakura Kei. At this moment, there was a glass of water in front of her, and Sakura Kei lowered her head and stared at the glass of water without saying a word. Ah, Miss Sakura, good morning. What are you having for breakfast today? Yanami greeted Sakura Kei, but the other party did not answer. Seeing this scene, Yanami was stunned for a moment. Miss Sakura? You stay here. Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed, and he grabbed Yanagian, signaling her and Katanda to stay here. Then Duanmu Huai walked in front of Sakura Jiahui, stretched out his hand, grabbed Sakura Jiahui's hair, and lifted her head up. Then, what came into Duanmu Huai's eyes was a dry, skinny, mummy-like face. In Sakura Jiahui's eye sockets, 2 bright red eyeballs rolled out like glass beads, and fell into the water cup in front of him with a plop plop. The blood spread from the water, dyeing the entire water cup blood red. Chapter 1657, September 7th, Saturday, 7:25 a.m. Inspector Oyama stood up and stared at Sakura Kawari in front of him. Death has been confirmed. Do you need to tell me that? Duanmu Huai stood beside him, folded his arms, and glared at him unhappily. Can you tell me something more practical? I'm a criminal police officer, not a forensic doctor. Inspector Oyama sighed and continued. The cause of death is still unclear, but at least from the condition of the body, it's at least 6 months old. The eyeballs are well preserved. Duanmu Huai stared at the 2 eyeballs in the water cup, which rose and fell in the water cup, as fresh as if they had just been picked. So, Miss Sakura's death is related to the ghost story she told yesterday, because she told a ghost story, so she died. Is this what you should say as a policeman? Duanmu Huai frowned and stared at Inspector Oyama with dissatisfaction, while the latter shrugged his shoulders. What else can I do? In this situation, do you still expect me to come up with any common-sense opinions? It's not surprising that Inspector Oyama said so. After finding the body, Duanmu Huai asked Yunai to call Inspector Oyama. Inspector Oyama was also surprised to see the body. According to reason, the next step is to seal off the scene and call the police. However, the phone can't be dialed. There is no signal on the mobile phone, and the landline can't be dialed. Not only that, everyone originally planned to drive away, but when they walked out of the gate of Baishuet Pavilion, they found that this is not the place they know at all. Duanmu Huai remembered very clearly that Baishuet Pavilion was originally located on the edge of a village, opposite a large field, next to a park and a newly planned parking lot, and in front of the museum is an asphalt road. However, there is nothing in front of the White Snow Pavilion, only an endless grassland, no fields, no parks, and no parking lots. Their car was naturally gone. It was as if the entire snow house was moved to another place after they fell asleep. Because the fog was so thick that visibility was less than 10 meters, and there was no road, there was no way out, so everyone had to go back to the snow house. Faced with such a supernatural situation, it was no wonder that Inspector Oyama surrendered. If it was a detective novel, shouldn't this body be the body of a sister who looked very similar to Miss Sakura Jiahui? What about the eyeball? The eyeball belongs to Miss Sakura Jiaowei, but she was killed not long ago. The criminal just wanted us to mistakenly think that this body was Miss Sakura Jiaowei's. Then how do you explain the situation outside? Maybe when we were asleep, someone used a large transport plane to lift the whole house to another place. Forget it, I can't make it up anymore. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, indicating that he couldn't make it up anymore, and Inspector Oyama smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. What should we do with the body? According to the procedure, put it here first, then seal the restaurant, and investigate after we go back, provided that we can still go back. The two finished their conversation and walked out of the restaurant. Everyone was staying in the hall at this moment, including the other 3 invited guests and Mr. Winow's 2 students. That's right, at the moment, one person in the White Snow Pavilion is dead and one is missing. The dead one is Sakura Jiaowei, and the missing one is Mr. Winow. After finding the body, everyone went to Mr. Winow's room to call him, but there was no response, so they kicked the door open and rushed in, and found that the whole room was empty, only the quilt on the bed was still rolled up. Obviously someone had slept there before. The whole room was sealed, even the windows. Logically, this should be a secret room. But compared to the weird situation in front of him, no one cared about a secret room. What's the situation? Seeing the 2 people come out, producer Kuwata asked anxiously, while Duanmu Huai looked at Inspector Oyama, who coughed. At present, it is not possible to completely determine that the deceased is Sakura Jiaowei. That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. It's just a corpse wearing the same clothes and jewelry as Miss Sakura, and looks similar. It doesn't mean anything. Maybe Miss Sakura has a sister who looks very similar to her. I remember she is an only child. Hot Girl Ueda said anxiously, and the fat otaku Miyamoto next to her nodded. Well, I also remember her saying. It doesn't matter anyway. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, as if it didn't matter at all. At this moment, another roaring voice was heard. How can this not be important? What happened? Why did it become like this? Composer Mikuro was so angry that his face turned red, and he shouted and glared at everyone. Is this a dream? This is a dream. Or is it a prank show? If it is a prank show, it is too much. While speaking, Composer Mikura strode to the 2 students of Mr. Winow and reached out to grab the collar of the hot girl. Tell me, is this your scam? This is a prank show, right? Tell you, if this is the case, then I won't accompany you. Call the people from the program team out. I am Mikura, how dare they do this to me? Hot Girl Ueda is just a female college student, obviously not as strong as Mikura, and it is very painful to be caught by him. Seeing this scene, Inspector Oyama also rushed forward and grabbed Mikura. Hey, let her go, what are you doing? As a criminal policeman, Oyama is obviously more burly and powerful than a mere composer. He grabbed Mikura's arm, and then with a little force, he pulled Mikura away and pressed him to the ground with a standard grab. However, even though Mikura was pulled away, Hot Girl Ueda did not relax. On the contrary, her expression became more and more ferocious, and her 2 hands were tightly grasping her neck, looking quite painful. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. When they looked closely, they found that there was black hair wrapped around the hot girl's neck. The hot girl's hair was dyed yellow. So where did this hair come from? Before everyone could react, they saw a long-haired woman in a kimono like a ghost, or a ghost at all, coming out from the ceiling behind the hot girl, and her hair hung down directly, like a snake tightly wrapped around the neck of the hot girl Ueda. Wow! Seeing this scene, the fat otaku Miyamoto standing next to the hot girl Ueda screamed and stepped back, sitting directly on the ground. The others were also stunned and speechless. After all, who could have thought that in broad daylight, in the hall entrance, in full view of everyone, you would actually be haunted? Are you reasonable? Let her go! As a criminal policeman, Dashin roared at this moment, rushed over in one step, and stretched out his hand to try to grab the ghost girl's hair. However, at this moment, the ghost's long hair split into several strands again, and rushed towards Inspector Oyama like a venomous snake, tightly wrapping around his neck and wrists. Inspector Oyama also struggled hard at this moment, but his strength was useless in front of the ghost's hair. In just a moment, Inspector Oyama and the hot girl Ueda were both directly hung in the air by the ghost. What should we do? What should we do now? Seeing this scene, the others were also panicked, and at this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice sounded. Forget it, let me do it. After the voice fell, Duanmu Huai stepped forward, and at the same time he pulled open the guitar case on his back, accompanied by the bright red sword light. The blood-red blade was unsheathed again, and fell into Duanmu Huai's hand. Duanmu Huai held a long knife in his hand, and flashed forward. The next moment, the hair that was entangled with Inspector Oyama and the hot girl Ueda was cut off, and the two fell to the ground. Ah! At this moment, the female ghost also roared angrily, and saw it suddenly turn its head, and the black hair that was almost as long as its body spread out like a spider web, rushing towards Duanmu Huai from all directions. Facing the attack of the female ghost, Duanmu Huai did not hesitate at all, jumped up, tightly grasped the bright red blade in his hand, and faced the long hair in front of him. Everyone saw the black hair rushing towards Duanmu Huai, and then it was cut into pieces in an instant, while Duanmu Huai rushed through the flying hair fragments with his sword and stabbed the ghost girl's head with a sword. Ah! This made the ghost girl scream in pain. She struggled and twisted her body to try to escape, but Duanmu Huai had already grasped the hilt of the sword and swung it again. When Duanmu Huai fell to the ground again, the ghost girl's head had completely separated from her body and fell on the floor behind Duanmu Huai, then turned into a ball of dust and disappeared into the air. Something is wrong. Duanmu Huai stood up, glanced at the ball of dust, and frowned slightly. You know, just now, when the ghost girl attacked Inspector Oyama and the hot girl Ueda, Duanmu Huai had already activated his fear aura. Logically speaking, the ghost girl should have been scared and let go. However, the fact is that Duanmu Huai's fear aura seems to be completely useless to the female ghost, and it even dares to attack him. Not only that, Duanmu Huai clenched the hilt of the sword, a little confused. It's not that he hasn't fought ghosts and evil spirits before, but the feeling that the female ghost gave Duanmu Huai just now was not like a female ghost at all. To be honest, she gave Duanmu Huai the feeling that she was a computer monster with a set program. Just like in some games, the monsters don't care whether you are level 10 or level 100, as long as you enter the attack range, you will attack recklessly. This female ghost also gave Duanmu Huai the same feeling. What is going on? At this time, Duanmu Huai also found it more and more interesting. Chapter 1658. Duanmu Huai's movements were so fast that the crowd didn't have time to react to what happened. When they came to their senses, Duanmu Huai was already standing in front of them, sheathing his sword. Inspector Oyama and the hot girl Ueda covered their necks and kept coughing. What's going on? What happened just now? Are we dreaming? Okay, why are you in such a hurry? Facing the panic-stricken crowd, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. It was just a female ghost. No, I'm not sure if it was a female ghost. What do you mean, Xiao Ai and I? Hearing Duanmu Huai's mumbling, Yanagian asked curiously, and Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. You have been to a haunted house, right? You must have seen the props in the haunted house that are not played by the staff, but moved by mechanisms. Ah, I have indeed seen it. Although most of the ghosts in the haunted house are played by the staff, there are also some ghost hands and so on, which are automatically triggered by tourists pushing the door to scare people. Everyone is also familiar with this kind of props. But, you said, that female ghost is a prop? Inspector Dashan also came to his senses at this time, looked at Duanmu Huai, and then looked at the dust on the ground, with a puzzled look. It's just an analogy, that is, this thing doesn't feel like a real evil spirit. What are you saying? Have you seen a real one? What do you think? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, everyone fell silent. They didn't want to know the answer at all. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, a strange sound rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yanagian embarrassedly pressing his stomach and sticking out his tongue. No, sorry, I just relaxed and felt hungry. As expected of Yanagian. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Then, he spoke. No one objected to Duanmu Huai's proposal. After getting up early in the morning and encountering so many things, everyone was already hungry. Naturally, they couldn't go to the restaurant, but the kitchen was still okay. So everyone simply went to the kitchen and ate here directly. However, when they walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, they were surprised. The refrigerator was naturally full of various foods. In addition to ordinary foods such as bread and vegetables, the most conspicuous ones were placed under the refrigerator, several fruits that looked like mangoes. When they saw this fruit, everyone's face changed slightly. They naturally remembered the story of the insect eggs that the fat otaku Miyamoto told last night. According to Miyamoto, these fruits are not fruits at all, but insect eggs. If you eat them, the insects will hatch in your body, and then crawl out of your body. Just imagining this scene makes people tremble all over. Let's eat something else. In short, everyone has made up their minds not to touch those insect eggs. Then it was very simple. Everyone used the coffee pot in the kitchen to make coffee, fried eggs and toast, and then ham, and made a decent breakfast, and then started eating. But as they were eating, Katanda was the first to notice something was wrong. That? Katanda raised her hand in confusion. I've already had breakfast, but I'm still hungry. Hey! It's really unexpected that you're hungry, Eru. Hearing Katanda's words, Yanami and Duanmu were a little surprised, because Katanda had a typical small stomach. Usually she only had one rice ball for lunch. If Yanami was not full, it would be commonplace, but Katanda said that she was not full, which was a bit. Wait. Yanami said that. Duanmu had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and looked at Yanami, who was stunned for a moment. What did I say? The story about not being full because of being picky about food. Ah! Hearing this, everyone present put down the food in their hands, and showed surprised expressions at the same time. Because the ghost story told by Yana was not that scary, they all forgot about it, but now that they think about it, Yana did say that if you are picky about food, you will never be full. So, I want to eat green peppers? Teacher Ganxia stared at the green peppers on her plate with a pale face, looking like she was going to die. And Yana tilted her head, and looked at her in confusion. Is there a problem with green peppers? I always eat green peppers raw as snacks. Raw? At this moment, not only Teacher Ganxia, but also Katanda and others changed their faces. Is there a problem? This is how we eat it at home, and the white core of the green pepper is also delicious. Although it is a little bitter, it will change the taste and make it more delicious. Eat the whole thing? Even Professor Sato couldn't hold it anymore. So, if we want to eat enough, we have to be non-picky? And as of now, the standard for non-picky eating seems to be Yanami. Duanmu said, and looked at Katanda, and they both saw the fear in each other's eyes. The boss is actually next to me? Yanami's diet has a very low limit. Do we really have to follow her standards? In short, we can only give it a try. All the people present were adults, not children. Even if they were faced with vegetables that they couldn't accept, they could only bite the bullet and eat them. However, after everyone followed Yanami to eat around, they still felt very hungry. What's going on? What should we do now? Producer Sang Tian complained dissatisfiedly. No one thought that eating a meal would be cursed. How can people survive? We have already eaten a circle. We have eaten all the ingredients in the refrigerator. No, there is one we haven't eaten yet. Duanmu stared at the refrigerator and spoke silently. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they reacted and their faces turned pale. Wait! You are not serious. Others were also panicking at this time. Although the curse of not being full was a bit uncomfortable, it was not unacceptable. But the problem was that there was also the insect egg story. If there was only one of these two stories, it would be fine, but now, the two stories were mixed together. In other words, either they ate the insect eggs and became the seedbed for hatching insects, or they starved to death. This is not giving them a way to survive. But no one would treat insect eggs as food. Composer Kurami said doubtfully, while Duanmu and Katanda looked at each other again without saying anything. Yesterday, Yunagian was still thinking about whether to fry or steam the insect eggs. Now, what should we do? Producer Kuwata's face was pale. You can't really ask us to eat insect eggs? I won't eat them. There's no other way. Duanmu sighed silently, then stood up and walked to the refrigerator, took out the insect eggs, and put them on the stove. Seeing this scene, the others were immediately surprised. Wait, Duanmu classmate, do you want to eat it? Teacher Ganxia couldn't help but persuade him, but Duanmu just shook his head and glanced at Yunagian. Anyway, I give it a try. Although they didn't know what Duanmu was talking about, they still stared at him. Then, they saw Duanmu boil water in a pot. After the water boiled, he peeled off the skin of the insect egg and revealed the pink flesh inside. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Although Miyamoto had previously described the appearance of insect eggs in the ghost story, it now looked more like a large grapefruit. The only difference was that it was stained with sticky liquid, which looked disgusting. Duanmu took out the flesh, then drew his sword to cut it open, took a look, and then threw it directly into the pot. Then, puff! Accompanied by a fart-like smell, a foul smell came out of the pot, causing everyone in the kitchen to retreat in a hurry. Woo, it stinks! Why is it so smelly? Is this thing edible? Others complained. Even Yunagian covered his nose and hid far away. Only Duanmu turned a blind eye. After that, he tried steaming, frying, boiling and other methods, but it didn't work. Even directly roasting didn't work. As long as the fruit touched the fire, it would immediately emit a thick, disgusting, cesspool-like stench. Although Duanmu Huai turned on the exhaust fan in time, others still complained. After using it for a while, Duanmu Huai took another fruit and handed it to Yanagian. Do you think this is edible? Woo. Yanagian stared at the fruit in Duanmu Huai's hand with disdain, and shook his head after a while. No, this is not edible at all. Woo. As soon as Yanagian finished speaking, he saw that the others behind him immediately covered their mouths, looking uncomfortable. Why? Why is my stomach so bloated? No, I'm going to vomit. Toilet, where is the toilet? Looking at the people running to find the toilet, Duanmu Huai also breathed a sigh of relief silently. He has almost figured out the rules of what happened in this place. Obviously, these situations are all in accordance with the rules of the ghost story they told. The problem with Yanagian is that her diet is too low, so as long as Yanagian thinks that the insect eggs are food, then no matter how much others think that they can't eat it, they will only be judged as picky eaters, and then trigger the hunger curse. So, it is important that Yanagian must think that this thing isn't edible. As for the smell of insect eggs when roasted on the fire, it is actually a little trick that Duanmu Huai used, that is, when he cut the insect eggs, he didn't use a kitchen knife, but his own blood-donating blade. In fact, the insect eggs have rotted and deteriorated after being chopped by the knife soaked in ghost blood. When heated again, the taste is naturally sour and refreshing. Food is about color, aroma and taste is the most important. Duanmu Huai didn't believe that Yanagian, who was a foodie, could eat such a smelly thing. As it turned out, Duanmu Huai guessed right. Even Yanagian couldn't accept the taste. And when Yanagian subconsciously classified insect eggs as inedible, then insect eggs were no longer food in the rules, and there was no problem of picky eating. Strictly speaking, Duanmu Huai acted out this scene for Yanagian. After all, other people would never think that this thing was edible. But who said Yanagian was not a normal person? Ah! However, at this moment, suddenly, a scream came from a distance. Hearing this scream, Duanmu Huai and Yanagian, who stayed in the kitchen, were stunned and hurriedly ran in the direction of the sound. Then I saw at the door of the bathroom, Teacher Gon Xia and Katanda hugged each other, shivering, pale, and others stood around, looking around. What's wrong? What happened? Yes, someone. Teacher Gon Xia hurriedly spoke. At that time, Yanagian thought that the eggs were not food, and the curse was lifted. As a result, Teacher Gon Xia ate too much and felt uncomfortable in her stomach, so she came to the bathroom. Then after Teacher Gon Xia finished, she came out and started washing her hands, and Katanda stayed with her. However, at this time, the two saw the bathroom door open from the reflection of the mirror. At first, they thought it was Duanmu Huai or Yanagian, and they didn't care too much. But what they didn't expect was that after the bathroom door was pushed open, a strange man appeared outside. The two were so scared that they screamed, and the man ran away. Hearing the shouts, others also rushed over, but no one saw the man the two were talking about. This is... Duanmu Huai thought for a while, and looked at the producer Sang Tian. Is it the stalker? Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, producer Sang Tian was stunned for a moment, and waved his hand hurriedly. Wait a minute, I did tell that story, but I also told that the stalker has been arrested by the police. He can't be here. The female ghost can't be here either. Duanmu Huai shook his head. I suspect that there may be some problem in this place that can make the story we told come true. You mean, all this is because of the ghost stories we told? Inspector Dashan was also a little surprised. What kind of ghost story we told? What kind of monster appeared? This is too unbelievable. I think the scene in front of me is unbelievable enough. Duanmu Huai snorted. Anyway, let's deal with it in this direction first. Under the leadership of Duanmu Huai, everyone returned to the hall again. Well, let's first follow this idea. Everyone still remembers the ghost stories they told last night. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, everyone nodded, and Duanmu Huai also took out a pen and paper to write down all the ghost stories from last night. Sakura Jiahui marbles upstairs, table 3 in the restaurant. Hot girl Ueda Sariyashiki, black-haired female ghost. Fat Otaku Miyamoto insect egg village. Inspector Oyama, the child on the car accident slope. Composer Maikura snow woman. Professor Sato, atmospheric creature. Producer Kuwata, karaoke stalker. Yanami, picky eater. Katanda, river clam repays kindness. Duanmu Huai Garaki. Gon Xia, 7 people. Mr. Winnow, the lost family, the snow pavilion. The marbles upstairs, table 3, the black-haired ghost, the insect egg village, and the picky eater have all come true. Among the remaining ghost stories, if we divide them by the degree of danger, the river clam repays kindness should be the least dangerous. After hearing Duanmu Huai's analysis, everyone nodded. The ghost story told by Katanda is not only not scary, but also a little funny. Of course, it is more appropriate to say that it is a fairy tale than a ghost story. Stalkers. Although scary, they are not lethal. At least in the producer Kuwata's account, the victims encountered people peeking outside, or people standing outside the glass door, or when they returned to the box, they found a snack platter for no reason. It is creepy, and it is indeed weird to have someone staring at you all the time, but it is basically not lethal, and they were caught by the police in the end, right? The same is true for Sarayashiki. A female ghost counts plates. What's the big deal? The people were killed by the crazy official himself, not the female ghost. The child on the car accident ramp has no beginning or end, and may only appear when driving. But the problem is that everyone doesn't even have a car at the moment. We can ignore it for the time being. As for the Graki mentioned by Duanmu Huai, well, let's exclude it for the time being. But the Snow Woman, the atmospheric creature, and the 7 people are different. These 3 are all extremely vicious. At least some of them will kill people. Not to mention that we don't know which version of the Snow Woman it is. After all, everyone talked about several versions of the Snow Woman because of this topic. There are kind Snow Women, and there are also Snow Women who seduce others. Who knows which version of the Snow Woman will come out? No, it's summer. Detective Oyama shook his head. The Snow Woman will only appear in heavy snow. How can it snow in summer? That's not necessarily true. As he spoke, Katanda pointed out the window with some uneasiness. It's already snowing outside now. Huh? Everyone turned their heads and looked out the window, and was surprised to find that it was already snowing heavily outside without knowing when. Chapter 1659, September 7th, Saturday, 12:24 p.m. The north wind was howling, and the snow was falling. Everyone sat together in silence. After noticing the snow, everyone realized that the temperature in the room had dropped a lot. The problem was that it was summer, so everyone was wearing thin clothes, and they obviously couldn't stand such a low temperature environment. Fortunately, the study on the first floor was basically maintained in its original state, and there was a fireplace inside, so everyone came to the study and lit the fireplace, which made them feel better. Others also took quilts and other things and wrapped them around themselves to keep warm. Damn it, what should we do? Composer Maikura finally broke the silence impatiently. Are we trapped here to death? Then he turned his head and looked at Inspector Oyama. Dashin, you are a policeman, right? Shouldn't you take action at this time? Are you a policeman? Even if you say so. Facing the criticism of the composer Maikura, the police chief Dashin spread his hands speechlessly. Miss Duanmu didn't move. I can't do anything. Maybe she will have a good idea. She? Looking at Duanmu Huai, who looked like he was asleep sitting at the coffee table, the composer Maikura frowned. But when he saw the sword Duanmu Huai placed beside him, he decisively shut up and sat down obediently. Mr. Dashin, do you know Xiaoyai? Seeing this, Yanai asked curiously. After all, generally speaking, everyone should listen to the orders of the police at this time. But as a police chief, Dashin actually obeyed Duanmu Huai's words and acted as if he did whatever the other party said, which really made everyone curious. This? Inspector Oyama smiled bitterly and looked at Duanmu Huai. Seeing that the latter still had his eyes closed, he spoke. Actually, there is nothing to say. Miss Duanmu has helped our police solve several cases. Huh? It must be said that Inspector Oyama's words really surprised everyone. Duanmu Huai is very professional in playing perverted murderers in movies, but what people did not expect is that she can actually solve cases. Ha ha ha, it's very strange. In fact, our Metropolitan Police Department also said privately that Miss Duanmu played the temperament of a murderer so much, more like a murderer than a real murderer. Maybe she has a few lives on her hands. Of course, it's just talk. In fact, Miss Duanmu is also quite accomplished in solving cases. Do you remember the serial murders of the girl a few years ago? Ah, I know that. Yanami nodded, and Katanda also showed a lingering fear expression. I remember that at that time, my family wanted me to go home after school, and even sent a car to take me home. The serial murder case of a girl mentioned by Inspector Oyama happened in a small town. The case itself was very simple. The girl disappeared when she was going home after school. A few days later, her body was found abandoned in an unmanned construction site or park. The murderer usually committed a crime once every half a month or a month. The stability was outrageous and caused panic in society at that time. The police tried many methods, but failed to solve the case, and were also under pressure from public opinion. Later, one day, it was suddenly announced that the murderer was caught. The The method used by the other party was actually very simple, because the murderer himself was an auxiliary police officer. He easily approached those students with this identity, and then invited them to get in the car with various excuses, and then said that he would take them home. In fact, he gave them drinks mixed with sleeping pills, and then took the victims to his secret base to kill them, and then dumped the bodies. Since he was a police officer himself, and was very familiar with the police's search progress, the police could not catch anyone no matter what they did. In fact, the murderer was caught by Miss Duanmu. Huh? She disguised herself as an ordinary female student, and then hooked the murderer. After being transported back to a secret residence by the other party, she subdued him, and then called the police. When we rushed over, the murderer had been tied up and hung on the ceiling by Miss Duanmu. Because the victim's blood and relics were quickly found there, he was arrested. It's just that you police are too slow in handling the case. Duanmu wide opened his eyes and complained. I was filming a movie there at the time. Because of this little thing, the progress of the movie was delayed. It's useless to see you police. I might as well do it myself. Xiao Shuai classmate, this is too dangerous. Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaint, teacher Gan Xiao's face turned pale. What if something goes wrong? Aren't you afraid? Of course I'm not afraid. What can that guy do to me? Besides, with my appearance, the other party wouldn't think I'm the kind of person who can resist. That's right. After all, Duanmu Huai looks like the kind of Lin Daiyu who is pitiful and will fall down at the slightest breeze. Anyone who sees him would think that he is the kind of person with a soft voice and a soft body who is easy to push down. But he took out a bigger one than anyone else. Forget it, let's not talk about these useless things. You police officers should not come to me for no reason in the future. I'm an actor, not a detective. You come to me to solve cases without paying me, and you waste my time and brain cells. Isn't this freeloading? Duanmu Huai said, glaring at Inspector Dashan unhappily, who smiled, scratched his head, and said nothing more. However, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to discuss this with him, and waved his hand. Actually, I already have an idea on how to solve our current situation. Really? As expected, everyone was alerted when they heard this. Well, the conclusion is actually very simple. We just need to eliminate all these strange stories, and we can go back. Duanmu Huai said this for a reason. He just closed his eyes, and rested his mind there. He was not really sleeping, but amplifying his senses, and trying to figure out where this place was. But soon Duanmu Huai found that the atmosphere here was not right, and there was even a familiar smell. Well, it was similar to the smell of the subspace. As a judge, Duanmu Huai was experienced, and had seen all kinds of scenes. After confirming this, Duanmu Huai understood what was going on. They were now in the gap between reality and the subspace. To use an analogy, the real world is floating on the sea, and the subspace is the deep sea. The space where Duanmu Huai and his friends were originally in the real world. But after they told those strange stories, for some reason, they attracted the energy of the subspace, making the space centered on this house heavier and gradually sinking into the sea. So to put it simply, now they are actually in a half-sunken ship, and it is estimated that only the mast is still exposed above the water. Then the question is, how to make the ship float? Naturally, the ballast is discarded, and putting it here is to eliminate all those strange stories. In this way, without the ballast of ghost stories, this space can return to the real world. However, I didn't expect to accidentally learn about the subspace here. Duanmu Huai was also a little puzzled by this. He had tried the rumor at Ryue Station before, but it was useless to stay up late to catch the last train for several consecutive times. Duanmu Huai thought it was his miscalculation. But now it seems. Sure enough, there is a subspace in this world. In this way, the puberty syndrome can be explained. If there were no other people here, Duanmu Huai really wanted to go out and kill people, but unfortunately, there were so many burdens around him. It's really bad to have to take them with him. But no matter what should be done must be done. Eliminate the ghost stories? How should we do it? It's very simple. Looking at everyone, Duanmu Huai smiled lightly. Use yourself as bait. Based on the previous encounters, we can infer such a rule, that is, the ghost story will first find the person who tells the ghost story, and if there are other people nearby, they will also be involved. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai pointed at the hot girl Ueda. For example, the black-haired female ghost told by Miss Ueda hanged someone, so the black-haired female ghost went to her first. If Inspector Oyama had not stepped forward to stop it at that time, then the black-haired female ghost might have attacked others after hanging Miss Ueda. It was the same at Yanami at that time. If everyone had not eaten together, the curse might only find Yanami, and we were all there. This. After hearing Duanmuhuai's explanation, a group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. In fact, the reason they gathered together was because they had all seen horror movies, and knew that whoever was left alone would die. Even the bad-tempered composer Mikura only complained a few words, and did not dare to slam the door and leave. Everyone knows that such characters usually do not survive more than 20 minutes in horror movies. But what they did not expect was that it was because they gathered together that everyone was unlucky. This is also possible. In other words, people like Katanda, Yanami, Inspector Oyama, and producer Kuwata, who tell harmless ghost stories, can go back to their rooms and sleep by themselves. Anyway, even if the ghost story finds them, there is no danger. But it is different for others. From now on, I will accompany you one by one to go out and walk around the White Snow Pavilion, and by the way, find the missing old Mr. Winnow. Huh? It must be said that everyone was shocked when they heard Duanmuhuai's decision. Although it is indeed important to find the missing old Mr. Winnow, no one has the intention to find him. The reason is very simple. In this environment, any normal person can imagine a bunch of haunted house horror movies that they have seen. In such movies, to be honest, it is not safe for two people to be together, because you can't guarantee that the other person is a ghost in disguise. But a group of people together can at least give you courage. And what Duanmuhuai is doing now is like actively triggering a haunted incident. Well, it seems that he is indeed going to do this. But the problem is, what should we do? Professor Sato also started to ask uneasily. After all, the fighting power shown by Duanmuhuai just now has made everyone regard him as the backbone. They are not afraid because Duanmuhuai is here. After all, even if there is any more ghost, Duanmuhuai can kill it with that knife. But if he leaves, won't he and others become lambs to be slaughtered? Don't worry. Duanmuhuai naturally knew what they were worried about, and comforted them. Then he pulled out the bright red blade and stabbed it hard at the ground. Crack. The bright red blade pierced straight into the floor. At the same time, everyone felt a warm bloody breath rushing towards them, which made them shudder. As long as you don't leave this room, you will be safe. Remember, you can't leave no matter what. Duanmuhuai looked at them, and warned them like Sun Wukong drawing a circle for his master, and then he glanced at everyone. Then let's start with Mr. Mikura, let's start with you. Hey! Me? Really? What? You want to stay here forever? Of course not. Well, okay. Mikura thought about it, sighed dejectedly, stood up like he had accepted his fate, and walked out of the study with Duanmuhuai. The others watched them leave in a daze, and closed the door of the study. It was not until then that Katanda was suddenly shocked. Wait, Xiao Ai didn't take a knife, so how is she going to deal with those ghost stories? At this moment, everyone came back to their senses. How could I forget this? Chapter 1660. Walking in the corridor, composer Mikura was also very nervous, because everyone was gathered in the study, and the entire museum was empty, with no one to be seen. Just thinking of the story he told before made Mikura terrified. Although from the perspective of ghost stories, the Snow Woman is not so scary and bloody. After all, in all the legends about snow women in Japan, at most they freeze men to death, or freeze them into ice. Compared with many bloody deaths in ghost stories, it is relatively gentle. But, who wants to die? Duan, Miss Duanmu, what should we do next? As he walked forward tremblingly, Qiansong asked, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear Duanmuhuai's voice. Then Qiansong turned around, and was surprised to find that Duanmuhuai, who was supposed to be walking beside him, was gone. Ah! At this moment, Qiansong felt his scalp tingling. He widened his eyes in fear and looked around, but he couldn't see a single person in the long corridor. What happened? He was there just now. Never mind. Thinking of this, Qiansong turned around and ran back along the original route without hesitation. The long and narrow corridor was dark and depressing. Qiansong gritted his teeth and almost ran back to the study. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed open the door of the study. Everyone, it's bad, Miss Duanmu. However, before Meikang could finish his words, the cold wind mixed with the blizzard blew into his mouth, causing Meikang to cough loudly. Then he opened his eyes wide and realized that what he saw was not a study room at all, but a vast snowfield. He turned around and was surprised to find that what was behind him was not a corridor, but a hall. Ding-ling. Suddenly, at this moment, a crisp bell sounded. Hearing this bell, Mikura trembled all over and looked forward subconsciously. Then, he saw a beautiful woman wearing a white kimono and long black hair walking slowly towards him in the snow. Snow girl. At this moment, Mikura really wanted to turn around and run away, but for some reason, his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. Not only that, Mikura's eyes seemed to be fixed, staring at the beautiful face of the snow girl in front of him, which looked like a fairy. As the snow girl got closer and closer, Mikura's eyes became more and more confused, and his breathing became more and more rapid. At this moment, he had completely ignored the strangeness in front of him. His brain seemed to be completely attracted by this beautiful woman. Even if he sacrificed his life for her, he would not hesitate. Seeing the bewildered Meikang in front of him, the snow girl chuckled, walked in front of him, and then reached out to touch Meikang's cheek, slowly approaching. In myths and legends, the snow girl sucked the vitality of men through kissing and turned them into ice. But for Meikang now, it was worth dying to win a kiss from the snow girl. However, just as the snow girl was about to touch Meikang, suddenly, a hand stretched out from behind Meikang and grabbed the snow girl's black and shiny, silk-like long hair. "Hey, you've finally been caught, right? I see where you can run." Duanmu Huai roared, grabbed the snow girl's hair, and dragged her to the ground like a drunk husband beating his wife, and pulled her into the white snow pavilion. The snow girl did not react at all, and was pulled to the ground by Duanmu Huai. Then, Duanmu Huai raised his fist, and hit the snow girl's head. "Come on, let me see what you can do." Bang! "Show off your charm again." Bang! "Does it hurt? Scream for me." Bang! Duanmu Huai punched the snow girl's beautiful face, which was as delicate and beautiful as a doll, with a dull sound. The snow girl's beautiful face was twisted and distorted, just like being hit by a kick that was beyond recognition. The top of her head was smashed, her cheeks were swollen, and even one of her eyes was blown out. Seeing this scene, Qian Song next to him was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground and dared not speak. The snow girl also twisted her body, desperately trying to struggle. She wailed loudly and stretched out her nails to scratch Duanmu Huai's face. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. He just grabbed the snow girl's slender arm and twisted it hard. "Ah!" The snow girl's screams echoed throughout the white snow pavilion. The next moment, she suddenly turned into a gust of wind and snow and rushed into the depths of the corridor, at the same time, in the study. "Ah!" The screams coming from outside the door frightened everyone hiding in the study. They raised their heads and looked at each other anxiously. "Gang, what was the scream just now? Could it be Mr. Mikura? No, the scream just now was a girl's voice? Is that Xiao Ai? Dong dong dong." Just when everyone was in doubt, the door of the study was suddenly knocked hard, and then Duanmu Huai's voice emerged from outside. "Open the door. That ghost story is terrible. Mr. Mikura was seriously injured. I am dying." "What?" Hearing this, Gan Xia hurriedly stood up and tried to open the door, but was grabbed by Yanai and Katanda. "Wait a minute, teacher, Xiao Ai just said that no one should open the door. But she was also injured? Anyway, I don't think it's Xiao Ai outside the door," Yanami said, and Katanda nodded vigorously. Indeed, the voice outside was exactly the same as Duanmu Huai's voice, and it sounded like Duanmu Huai himself. But for Yanai and Katanda, who have been with Duanmu Huai for a long time, it sounded wrong. In their impression, Xiao Ai is basically the kind of rough and direct, even very boyish personality. How could she scream like a girl like now? No matter what, we can't just leave them alone. At this moment, producer Kuwata couldn't help it, and stood up directly, and before others could stop him, he opened the door. "Huh?" The cold wind that seemed to freeze even the bone marrow rushed in from outside the door, so that everyone felt that their breathing was about to stop. However, at this moment, the sword that Duanmu Huai had inserted in the middle of the floor suddenly burst into a dazzling brilliance, and the next moment a hot air wave instantly spurted out, offsetting the cold air that almost froze people. At this time, everyone saw that at the door, a woman in a white kimono was screaming and falling to the ground, rolling constantly. The producer Kuwata was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. When he opened the door just now, he met the snow girl face to face. If Kuwata hadn't felt a wave of heat blowing behind him, he would have been frozen into an ice cube by the snow girl. At this moment, the snow girl collapsed on the ground, rolling around, with white smoke coming out of her body, as if she had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified and didn't know what to do. At this moment, footsteps sounded. Dong. 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 "Hey, where can you run to?" Duanmu Huai walked to the painfully wailing snow girl with a cold face, stretched out his hand, grabbed her hair, and pulled the struggling snow girl up. Then he raised his head and glanced at everyone. "What are you looking at? Go back to your room." As he said, Duanmu Huai grabbed the snow girl's hair and dragged her into the next room. Everyone looked at each other, carefully moved to the wall, put their ears against the wall, and then heard the roar and wailing from inside. Scream, scream for me. Ah! Keep screaming. You're screaming endlessly, right? You deserve a beating. Bang. Woo, ah, help. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Just be obedient. Go to hell. Woo, woo. Listening to the sound coming from the other side of the wall, everyone couldn't help but imagine a scene where a drunk husband was domestically beating his poor wife. At this moment, the husband was waving a bottle of wine, punching and kicking his weak wife, who was lying on the ground and curled up in a ball. The wife just huddled up desperately, trying to resist her husband's beating. But gradually, her breathing became weaker and weaker, and the husband completely ignored it, and just vented his anger on his wife. By the time the husband finally stopped, his wife, who was beaten beyond recognition, had already stopped breathing. TSK, she died after being beaten so many times. She's really lucky. Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's cold snort, there was a sound of a door slamming next door, which scared everyone back to their original seats, looking at the door of the study without daring to breathe. Then, a moment later, Duanmu Huai tidied his clothes, walked into the study, and appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Ai, you're back. Yeah. Then, what about that snow girl? I beat her to death. Now there's not even a bone left. She should have turned into water. Oh, really? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, everyone's expressions were quite complicated. On the one hand, the ghost story was indeed a threat to their lives, but on the other hand, the ghost story seemed to have died a bit too tragically. Compared to the black-haired ghost girl before, it was already very humane. At this moment, the composer Mikura also huddled aside, not daring to speak. After all, he had personally witnessed how Duanmu Huai beat up the snow girl. Although the snow girl was a strange story, she was really a beauty after all, but Duanmu Huai had no mercy on her, and punched the snow girl in the face. Okay, the snow girl is done. Ignoring the complicated looks of everyone looking at him, Duanmu Huai clapped his hands and took out his notebook. So what's the next one? Professor Sato's atmospheric creatures? What on earth is that? Actually, I was quite confused when I heard it yesterday. It's not Duanmu Huai's fault. It's really that Professor Sato used a report-like method to explain this strange story, which gave people the feeling of making a report on natural science discoveries, as if there really was such an atmospheric creature, and then it was dissected, observed, and studied by scientists, and then formed a report and gave a speech. To be honest, listening to this strange story, it feels like taking a natural biology class. I almost fell asleep while listening. Oh, that's... Hearing Duanmu Huai's mumbling, Professor Sato also wanted to explain, but at this moment, something strange happened. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Snow White Pavilion seemed to have an earthquake and began to shake wildly. Before everyone could react, the ceiling above their heads was suddenly lifted up. The next moment, with the influx of cold air, the upper floor of the entire Snow White Pavilion was like being swept by a tornado, and it flew directly into the sky. At the same time, several tentacles that looked like condensed clouds and mist fell from the sky and grabbed everyone. Chapter 1661. Get down. As Duanmu Huai shouted, everyone had already fallen to the ground with their hands covering their heads. Facing the whirlwind tentacles flying towards him, Duanmu Huai clenched the sharp blade and swung it. Shwa! The sharp blade cut the swirling wind in the blink of an eye, but there was no entity inside, and it looked like a simple tornado. However, soon, several more whirlwinds fell from the sky and rushed towards everyone. It was really troublesome. Duanmu Huai once again dispersed the whirlwind, and at the same time frowned secretly. If it was an ordinary ghost story, it would be easier to say, but this pseudo-scientific monster is really annoying. Atmospheric creatures. According to Professor Sato, this concept originally came from the United States, and was mainly used to explain the formation of UFOs. Not everyone thinks that UFOs are alien flying saucers. Atmospheric creatures are also one of the explanations. Simply put, in the Earth's atmosphere, there lives a kind of atmospheric creature. They look like jellyfish, hiding in the clouds most of the time, with a light body and low density. So it is difficult to find them on radar, and because their appearance is a disc-shaped jellyfish, they are mistaken for UFOs. This atmospheric creature will make a sound similar to that of a giant whale, and by adjusting the air pressure inside and outside the body, it will create a small tornado to attack the ground, sucking humans or animals into its body and eating them. Even if you talk about the Loch Ness Monster, it is not so difficult to deal with. Duanmu Huai stared at the clouds in front of him, frowning. The point that pseudoscience is more difficult to deal with than ghost stories is that it is not fake at first glance like ghost stories, but half true and half false. If the knowledge of atmospheric creatures, like Professor Sato is really told, there are still many people who believe it. After all, there are creatures in the deep sea that everyone doesn't know about, so it is not unreasonable to say that there are some unknown creatures hidden in the boundless sky. Forget it, it's useless to say all this now. The problem is how to deal with it. If Duanmu Huai was the real body, he would have punched through the sky, but unfortunately, he is now a reincarnated clone, with limited abilities and soul cards. It is a bit tricky and troublesome to fight this kind of fantasy monster purely relying on the power of attribute points. Of course, the biggest problem is that there is a burden. Does this mansion have a basement? Duanmu Huai repelled the monster's attack again, and asked loudly, and the hot girl Ueda heard Duanmu Huai's question and hurriedly answered. Yes. There is a wine cellar. Quick, go to the wine cellar and hide. Okay. At this moment, no one objected, because the monster seemed to have found that Duanmu Huai was not easy to deal with. At this moment, it was launching attacks again and again, defeating the remaining broken walls and ruins next to it. In a moment, the whole mansion might be razed to the ground by it. By that time, no one could hide. At this moment, everyone got up in a hurry and ran towards the kitchen under the leadership of the hot girl Ueda. Next to the kitchen was the wine cellar. As long as they reached the wine cellar, they could hide underground. No matter how powerful this atmospheric monster was, it couldn't dig a hole. The way to the kitchen was not far, but it was very difficult to walk. The entire atmospheric monster seemed to be above their heads, and the whistling wind turned into a strong airflow. Everyone felt as if they were caught in the wind and almost couldn't help but run forward. Duanmu Huai was responsible for the rear, and defeated the attack of the atmospheric monster again and again. However, this was not an easy task for others. Running in the collapsed mansion, all they could hear was the whistling wind, and all they could see was the whistling sand and rocks. They couldn't walk properly. But they still gritted their teeth and rushed forward desperately. Right here. Go in. Seeing the kitchen door in front of them, the fat otaku Miyamoto's eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed into the kitchen with great strides. However, at this moment, the ceiling above Miyamoto's head suddenly collapsed, and the next moment a whirlwind fell from the sky and directly swept him in. Wow, no, save me! Obviously, this fat otaku was the heaviest among all the people, but in the whirlwind, Miyamoto flew straight into the air like a balloon with a broken string. This made Miyamoto panic, and he shook his hands and feet desperately, and grabbed Professor Sato next to him. The latter was shocked and hurriedly tried to break free, but the next moment, he was swept into the whirlwind and disappeared directly into the thick clouds. Seeing this scene, everyone else was shocked. The whirlwind just now came too fast, so they didn't react at all. When they came to their senses, they only saw the figures of two people being swept into the clouds. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice sounded like thunder in their ears. Get out of the way! Hearing this voice, everyone subconsciously turned sideways, and then saw Duanmu Huai jumped up, stepped on the head of Chief Dashin, and jumped into the sky again, followed by the two people rushing into the whirlwind. The next moment, the clouds that originally covered the sky were directly split into two by the sword light, and a huge figure also appeared in front of everyone. It was a round monster that was almost as big as a football field. At first glance, it looked like a UFO. But now, its wrinkles that kept swaying like a jellyfish and the mouthparts that were shaking below proved that it was not a UFO, but a creature. How could humans imagine such a disgusting thing? Even the squid was better than this. While Duanmu Huai was secretly complaining, his hands did not stop. He stared at the monster in front of him, then stretched out his left hand, tightly grasped the bright red blade, and grabbed the hilt with his right hand. Then he looked at the bloody mouth that had been completely opened and tried to swallow him, gritted his teeth, and swung the sword. The sharp sword blade cut Duanmu Huai's palm, and blood spurted out from it, merging with the sword body. At this moment, the sword body that absorbed Duanmu Huai's blood became brighter and more dazzling. At the moment, the sword blade was swung out, a huge crescent-shaped sword light burst out directly from it, and slashed straight at the monster in front of him. Bang! At the moment, the sword light hit the monster, the huge monster made an explosion like a balloon bursting, and then its bulging body quickly began to shrink, and wild airflow gushed out from the cracks, and Duanmu Huai and others were directly sucked into the monster's soft and huge body, falling to the ground. Shall I? Seeing this scene, everyone screamed in fear. They watched the monster fall from the clouds like a deflated ball, drifting downwards, and then hit the ground heavily. Go and save people. At this moment, Inspector Oyama also hurriedly came to his senses, and led others to run towards the place where the monster fell. The weather that was originally snowing had quietly turned sunny at some point, and the snow on the ground also disappeared without a trace. Perhaps it was because Duanmu Huai eliminated the snow girl that the whole weather turned back to the original summer. But now everyone had no time to care about such things. They almost ran to the destination in 2 steps. When everyone arrived, the huge body of the atmospheric monster also completely decomposed and dissipated like other ghost stories, leaving only the panting Duanmu Huai and 2 unlucky guys. Even Duanmu Huai was not feeling well. The attack of this monster was nothing to him, but falling from a high altitude took his life. If Duanmu Huai hadn't offset the impact with a burst of sword energy at the last moment, I'm afraid he would have at least fallen half to death. As for the fat man and Professor Sato, they didn't have such good luck. It was good to be able to leave a complete body. In fact, given their current state, well, there is probably no hope of saving them. All we can say is that they are unlucky, and there is nothing we can do. Are you okay, Xiao Yanai? Looking at Duanmu Huai, who was half kneeling on the ground with a long sword in his hand, Yanai and Katanda also rushed over and looked at him anxiously, while Duanmu Huai waved his hand. He won't die. Okay, let's go back first. Well, you also need to treat your injuries. Let's go back first. At this time, Teacher Gan Xiao also hurriedly stepped forward and tried to help Duanmu Huai up, but at this moment, suddenly, a dingling sound was heard not far away. What's that sound? Hot Girl Ueda raised her head and listened in confusion. Even Inspector Oyama, who had just checked on the fat man and Professor Sato, turned his head in confusion. It seems to be a bell. Hey! Ding-ling-ling. The crisp sound appeared again. This time, everyone clearly heard the sound of metal colliding. At this moment, Teacher Gan Xiao's face was pale. Her petite body was shaking constantly, as if she thought of something terrible. Seven people in front of the Emperor. Hey! Hearing Teacher Gan Xiao's words, everyone was shocked. Is it the one you said, Teacher Gan Xiao, who will be killed as a scapegoat after seeing it? Quick, leave here quickly. According to legend, no one who sees the 7 people in front of the Emperor can survive. While speaking, Teacher Gan Xiao grabbed Duanmu Huai and wanted to take them away as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ding-ling-ling. The sound of collision rang out again, this time not far away. Everyone turned their heads and saw 7 figures dressed as monks, holding 10 staffs, walking towards them in a row. It seems that we can't get away. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, then stood up and raised his weapon. Let me see how powerful these 7 Imperial Guards are. Chapter 1662. Dingling. The staff was raised high, then dropped, and the iron rings on it collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Duanmu Huai held his weapon tightly and stared at the 7 people in front of him, who were silent and said nothing. In fact, they couldn't say anything, because the appearance of these 7 guys was completely in the form of mummies. According to Teacher Gan Xia, the 7 people in front of him were souls wandering on the ground, and could not ascend to heaven. Only by catching scapegoats to replace them can they ascend to heaven. Well, this is no different from those water ghosts in China who look for scapegoats. Then, there is only one thing to do. Ascension is impossible. Duanmu Huai stared at the 7 people in front of him and sneered. I send you to hell. After the words fell, Duanmu Huai stepped on the ground. The next moment, everyone's eyes flashed, and they saw Duanmu Huai's figure appear in front of the 7 imperial courts dozens of meters away from them, and slashed at the 7 imperial courts with a sword. Dang! However, Duanmu Huai's unavoidable sword was blocked. The 7 imperial courts raised the 7 tin sticks in their hands, blocking Duanmu Huai's attack and hindering his further actions. Oh, what's the matter? Do you know the 7-star sword formation? Could it be from Huanjin sect? Duanmu Huai joked casually, and then hurriedly pulled back. Almost at the same time, he saw 7 tin sticks suddenly stabbed at him, and the sound of breaking through the air whistled up, and even the ground was broken by it. Good guys, you are the 18 bronze men of Shaolin Temple. Duanmu Huai clenched his long sword, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the 7 imperial courts in front of him again. Until now, Duanmu Huai has almost figured out the rules of this world. Obviously, the subspace of this world is not like heaven or hell, and what is here is not something like gods, Buddhas, evil spirits, or the like. On the contrary, as far as we can see now, what they encounter are obviously monsters imagined by humans. Moreover, the more popular the monster is, the stronger it is. Among the monsters that Duanmu Huai encountered before, the weakest one was the black-haired female ghost, but that was an ancient story told by the hot girl Ueda, And no one actually took this black-haired female ghost seriously, so her strength was quite weak. The strength of the insect eggs is unknown, because no one actually eats the insect eggs, so it can be counted. And the curse that Yanagian saw is probably a story made up by their family to trick the children into eating, so the power is not too strong, and it is also very simple to solve. Picky eaters will be cursed, just don't be picky eaters. If it weren't for the strange story of insect eggs mixed in, this so-called curse would not be a big deal at all. But later, the situation is different. The Snow Woman is a well-known Japanese ghost story, and her strength has proved this. The ability to control such a large-scale blizzard can prove this. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai did not fight the Snow Woman in her home field, otherwise it would definitely be more difficult. As for atmospheric creatures, according to Professor Sato, it is a very popular niche pseudoscience theory in the United States, which means that there is a certain audience. Of course, atmospheric creatures themselves are not difficult to deal with, but the problem is that it is annoying to fly in the sky. As for the current 7 emperors, Teacher Gan Xia said that this is a local folk legend, which means that there are many people who know about the 7 emperors. And the monsters condensed by these people's imagination are naturally not as strong as ordinary ghost stories. Sure enough, the subspace of this world is related to the subconscious. Feeling the trembling on the hilt, Duanmu Huai's face sank. Puberty syndrome is an abnormal phenomenon that violates the theory of reality in the real world through strong thoughts and consciousness. And the strange creatures in this world now seem to be condensed by human thoughts and cognition. Therefore, the subspace of this world seems to be very sensitive to thoughts. Well, the treacherous will definitely like this place very much. Damn, if my body was here, I would burn this broken place with a fire, and it would be fine. For the Inquisitor, thoughts are the most difficult enemies, even more than the plague of the corruption. So Duanmu Huai is most annoyed by the confrontation at the spiritual and ideological level. After all, he doesn't like to use his brain. In Duanmu Huai's view, the weapon of criticism is far inferior to the criticism of weapons. As long as my hammer is hard enough, any problem can be solved. But now, Duanmu Huai felt a little powerless for the first time in the subspace. Just now, in the real world, let alone 7 tin staffs, even if there were 70 or 700 of them tied together, Duanmu Huai would have chopped them into pieces. However, this sharp blade that can even cut evil spirits into fine pieces can't actually cut the opponent's tin staff. The reason is not how hard the tin staff is, but the thought. Duanmu Huai's thoughts alone cannot defeat the masses. The more the number and the higher the density, the more difficult it will be for Duanmu Huai. Obviously, what Teacher Gan Xia said is a folk legend, which means that there are many people who know and even believe in the existence of the 7 imperial guards. In the real world, even if these people gathered together to attack Duanmu Huai, he could kill them all. But in the world of spirit and thought. Wait. Staring at the 7 people in front of him, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly flashed with a light. The 7 people in front of him are folklore legends in ancient times. In the final analysis, it is actually an ancient ghost story. It is no different from the painted skin and Xiao Qian in Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. But, not only ancient ghost stories are ghost stories, modern ghost stories are also ghost stories. I have made so many ghost movies, is it in vain? There's a way. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. At this time, it depends on how powerful the childhood shadow left in the minds of the audience is. Well, if I remember correctly, the scariest character ranked first by the audience in the movie I played should be. Duanmu Huai recalled a little, then threw away the sword in his hand, and then suddenly fell to the ground. Hey! What happened to Xiao Ai? Seeing Duanmu Huai suddenly throw away his sword and lie on the ground, Katanda was stunned, and the others were also looking at this scene in surprise. But soon, something strange happened. Chuck chuck. Accompanied by a strange laugh, Duanmu Huai used both hands and feet to gradually climb up like a gecko. He twisted his head and tilted his head, and his long white hair covered Duanmu Huai's face. Wow! This is... Seeing this scene, Katanda still didn't know what was going on, and Yanagian and several others couldn't help but turn pale, obviously thinking of something. Xing Sai, what happened to Xiao Ai? Facing Katanda's question, Yana was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly spoke. This is Xiao Ai's most famous role, Night Girl. The so-called Night Girl is a role in a movie midnight horror played by Duanmu Huai before. In fact, the plot of this movie itself is not very colorful. The plots of most horror movies are very direct and cliched. Simply put, Night Girl is like the curse of Yana, and it was originally just a ghost story made up to scare children. It means that if a child does not close the door and sleeps well at night, Night Girl will get in through the crack of the door, hide under the bed, and then blow cold wind to wake the child in the middle of the night. Then when the child gets out of bed, she will suddenly reach out from under the bed, grab the child's legs, pull him under the bed, and twist off his head. In the movie, this ghost story that deceives children is sung, and gradually the evil ghost of Night Girl is born. Finally one day, a child is lectured by his parents for not closing the door, and then he is caught and killed by Night Girl when he sleeps at night. The friend and teacher of the child started an investigation to solve the mystery of the child's death. At the end of the movie, the Night Woman was defeated, and the relieved teacher returned home and forgot to close the door. When he woke up and wanted to close the door, a hand suddenly stretched out from under the bed and grabbed the teacher's feet, and then the pale face of the Night Woman appeared under the bed. Then the movie ended. When this movie was first released, it caused a great social sensation. In fact, as a horror movie, Night Woman does not have any special plot. But the problem is that many parents will scare their children after watching this movie, saying that if they don't close the doors and windows, Night Woman will appear and kill them, and these children dare not disobey. There was even a case where a child almost died of heat stroke because he was too afraid of the Night Girl and closed the doors and windows in the hot summer season. After this incident was exposed in the news, the movie Midnight Horror naturally caused heated discussions in the public opinion, so that most children, whether they like it or not, must have heard of the name of the Night Girl. For Yanagian, it was a childhood shadow, and now he dared not close the doors and windows, for fear that if he didn't close the door properly, a hand would reach out from under the bed and grab his feet. In the movie, in addition to hiding under the bed without anyone noticing, the most famous thing about the Night Girl is Dwan Mu-hwai's current action of crawling on the ground with his hands and feet like a human spider. At that time, anyone who saw this scene in the cinema screamed in fear. Katanda doesn't like watching horror movies, so she is naturally insulated from this, but others are obviously not. At this moment, not only Yanagian, but even Inspector Oyama and the hot girl Ueda have become stiff and distorted. It can be seen that Dwan Mu-hwai's movie is a disaster. Giggle. Dwan Mu-hwai laughed strangely, then used his hands and feet to rush straight towards the 7 Imperial Court at a speed that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Dingling. Facing Dwan Mu-hwai, who rushed up again, the 7 Imperial Court did not hesitate and raised the tin staff to blast again. This time, Dwan Mu-hwai did not dodge or evade and let the tin staff hit him. However, the next moment, an unexpected scene happened. The hard tin staff that could block even the sharp blade of hunting evil spirits just now, when it touched Dwan Mu-hwai's body, it twisted and deformed like fragile straw, and then cracked and broke. Giggle. Dwan Mu-hwai seemed to be unhindered, and continued to pounce on them with a strange laugh. He stretched out his hands, grabbed the heads of the 7 Imperial Courts, and twisted them off. The 7 Imperial Courts, whose heads were twisted off by Dwan Mu-hwai, also disappeared like ashes. However, Dwan Mu-hwai obviously did not stop there. He laughed that chilling laugh again, twisted his body like a monster, and rushed towards the remaining 7 Imperial Guards. Chapter 1663. Giggle. Accompanied by a strange scream, the head of the last of the 7 Imperial Guards was twisted off, and the latter's body shook a few times, then collapsed to the ground and turned into dust, once again declaring that the Yangtze River's back waves pushed the front waves, and the front waves died on the beach. After all, the ancient legends are no match for the modern female ghosts, and there are always higher mountains. Even Shaoqian can't beat Sadako. Huh? It was not until then that Dwan Mu-hwai stood up, moved his neck and hands and feet, and then saw other people standing not far away, looking at him anxiously. Shaoqian? Are you okay? I'm fine. Faced with Katanda's question, Dwan Mu-hwai waved his hand. I've almost figured out the rules of this place. Huh? Everyone was shocked to hear Dwan Mu-hwai's answer. And Dwan Mu-hwai did not hide anything, and quickly explained his discovery to everyone. That is to say, the monsters we see in this world are not real ghosts, but monsters formed by people's thoughts? Inspector Oyama frowned, touched his chin, and spoke. That's right, so the reason they attacked us is not because they have any deep hatred for us, it's just their setting. Because in the legend of ghost stories, the meaning of these evil spirits is to kill people, so they come to attack us. How can this be? It must be said that everyone was stunned when they heard Dwan Mu-hwai's answer. They couldn't believe what they heard. Frankly speaking, they would rather believe that these monsters are evil spirits with self-awareness, rather than acting according to the program of mass thinking. In other words, we are currently in the world of collective subconsciousness. On the contrary, the hot girl Ueda seemed to understand something, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. So, we didn't really travel to this world, but we're just dreaming. Why do you think so? Hearing the words of the hot girl Ueda, the producer Kuwata frowned in confusion and asked, while the hot girl Ueda smiled embarrassedly. It's actually very simple, because my research direction is related to this. You see, in fact, the ancient folklore legends in many places are very close and similar. Even some places that are isolated from the world and have no contact with the outside world have similar legends. Like the ancient legend about Kagaya, there is also the story of Channa flying to the moon in China, and there are also moon gods in the local folklore legends in North America and Africa. Of course, this is not surprising, but the strange thing is that almost all civilizations' myths and legends about the moon are bound to be related to the love between men and women. Speaking of this, the hot girl Ueda also became excited. For example, as we all know, Princess Kagaya made things difficult for the man who wanted to marry her, and ended up returning to the moon. Channa also secretly drank her husband's elixir of immortality, and then went to the moon. In the Maori tribe of New Zealand, there is also a story about a woman who made the moon god unhappy, so he was captured and imprisoned on the moon. Different regions, similar myths and legends, so I have always believed that this may have some connection with the collective subconscious of human beings. As she spoke, the hot girl Ueda seemed to find that she was a little excited, so she scratched her cheek embarrassedly. If that's the case, then this world can be understood. If this is the world of human subconsciousness, then it's not strange for any monster to appear. After we tell those stories, it's possible that our consciousness is pulled into the spiritual world. I don't quite understand. Inspector Oyama frowned. In other words, we are just dreaming? Well, yes, roughly speaking, that's right. So the others are not dead? I'm not sure about that. This time, in response to Gonxia's question, the hot girl Ueda seemed a little embarrassed. The influence of the mind on the body is often beyond human imagination. For example, people with anxiety disorders will unconsciously feel the symptoms of near death. Even if the instrument detects that the body indicators are normal, he will feel difficulty breathing and his heartbeat is accelerated, as if he is really on the verge of death. And our current situation is obviously not just as simple as a nightmare. In the final analysis, it depends on whether the human impression is deep. Duan Muhui raised his head with his chest puffed out, looking proud. Now it seems that the night girl I played is still very popular with everyone. Duan Muhui was not lying. In fact, when he played the night girl again, Duan Muhui could feel the power gathering from all directions to him. It was because of this that he could easily defeat the horror story of the Seventh Emperor. No, that's not popularity, that's childhood trauma, okay. Yanami decisively complained. Everyone present, except Katanda, who hasn't seen that movie. I still remember that my parents took me to see this movie and told me that if I didn't close the doors and windows, the night girl would come out from under the bed and kill me. You don't know how scared I was during that time. I even filled the bed with boxes. Yeah. Inspector Oyama nodded in agreement. At the time, I was still a young college student. I was just asked by my friends to go and test my courage, but, well, I really should ask you for mental damages. Me too. Teacher Gonxia raised her hand feebly. When Shiba tricked me into watching this movie, I should have been careful. But do you know how miserable it was when I woke up in the middle of the night and wanted to go to the bathroom, but found that the bedroom door was not closed? I didn't dare to get out of bed and could only stay hard on the bed all night. Yes. Even the producer Kuwata complained. Originally, I had a date with a girl, and I specifically found a horror movie to watch on the date, just waiting for her to lie in my arms. What happened? I lost interest in getting a room that night. Even when I walked into the hotel, I felt cold all over when I saw the shadow under the bed. I had no interest at all. I almost thought that my career as a man was over. It's none of my business. Duan Muhui rolled his eyes and turned a deaf ear to the complaints of several people. The story was written by the screenwriter, the movie was shot by the director, and it was reviewed by Toei. I'm just an actor. Why did you find me? Is it wrong to be dedicated? Is it really that scary? Katanda looked at Yanami, then at Duan Muhui, and asked curiously, while Yanami nodded vigorously. That's right, Eru, you probably don't know. Even now in the video store, Xiao Ai's movie is at the top of the summer horror movie rental list. Almost every summer vacation, parents rent this movie to scare their children. It's too much. Well, then I definitely won't look at it. Katanda reaffirmed her determination. As they were talking, everyone had returned to the White Snow Mansion. However, when they saw the White Snow Mansion in front of them, they were shocked. The White Snow Mansion, which was originally destroyed by the atmospheric monster, has now returned to its original appearance, and it looks as if it has not been attacked at all. Everyone pushed open the door and looked inside. They saw that the hall and the corridor were clean and bright, without any scratches at all, as if the house that was blown away by the huge whirlwind just now was not the White Snow Mansion. Not only that, wow, what a fragrant smell! The moment they entered the White Snow Mansion, everyone smelled a mouth-watering fragrance, and Yana's eyes lit up, and he ran towards the corridor following the smell. Could this be? Following Yanagian, the others followed the aroma to the depths of the corridor, and then came to the kitchen door. At this time, the kitchen door was locked, but the rich aroma was so appetizing that Yanagian's stomach was rumbling like a drum. What is this smell? Let me in, I want to eat. I want to eat. Ah! At this moment, Yanagian was just like a zombie in a zombie movie, lying on the kitchen door and shouting loudly. Looking at her bloodshot eyes and drooling mouth, even if there was a person inside, Yanagian would probably swallow it in one bite. Duan Muhui silently glanced at Katanda. Is this your story? Hey! The one about the clam cooking to repay its gratitude. Katanda looked at the note cooking, "Do not enter on the kitchen door," with a complicated expression. Then go in and take a look. Duan Muhui said, and then kicked the kitchen door open. Bang! As the kitchen door was kicked open, the scene inside was also revealed to everyone. In front of the stove, a girl in a kimono was standing there cooking, and her neck was empty. As for the girl's head, it was in the pot at the moment, jumping and shaking with the fierce fire, then flying up, and then falling heavily. At this time, the girl's head floating on the soup also saw the people rushing into the kitchen, and immediately screamed. Didn't I say not to peek? You broke the agreement. As she spoke, the girl picked up the head floating in the soup and pressed it on her neck. Then a whistling wind blew, and when everyone opened their eyes again, the girl completely disappeared. So this is how the soup is made. Duan Muhui complained silently, and Katanda had already sat down on the ground with her face covered. When she told this story, she probably didn't expect it to be like this. As for Yanami, she was like a possessed person at this moment, walking towards the pot of soup. Hee, it smells so good. Please wait a moment, Yanami-san. Teacher Gonxian next to her tried her best to hold her back. You can't drink this. If you drink it, your life will be over in every sense. Although it's a monster, it's also a soup made from human heads. Please let me go, Teacher Gonxia. I just take a sip, one sip. Although in theory, it's okay to let Yanami take a sip, but it's still made from human heads anyway. It would be troublesome if a new door was open for Yanami. Especially considering the lower limit of Yanami's recipe, this possibility is still very high. So Duan Muhui walked over and poured all the cooked soup into the sewer in front of Yanagian's grief-stricken eyes. Watching the delicious soup being poured out, Yanagian screamed in pain. Unfortunately, it was too late. You better not drink this. Duan Muhui stared at Yanagian, who was sitting on the ground, as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and sighed silently. He didn't want Yanagian to add cannibalism to his recipe in the future, which would be troublesome. Chapter 1664, September 8th, Sunday, 8:20 a.m., we're back. It was Yanagian's excited scream that woke Duan Muhui up. She slapped the window hard and pointed outside. Look, we're back. Huh? Duan Muhui rubbed his eyes, sat up, and looked out the window. He saw that the foggy world outside was no longer there. He could clearly see the farmland and the houses next to it. We're back now. Hey, everyone! Soon, everyone gathered and walked to the gate. Looking at the familiar streets outside, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I thought I would never come back. What should I do now? Should we call the police anyway? After finding themselves back in the real world, everyone began to think about other issues, while Inspector Oyama looked at Duan Muhui, who shrugged his shoulders. You are a policeman, you decide. Call the police. Inspector Oyama thought about it, and made a decision. Our situation is too bizarre. Even if we tell others, we will be regarded as mentally ill. However, the police can't identify the criminal so quickly. As long as there is no evidence to prove that we did it, there will be no problem. This is as if someone killed himself. Anyway, let's take a look at Miss Sakura's body first. I don't know if her body is still there. Duan Muhui didn't say anything, just nodded, and then the group came to the restaurant again. Others didn't dare to go in. Only Duan Muhui and Inspector Oyama came to the door of the restaurant and opened it. Are you surprised? No, not at all. Looking at the empty restaurant, Duan Muhui and Inspector Oyama exchanged opinions silently. The body of Sakura Jiahui, who was supposed to be here, disappeared. Actually, I thought about it too. Could it be that she was eaten by the atmospheric monster? At that time, the atmospheric monster destroyed the entire mansion, and Sakura Jiahui's body would not actively escape, so it is not impossible to say that she was eaten. So? Report them missing, just say they are missing, and we can't find them after searching for a long time. Okay, at least it's much easier than explaining the body, and the rest will be left to the police. After Inspector Oyama called the police arrived at the scene soon. They questioned everyone, such as where the missing people went, but the others had already checked their statements with Duanmu Huai and said they didn't know where they went. This is also normal. After all, these people don't know each other, and the only intersection is to attend the opening ceremony. The police investigation was very detailed. They searched every corner of the mansion, but they didn't find any clues. Fatotaku Miyamoto and Professor Sato were naturally missing, and Sakura Jiahui and Mr. Winnow were also missing. The car in the parking lot didn't leave, and there were no traces of their footprints around, as if they had evaporated into thin air. When the police finished their investigation, it was already evening. When can we leave? Sitting on a chair not far away, looking at the police around, Katanda asked anxiously, looking around, her expression uncertain. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Looking at Katanda like this, Duanmu Huai also looked at her, and Katanda nodded. I am very uneasy. After all, I have never seen so many policemen, and I have never been questioned by the police. But? To be honest, I am very curious. Katanda raised her head and stared at Duanmu Huai, her eyes sparkling. Did Mr. Winnow do all this? Why did he do such a thing? I am really curious about this. Yeah. Looking at Katanda, Duanmu Huai nodded, then he reached out and grabbed Katanda in front of him. So who are you? Hey! You, what are you talking about? Xiao. You are not going to answer, right? Looking at Katanda in front of him, Duanmu Huai lowered his eyes, then raised his head again, and then threw a punch. Katanda's head flew high, spun several times in the air, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The headless body also lost its strength and collapsed backwards on the chair. Blood spurted out from the gap in the neck, and covered the entire wall. Huh? This sudden scene stunned everyone present. But Duanmu Huai's actions did not stop there. She grabbed Yanajian's head with her backhand, twisted it hard, and hit her against the wall before she could react to what happened. Hey, what are you doing? Inspector Oyama jumped up and stretched out his hands to grab Duanmu Huai, but then Duanmu Huai kicked Inspector Oyama in the chest and kicked him out directly. The latter's burly body hit the stunned composer Mikura next to him. The two were hit against the wall like flies hit by a fly swatter, and burst and shattered with a snap, blending into one. Ah! Blood splashed out, and at this moment, the hot girl Ueda screamed loudly. What's wrong? What happened? Hearing the scream of the hot girl Ueda, the door was suddenly pushed open, and then the police rushed in. Seeing the scene, they were also stunned. They were all killed by that murderer. The hot girl Ueda hid behind the police, trembling, and stretched out her hand to point to Duanmu Huai in front of her. It's her! She is the murderer! September 8th, Sunday, 22:15 p.m. It's her! She is the murderer! The hot girl Ueda's eyes were red, and she stretched out her hand angrily to point to Duanmu Huai, who was standing not far away. Hearing the roar of the hot girl Ueda, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly, then opened the guitar case behind him, and then pulled out the bright red blade. What a trouble! Duanmu Huai looked at the people in front of him lightly, without a trace of emotion in his tone. Just kill them all. Then, Duanmu Huai spoke. Put down your weapons. The policeman raised his gun and aimed at Duanmu Huai, but his movements were still too slow. He had just raised the gun when Duanmu Huai rushed in front of him, and then swung his sword to cut him in half. Then, there was a massacre. In the narrow space, the police could not use their guns at all, and Duanmu Huai wielded a sharp blade and chopped anyone he saw. Gradually, the screams and roars in the entire mansion gradually subsided, and soon, the entire mansion fell into a dead silence. Tick, tick. Duanmu Huai held the sword and walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Blood dripped along the blade and made a faint sound on the steps. Duanmu Huai did not care about these trivial matters. He stepped on the bodies of the policemen and went up all the way to the 3rd floor. Then Duanmu Huai came to the bedroom door and pushed it open. There was a person sitting inside. An old man. I thought you would continue to hide. Staring at the old man in front of him, Duanmu Huai said lightly, while the old man sat on the chair, staring at Duanmu Huai, and laughed. Since you have already discovered me, There is no point in me hiding anymore. The old man, Mr. Winnow, stretched out his hand and pointed to the sofa next to him. Please sit down. Duanmu Huai walked forward, sat on the sofa, and stared at the old man. When did you start to find out? I had doubts at the beginning. Of course, it was Katanda who helped me solve this problem. Oh! Is there anything wrong with that child? Indeed, you have grasped her characteristics. Duanmu Huai laughed. Katanda is a curious child. When she encounters strange things, she always hopes to investigate and solve them, so that our classical literature department often seems to be a detective club. But? She hates dead people. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. So, Katanda never watches horror movies or mystery novels. Therefore, after going through so much, she wouldn't say to me with shining eyes, I'm curious. So, your poor imitation just had the opposite effect. Well, I really didn't notice Yanami. After all, she really only knows how to eat. Actually, I came to you this time. In addition to gourmet food and ghost stories, I originally wanted to ask you something else. Oh! I wanted to ask you about the topic of the other world, but now it seems that there is no need for this. Are you talking about the other world in the novels that young people read now? Mr. Winnow chuckled. No, it's the other world we are in now. Now that you know it, what are you going to do? It's simple, destroy it. Duanmu Huai's answer was decisive, without any hesitation. Why? Because in this world, some things would be better if they didn't exist. Hee hee. Mr. Winnow chuckled, then he was silent for a moment, and suddenly stood up. You listened to Ueda's explanation. Is that Ueda's explanation? It's hers. Mr. Winnow nodded. Although she dressed like that, she is actually the most serious and studious one among the three. By the way, Sakura is actually the student I despise the most. Think about it, she dressed herself up so cutely for whom? People who study need to spend time on cooking and makeup? And the direction she chose. Urban ghost stories. A group of children made up stories out of boredom, just to open up topics, and make herself more active among the crowd. Mr. Winnow seemed very angry. Studying should be done quietly and calmly. What's the point of showing me a few stories to deceive children every day? Don't think I don't know that she actually asked Miyamoto to help her collect those ghost stories. Miyamoto, that kid, can't see through Sakura's true face at all and is fooled by her. Well, although I can understand his thoughts, after all, aren't there similar plots in those light novels now? Plot? Well, an ordinary male protagonist is favored by a beautiful girl because of some trivial things. This kind of thing is impossible in reality, but Miyamoto obviously thinks Sakura is his heroine. So no matter what Sakura asks him to do, he is willing to do it, even at the cost of himself. Forget it, it's useless to say these now. Mr. Winnow waved his hand. I'm off topic. Well, Ueda's research is very interesting, and the connection between ghost stories and collective subconsciousness is actually deeper than you think. Fear is an emotion that no creature can avoid, and humans are particularly wonderful. For animals, their fear mostly exists only in the law of survival. Being hunted and killed is the fear of animals. But humans are different. Mr. Winnow turned his head and looked at Duanmu Huai. You have acted in many horror movies, so you should understand this very well. Human fears are varied, and it is not only death that can make them afraid. On the spiritual level, being ignored, forgotten, hated, and disgusted, human fears are varied and colorful. Duanmu Huai cannot deny this. He is not sure whether animals have such complex emotions, but in fact, the fear of death is just one of the many fears of humans. For elementary school students, the homework that has not been completed before the end of summer vacation is the most terrifying. For lovers who are about to confess their love, the response they are about to face is the most terrifying. For Yanami, I am afraid that not having food to eat is what scares her the most. For people who are not good at communication, rather than being forced to go on stage alone and stand in the center of the stage to perform in front of everyone, he might rather die. Just like the story of Table 3 in the restaurant that Sakura said, is it scary? It is a little scary. But who is the scary one? Is it the female ghost who has been sitting there? Or the troublesome guests who come to cause trouble? Or is it the waiter who hates the troublesome guests and deliberately leads them to the table of the female ghost? Human emotions, thoughts and ideas have created this world, and the most intense emotion is fear. Mr. Winnow said, as if he was lecturing in class. Fear does not come from a single source, but has given birth to a colorful spiritual world. And now, we are in it, this boundless fantasy land created by humans. Oh! Duanmu Huai yawned silently. Not only that, I also found that there are real lives in this world. They are eager to communicate with us and interact with us. So, I chose you to complete this ritual. Fear, the power of fear can deepen our understanding of each other. Do you understand the meaning of this? Yes, I understand very well, Duan Muhui said while raising his sword. Tell me everything you know, and then you can die, heretic. Chapter 1665. When Duan Muhui opened his eyes again, he felt. It was so hot. Turning his head, Yanajian next to him was hugging him tightly and sleeping soundly, while Katanda on the other side curled up and closed her eyes. Duan Muhui broke free from Yanajian's restraints, then took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. September 7th, Saturday, 6:31 a.m. At the same time, a sharp scream came from outside. Ah! When the police arrived, it was already an hour later. The deceased is Professor Ueno, and his two students, Sakura Jiahui and Miyamoto Xiao, and Professor Sato Rauichi, who is a colleague of Professor Ueno, are missing. While investigating the records, the police looked at everyone in confusion. Are you guests invited by Professor Ueno to attend the banquet? That's right. Duan Muhui nodded. I wanted to discuss some folklore and ghost stories with Professor Ueno, so I asked Director Shimizu, and Professor Ueno was going to hold a party, so he invited me to attend. So I came to the party with two friends from the club. Oh, so? Did you find anything unusual? I'm not sure. Yanani frowned and tapped his head. I remember I seemed to have a terrible dream, but I can't remember it clearly. Me too. Katanda shook her head. Maybe it was because Professor Ueno asked everyone to get together to tell Hyaku Monogatari last night, so I also had a nightmare. Is that so? Did you all eat the same food? Yes. Duan Muhui certainly knew why the police asked that. He had heard from Inspector Oyama that Professor Ueno's body was hideously distorted, as if he had died in extreme pain. According to the preliminary forensic examination, the cause was a sudden illness. It was just a coincidence that several people fell ill at the same time, so the police doubted whether this was a murder case. The body was currently being taken back for further dissection. Duan Muhui certainly understood why Professor Ueno died in such a miserable state. After all, Duan Muhui was a judge, and as a judge, Duan Muhui naturally knew some means of interrogating heretics. Obviously, Professor Ueno was just a simple old scholar, and he obviously couldn't stand the punishment of tiger bench and pepper water, so Duan Muhui squeezed out all the information Professor Ueno knew by inflicting pain on his body and cooperating with the fear aura, and then let him die in endless pain. Well, Professor Ueno's calculations were good. No one would find out what happened in a dream. Moreover, people who are killed by ghost stories in dreams seem to disappear completely from the real world. Obviously, he intends to let ghost stories kill Duan Muhui and others, so that even if the police come to search, they will not find any clues, and will only find that they are missing. Coincidentally, Duan Muhui also thought so. At least now, even if the police cut Professor Ueno into mutton slices, they can't tell that he has been tortured. This is actually the case. After that, the police took everyone to the police station to record their statements. Although the police did not say it clearly, their search direction was obviously towards suspecting that Professor Ueno's students and Professor Sato had teamed up to kill Professor Ueno, and then fled for fear of crime. However, Duan Muhui knew that these police officers would never expect to catch anyone in their lifetime. After that, Duan Muhui sent Yana and Katanda back home. They both seemed to think that everything that happened before was a nightmare. Although Yana looked at the date on his phone in confusion, he finally confirmed that he was dreaming. As for the club research, the two discussed and decided to continue. After all, they also received a lot of advice and help yesterday. They should take it as a commemoration and finish the research report. Duan Muhui did not object and let them go. But he himself was not so free. After leaving the police station, Duan Muhui immediately called his assistant. President, are you okay? I heard that something seems to have happened to Professor Ueno. It's just a little accident, it's nothing. Duan Muhui was too lazy to talk about these things. I called you because I have something for you to do. What is it? Find me a script. Send me the movie script for review. Ah, yes. Give me all of them. No, send me all the action-oriented scripts. I screen them later. Hey! What's wrong with you, President? It has to be said that the assistant was quite surprised to hear Duan Muhui's answer. After all, based on his understanding of Duan Muhui basically only shoots one movie every year. This year's scenes have been shot long ago. According to reason, Duan Muhui will come to talk to him about work next year. But I didn't expect that he would be so proactive this time. I'm free anyway, just killing time. Okay, I prepare it and send it to your email, President. A movie is roughly divided into 3 parts, namely production, distribution, and screening. However, in fact, production is actually completed last, and the first thing to be determined is distribution. The producer takes the plan to the distribution company, and after confirming that it can be distributed, he starts to set up a filming team. If it cannot be distributed and screened, then making a movie is simply a loss-making behavior. But now at least there is an online platform, and the distribution part is relatively relaxed. In the past, the distribution company held the lifeblood of a movie. Duanmu Huai is involved in all 3 parts, and his biggest part is production and distribution. After all, as long as it can pass the review of the distribution company, it can start filming. Therefore, every year many freelance producers will submit their scripts to Duanmu Huai's company for cooperation. Duanmu Huai also has his own reasons for starting to act in an uncharacteristic way. Through the information obtained from Professor Winow's torture, Duanmu Huai has a certain understanding of the subspace of this world. Similar to Duanmu Huai's speculation, the subspace of this world is not close to the soul, but seems to be more close to the spiritual influence, just like puberty syndrome. Then one of the important questions is, how to enter that world? According to Professor Winow, most of the ghost story locations with clear signs can be used as entrances and exits to the subspace. As for why Duanmu Huai failed to find Ryua Station, the reason is very simple. According to Professor Winow, the clearer the goal, the more focused the public's thoughts will be. For example, the disappearance incident in Baishue Pavilion, everyone knows that those people disappeared in Baishue Pavilion. When their thoughts are focused on Baishue Pavilion, they will open up the passage to the subspace here. The situation is different for Kisaragi Station. Although it is stated that it is the last train in a certain area, it does not say which station it is, which blurs everyone's focus. Therefore, no matter how Duanmu Huai took the last train before, he could not enter the subspace through there. The reason why Professor Winow invited these guests is that he hopes to further consolidate the connection between Baishue Pavilion and the subspace by sacrificing them, and it would be best to create a channel for shuttle back and forth. But this is not the point. The point is that Professor Winow said that there are creatures living in the subspace. According to Professor Winow, there are some kinds of life forms in that world, but it seems that they are not in the same dimension as themselves. When Professor Winow tries to communicate with them, he will only have an indescribable fear similar to that of ordinary people seeing evil gods. According to Professor Winow, the strange creatures that attack him and others actually have no wisdom and soul, but simply act according to the way of action in human thought. But there are also some strange creatures that are integrated with those subspace organisms. Simply put, it is as if those subspace creatures are wearing the skin of strange creatures and appear in front of humans who break into that world. Professor Winow said that he had accidentally entered that world once before, and then saw Hachisha-sama. The moment he saw Hachisha-sama, he felt that his brain seemed to be filled with incomprehensible information and knowledge that seemed like garbled code. At that time, Professor Winow felt that his head was about to explode. Fortunately, he retracted his gaze in time and escaped. After that, Professor Winow ran away like crazy, and when he came to his senses, he had returned to the White Snow Pavilion. Then Professor Winow spent several days to barely sort out the seemingly incomplete knowledge in his brain, and then he came to the conclusion. These creatures rely on fear to communicate with humans, because fear is the most intense emotion and the easiest to trigger. After all, friendship, love, etc. are a bit difficult to understand, but if you push someone to the edge of a cliff, the emotion of fear will immediately appear. Well, thinking about it this way, fear is indeed quite convenient. Duanmu Huai didn't pay much attention to this. The creatures in the subspace are strange and varied, and he has seen similar monsters before. There are also some creatures in the subspace that feed on fear. The more you fear it, the stronger it will be. It will also give you a fear debuff when the battle begins. If you don't purify it in time, you will only die. So, Duanmu Huai also needs the same response. And his choice is to fight poison with poison. Through previous experiments, Duanmu Huai has determined that as long as he plays his role in that world, he can get a bonus of strength. Night Girl is an example. After all, it is the childhood shadow of most people, and the power bonus it brings cannot be underestimated. But relying on Night Girl alone is not enough, and for Duanmu Huai, Night Girl's fighting method is too low. Therefore, Duanmu Huai intends to create an image that is more powerful than he knew. That's why he came to the company to choose the script. According to experience, if you want to create an image that is powerful in the subspace, the number and strength cannot be low. The number refers to the number of people who have seen it, and the strength refers to the degree of their impression of the character. Yi Nu has such a strong power because she is everyone's childhood shadow. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to defeat the 7 emperors. It is not easy to play a memorable horror role, and the scope of dissemination must be wide. For Dwanmu Hwai, the easiest way is to screen it worldwide. Yes, as long as it is screened worldwide, even if there are not many people watching, it will add up to a considerable number. And many protagonists of horror movies are also known to the global public, such as Jigsaw, Jason, Freddy, Sadako, Kayako. These are all famous and well-known horror stars. Dwanmu Hwai also hopes to create a similar image. But unfortunately, this is not an easy thing. One is more boring than the other. Flipping through the script, Dwanmu Hwai was powerless to complain. One of the reasons why Japanese movies are difficult to go abroad is that they are not popcorn enough. Speaking of horror movies, the atmosphere in Japan is actually very good, but the problem is that it is not exciting enough. Whether it is Jason wielding a chainsaw to chase or Freddy pulling into the nightmare hunt, it is enough to make the atmosphere of the cinema tense and exciting. But most of the time, Japanese horror movies are depressing from the beginning to the end, without any particularly exciting and intense chase and fight scenes, and because they are narrative-oriented, they are not very popular and recognized by the public. In comparison, the United States is much better in this regard, such as Friday the 13th. If you don't watch Jason, you can watch beautiful women, and you can also watch a man and a woman hugging and kissing on the grass. Although most of the time, Jason shot them in the head while they were kissing. Alas! Although there are many good scripts, Dwanmu Hwai thinks that they are not international enough. However, it is difficult for horror movies to satisfy the public taste, so Dwanmu Hwai had to settle for the second best and look at action movies. Well, there is nothing to do. Japan is really not good in this regard. After flipping through all the scripts to be reviewed, Dwanmu Hwai didn't find anything he wanted to watch, so he started to flip through the rejected projects when he was bored. This can also be regarded as a little entertainment for Dwanmu Hwai. In fact, from many perspectives, the rejected projects are more interesting than the approved scripts, and they can better show the diversity of human beings. There will always be something like, is this something that humans would come up with? However, some projects were rejected simply because they were not in line with the company's direction, or had a bad social impact and were not suitable for production and distribution. Unfortunately, it is not so easy to find a script that meets your needs. If it really doesn't work, let the assistant talk to several screenwriters in the company to see if they can produce such a script. As for the theme, it will focus on shooting international movies. I hope these screenwriters can open their minds and come up with some good ideas. So as a boss, Dwanmu Hwai finally decided to let his subordinates do the headaches. Otherwise, why would he pay you? Chapter 1666. In the dim room, there was silence. As if the storm just now had never existed, Dwanmu Hwai lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling in front of him. And Kurikawa Akane was beside him, his eyes blurred, as if he was still immersed in the afterglow. Woo! After a while, Kurikawa Akane hummed softly, and came back to his senses. Xiaoai is really amazing. Just SOSO. You have also harmed other girls, right? Not yet. Dwanmu Hwai did not lie. What about Miss Mai? I think she should be different from you, right? Faced with Kurikawa Akane's slightly dissatisfied inquiry, Dwanmu Hwai thought for a while, and gave an answer. He was not a fool. Of course, he understood that Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai were fundamentally different. And Mai Sakurajima's feelings for him may not be as complicated as Akane Kurikawa's. No, maybe even more complicated. I'm so thirsty, I need some water. As he spoke, Akane Kurikawa got up and walked to the refrigerator to get a bottle of hot mineral water. Who told you to be so loud just now? Didn't the neighbors hear it? Don't worry, my room is soundproofed, no problem. Akane Kurikawa seemed quite confident. He said it so many times without being exposed, which means that the soundproofing is indeed good. Xiaoai, do you want it? A bottle of Coke. Okay. Akane Kurikawa walked to the bed with the Coke and handed it over. Dwanmu Hwai also sat up, took the Coke, opened it, and drank it all in one breath. By the way, Xiaoai. Do you know? I heard that Warhammer Pictures seems to be planning to make an international movie. Oh, I know. Warhammer Pictures is the film company under Dwanmu Hwai. The name was of course changed by Dwanmu Hwai. The reason is self-evident. Everyone is looking forward to it. I don't know if I will be invited to participate. This matter has made such a big fuss. Of course, this is a good opportunity to go overseas. Dwanmu Hwai was a little surprised to hear what Kurikawa Akane said, but after thinking about it, it was not so surprising. After that, Dwanmu Hwai gave an order to several screenwriters in his company through his assistant, saying that the company will shoot a big production next year, an international film, and asked them to write a script. Once selected, the company will do its best to put it on. I heard that at least 10 billion yen will be invested, which can be said to be a big production. The Japanese film industry is not big, and news spreads quickly, especially among insiders like directors and actors. Since Kurikawa Akane knows it, then Magana and Sakurajima might should also know it. If it were other companies, people might not believe it, but the news released by Dwanmu Hwai's Warhammer Films is basically correct. The reason is very simple, that is, Warhammer Films itself is a company that often distributes movies overseas. This was also Dwanmu Hwai's previous decision. The Japanese are both inferior and arrogant. For example, it is rare to see them send their movies to international film festivals or film awards. Not only that, even if they want to participate in the exhibition, Japan's tradition of seniority is that those well-respected and famous directors must go first. If an unknown director participates, it's okay if he wins an award, but if he doesn't, he will be criticized. First, it's disrespectful to the predecessors, and second, it's embarrassing for the Japanese. Anyway, for Japanese directors, this is a thankless task, and the risks far outweigh the benefits. After all, if he fails, he will be completely finished in the film industry. However, Dwanmu Hwai also has a way to deal with these unspoken rules. That is, he does not ask to participate in the name of the director, but in the name of the investor. The reason is that he wants to advertise at the film festival. Do you follow him? As for the Japanese, as long as the responsibility is not on themselves, there is nothing to worry about. Moreover, in the film industry, the power of the investors is quite large. When people hear that it is the investors who want to participate in the film festival, at most they will say that they are stupid and have a lot of money, and they will not think that those directors are self-willed, disrespectful to their elders, and arrogant. So Dwanmu Hwai asked his company to take a few movies to participate in various overseas film festivals and selections every year. Dwanmu Hwai's idea is very simple. He will try his best, and of course he also wants to add bricks and tiles to his status. After all, the Japanese are still very pro-Western. If he gets a nomination or award at an overseas film festival, it will also help consolidate his position in the Japanese film industry. Facts have proved that Dwanmu Hwai's idea is correct. Warhammer Film sends 1 or 2 films to film festivals every year, some of which are nominated and occasionally guaranteed to win awards. Dwanmu Hwai has also won the Best Supporting Actor award, which has made him famous in the Japanese film industry. Moreover, these participating films will be noticed by overseas film distribution companies for various reasons, and then screened in other countries. Therefore, Warhammer Films also has a relatively stable overseas distribution and screening channel. Therefore, over the past few years, Warhammer Films has become a big player in the Japanese film industry, and many directors and actors are looking forward to working with Warhammer Films. Of course, since Warhammer Films takes a different approach and does not compete with other film companies for the mainstream market, it has a good relationship with other companies. This time, Warhammer Films announced that it would make a big-budget movie for the international market, and domestic directors and actors were all excited. Who doesn't want to participate in a big-budget movie and become famous internationally? Ordinary people may still wait until the movie is released to watch the show, but for those in the industry, it will be too late by then. Directors, screenwriters, actors, sound, costumes, props, special effects. Everyone hopes to join. Dwanmu Hwai only heard Kurikawa Akane's words, but when he went to school the next day, he received a call from his assistant. "Boss, it's bad. Many people are calling to ask us about the production of that movie. Many famous directors and screenwriters hope to cooperate." Is it so exaggerated? Hearing the assistant's voice on the other end of the phone about to cry, Dwanmu Hwai was also speechless. "How about this? You spread the news that our company focuses on fighting and horror movies, and this time we are targeting these 2 areas. The fighting level of Japanese movies is average, and for horror movies, Warhammer Films is basically the leader, so this should be able to screen out many guys who try to fish in troubled waters. But anyway, after this, producers often come to Warhammer Films with movie plans. On the surface, it seems to be just a simple business contact, but judging from the number of times, they are obviously also aiming for this big production. Facts have proved that quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. As long as you draw enough cards, you can always draw 5 stars. Sitting at the desk, Dwanmu Hwai fell into deep thought while looking at the script in his hand. This is a script submitted by a screenwriter of his film company. The story is actually quite simple. The protagonist is an ordinary person. Then one day he went home to sleep, but when he woke up again, he found himself lying in a garbage dump. The overwhelmed protagonist crawled out of the garbage dump and was surprised to find that the familiar city had turned into a ruin, and in the ruins of the city, there were many strange and deformed monsters wandering around. Why did his city become like this? What happened? What happened to him? The puzzled protagonist began to avoid monsters in this ruined city while looking for the truth of the matter. During the journey, the protagonist encountered a monster and was rescued by a girl when he was almost killed. The latter used her physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people to kill the monster that attacked the protagonist in a few moves. During the conversation with the girl, the protagonist learned that this was already the world 100 years later, so instead of being clear, things became even weirder. The protagonist only remembered that he had just gone home from get off work the night before to sleep. How could he wake up? And it was already 100 years later. After that, the protagonist and the girl came to the gathering place of contemporary humans, and everyone was surprised to learn that the protagonist came from 100 years ago. The elders of the gathering place saw the advantage of the protagonist's knowledge of 100 years ago, and hoped that he could help find the legendary land. In order to figure it all out, the protagonist and the girl formed a team and went to the legendary land. After a series of difficult and arduous battles and attrition, the survivors came to the legendary land. Only then did the protagonist discover that the so-called legendary land was actually a scientific research institution, and here, he finally discovered the secrets related to his past and the true status of this world. Well, the plot is quite simple, and the whole process looks very exciting and intense. If I have to say, this script has very high requirements for special effects and is very expensive. Duanmu Huai was also very satisfied with this script. After all, he only said that he wanted to enter foreign countries, and did not say that he wanted to win an award. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, the script of this movie is just like Resident Evil. It may be a global hit, but it is impossible to win an Oscar. However, what Duanmu Huai wants is to be a hit. It doesn't matter whether it wins an award or not, as long as it is popular. Duanmu Huai is interested in two characters in this script. One is a girl of this era, who accompanies the protagonist. The other is a murderous evil ghost. Her role is a bit like the triangle head in Silent Hill or the tyrant in Resident Evil, chasing the protagonist and others all the way. Later, it is revealed that her identity is actually related to the protagonist. So which one should I play? Duanmu Huai stared at the script and thought for a long time. The heroine is definitely a good choice, but the heroine also has to fall in love with the hero, which makes Duanmu Huai unable to hold back. So he thought again, and finally decided to play the murderous ghost. After all, whether it is Triangle Head or Tyrant, in the audience's impression, they are the kind of indestructible and unstoppable terrifying existence. Since Duanmu Huai is going to kill into the subspace, this impression is obviously more vivid and important. That's it. Finally, Duanmu Huai made a decision. He took out his seal and stamped the plan. Leave this role to me. You can start recruiting people now. With Duanmu Huai's order, the entire company immediately started to operate. First of all, the director. This film has many battle scenes and is very popular. Naturally, it needs an experienced and big-name director. In the end, Duanmu Huai chose director Shimizu. After all, they have worked together many times and have a good cooperation. The next is the most important special effects and props. Duanmu Huai decided to find a professional studio in Hollywood for this part. He is not shooting Ultraman vs. Godzilla. If he makes a suit, he will be really exhausted. As for the heroine, Duanmu Huai originally thought that Mai Sakurajima and others were also good, but unfortunately, the Japanese aesthetic of childishness is not universal in foreign countries. Although in Asia, Mai Sakurajima, Madonna Yu and Akane Kurikawa are all high school girls. But in foreign countries, people feel that they are lowly. So if they were to play the heroine in this movie, it would look like the hero and the little girl falling in love in the eyes of foreigners, and it would obviously be Inchi. So Duanmu Huai recommended Katayo Sura, who was caught in the crossfire when he was cleaning up Shinmuguang, and she has finally recovered recently. Giving her this opportunity is also an apology. After doing all this, Duanmu Huai was also relieved. As the saying goes, the food and grass must be prepared before the troops move. How effective the cleaning up of the subspace this time will be depends on how this movie is made. Chapter 1667. The project was approved, and then the investors came. Duanmu Huai did not invest exclusively this time, but he also took up the majority. The budget of the whole movie was directly increased from 1 billion to 1.8 billion. According to this, the budget of 2 billion in the later stage may not be enough. But it doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai said that he has money and willfulness, and he just wants to do it. For ordinary film companies, shooting large-scale productions is a very risky thing. After all, if the cost cannot be recovered, it will be a dead end. However, most of the money Duanmu Huai spent came from himself. After all, for him, the goal of this movie is not to make a profit, but to be popular, and the impression left by his role on the audience. That's right, Duanmu Huai did not feel sorry for spending 2 billion for this. The investment was confirmed, and then the casting was done. Because this movie is essentially the same as Resident Evil, it is a science fiction action movie with horror elements, so the requirements for the actors are that they can run, jump and fight. Actors with fighting skills are naturally given priority, so Himkawa Daiki, who once performed with Duanmu Huai in Tokyo Blade, was selected as the male lead, and Aramaka Na and Kurikawa Akane also got 2 supporting roles respectively. Even Ruby and others were arranged by Duanmu Huai for selfish reasons, and played a minor role in it. The plot of the movie is divided into pre-disaster and post-disaster. The Kamachi, where Ruby is, can play an idol group in the world where there are crowds of people at the beginning of the movie, and there is no disaster, and appear in a few shots in the movie. In the post-disaster world, they will transform into mutated monster boss to hinder the protagonist group. Of course, most of this part was done with special effects. Only Mai Sakurajima had no experience in fighting scenes, because she was a pure goddess. In addition, her schedule did not match, so she had to withdraw. The shooting location was finally chosen in Kyoto, a metropolis with both ancient monuments and modern buildings, because it was necessary to block the streets to shoot the empty city, and then use special effects and post-disaster effects. To set up such an imaginary city, although Tokyo would be better, considering that Tokyo is too troublesome, and Kyoto invited them strongly after learning about this, they were quite cooperative, so everyone decided to shoot in Kyoto. Then, there are the photography and lighting teams, sound and music teams, costumes, art, and props teams, cast, shooting schedule, distribution company confirmed. Shooting officially begins. Script reading. Costume fitting. This is my first time to participate in such a big production. Yumagana looked around uneasily. There were several actors sitting in the conference room alone, including some famous actors. Of course, as a movie, the number of main characters is also limited. Including the villains, there are no more than 10 people in total. I heard that this movie will be released simultaneously around the world, which is a big deal. Even Kurikawa Akane seemed a little nervous. Although it was not their first time to make a movie, it was their first time to shoot such a world-class movie. But to be honest, this is the first time I wear this kind of costume. Yumagana looked at the clothes on her body in silence. In the movie setting, they are people living in the future post-disaster world, so the clothes they wear are patched and tattered clothes. Of course, this does not mean that they have to dress like beggars, because they still have to fight monsters in the post-disaster world, so they have to wear clothes that are easy to move around. It's just to make it look old, so it's a bit hard for girls who love beauty to adapt, but it's just talk. By the way, where's Xiao Ai? Aramaka waved her arms to make sure the clothes didn't affect her movements, and then she looked around curiously. I want to see what Xiao Ai's outfit looks like. I remember she played a cyborg? This role is really new to Xiao Ai. The killer played by Duanmu Huai is actually the hero's sister, who was captured by the villain organization and transformed into an immortal biochemical warrior. In the script, she has lost her thinking ability, and just instinctively kills all creatures that stand in her way. The reason why she chases the protagonist is because of her subconscious attachment to her brother. Duanmu Huai, director Shimizu, and the screenwriter have discussed the plot of this character many times, although the screenwriter thinks that the plot can go to the end, where the sister regains her sanity and recognizes her brother. However, Duanmu Huai and director Shimizu thought that this kind of plot was too old-fashioned, and the theme of the movie was to show a cruel doomsday world. It would be boring if it was like a cartoon. So this plot was finally modified to the point that when the protagonist was knocked down by the sister and was about to be killed, the monster boss suddenly appeared to attack the heroine, and the sister looked at the hero, then looked at the monster, and then resolutely turned around and killed the monster boss. As for whether the sister followed the program settings injected into her, or the sister finally recognized her brother and decided to protect the protagonist, director Shimizu decided to let the audience decide for themselves through the language of the lens. Actually, I'm quite curious. I don't know what Xiao Ai will look like when she dresses up as a biochemical warrior. At this point, Arima Kene was also curious and jumped around, looking around. Although Kurikawa Akane was a little speechless about her reaction, she had to admit that she was also very curious. And I don't know if it was Kurikawa Akane's illusion, she felt that the role of this sister seemed to be tailor-made for Duanmu Huai, and Duanmu Huai didn't even need to act, he just had to show his usual self. Dong! Dong! Just then, suddenly, the two heard heavy footsteps behind them. When they turned their heads to look, they were surprised. Behind them, there stood a figure wearing black armor walking towards them. This figure seemed to be about the same height as the two of them, with black armor covering his whole body, and heavy shoulder armor even covering most of his face. The helmet with a skull pattern exuded a bright red cold glow. In the left hand of this armored warrior, there is a tower shield that is almost as big as his height. In front of the shield is a skull with hands clasped together, as if praying. In his right hand, he holds a huge, heavy war hammer. Just standing there is a cold and powerful momentum. Wow! Xiao AI? Hearing Magana shout, the latter put down the war hammer and took off his helmet. Yes, how about it? Is this shape cool? It is indeed cool. Seeing that it is Duanmu Huai, Magana is also relieved. He walked to Duanmu Huai and curiously reached out to touch the armor on Duanmu Huai's body. Wait, why is it so hard? Is it made of iron? Of course, since we are going to do it, we must do the best. Duanmu Huai nodded without hesitation. Power armor is definitely not available in this era, but after all, it is a prop, and there is no need for real power armor. Although generally speaking, such props are made of some special materials, Duanmu Huai thinks it is not necessary to be so troublesome, and it is enough to simply use steel to cast a similar force feedback armor shell. By the way, this set of equipment is the costume of the war nun, and Duanmu Huai is not bad for using it. Director Shimizu also praised this design, so it was decided. Don't you think it's heavy, Xiaoyai? At this time, Kurikawa Akane also came over and asked. After all, Duanmu Huai was wearing heavy armor, holding a tower shield and a sledgehammer, which looked very heavy. Fortunately, it is definitely heavy, but it's okay for me. Considering the texture, Duanmu Huai used almost all real stuff here. Most people wearing this set can't move, let alone walk. But for Duanmu Huai, this weight is nothing. He can win the championship even if he wears this to the Chrysanthemum Festival. Moreover, Duanmu Huai is going to wear this to the subspace. By the way, what's the matter with the skull on the shield? Ah, that's the protagonist's mother. Duanmu Huai knocked on the skull on the shield. At this moment, the skull put its hands together, and was completely imprisoned on the shield. According to the setting, the mother of the protagonist and his sister was captured by the evil organization because she wanted to help her sister escape, and then tied to this shield, so that the sister, who had been transformed into a biochemical person, took her mother to hunt monsters everywhere, and then the mother kept trying to wake her daughter up. But unfortunately, she couldn't wake her up until she died. Wow! Hearing Duanmu Huai's explanation, Amagana was horrified. This is too scary. So the sister has been fighting with her mother's corpse? If the protagonist knew about this, wouldn't he go crazy? The protagonist doesn't need to know. The audience just needs to know. Duanmu Huai put down the shield with a clang sound and shrugged his shoulders. By the way, what is posted on this armor? Scripture? Kurikawa Akane curiously approached Duanmu Huai's armor and looked at the note posted on it. Go forward bravely and purify the unclean. Eradicate heresy and eliminate foreign enemies. Duanmu Huai said, humming softly. Actually, it's nothing. Just find a few words that look a bit like it and put them on it, and make it look like this. Kurikawa Akane didn't answer. She blinked and stared at the armor in front of her. Although the style is different, Kurikawa Akane is very sure that she has seen a similar style somewhere before. Yes, it was in a dream. In that horrible, terrible nightmare. She still remembered that the tall man was wearing such a suit of armor. Although the size was different, they were very similar except for that. Thinking of this, Kurikawa Akane looked at the girl in front of her again. However, at this moment, her eyes suddenly flashed. The girl who was standing there disappeared, and the one who appeared in front of Kurikawa Akane was a tall, ferocious-looking bald man. He was more than 2 meters tall, and Kurikawa Akane was like a child in front of him. He was wearing heavy, black armor, on which the skull and the golden double-headed eagle ornament could be clearly seen. The heavy shoulder armor bulged high, making him full of an unprecedented sense of oppression. Who are you? Kurikawa Akane stared at the man in front of him. Who are you? She had never seen him before, but she instinctively felt that he was very familiar, as if she had known who he was for a long time. But who are you? The man did not speak, he just lowered his head and stared at Kurikawa Akane. His eyes were neither happy nor sad, without the slightest fluctuation, calm and indifferent. This look. is very similar to Xiaoyai. That's right. Kurikawa Akane understood the source of this familiarity, because she had been observing Xiaoyai, and she knew that Xiaoyai would always be calm and indifferent no matter what the occasion was, no matter what kind of feelings she was in. Except when fighting. She still remembered what happened at that time. Facing those evil spirits, Xiaoyai, who seemed indifferent to everything on weekdays, suddenly burst out with unparalleled anger and hatred like ignited gasoline. At that moment, her whole body turned into a blazing flame, as if she would devour and burn all those who dared to approach her. Akane? Arima Kana's voice came from her ear, causing Kurikawa Akane to tremble suddenly. When she came to her senses, she found that the illusion that originally appeared in front of her had disappeared. And Arima Kana stared at her curiously. What are you doing? The second part of the script reading is about to begin? I know. Kurikawa Akane restrained her inner feelings and nodded. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's figure was no longer in front of her. Maybe he had something to do, so he left. What happened just now, at least now, Kurikawa Akane did not think that it was just an illusion. Chapter 1668. With everything ready, the filming of the movie started soon. Science fiction filming is very expensive, because a lot of CGI is needed for special effects. Even Duanmu Huai can't afford such a lot of money. So after some discussions with director Shimizu, it was finally decided to shoot all the shots that don't need special effects. In fact, with the development of technology, CGI can be said to be omnipotent in movies. As long as there is enough money, you can even make a group of actors travel to Arizona in a simple studio. However, if you really go to the location to shoot, the money spent will be much less than making special effects. The whole movie is roughly divided into 3 scenes. One is Kyoto after the disaster. The protagonist and others will travel through the streets, an ancient capital of Kyoto, while collecting supplies, and fight against the mutant creatures and zombies wandering here. Then, there is the survivor camp, and finally the villain's biochemical research institute. The latter two are easier to find. Due to the aging population and the impact of the economic bubble at the time, Japan is full of uninhabited villages and abandoned bankrupt factories. The filming crew quickly contacted the local government and chose an abandoned gathering place as the location and shooting site. It used to be a research base built by a pharmaceutical company, but later the unlucky company went bankrupt during the bubble economy era, so it was also abandoned. For the local government, it is naturally a good thing for the film crew to come here to shoot. If this movie is really popular all over the world, then they will definitely attract a large number of traffic and tourists, so they are very supportive and welcome. So the crew quickly obtained a shooting permit, and the government even expressed its willingness to block the city for them to facilitate the crew's shooting. In this way, some expenses can be saved. The next special effects expenses are mainly stunt performances. For example, in movies like Marvel or Superman, the actors in them don't know any stunts or martial arts at all, let alone jumping several meters high to take down a helicopter, so in fact, these are all special effects. For Duanmu Huai, money in this area is naturally saved as much as possible. In simple terms, it means no special effects, just do it yourself. For example, the next scene. Xiaoyai, are you serious? Standing in the factory, looking at this scene in front of him, Yumagana widened his eyes in surprise, with an incredible look on his face. The next scene is the first time the protagonist and the heroine encounter danger, and are surrounded by monsters. Just when they are desperately waiting to die, the killer played by Duanmu Huai breaks through the wall, jumps down from above, comes in and ruthlessly slaughters those monsters, and the hero and the heroine take the opportunity to escape. Originally, this scene could be handled with CGI, but Duanmu Huai said that special effects don't cost money, I can do it myself for free. And it's more realistic. I do this, how can I fake it for you, but this factory should be fine, I've seen it. Duanmu Huai was wearing armor, and reached out to knock on the wall next to him. This is not a load-bearing wall, it's okay if it breaks. But you really want to jump from a height of 5 meters. It's not like I haven't jumped before, don't worry. I know Kung Fu, and I'm wearing heavy armor, you can't hurt me. Really? I'm not a fool, this has just started, if I force myself to do something wrong, then I be the one who suffers? That's true. Hearing this, Magana nodded. Although she still felt it was a little unbelievable, but since Duanmu Huai said so, she could only watch. Soon, the filming began. By the way, in the movie, this scene shows that the two protagonists are surrounded by a group of twisted and mutated monsters, but in fact, on the set, it was just a group of special effects actors wearing tights covered with sensors. twisting and turning towards them like zombies. Well, it can be seen that blockbusters really can't be watched live, otherwise you will laugh to death. The reason why Dwanmu Hwai was made to appear from a high place is to show the oppressive feeling and momentum of the hidden boss looking down from a high place. In fact, when Dwanmu Hwai was first designed, he wanted to completely follow the specifications of Astartes, but his body was indeed short, so he had to choose the armor of the battle nun as a second choice. Since it is impossible to use a height of 2.5 meters to deter, he has to work hard on the height of the scene. Then, scene 157, start shooting. With director Shimizu's order, the shooting began. At the same time, the staff and actors on the scene held their breath and stared at the scene. Many of them were working with Dwanmu Hwai for the first time, so the director asked them to stay here, mainly to adapt to Dwanmu Hwai's murderous aura and oppression. Otherwise, when they shoot, they don't know how many NGs they will have to make before they can pass. Aramaka Na and Kurikawa Akane also stared at the wall, clasping their hands. Although they believed in Dwanmu Hwai's strength, they were still a little worried. Then, Dwanmu Hwai appeared. Boom! The next moment, in full view of everyone, the hard cement wall exploded as if it was blown up by a bomb, and then a figure wearing heavy black armor strode out of it holding a war hammer and a shield. Just seeing the scene, the entire filming site suddenly became silent. Everyone was intimidated by the figure emerging in the smoke and dust, staring at it intently. It was as if they were not filming a movie at this moment, but were really in a terrifying world after a disaster. Dwanmu Hwai lowered his head, with a cold red light flashing in his helmet, and then he stared at the special effects actor on the ground, and then jumped down from a high altitude. Boom! Under the gaze of everyone, Dwanmu Hwai hit the ground heavily like a cannonball, and the entire ground sank and cracked, and even the staff standing not far away felt the ground tremble. They stood there blankly, feeling the incomparable, terrifying killing intent, and then they saw Dwanmu Hwai stand up. Wow! At this moment, the actor suddenly screamed and turned around and ran. Cut! Director Shimizu saw this, and hurriedly called a halt. And the staff also hurried forward and stopped the special effects actors, who were running around like headless flies. What are you doing? According to the script, you should rush up at this time. In the script, at this time, the monsters discovered Dwanmu Hwai, so they rushed up to fight him, and the protagonist and the heroine took the opportunity to escape. In the end, you actually ran away. If you all ran away, what's the point of playing a deer? Isn't the protagonist dead? On the set, the director has the most power. Director Shimizu also scolded the special effects actors, who were also scared and stunned for a moment before they came back to their senses. But director, we really thought we would die. This is a filming, not real. Hearing the answers of the special effects actors, director Shimizu was helpless. But he had worked with Dwanmu Hwai more than once, and he knew that Dwanmu Hwai's momentum was indeed not something that ordinary people could bear. In fact, when shooting horror movies in the past, sometimes it was not because the protagonists performed well, but because they were really scared by Dwanmu Hwai. The true feelings were revealed. It's just that horror movies can scream, but you can't do this in science fiction movies. Do it again! Of course, this time it is impossible to let Dwanmu Hwai hit the wall and jump off the building, but directly from Dwanmu Hwai to the ground, and then the special effects actors rushed towards him and started shooting. In fact, this scene is quite simple in theory, because these special effects actors don't need to perform at all, they just need to pretend to run over, and CGI special effects will be used to modify them into monsters in the later stage. But even so, it is difficult for these special effects actors to really let go of their movements and run over to Dwanmu Hwai, who is standing there motionless. According to them, they feel that if they rush over, they will be smashed into a pulp by the hammer in the other party's hand. Well, the director deeply understands this, so it's okay, you get used to it. In this way, this scene was red hot again, and everyone else who saw it was terrified. Is this considered bullying on the set? Seeing the director shouting NG for the 27th time, Kana Arima trembled all over, and Akane Kurikawa's expression was also complicated. It shouldn't count, right? Because they can't run over by themselves. But to be honest, I'm afraid to get close to Xiao AI like this. Looking at Dwanmu Hwai standing there motionless, like a cold robot, Kana Arima shuddered. We don't have a scene of fighting Xiao AI. There is a scene of being chased, and it seems that he died later, but it was not filmed directly. That's good. Kana Arima breathed a sigh of relief. I can definitely act out the escape. I don't think it needs to be acted out at all. Akane Kurikawa also complained silently. After that, director Shimizu asked Dwanmu Hwai to restrain himself again, and he kept reshooting until the 58th time before it was considered passed. When the director announced the scene, the special effects actors collapsed to the ground, sweating as if they were pulled out of the water. On the contrary, Dwanmu why? Well, nothing happened. After all, he really didn't do anything. After jumping down, he just stood there without moving, and didn't even have any lines. He was very relaxed. Or in other words, Dwanmu Hwai was very relaxed throughout the movie. Most of the time, he didn't have to say a word, just called him brother twice in the hero's memory clips, and in the whole movie, Dwanmu Hwai only appeared 4 times. The first time was shot before, when the hero and heroine were surrounded, and then he appeared to kill monsters. Then the second time, the hero and heroine went to the city with the team to collect materials, and they passed by Dwanmu Hwai and escaped. The third time was because of a mistake, and Dwanmu Hwai followed him to the gathering place and started killing people. The characters of Magana and Kurikawa Akane also died in this scene. In the end, the male protagonist found a way to lead Dwanmu Hwai out of the gathering place, and then save the rest of the people. In the end, the male and female protagonists went to the research institute to find clues and the truth, and then were chased by Dwanmu Hwai. Then the monster boss appeared, and Dwanmu Hwai chose to destroy the monster. The male and female protagonists activated the self-destruct button of the base together, and Dwanmu Hwai and the monster boss along with the entire base were blown to ashes. Dwanmu Hwai was very satisfied with the small part, just like the tyrant in Resident Evil did not appear many times, but every time he appeared, he scared the players. This is the effect we want. Of course, there is still a suspense about whether he died or not. After all, if the box office is high, he will have to shoot a second part. Director Shimizu has thought about it. When shooting the ending, he will shoot the ruins of the research institute, and then crash, as if something is about to break out of the ground, and then end. In this way, whether Dwanmu Hwai is still alive or not, let the audience think for themselves. This time, Director Shimizu adopted segmented shooting. Because it was too troublesome to block the city, Director Shimizu decided to finish the scenes in the city first, then the survivors' camp, and finally the research institute. Dwanmu Hwai had the least scenes, so he was shot first. Therefore, when others were busy shooting, Dwanmu Hwai, who had completed the task, could slack off. Well, it's more comfortable to wear this. Wearing armor, Dwanmu Hwai walked around on the street. This is an abandoned area near the suburbs of Kyoto, and it is also the current location of the crew. Most people are busy shooting, but after Dwanmu Hwai finished the previous shots, and the scenes of passing by the male and female protagonists, there was nothing for him for the time being. At least I can relax these few days. I have nothing to do anyway, why not go to a hot spring or something? Just when Dwanmu Hwai was thinking about how to slack off these few days, he suddenly felt that the sharp blade beside him seemed to sense something and trembled violently. Is there any trouble again? Feeling the trembling of the blood blade, Dwanmu Hwai was stunned for a moment. You know, when this sword trembled before, there were evil spirits. Could it be the same this time? In other words, here in Kyoto, I can still encounter evil spirits? Well, anyway, I have nothing to do, and... Dwanmu Hwai looked down at his armor. Now that you're wearing this, why don't you show off? Otherwise, wouldn't you be wearing this set of armor in vain? Although this is not a power armor, it is also a real armor made by Dwanmu Hwai according to the 1-to-1 ratio required by the craftsman. Let those evil ghosts truly feel what the fear from the tribunal is. Cry, shout, and then die. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Hwai picked up his mobile phone, sent a message to the director to ask for leave, then he walked out of the crew, found a deserted place, drew out his long sword, and clenched it tightly. Then, ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound of the shamisen in Dwanmu Hwai's ears. The next moment an open paper door suddenly appeared under his feet, and then Dwanmu Hwai fell directly into the paper door. Chapter 1669. The sound of wind whistled past my ears. Dwanmu Hwai looked up, and found countless rooms everywhere. It was like an infinite space, with all kinds of rooms and corridors everywhere, like a weird maze. Bang! Then, Dwanmu Hwai fell heavily on the floor of a room. This opening is a bit interesting, isn't it? Dwanmu Hwai stood up, and looked around curiously. He had traveled to other times before, but this time it seemed like he traveled to another space. This was also a trick of evil spirits. Could they do such a thing? Crash! Just as Dwanmu Hwai looked around curiously, suddenly, the paper doors around him opened suddenly, and then dozens of weird-looking, twisted evil spirits emerged from them. Compared with the evil spirits that Dwanmu Hwai had dealt with before, these evil spirits looked even more inhuman, and when these evil spirits saw Dwanmu Hwai standing there, they were also stunned. It seemed that they had never expected why a guy dressed so weird would appear here. But for Duanmu, why? He stared at the demon army in front of him, holding the shield in his left hand, grabbing the sharp blade in his right hand, and took a long breath. Although he was not wearing a power armor, but just an ordinary steel armor. But here, facing so many aliens, there was only one thing he had to do. I must be perseverant, and I must stand firm. Under the heavy helmet, Duanmu Huai's voice came slowly. Go forward bravely, purify the unclean. Eradicate heresy, and eliminate foreign enemies. Faced with Duanmu Huai's roar, the evil ghosts looked at each other, not knowing whether to attack or not. However, for Duanmu Huai, this was meaningless. He raised the bright red blade in his hand, and pointed it at the evil ghosts in front of him. In the name of the tribunal, eradicate all enemies of mankind. Kill! The next moment, Duanmu Huai turned into a storm with his sword and rushed directly into the army of evil ghosts in front of him. The evil ghost roared and blood splashed. Duanmu Huai swung his sword, and the bright red sword light immediately cut the evil ghost in front of him into two halves. At the same time, he strode forward. The skeleton shield held tightly in his left hand hit the evil ghost beside him without bias, crushing it to death against the wall, and smashing it into a meat paste like crushing a fly. That's it. Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. The blade in his hand swung down, cutting flesh, internal organs, bones, and soul. Stepping on the twisted body, listening to the screams of the evil ghost before dying, that is the unwillingness and despair from the alien. They are afraid, they are angry, they are desperate, they are in pain, they wail. And for Duanmu Huai, this is the most beautiful music. Ah! The blade in his hand is trembling, and at this moment it seems to have become a part of Duanmu Huai's body. Duanmu Huai can even feel the tip of the knife piercing into the soft muscles, scratching the warm and slippery internal organs, cutting open the beating heart, cutting off the hard bones, and feeling the moment of life passing away. That feeling is like grabbing a fragile little creature, squeezing it into a meat paste alive, and feeling the other party's powerless struggle. At this moment, I am the god of death who controls life. All life will bow down before me and perish on my knees. What joy! What happiness! What exhilaration! Scream again! Scream more beautifully! Scream ah! The evil ghosts began to tremble. They are evil ghosts, man-eating evil ghosts. They have enjoyed the cries of humans before their death countless times. They have played with humans countless times. They have experienced the joy and excitement of controlling other people's lives. But all this has turned into a bubble at this moment. The hot killing intent that even melts the bone marrow has turned into a storm, like a substance. Every breath feels like sucking magma into the body, and even every blood vessel seems to be ignited. The brain has begun to boil, and it can't even think normally. Originally eager to tear the prey in front of them into pieces, but now, they are only left with fear and despair. Alas, it's too late. Duh. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Kocho Kene and Kocho Shinobu danced like two butterflies and flew forward. Faster, Shinobu. Yes, sister. Kocho Kene stared ahead with a calm expression, but her heart was not so calm. Not long ago, their lord used himself as bait, and finally lured out the culprit of everything. And he gave the other party a heavy blow by self-destruction. However, when everyone arrived and wanted to completely kill the hateful demon, they were suddenly teleported to this infinite space that looked like a complicated maze. And now, what they have to do is to find the demon hiding in it as soon as possible and kill it. Sister. At this moment, Kocho Shinobu's face suddenly changed slightly. There is a strong smell of blood ahead. I smell it too, be careful. Kane Kocho put her hand on the hilt of the sword, stared at the front, and was ready. Then the two sisters looked at each other, and suddenly rushed out from the corner of the corridor. Then, they were stunned. Blood everywhere. The whole corridor was completely dyed red by blood. The corpses of evil spirits that could not stop wriggling could be seen on the ground. Among these corpses that were either annihilated or slowly recovering, there stood a figure wearing strange armor. In its left hand, it held a shield that was almost as high as itself, with a skeleton embedded on it, and in its right hand, it held a bright red sword blade. Is this a human? Or a ghost? The two sisters drew their swords involuntarily, and stared at the figure in front of them. The latter seemed to have noticed their arrival, and turned to look at the two. When they were stared at by the helmet shining with scarlet light, the two sisters couldn't help but hold their breath, as if at this moment, they were on the verge of death. Then, the armor stuck the sword into the ground, and raised his hand. Hey, long time no see. After a while, Duanmu Huai, who had resolved the misunderstanding, set off with the sisters Butterfly and Channy, and from Channy, he finally learned the current situation. In other words, this is the nest of evil spirits, and the one called Musen is the source of evil spirits. As long as Musen is eliminated, all evil spirits will die? That's it. Kanekuka nodded, and at the same time, she looked at Duanmu Huai's clothes curiously. Miss Duanmu, your armor is? It's the standard equipment of the tribunal. Duanmu Huai laughed. Oh, it's really comfortable to wear this, and it's fun to kill. It's great that those ghosts won't die unless their necks are cut. I can enjoy the fun of torture. The immortal body is really convenient. Hearing Duanmu Huai's cheerful voice, Cuckoo Shinobu shuddered. She still clearly remembered how twisted and painful those ghosts looked just now. To be honest, Cuckoo Shinobu has never done this before. For the warriors of the Demon Slayer Corps, cutting the neck is the only way to kill ghosts, so they've always been aiming for this. But the girl in front of her is different. She doesn't care whether those evil ghosts die or not. If they don't die, it will torture them even more. In front of the girl's overwhelming strength, the regeneration ability of evil ghosts is no longer an advantage, but a curse. As they were talking, the three of them had already reached the end of the corridor, and then Duanmu Huai kicked the door open and walked in. Inside the door was a pond, and on the bridge over the pond, several human corpses could be seen. At the same time, there was a man with his back to the three of them, grunting as if he was gnawing on something. At this moment, the man seemed to have heard the sound of Duanmu Huai kicking the door, turned his head, and looked at the three of them with a smile. He had a mouth full of blood, and was holding an arm that he had not finished eating. In his wide-open eyes, the words upper string 2 could be clearly seen. Oh, someone is coming, and it's a girl. She looks so young and delicious. Boom! But before the man could finish his words, Duanmu Huai suddenly jumped up without any warning, and the whole person turned into a cannonball, and rushed towards the man. Hee. Facing Duanmu Huai rushing over, the man showed a cold smile, then he stretched out his hand, and grabbed a person from the pile of corpses. It was not until then, that the Butterfly sisters discovered that there was actually a living person among these corpses. Help! 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 The woman who was caught by the man stretched out her hand desperately, and shouted for help to the three people. But the next moment, the sword in Duanmu Huai's hand directly inserted into the woman's wide-open mouth, pierced through her head, and stabbed straight at the man behind her. Oh! Duanmu Huai's action seemed to be beyond the man's expectations. He was stunned for a moment, then let go of the woman, who had become a corpse in his hand, and then opened his hands. Two fans appeared in the man's hands out of thin air, and then the man opened the fan and waved it forward. Huh? The biting cold air burst out instantly, and the sharp fan easily cut the woman's body into pieces, mixed with interlaced cold light, and turned into a spider web, wrapping Duanmu Huai head-on. At the same time, the cold air hovering around the man condensed into ice crystal lotuses, stretching out branches like tentacles to wrap around Duanmu Huai. But even in the face of this cold air that almost froze the air, Duanmu Huai's action still did not stop. The bright red sword in his hand burst out with a dazzling brilliance, like the sun at this moment, and instantly cut the ice crystal lotus in front of him into pieces. But the man's attack did not stop. He jumped back lightly like a ghost, and raised his fan, and swung it forward again. Then a huge ice sculpture like a Buddha suddenly emerged from the pond. Then, the ice sculpture raised its right hand, and smashed directly at Duanmu Huai. Hee. Seeing this scene, the corners of the man's mouth slightly raised, and a smile appeared. But at this moment, his face suddenly changed, and he saw two figures flying out from his left and right sides like butterflies, and the sharp blades in their hands did not stop at all, and just swung at the man. The Butterfly sisters took advantage of the fire. Chapter 1670. City to city, I just want to curl up now. The sword lights crossed each other, and the Butterfly sisters seized the moment when the man was targeting Duanmu Huai and launched a surprise attack. But even so, the smile on the man's face did not stop. Hoo ho ho! The cold cyclone condensed again beside the man, and turned into several little people who appeared in front of the two women. Huh? Seeing the little people made of ice in front of her, Kocho Shinobu was stunned, and at this moment, Kane's voice sounded in her ears. Get out of the way! Almost instinctively, Kocho Shinobu desperately turned her body at the last moment of swinging the sword, and at the same time, the little man who looked only the size of a doll suddenly waved his hands, and a burst of cold wind brushed Kocho Shinobu's body and roared past, and the bone-chilling cold made Kocho Shinobu's body suddenly stiffen, and at this moment, she also saw the man's weird smile appeared in front of her. At this moment, Kocho Shinobu had no way to dodge again. So she tightened her grip on the weapon and aimed at the man's head. Breath of insects, dance of teeth, really stinging, accompanied by the sword light that was completely incapable of reaction. Kocho Shinobu's sword pierced the man's eyes and penetrated his head. This is absolutely a fatal injury that cannot be recovered for humans. But for the evil spirits, it doesn't care at all. Not only did the man not feel pain, on the contrary, his smiling face did not change at all, and he continued to reach out his hand to grab Kocho Shinobu. Shinobu. Seeing this scene, Kane also hurriedly tried to step forward to stop it, but someone was faster than her. Bang! The huge Buddha statue made of ice exploded, and the solid ice blocks shot in all directions like bullets. Even Kane had to give up her original idea and put away her sword to block. At the same time, Duanmu Huai jumped out of the fragments of the Buddha statue and rushed straight to the man in front of him. TSK. Looking at Duanmu Huai rushing over, the man snorted coldly, then he kicked Kocho Shinobu and kicked her away, then he quickly retreated, and just before Duanmu Huai was about to cut him, knock! Accompanied by the light sound of the shamisen, a wooden door appeared out of thin air behind the man, swallowed him, and then closed again. Duanmu Huai continued to move forward and hit the wooden door head-on. Boom! The wooden door was broken into pieces, but the man at this moment had completely disappeared. What the hell is this? Duanmu Huai stood up and glanced around, and at this moment Kane and Shinobu also rushed over. This is their blood ghost magic. There is an evil ghost that can manipulate space. If we don't defeat it, we will only be fooled around here. Ah, I hate mazes the most. Hearing Kane's explanation, Duanmu Huai clenched his teeth. What he hates most is these damn, endless mazes. Ah, so among the 4 vendors, he hates the damn blue birdman the most. Wisdom blue and so on, he hates it the most. Maze? Can't I just break the wall and walk in a straight line? Why do I have to walk in a maze? Puzzles, mazes, walking in grids, anything that requires thinking Duanmu Huai doesn't like, so he never plays those damn secret room puzzle adventure games. What about using matches to open toys, then finding a crowbar from the toys, then using the crowbar to open the box and take out the lubricant from the inside to open the drawer, and then... Why can't I just break the door? I have nails, hammers, saws, and crowbars, so why do I need keys? Puff! Duanmu Huai inserted the sword into the floor, clenched his hands, and closed his eyes. Miss Duanmu? Leave me alone. Duanmu Huai shouted coldly, then closed his eyes. If he wanted to break this maze, he couldn't do it by himself. Maybe magicians like Lonnie, Mary, Fulillian, Irisville and Medea could do it, but he couldn't do it. Because Duanmu Huai was not really good at magic, especially theoretical knowledge. To put it bluntly, it was just like advanced mathematics. No, just no. No. But he also thought of another way. That was the way that Irisville and Medea had told him. If the original body could do it, the clone should be able to do it too. Duanmu Huai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He could feel the blood and the breath of death surging on the blade. The souls of the evil spirits that he had killed before were still bound by this sword. At this moment, they were wailing and screaming in this sword, enduring eternal pain. Their screams and their begging for mercy were transmitted to Duanmu Huai's ears along the hilt of the sword. In this regard, Duanmu Huai just felt so happy. Yes, the ugly appearance of those lowly aliens struggling in endless pain and torture is really a happy and wonderful scene. The ugly twisting and begging for mercy that is completely crushed by power is really pleasing to the heart. The begging for mercy of the weak is meaningless, because it is taken for granted. But the begging for mercy of the strong is different. They once thought they were strong and believed that they stood above humans because of this. Aliens, heretics, and demons are all like this. Because they are powerful, they do whatever they want to humans. But, when this power is defeated, their reaction will be more joyful than those humans who are born weak. Yes, although there are many kinds of joy, such as the applause of the audience when the performance is completed, the joy of being tender with women, and the companion standing with you, but, for Duanmu Huai, sure enough, what makes him happiest is to defeat and ravage those guys who think they are strong. What kind of sound will they make when they are defeated by themselves? What expression will they show when their arms are broken by themselves? What will they feel when they know that they will struggle in pain forever? Just thinking about it makes Duanmu Huai feel that his blood is boiling, and he is extremely excited. He is so eager that he wants to kill immediately. Sure enough, men should do what men should do. At this moment, the boiling blood in Duanmu Huai's body reached its peak. Then, the magic circuit is turned on. At this moment, Kane and Shinobu were surprised to see that Duanmu Huai, who had been standing there holding the hilt of the sword, opened his eyes. Then, a ball of fire burst out from the sword inserted in the ground, turning into a raging sea of fire, rushing towards them. Wow! The two of them also hurriedly raised their hands to block in front of them, but to their surprise, they did not feel the touch of the strong wind and the burning flames, as if what they saw just now was an illusion. What's going on? Thinking of this, the two raised their heads and looked around in confusion. Then, they opened their eyes wide in surprise. The endless corridors and rooms that were everywhere had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a huge metal platform, and the surroundings of this metal platform were completely surrounded by towering church spires and city walls. The endless sea of stars was all around, like a huge curtain covering the entire world. What's going on? Where is this place? At this time, the Butterfly Sisters discovered that the other companions who had been scattered had appeared in front of them at some point, and on the opposite side, the equally large army of evil ghosts was staring at them covetously. There were not only the other 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps that Duanmu Huai had seen before, but also hundreds of soldiers wearing Demon Slayer Corps uniforms. Obviously, it was not just the Butterfly Sisters who were trapped here. From this point of view, if I'm right, all the combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps should be here. So that's it. Duanmu Huai sneered when he saw this. Before, Kocho Kane told me that the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps knew that his life was coming to an end, so he used himself as bait to lure the evil demon boss named Muzan to come, and then set a trap to seriously injure him. However, when the 9 pillars gathered to launch a general attack on Muzan, they were also set up by the other side to send him into this infinite city. In other words, the Demon Slayer Corps tried to eliminate the evil demons once and for all. And the evil demons also tried to completely eliminate the Demon Slayer Corps once and for all. Both sides used their hometowns as bait, so this infinite city should be the evil demon's lair. Sure enough, all tactics were changed, and the ancients were not deceiving me. Anyway, this is a good thing for us. A blind monk holding a meteor hammer strode to the front, staring at the hundreds of demons on the opposite side, and the several upper-ranked demons standing behind these demons. Behind him was a huge, squirming piece of meat. Compared with the previous situation of fighting each other, this wave of flow was more to their liking. Everyone get ready, assemble in formation. With the blind monk's loud roar, all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps quickly raised their swords and stared at the front. The evil ghost army on the opposite side also roared angrily at this moment, like a group of hungry beasts, eager to pounce on them immediately and tear the humans on the opposite side into pieces. Attack! The blind monk strode forward, and the other 9 pillars followed him. Then, the other members of the Demon Slayer team also roared and rushed forward with swords in hand. Roar! At the same time, the evil ghosts on the other side also rushed towards the Demon Slayer team like beasts out of the cage. Then, the two sides collided with each other without any hesitation. The first to bear the brunt were naturally the 9 pillars. They waved their weapons, and killed all the evil ghosts in front of them with one blow. However, Miss Duanmu, let's keep moving forward. Kaname followed Duanmu Huai closely, slashing the evil ghosts around while running forward. That egg is Muzan. He was injured by the Lord Self-explosion before, and then he was poisoned. He is now recuperating. We must completely destroy him before he wakes up. I understand. Duanmu Huai rushed forward and chopped several evil spirits in front of him into pieces. Then I leave Muzan to you, and I deal with the upper strings. Chapter 1671. As Duanmu Huai's inherent barrier eroded the infinite city of the evil spirits, the Demon Slayer Corps, which had been divided into pieces, successfully gathered together and launched a head-on confrontation with the evil spirit army. The strongest 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps rushed directly into the evil spirit army like a tiger descending from a mountain, and the evil spirits fell down wherever they went. Obviously, in front of the 9 pillars, ordinary evil spirits had no power to fight back. If the 9 pillars were willing, they could even join forces to eliminate all these hundreds or thousands of evil spirits. But that's not the problem. For the 9 pillars, they only have one goal, which is the huge meat egg behind the evil ghost army, and the evil ghost Lord Muzan sleeping in it. The Lord sacrificed himself to get the chance to severely injure Muzan. They must not stop here. Soon, the 9 rushed out of the evil ghost army and continued to move forward. They were even prepared to be stopped by the upper string ghosts. However, to the 9 pillars' surprise, the remaining upper string ghosts did not mean to stop them. They just stared at the front, motionless, like sculptures. What are they doing? The 9 pillars cast a puzzled look at the upper string ghosts. Although they also thought about whether to take the opportunity to kill these powerful evil ghosts, after a little consideration, they decided to shoot the horse first and capture the king first. Now Muzan has not fully recovered. Once they take action against the upper string ghosts, it will only waste time. What they need to do now is to seize the time and kill the demon lord who has not fully recovered as quickly as possible. In fact, the 9 pillars did not know that the upper string demon was not paying attention to them at the moment. On the one hand, in the eyes of the upper demons, the 9 pillars are no match for the evil demon master. On the other hand, they can't move at all. Boom! Boom! The sound of fighting, screaming, and wailing enveloped the entire battlefield, but for the upper demons, all they heard was the heavy footsteps. They stared at the front, motionless, and their whole bodies were tense. Horror, like a heavy murderous aura like a mountain, has been shrouding them since the beginning of the battle. It is a murderous aura that far exceeds that of other demon hunters, and even their evil demon master Muzan has never had such a murderous aura. They even have to concentrate on fighting against this terrifying pressure and murderous intent. As long as they are careless, they will die without a burial place. They are now like prisoners in the execution ground, and can only wait for the executioner to come. Apart from that, they can't do anything. Finally, that figure appeared. Dong! 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 Duanmu Huai walked out of the battlefield slowly, holding a shield and a sharp blade. He was covered in blood. The black armor and shield were dyed red by the blood. Even the white bones fixed on the surface of the shield had become dull at this moment. However, even so, Duanmu Huai's momentum did not weaken, but became stronger and stronger. What kind of breath is this? The first upper rank held the hilt of the sword at his waist tightly, and stared at Duanmu Huai. He was once a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hundreds of years ago, he was even a leader among them. However, out of fear of death and jealousy of his brother, who was the strongest demon hunter, he abandoned his human identity and turned into a demon under the persuasion of Muzan. And he is also the strongest among all the evil ghosts. But what is this? Even when facing the strongest brother, he has never trembled so much. The figure in front of him is not unmatched strength, but terror. It is like a huge beast. The instinct of the body, every cell is trembling, warning him to leave. Leave here immediately. That is not an enemy he can match, but he also knows that he can't leave. The moment he moves, that is his death. Don't want to die, dare not die, don't want to die. Because of this, they gave up their human bodies and turned into evil ghosts. However, not everyone thinks so. That's the feeling. Upper String 2 stared at Duanmu Huai, his eyes exuding warm emotions. At this moment, his body was also trembling slightly. It was fear and excitement. Unlike others, Upper String 2 lacked emotions when he was a human. He could not understand human emotions at all, and he himself had no emotions at all. For Upper String 2, it doesn't matter whether he is a human or a ghost, and it doesn't matter what other people feel. Everything in this world is black and white to him. Until now. The fear and pressure like a blazing flame ignited the originally colorless world in Upper String 2's eyes. For the first time, he felt the emotions from the bottom of his heart, fear, surprise, confusion, and the heaviness of the repression that made him breathless, and his heart seemed to jump out of his chest. So that's it? Is this the emotion of human beings? Is this how humans feel when facing themselves? Then, give me more fear, Accompanied by shouts, Upper String 2 jumped up. The cold air around him quickly condensed, turned into sharp claws, and pounced on Duanmu Huai in front of him. At this moment, Upper String 2 also felt that the throbbing in his heart reached its peak. Come, let me see what kind of feeling you can bring to me. What kind of emotion? Staring at Duanmu Huai, Upper String 2 widened his eyes. He couldn't wait to experience the upcoming, more intense and exciting joy. Hey, the world in front of him suddenly staggered and tilted, and the hot, boiling passion just now disappeared like an illusion, as if it had never existed. Upper String 2 tried to twist his head to see what happened, but all he saw was the body that fell backwards and had been chopped into several pieces, and the bloody sword in Duanmu Huai's hand. When did he swing the sword? And how did he swing it? Flying sword-style dragon nest flash. This was the last thing Upper Rank 2 heard, because at this moment, the bright red blade in Duanmu Huai's hand mercilessly cut his head open. Duanmu Huai raised his right hand, and the bright red blade in his hand swiped out with a trace of blood. On this blade, a human figure that seemed to be made of blood could be seen twisting and struggling, and then disappeared into the sword body as if swallowed. Upper Rank 1 silently looked at the sword in Duanmu Huai's hand, and held the hilt tightly. Aren't you a swordsman who has learned the breathing technique? At this moment, the shock that Upper Rank 1 received was far greater than before. Even if Duanmu Huai had learned the breathing sword technique, Like the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps, he would not be so surprised. Because one of the upper ranks had once seen with his own eyes the strongest swordsman who practiced the initial breathing technique. If the person in front of him was like the swordsman in his nightmares, then he could still understand. After all, the breathing technique of the Demon Slayer Corps is to improve one's physical fitness through breathing in order to achieve the purpose of competing with demons. Otherwise, it is impossible to hunt demons with the strength of ordinary people alone. Not to mention the recovery of demons, the speed and strength are very different, not to mention that the 12 demon moons also have special abilities that seem like magic. Of course, the strongest swordsman who has mastered the breathing technique can also reach the level of hunting demons easily. Just like the 9 pillars rushed into the demon army just now, no matter if the opponent has hundreds or thousands of people, they can't stop the 9 pillars. This is actually the same as demons. Just like when they face ordinary humans, whether it is 100 or 1,000 people, it is the same. But the person in front of him is different. The first upper string clearly sensed that when facing the second upper string, his breathing did not change at all, and he did not suddenly accelerate like the swordsman who learned the breathing technique. On the contrary, his body seemed quite calm. Whether it was muscles, blood flow rate, or breathing, they were all very calm. It was as if the sword he had just swung, which even upper rank 2 could not react to, was just an ordinary attack. And what is Hiten Yujin Ryu? Aren't all breathing sword techniques the breathing of X? Who are you? What is Hiten Yujin Ryu? At this moment, upper rank 1 could no longer hold back. He had to know. Even if he died, he had to die clearly. However, Duanmu Huai's answer was, "Oh, I was just kidding." "Huh?" "Just saying it," Duanmu Huai said as he sheathed his sword. "Look, whether it's you or the Demon Slayer Corps, when they fight, they always shout blood demon arts, this breathing, that breathing. I think I should follow the local customs and just shout whatever I want." At this point, Duanmu Huai stared at the upper rank 1 and sneered. "What do you want? You can make a reservation in advance, such as the Mummingshan Feng style, the Fei Tian Yujian style, the Beichen Ito style, the Yagyu Shinkage style. Well, in fact, I only know the names of these few styles. Don't joke." At this moment, the anger of being despised finally overwhelmed the fear of death, and the upper rank 1 opened his mouth and roared loudly. Although he is an evil ghost, he is also a swordsman. But right now, this guy in front of him was so contemptuous, and didn't take him seriously at all. This was intolerable. The upper string demon took a step forward and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. At the same time, he drew the long sword at his waist and swung it with a crescent moon, breath of the moon, land form, evernight lone moon, infinity. Accompanying the sword of upper string 1, countless crescent-like sword lights suddenly burst out, and dense arc sword lights completely enveloped Duanmu Huai's figure from all directions. This was upper string 1's proud skill, and no one could stop his all-out attack. Successful. Watching Duanmu Huai's figure being swallowed by the sword light, upper string 1 smiled, but at this moment, a voice quietly appeared in his ears. "Secret sword? Swallow return." Then, the world turned upside down. The head of upper string 1 flew high into the sky. In front of him, his body had been cut in half. Duanmu Huai still stood there, staring at him with cold eyes. It was cold and ruthless, and he didn't take him seriously at all, as if he was just a maggot, an ant, a bug with no value. But it's not over yet, because at this moment, his moon-breathing sword technique also chopped in front of Duanmu Huai. Then upper rank 1 saw Duanmu Huai raise the shield that was almost as big as him, and then blocked it in front of him. Dang dang. The sword light that was indestructible, and could even cut human bones chopped on the shield that bound the skeleton, but like its name, it was smashed to pieces like a phantom of moonlight. And the consciousness of upper rank 1 also came to an end at this moment. Actually, I still want to play with you more. Looking at the body of upper rank 1, that was gradually broken and dissipated, Duanmu Huai sighed. But unfortunately, it seems that there is no extra time to waste. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked forward. There, the giant egg originally formed by the condensation of meat had already broken open, and a very effeminate man was standing in it triumphantly. Beside him, the 9 pillars were lying or falling, and they were all crooked. Although I didn't expect them to really kill the boss, this is too miserable. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, and then raised his foot. Forget it, it seems that I have to go in the end. Chapter 1672. To be honest, I had guessed that you couldn't win, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Duanmu Huai walked forward and looked at the 9 pillars, who had collapsed on the ground. He hadn't paid attention to the battle here just now, but judging from the 9 pillars lying on the ground, It was obvious that they were no match for this Wuzon. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai raised his head and looked at Wuzon in front of him. The latter was a slightly handsome man, but at this moment, except for his face, he was basically unsightly. His whole body was full of cracked mouths, and there were several tentacles waving behind him. Those who didn't know would think he was some kind of monster. Well, after all, there was no difference between him and a monster. Who are you? Wuzon turned his head and stared at Duan Muhuai. Of course, he saw the scene where the other party easily killed his 2 men. But even so, Wuzon was not afraid of Duan Muhuai. After all, he is immortal. As long as there is no sun, he is immortal. This has nothing to do with you. You just need to know that you are going to die. Just you? Hearing Duan Muhuai's words, Wuzon was stunned for a moment, and then sighed silently. To be honest, I am tired of you ghost hunters. While speaking, Wuzon looked at the 9 pillars that fell around him. Whenever they opened their mouths, they all said that they wanted to avenge their dead parents, children, brothers, and sisters. Since they have been lucky enough to save their lives, isn't that enough? What did you say? Hearing Wuzon's words, the 9 pillars were already stunned, but Wuzon just shook his head. Even if your family is killed, what can you do? Just accept the reality that you survived and continue to live your original life. Just think of being killed by me as a natural disaster. There is no need to think too much about death. Heavy rain, strong winds, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. No matter how many people died in these natural disasters, no one has ever tried to avenge them. Wuzon spread his hands and looked at everyone. After all, the dead cannot be resurrected. Instead of dwelling on the past, it is better to find a job and live a stable life. Most humans will do this. Why are you the only ones who don't want to? There is only one reason, that is, ghost hunters are all abnormal. While speaking, Wuzon raised his hand. I've had enough of you abnormal humans. Let me end it all with my own hands. That's right. Duan Muhuai nodded, then threw away the sword and shield in his hand, and clenched his fists. Seeing this scene, the other 9 pillars were puzzled and didn't understand what Duan Muhuai was doing. Only Kanei's eyes showed a gleam of light. After all, Duan Muhuai did the same thing when facing the upper 3, and his reason was, are you ready to die? Stupid, you can never kill me here. Muzin glanced at Duan Muhuai coldly, and then the tentacles behind him suddenly stretched out, like a sharp blade stabbing at Duan Muhuai. Facing Muzin's attack, Duan Muhuai did not dodge, but stretched out his hand and grabbed the tentacles that Muzin was shooting at. Then he pulled hard. Before Muzin could react to what happened, he saw a dark iron fist appear in front of him and hit him in the face. Bang! Duan Muhuai hit Muzin's cheek with a right hook, knocking him to the ground. Then he rode on him, raised his fists, and then, like a storm, his fist slammed down and hit Muzin's body. Bang, bang, bang. Stupid, stupid, it's useless for you to do this. I won't be killed by you at all. As the Lord of Evil Ghosts, Muzin's recovery ability is indeed much stronger than other evil ghosts. Duan Muhuai's punch just now almost blew his head, but in just 1 second, Muzin's head returned to its original state. It can be seen that as the Lord of Evil Ghosts, Muzin's recovery ability is indeed better than other evil ghosts. But that's better. Hey! That way, I can get what I want. An indestructible sandbag. Is there any toy more interesting than this? Ha ha! You? However, before Muzin finished speaking, Duan Muhuai's fist slammed down again, easily smashing his teeth and skull, and smashing his brain into a ball of paste. However, soon, Muzin's head returned to its original state, but almost at the same time he recovered, Duan Muhuai's fist slammed down again. Woo-ah! There is no point in doing this. Ha ha! How can it be meaningless? You just won't die, not that you won't feel pain, right? Hearing Duan Muhuai's words, Muzin felt as if his blood had frozen. Indeed, as Duan Muhuai said, Muzin will not die, but he will not feel pain. In fact, the pain caused by Duan Muhuai is far greater than that of Jiuzhu. The reason is simple. Most of Jiuzhu use swords, and because their sword skills are very advanced, they can often reach the level of being hit before others realize it. Against other enemies, the sword skills of Jiuzhu are quite advanced and threatening, but facing Muzin who regenerates rapidly, this is useless. Even Muzin did not feel that he was hit by them, and his body regenerated automatically, but Duan Muhuai is different. Every punch he made hit Muzin's body and head hard, leaving a large area of dents and holes. Although Muzin's regenerative ability can also restore him to his original form in the shortest time, the pain cannot be eliminated. Ah! At this moment, Muzin also suddenly exploded, and countless blades suddenly grew out of his body and stabbed towards Duan Mu Huai, but Ola 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 Ola. Accompanied by Duan Mu Huai's roar, the blades that grew out of Muzin's body were blasted into pieces, and Duan Mu Huai clenched his bloody fists and laughed at the sky. Kuhi 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 kuhi. You useless waste, you want to defeat me, but you are far from being good enough. Then defeat me. Eat the power of my 18 million magnetic field. Bang 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 bang. Duan Mu Huai's stormy fists blasted out, and under his ruthless bombardment, Muzin's body was immediately smashed into pieces of meat fillings, bones, and flesh and blood mixed, like the fillings that were smashed into meat paste when cutting vegetables and spread on the ground. Impossible, this guy is just threatening me. Wuzan tried to break free several times, but was locked firmly by Duan Mu Huai's bombardment. Even so, he had no intention of giving up. In Wuzan's view, such a strong bombardment of Duan Mu Huai would not last long. Once he was exhausted and retreated, it would be time for him to counterattack. At that time, he would return the pain he had suffered to this bastard 1,000 times. 10 minutes passed. Want to resist? I can't bear you even if I have to hold my shit and urine. You should not mess with me even if you mess with dragons and tigers. Dong 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 dong. Half an hour passed. Keep shouting. I will prove today that you are destined to be under me for your whole life. This is the fate given to you by God. Dong 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 dong. An hour passed. Please, please spare me, Kuhi, kuhi, kuhi. Do you think I'd be soft-hearted? Can't you let me stop? Dong 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 dong. Don't step on it, don't step on it. Ha ha. How do you feel now? How do you feel? Ah, upper rank, save me. At this moment, the battle in the rear has long ended. However, whether it is the bloody demon slayers and evil spirits, or the 9 pillars, who have finally recovered, they are all horrified at the scene of Duan Mu Huai ruthlessly ravaging Muzin on the high platform. At this moment, Muzin has been ravaged by Duan Mu Huai and is no longer recognizable. His terrifying recovery ability not only did not give Muzin an advantage, but instead became the source of his pain at this moment. Whenever his body was hammered, crushed, trampled, and blasted into pieces by Duan Mu Huai, it would automatically recover. This powerful vitality is indeed astonishing, but human spirit is limited. Maybe Muzin's body could recover, but his spirit was already broken. Every time Duan Mu Huai blew up his head, stepped on his testicles, and crushed his internal organs and bones into pieces, the intense pain that followed had already exceeded the limit of Muzin's endurance. He never thought that being ravaged would be such a painful thing. Finally, kill me! Kill me! Muzin stared at Jiuzhu with his eyes wide open. He was begging, calling, and hoping that Jiuzhu would take action and kill him completely. Even if complete death is better than this endless pain and torture, however. The 9 pillars, covered in wounds, looked at each other. No, we can't kill you. We tried before, but we couldn't kill you no matter what. We can't do it, we are really not your opponent. Yes, yes. You guys. Looking at the 9 pillars, who were talking around, Muzin was almost mad. They just told me that they must kill me. Why don't they do anything now? Do you really want to see me beaten to death? No, I can't die either. And at this moment, Duan Mu Huai's voice reached Muzin's ears again. Why are you screaming? Just like you said, can't we just treat it as a natural disaster? You? That's right, there's no need to overthink it. Just treat it as a natural disaster and everything will be fine. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. Keep screaming. I haven't heard enough. Your screams. Scream louder. Didn't you eat? Even Jiuzhu was trembling after watching Duan Mu Huai beat Wuzan for more than an hour. Hey. The wind pillar looked at the sound pillar in horror. What on earth does that woman want to do to Muzin? I don't know. The sound pillar was also confused. Is she going to beat him to his knees and force him to go back and be a slave? Who knows, but... The flame pillar stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open. It's worth dying to see Muzin being beaten like this. Ha ha ha, it's still not enough. Why don't I crush that thing and stuff it into your mouth? Wouldn't it be more exciting? No, Don't look at it. The snake pillar silently covered the love pillar's eyes. This is not something a girl should see. As for the flower column next to him, he had already turned his head away. Xiao Shinobu, let's go and help the soldiers heal their wounds. We have nothing to do here. Hey! Sister, but... Okay. How long will it take? How long can I hold on? After an unknown amount of time, Muzin felt that his spirit had finally collapsed. He once thought that there was nothing more terrifying than death in this world. However, now, he has personally experienced that there are far more terrifying things in this world than death. At this moment, he even began to envy those fragile mortals. They simply could not bear such pain, and they would die before this. But he couldn't. He wanted to self-destruct and escape, but Duanmu Huai would not even give him the opportunity to gather his energy to self-destruct. Every time he tried to gather his strength, Duanmu Huai would smash him with a punch, making Muzan's efforts in vain. Finally, a thought emerged in Muzan's mind that he had never had before. I don't want to live anymore. Let me die. Just let me die. At this moment, the world seemed to hear Wuzon's call, and a ray of nostalgia appeared in his blank eyes. That was the light of the sun. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a huge sun. Compared with the sun hanging high in the sky on weekdays, the sun in front of them was so huge that it almost occupied half of the sky. It slowly emerged from another layer of the high wall, and the dazzling, scorching light illuminated the square in front of them. Ah! Under the shining of the scorching sun, the remaining evil ghost army was wiped out, and Wuzon finally saw the arrival of his moment of liberation and despair. However, you don't think it's over. Duanmu Huai grabbed his neck, pressed him into the shadow of the city wall, and stared at him coldly. Seeing this, the other 9 pillars hurried to persuade. Let's stop here. It's about time to kill him. There will be endless trouble if you keep him. Jiuzhu was also afraid. Duanmu Huai was really addicted. He didn't really intend to take Wuzon back to use as a human sandbag. Hearing Jiuzhu's speech, Duanmu Huai was silent for a while, and looked at Wuzon again. Do you have anything else to say? Facing Duanmu Huai, Wuzon twitched the muscles of his lower face slightly, and showed a stiff smile. But can we reconcile? Ha ha ha, of course not. After the voice fell, Duanmu Huai grabbed Wuzon and lifted him high, and then Wuzon was bathed in the sunlight. Ah! Unparalleled pain came, but at this moment, Wuzon felt more relieved. The short time just now seemed like eternal torture to Wuzon. And now, he can finally get rid of this terrible torture and die completely. But at this moment, Wuzon saw a cold smile in Duanmu Huai's eyes. Then, he was horrified to find that his soul was leaving his body, but it did not dissipate, but floated towards the sword in Duanmu Huai's hand. No, 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 ah! Wuzon struggled desperately to break free, but the powerful force was like a giant python, tightly entangled his soul, accompanied by Wuzon's last scream. The next moment, his soul was completely sucked into the bright red sword blade. There, he will be forever devoured by the flames of the tribunal until his soul is completely shattered. At the same time, the body of Wuzon, held in Duanmu Huai's hand, also completely fell apart and turned into ashes in the sunlight. This evil ghost lord, who has survived for hundreds of years, finally met his due end. Chapter 1673. When Duanmu Huai appeared in front of Amagonai and others again, he was radiant and full of energy. What happened to Xiao Ai? Looking at Duanmu Huai's satisfied look, Amagonai asked in confusion. Did something good happen to you? Almost. It was quite interesting anyway. Faced with Amagonai's question, Duanmu Huai smiled. I went out to play before, and found something interesting. I had a lot of fun. Hey. This is really rare for you. I rarely see you having fun. Amagonai's words were not wrong. Although Duanmu Huai didn't have a stern face on weekdays, he gave people the impression that he didn't like to make a fuss and his emotions were relatively stable. It's rare to see him exude such a relaxed and happy atmosphere. No wonder Amagonai was curious. Well, for Duanmu Huai, having an indestructible meat bun to relieve his stress is indeed the most useful way. It's a pity that guy is still dead. Never mind, it doesn't matter, I should be able to find other meat buns. Duanmu Huai thought so while touching the guitar case behind him. The sword is still inside, there must be some place where it can be used. Probably. Next, Duanmu Huai once again threw himself into the intense filming work. The filming of a blockbuster is different from that of an ordinary movie. A low-budget movie may be completed in a few months, but a big-budget movie with a large investment takes much longer than expected. It takes at least 4 years to shoot a science fiction blockbuster in Hollywood, and Duanmu Huai does not want to spend so much time. Fortunately, this movie did not adopt Hollywood standards, and Duanmu Huai relied on his own strength to complete many parts that required special effects. But even so, it is still a long-term job. After filming the end of Kyoto City, in order to speed up the progress, the crew split into 2 groups, one to film the scene of the survivors' gathering place, and the other to film the Research Institute directly. Standing in the hall of the Research Institute, Duanmu Huai looked around curiously. They were now filming the last scene of the movie. The hero and heroine found clues, and came to the Research Institute, and then found the cause of the disaster and the monster boss sleeping in it. Of course, like many science fiction films, the villains also followed the hero and heroine here. Of course, to say villains is to say a cult-like organization. They believe in the monster that created the disaster and decided to capture the hero as a sacrifice to their gods. So they followed the hero here, and then when the hero discovered the monster boss, the villains rushed out to control the hero and heroine, and then the villain boss tried to wake up the boss, and then was eaten by the boss. Well, the common plots of science fiction films are not uncommon. Then the hero and heroine were chased by the boss, and fled for their lives. Then the hero decided to destroy the monster boss. Then they used courage and wisdom to defeat the monster. But before the hero and heroine could catch their breath, Duanmu Huai appeared. The hero and heroine, who were exhausted by the monster boss, were naturally no match for the fully armed Duanmu Huai. They were knocked to the ground in a few moves. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to kill the hero, the monster boss was resurrected again, and then fought with Duanmu Huai. Then both sides fell into the deep pit at the bottom of the institute. By the way, why is there such a big pit in this institute? Duanmu Huai stood at the edge of the shooting location, staring at the huge pit in front of him, frowning and asking curiously. Could it be that this place was used for human experiments in the past, and the bodies were secretly thrown in here? Please don't joke, this is not funny at all. Katios Yura next to him was now tense. Ha ha, this is not the kind of place, Miss Duanmu said. The staff next to him also smiled and explained. This place used to be used to study plant medicine, not humans. There is actually just a simple garden under this hole, nothing else. When this research institute was designed, it seems that such an aerial corridor was specially built. Then I can only say that the designer's brain is not normal. Duanmu Huai glanced at the dark pit below thoughtfully. So, according to the plot, I pushed the monster down from here? Or did we fall down together? No, it's just that you stepped on the floor and collapsed during the fight, and then both fell down. Of course, we started shooting from the second floor, and there were pads underneath. Although Duanmu Huai could indeed jump directly from a height of 5 or 6 floors, this is a movie after all, not a real death. His willingness to shoot this way does not mean that the crew is willing to do so. If it is exposed, the crew will have a big problem. Of course, there was no real monster in the shooting, so Duanmu Huai simply waved his weapon and acted like a non-physical performance, then walked to the edge of the broken balcony and then collapsed. When the camera caught up, Duanmu Huai and the monster fought each other, and then disappeared into the darkness together. Then it exploded. Then, let's start shooting. The shots at the Research Institute were relatively easy to shoot. Himkawa Daiki and Katayo's hero were both star actors, and they worked very well with each other, so Duanmu Huai was no problem. The rest were a group of supporting actors and extras, whose job was to swagger in, scream, run for their lives, and then be eaten. This part was the most difficult to shoot. When the day's shooting ended, everyone was exhausted. Woo! So tired. Katayo's Yura stretched and beat her legs. I will definitely lose weight after I finish shooting this film. Really? Himkawa Daiki stared at the script and asked indifferently. Yes, running, jumping, and climbing here feel more tiring than weight loss exercises. As he spoke, Katayo's Yura looked at Duanmu Huai. Little AI, do you want to go to the hot spring with me later? After hearing Katayo's Yura's question, Duanmu Huai thought for a while. Katayo's Yura, a beautiful woman, a star, and a great figure. Yeah, not bad. Then hello. However, before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, he saw several staff members running over not far away. Have you seen Tomoya? No. I can't get through on the phone. Where did he go? What happened? Hearing the conversation of several staff members, Himkawa Daiki asked curiously, and after hearing Himkawa Daiki's question, several staff members looked at each other in embarrassment, and then said, Actually, Uemoto, who is in charge of the drama affairs, has gone somewhere, and we are looking for him. Could he be lost? Yura Katayos also came over. It's hard to say, after all, this place looks very complicated, but we called and couldn't even get through. Today's filming ends here. Everyone can go back first. The director is ready to send a car. We plan to look for it again. Yeah, that's good. Himkawa Daiki nodded. Then let's go back. Where's my love? Hey! At this moment, everyone realized that Duanmu Huai, who was supposed to be standing here, disappeared quietly without a trace. Where did he go? Dim, dark corridor. Dismantled walls. Dust everywhere, abandoned garbage dump. Duanmu Huai walked slowly in it, holding a mobile phone in his hand, lighting up the road in front of him. This way. No, this way. Duanmu Huai walked to the fork in the road, looked around, and then pushed open the door of a laboratory next to him. Hua la la. The harsh sound of the door opening echoed in the silent corridor. Duanmu Huai walked into the laboratory, then raised his head, and held up his mobile phone. Under the illumination of the mobile phone light, the ceiling of the laboratory was full of squirming and swollen tumors, and among these tumors, a man in work clothes was tightly bound inside. Hey, I felt that there seemed to be a problem here, but I didn't expect that there was really a problem. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. But no one in the crew noticed it before, and I thought I would leave after the filming, but I didn't expect it to be like this in the end. That's right, Duanmu Huai had seen this thing before when he was filming. When he was standing on the roof and looking at the huge hole, Duanmu Huai clearly saw the weird thing at the bottom of the hole in the building, which looked like a collection of tumors, but the staff and others did not have any abnormalities, and the subsequent filming went smoothly, so Duanmu Huai threw this thing aside. But unfortunately, it seems that this thing does not intend to end things here. It's really annoying. Duanmu Huai silently opened the guitar case and pulled out the weapon inside. I still hope to finish this film smoothly. If there is a staff member missing incident, it will delay the filming schedule, you bastards. Staring at the monster in front of him, Duanmu Huai's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. Do you know how much money is wasted for a day's delay? Bastard. Accompanied by a roar, Duanmu Huai raised his sharp blade and rushed towards the monster in front of him. Because Duanmu Huai suddenly disappeared, everyone couldn't just leave like that, and soon everyone started looking for Duanmu Huai in the institute again. Xiaoai? Where are you? Xiaoai, no, the phone can't get through. Himkawa Daiki looked at the phone and frowned. We should explain to the crew that we will divide an area for filming in the future, and everyone should stay in it. Actually, I don't like this place very much. Kataoshi Yura looked around a little uneasy. I always feel that this place gives people a creepy feeling. Although Xiaoai was joking before, I really don't feel good about this place. I'm really sorry. Woo! Hearing the sudden voice coming from the front, both of them were startled. They hurriedly looked forward, and then saw Duanmu Huai walking towards them, and he was holding an unconscious man in his hand. Xiaoai? Where have you been? Is this the missing staff member? I heard you say he was missing, so I went to look for him, and then I found him. Duanmu Huai shook the unconscious man in his hand. It seems that he fell, and hit his head and passed out. Let's take him to the hospital first. Chapter 1674. The crew quickly sent the staff member to the hospital. After the doctor's examination, it was found that he was just knocked unconscious, and just needed to rest. He himself did not remember what happened. According to the staff, he was just checking the equipment, and then he seemed to hear some sound, and then he lost consciousness. The doctor's explanation for this was that he might have been hit on the head by something, and the crew also agreed with this. Even if the filming was allowed here, it was a place that had been in disrepair for a long time. Even if most of the structures were intact, it was not ruled out that something would fall, right? After that, the group returned to the hotel to rest, and Duanmu Huai called Kurikawa Akane to his room. Did anything strange happen on the set today? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Kurikawa Akane tilted his head in confusion. Wow. It seems that nothing strange happened. What happened? Today when I was filming at the institute, I encountered a strange thing. Strange thing? Ah, I heard that a staff member had an accident. It was indeed quite unexpected, but it was not an ordinary accident. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Something attacked him. Huh? It looked weird, like some kind of ghost. A bunch of wriggling flesh, but only I could see it, no one else could. It seemed that the thing wanted to eat him when the staff member was alone, at least that's what it was like when I found him. Could it be a ghost? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Kurikawa Akane's face changed slightly. She still remembered the situation when she and Duanmu Huai accidentally entered that past era. Not quite the same. Duanmu Huai frowned slightly. Although evil ghosts are called ghosts, strictly speaking, they are actually similar to vampires or ghouls, and belong to physical creatures. But the thing I saw before was not like that. It was obviously something like a ghost. I haven't seen this thing before. Is this the update that the GM said? What exactly was updated? But at least it is much better than the destruction of the Wasteland Apocalypse world. In short, be careful. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out and took out 2 mobile phone pendants from his pocket. What is this? It can be regarded as an amulet. You and Kana each have one. If you are attacked by that thing, this thing can protect you. Thank you. But, Kurikawa Akane took the mobile phone pendant handed by Duanmu Huai with a complicated expression. Well, it's no wonder that her expression is strange, because these two mobile phone pendants are two skulls. And there are also hammer and gear marks. This thing may be cool for high school boys, but for girls. And it has to be hung on the phone, it's very. Is there no other shape? No. Duanmu Huai shook his head silently. The logo of the tribunal is this. What can he do? Can he change it to Peppa Pig for you? Then, I want to think of a way to sew them into the doll. It should be possible. Duanmu Huai nodded. By the way, I have to go out for a while. Please cover for me. Hey! I'm going to the shooting site to see if those guys are there. Duanmu Huai picked up the guitar case beside him. Is it okay? Don't worry, they are just some small fish. It's not okay if they interfere with the filming on the spot. At this point, Duanmu Huai's tone was slightly depressed. Once an accident occurs, the filming will stop, but the daily salary for the staff is indispensable. Where do they think the money comes from? These damn bastards. I also invested money. Can such waste be allowed? Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints, Kurikawa Akane was speechless, but she had to admit that Duanmu Huai made sense. This is how the crew is. Once it is set up and running, it will burn money every day. Then, have a good trip? Oh, if anyone asks, just say I went to bed. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, turned around and walked out of the balcony with a guitar case, then jumped down and disappeared into the night. Although this is the 20th floor. But since it's Xiao AI, it shouldn't matter. Kurikawa Akane walked to the balcony and looked around, but couldn't see anything. At least you should say I'm going out. Looking at the dark night, Kurikawa Akane sighed silently. The shooting site at night seemed like a ghost town. This is natural, after all, this place was originally a ruin, and the staff had gone back to rest. Only some large equipment that could not be taken away was left here, which looked particularly weird. Of course, if it wasn't like this, then this place would not have been chosen as the filming location by director Shimizu. There was indeed no abnormal feeling at the gathering place of the survivors. But the research institute is different. Duanmu Huai could feel that as night fell, a strange atmosphere emerged again somewhere inside the research institute. And it seemed a battle was going on. When Duanmu Huai came to the basement, he soon heard noises coming from it, including collisions and shouts. Why is this happening? I heard it was a second-level cursed spirit, but it turned out to be a quasi-first-level one. The one who shouted was a girl, who looked about 16 or 17 years old. She had long blue hair, a characteristic face, and strange side bangs, holding a Japanese sword. Opposite this girl stood a mutant spider monster whose body was as huge as a bus. At this moment, the spider monster was waving its claws to attack the blue-haired girl, and the blue-haired girl looked a little embarrassed. It was obvious that her current situation was quite bad. That is, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and carefully looked at the giant spider fighting with the girl. This thing looked very much like the strange creatures he had seen in the other world. In other words, this thing would not only appear in the other world, but also in reality. Sure enough, just as he imagined, the subspace began to erode the real world. Hey! The girl swung her knife again to block a spider leg that was stabbing at her, but she herself retreated due to the reaction force, and then directly hit the spider web behind her. Oops. The girl also realized that the situation was not good and tried to break free, but her body was firmly stuck on the spider web, and there was no way to get rid of it. At the same time, the huge spider monster also rushed in front of the girl, opened its bloody mouth, and then was directly split in half from the middle. Hey! The girl widened her eyes in surprise, watching the spider in front of her being split in half and gradually disappearing. For a moment, she didn't know what happened. Then, she saw a figure coming from behind the spider. Hello, young lady. Duanmu Huai stared at the pale-faced girl in front of him and showed a hideous smile. It was really close just now. As a life-saving grace, do you mind if I ask you something? Hey, what do you want to ask? First tell me, who are you and what are you doing here? Duanmu Huai held the knife in his hand, pressed it against the neck of the girl, who was standing still, and then slowly slid down. Also, what is the thing you are fighting with? I say. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, although the girl's face was pale, she still tried her best to stay calm and nodded vigorously. Then, she quickly explained to Duanmu Huai. According to the girl, her name is Sanluxia, and she is a sorcerer who specializes in removing cursed spirits, which is the mutated spider that Duanmu Huai saw before. According to Sanluxia, cursed spirits are supernatural beings generated by the power of negative emotions from humans, but no one knows where these curses and cursed spirits come from. But cursed spirits will attack humans and kill them, and sorcerers are professionals who protect humans and eliminate cursed spirits. Supernatural beings born from human negative emotions. Hearing this, Duan Muhuai's face sank slightly. For example? Mostly fear, jealousy, anger, in short, all kinds of emotions. Some cursed spirits come from human fear of certain things, and some cursed spirits were originally human souls, but because they were bound by the thoughts of the living, they turned into dangerous cursed spirits. Oh, I've heard of this. Duan Muhuai remembered that there was indeed a legend that the vengeful spirits were forced to stay because the thoughts of the living could not ascend to heaven. However, cursed spirits. Monsters born from human negative emotions. The other world. Strange stories caused by the condensation of human emotions. Professor Weno had met otherworldly life that communicated with humans through fear. Very good, now everything is connected. If Duan Muhuai guessed correctly, the other world they went to before should be the place where those monsters were bred. Well, but this is really annoying. A subspace monster born from human negative emotions. Duan Muhuai's judge PTSD is about to break out again. After all, this setting sounds like a pure subspace creature. Forget it, whether it is a cursed spirit or a subspace creature, it is still the same thing in the end. Just kill it when you see it. Thank you for your cooperation. Duan Muhuai put the sword back into the sheath and nodded to the girl. If there's nothing else, I take my leave now. Please wait a moment. Seeing Duan Muhuai turning to leave, the girl hurriedly called him. Then that? Excuse me, are you Miss Duan Muhuai? Yes, it's me. Duan Muhuai stared at the blue-haired girl, who lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, then took out a notebook from her bosom and handed it to Duan Muhuai with both hands. I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? If possible, we can also take a photo together. Of course, no problem. Chapter 1675. Duan Muhuai, 16 years old, is a student at Yangdong High School. She has starred in several movies and won the Best Actor award. She rarely shows up in public and doesn't even have an INS account. She is a well-known movie actor in Japan. As the hoarse voice fell, the white-bearded old man sitting on the chair coughed and looked at the blue-haired girl standing respectfully opposite him. Are you sure it's right? Yes. Faced with the old man's question, the blue-haired girl Miwa Kasumi hurriedly straightened her body and answered. I can be sure, after all, her appearance is very special, and others can't imitate it even if they want to. Well, it's no wonder that Miwa Kasumi respects the old man so much, because this old man is the principal of the Kyoto Prefectural Jutsu High School. In order to deal with the cursed spirits, the sorcerer set up a school to train sorcerers, and Miwa Kasumi was selected to join the school for study and training because of her talent as a sorcerer. Is she a sorcerer? I don't think so. Curse master? I don't know. Faced with the old man's repeated questions, San Luan Xia seemed a little nervous. But I don't think she should be a curse master or sorcerer, because she asked me a lot of basic questions, such as what is a cursed spirit, what is a curse, what is a sorcerer. It can be seen that she really seems to know nothing about our existence. Then how did she defeat the cursed spirit? Didn't she use any curse? Ordinary people can't see the cursed spirit at all, and even if the sorcerer wants to defeat the cursed spirit, he either uses a curse or a cursed object. No. She used a knife. Knife? Yes, a knife that is as red as blood. Oh! Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows suddenly. Are you sure? Yes. The knife will also emit a faint light, and I feel like I'm going to be killed just by looking at it. It is definitely a first class. It may even be a special class cursed item. A bright red knife. White hair and red eyes. Principal? Sitting next to him, the muscular man looked at the silent old man and asked curiously. In addition to Miwa Kasumi, there were several students from the same Jiu-Jitsu high school as her, of course. They were also Jiu-Jitsu masters. In order to listen to Miwa Kasumi's report, they came here specially and gathered together. The old man was silent for a moment, then stood up. I want to show you something. As he spoke, the old man walked to the wall of the study, opened the safe there, and then took out a book that looked very old and slowly opened it. This is not an ordinary book, but a diary from the old man's ancestors' family. According to this diary, the old man's ancestors' family was once a member of an organization called the Demon Slayer Corps. At that time, this organization fought to eliminate evil spirits. Although according to the ancestor, with the death of the evil spirit master, all evil spirits have been destroyed. But in the old man's opinion, what the ancestors dealt with might just be some special cursed spirits. However, the ancestor of their family was just an ordinary logistics member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and seemed to do work such as treatment and aftermath. Therefore, the fighting method of the Demon Slayer Corps was not written in the diary. As for the breathing method used by the Demon Slayer Corps, the ancestor also said that he had no talent and could not learn it. What a pity! If the breathing method could be passed down, perhaps it would be easier for today's sorcerers to face cursed spirits. The old man shook his head, threw the thoughts that emerged in his mind aside, and then he opened the diary. Found it. Soon, the old man found this part of the record in the diary. During several hunts of the evil spirits they called upper string demons, the ancestors recorded the appearance of a mysterious girl. She had pale long hair and bright red eyes, dressed very uniquely, and held a bright red sharp blade. She was not one of the 9 pillars, but she had a terrifying strength far beyond the 9 pillars. Those evil spirits, who killed people like Kusuki, who could not even match the 9 pillars, were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of her. The girl called herself Tuanmu Ai. After hunting down the evil spirit master, she disappeared from the eyes of the Demon Slayer Corps and never appeared again. She was petite, and looked like a 13 or 14-year-old child at first glance. Her fighting style was extremely brutal, and even the evil spirits had to tremble and wail in front of her. But when she doesn't talk on weekdays, she gives people a delicate and fragile dream feeling. Staring at the diary and the archive materials at hand, the old man frowned. And the sword in the other person's hand, the ancestor once helped her maintain the weapon, and he remembered it very clearly. That is not her Nichiren sword. I heard that it was obtained from a dead demon slayer. However, when I saw the sword, I was also shocked. Although the Nichiren sword will change color according to the characteristics of the user, this color is the first time I have seen it. Red, as if it was condensed from blood, so dazzling that people dare not look directly at it. Just seeing the sword makes me feel as if I can hear the wailing of the evil spirits, who were killed by the sword, even many years later. When I picked up the pen to record my memories again, the wailing was so vivid. It's as if the souls of those evil spirits are imprisoned in this bright red blade. After listening to the diary records read by the old man, several other students from the Jujutsu High School, including Miwa Kasumi, were stunned. But principal, this happened a long time ago, right? Ah, it happened more than 100 years ago. Ordinary people can't live that long, right? Even if they can live that long, it's impossible for them to maintain their original appearance. Wouldn't they become vampires? That's impossible. Miss Tuanmu has made so many movies, and many of them were shot under the sun. If she were a vampire, wouldn't she have turned into ashes long ago? Maybe it's genetic? It's not strange for children to look like their ancestors. Well, there's no point in us arguing here. The old man coughed and stopped the students from arguing. In any case, the other party is likely to have a special great cursed item. I ask you to monitor her 24 hours a day and find out her situation. What is she doing in Kyoto now? Filming a movie. At this point, Miwa Kasumi immediately became excited. A big production that will be released simultaneously around the world. This is what I asked Miss Tuanmu before. In fact, the reason why she went there was because the ruins were their filming site. It seems that there was an incident of cursed spirits attacking the staff before, so Miss Tuanmu went back to check the situation. As a big star, you actually secretly remove the cursed spirits? This is just like a plot in a movie. The muscular man suddenly became excited, and the short-haired girl next to him looked at him helplessly. But we are not acting in a movie now, or do you think we are acting in a theater version? If we can recruit her to Jujutsu High School, wouldn't that be a good thing? That's impossible. She's a famous movie star. If she comes to Jujutsu High School, it will definitely attract the attention of the media. Besides, she has fame, status, and money. Why would she want to do a thankless and dangerous job like a sorcerer? Even if she wanted to, she couldn't move all the way to Kyoto. She came here to make a movie. Okay, let's not talk about this now. The old man interrupted the chat that was gradually going off topic. Come on. Here. Hearing the old man's call, a black-haired boy with his eyes closed hurriedly responded. My. Oh. The short-haired girl, who had complained before, also nodded. You two are responsible for monitoring her. Pay attention. No matter what happens, don't act rashly. Yes. Just like that, the night passed and a new day began. I wonder if they will have any problems. Looking at the empty seats, Kasumi Miwa was somewhat uneasy. You don't need to worry so much. Looking at the restless Kasumi Miwa, another girl sitting not far from her couldn't help but complain. She was petite, with 2 ponytails of blonde hair sticking up in the air, and looked very unique. Xianji is a quasi-first-level sorcerer, and Sister Jinny is also the heir of the Zenyuan family. Although she is only a third-level sorcerer at present, her strength should not be underestimated. With the two of them working together to monitor, even if the opponent is a very powerful sorcerer, they should be able to escape unscathed. If that's the case, that would be great. Hearing her companion's comfort, Sanluan Xia could only sigh silently. Only by facing Duanmu Huai in person could she feel the horror. At that time, Sanluan Xia really thought she would die. Although as a sorcerer, Sanluan Xia had experienced several life and death battles, but they were all survival, using all her strength to gain a glimmer of life. However, when facing the petite girl, the situation was completely different. There was no chance at all. What awaited her was only despair and death. Sanluan Xia had never felt the coming of death so clearly. Her life was not in her own hands at all. The sense of oppression and fear was simply indescribable in words. To be honest, she even had some psychological trauma. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai was kind to her later, and met Sanluan Xia's request for taking photos, group photos and autographs. But she definitely didn't want to face Duanmu Huai's murderous aura again. I don't know if Shinji and the others can do it, even though I have already warned them. The two people in charge of monitoring didn't know about Miwa Kasumi's worries. At this moment, they were outside the institute, watching the actions carefully. Hey, so this is how movies are shot. It looks quite interesting. Staring at the crew filming in the distance, Zen and Shinji was very interested. Don't forget our mission, Shinji. Kamo, who was standing aside, still closed his eyes, but did not forget to remind. Don't worry, I won't forget. Well, is that Duanmu AI? Indeed, as in the intelligence, she is petite and cute, and she doesn't look like a high school student at all. But she looks very courageous when fighting, and obviously has experience in martial arts. Come to think of it, I've seen her movies before. Oh, really? Yeah, but she plays a female ghost most of the time. To be honest, if she becomes a cursed spirit, it would be difficult to deal with her. For example, Night Girl. So you've seen it too? Isn't watching horror movies a compulsory course for us in the Curse High School? That's right. The two chatted intermittently while staring at the filming site in front of them. Of course, since the cursed spirits here have been removed, there is naturally no harm. Except for the repeated NGs during filming, there is nothing unusual. Soon a day passed. Okay, it seems we should leave too. Zen Yuanjini stood up and stretched. From today's point of view, there seems to be nothing unusual. We will continue tomorrow. However, before Zen Yuanjini finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Why, are you coming again tomorrow? Hearing this voice, the surveillance duo turned around in a hurry, and then they were surprised to see Duanmu Huai standing not far in front of them, staring at them. The crew's filming is confidential, you two. This is not something I can show you casually. Forget it, since we're here. Duanmu Huai stared at the two of them and smiled. Yesterday, that person was my fan. I'm sorry to bully her, but I don't have any burden for you two guys who came here uninvited to monitor me. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai slowly grasped the hilt of the sword. I didn't have any impression of the so-called sorcerer when I heard Miss Sanluan talk about it before, so let me see what the so-called sorcerer can do. Chapter 1676. The two of them didn't know what happened. They only remembered seeing the other person reach out and hold the hilt of the sword, and then they lost consciousness. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves lying on the cold ground, and Duanmu Huai was still standing there, looking at them speechlessly. No way, that's it? Is that all you can do? I haven't even used any strength yet? You fell down? What did you do? Chan Yuanjini stood up with his forehead pressed, staring at Duanmu Huai warily, while the latter shook his head speechlessly. I haven't done anything yet. Hey, I knew you were weak, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. I'm not interested anymore. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached into his arms, took out a business card and threw it over. If you need anything from me in the future, you can call me on this number. Don't do this kind of tricks again. If I catch you again, it won't be so easy to get away with it. Chan Yuanjini subconsciously took the business card and raised his head to say something, but at this moment, Duanmu Huai had completely disappeared in front of him. This is really not good. Duanmu Huai looked very disappointed when he returned to the hotel. I wanted to see what these so-called sorcerers were capable of, but they turned out to be just a group of psychics. Of course, as far as psychics are concerned, these people are just low-level psychics, the kind that need to be managed by the tribunal and the Star Language Hall. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, they are basically a group of weak chickens. From this point of view, the strongest in this so-called sorcerer organization should be Zeta-level psychics. Well, not very useful. But since they are operating in this world, it would be nice to use their system, just like Duanmu Huai cooperated with the Demon Slayer Corps in the previous era. The premise is that this group of people know how to listen to orders. After that, the group of sorcerers never came to make trouble again, and Duanmu Huai successfully finished the rest of the scenes and then returned home. After all, he didn't have many shots, so Duanmu Huai asked the director to finish his part first. Well, as an investor, he still has some power. Director Shimizu also knew that Duanmu Huai was lazy to death, so he simply followed his wishes and let him leave after Duanmu Huai's scenes were finished. Well, it was a good thing for Duanmu Huai to finish before the new year. As for the life and death of others, it was none of Duanmu Huai's business. And a week after Duanmu Huai returned to school, a strange phone call came to his mobile phone. Hello, is this Xiaoyai classmate? The voice from the other side was a man who sounded quite frivolous and leisurely. I'm Gojo Satoru from Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High School. If you don't mind, can you come out and meet me? There's one in Tokyo too. That's not surprising. No problem, tell me a time. Although Duanmu Huai thinks this jiu-jitsu organization is useless, but there's still some time before the movie is released. Let's see what fun they can bring to us first. Soon, on Saturday morning, Duanmu Huai arrived at the so-called Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High School. This place is pretty good, surrounded by mountains and rivers, deep in the mountains and old forests, and quite quiet. Standing at the gate, looking at the deep mountain scenery in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. Then, he turned around and glanced at the man in front of him. The latter looked to be in his 20s, with white hair and a black eye mask, and looked unruly. Are you Gojo Satoru? Yes, I am Gojo Satoru. Welcome to Tokyo Higher Jiu-Jitsu College. The man named Gojo Satoru made a funny welcome gesture. Actually, I am also your fan. If you don't mind, I wonder if I can ask you for an autograph later? Of course, no problem. So what about now? Anyway, let's go see the principal first. See the principal? I'm not here to study. Duanmu Huai has no interest in transferring. I know, but the old man above seems to have some opinion about you. In simple terms, he hopes that we can be a mouthpiece to communicate between the two sides. I see, a game of passing the message? Duanmu Huai understands Gojo Satoru's statement. For the world of sorcerers, he is just like someone who suddenly ran out. If he were an ordinary person, he might be taken away and questioned directly. But Duanmu Huai's social status and reputation are here. He is not the kind of ordinary person who can disappear casually without anyone caring, and the high-level officials of the sorcerer organization can't really lose face and talk to him face to face. After all, the two sides don't know each other. If the talks fail accidentally, with Duanmu Huai's strength and social status, it will only take a few minutes to make the sorcerer organization a mess. Therefore, the safest way is to pass the message through a third party. In this way, even if there are any misunderstandings or conflicts between them, just put the blame on the guy who passed the message. To put it bluntly, they are being blamed. As the tribunal, Duanmu Huai has seen too many similar things. After all, the tribunal itself is such an organization. If other forces do not want to provoke the tribunal, they will take this approach to cooperate with the tribunal. If the tribunal is unhappy, they will directly sell the middleman and say that the other party deliberately misinterpreted or foolishly misunderstood their meaning. In this case, I will convey an interesting message to them. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly. No need to see the principal. Then, he stared at Gojo Satoru and said, The reason why I gave you the contact information is very simple. I heard that you sorcerers are destroying cursed spirits, right? That's right. Actually, I'm very free. Then, Duanmu Huai changed the subject. After filming the movie, I had nothing to do, so I wanted to find something to do. And destroying those alien remnants is a good entertainment for me. Entertainment? Yes. Duanmu Huai stared at Gojo Satoru, as if he could see his eyes hidden in the dark eye mask through the dark eye mask. Just like playing video games, wouldn't it be refreshing to defeat monsters? The same idea, so I occasionally look around, but my efficiency is too low. I heard from the lady named Sanluan before that you sorcerers specialize in this, so it must be able to bring me a lot of fun. You mean, you also want to be a sorcerer? No. Duanmu Huai shook his head. I don't want to be governed by you. Simply put, I'm like a mercenary. Do you understand? I understand. That's easy. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers. There's only one thing to do next. Oh! Call out the most powerful person here and fight me. Don't pretend, I know this is your purpose. Duanmu Huai sneered at Gojo Satoru in front of him. You want to know my strength, right? But even if I tell you, I don't think you will believe it, So seeing is believing. As long as you fight with the strongest person in your sorcery world, I think you should understand the gap between each other. Interesting. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Gojo Satoru also smiled. In that case, let me fight you. Are you sure? Of course, because I'm the strongest. Oh ha ha. Faced with Gojo Satoru's confident answer, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. Then I wait and see. The Tokyo Higher Jiu-Jitsu College looks like a school, but it actually feels more like a temple. Duanmu Huai followed Gojo Satoru to the training ground in the back mountain, which covers a large area and is quite flat. Obviously, this should be the place where sorcerers usually train for combat. Are you sure you can do it? Actually, I don't care. Several people can come together. No, I'm enough by myself. Gojo Satoru shook his head. Aren't you afraid that I kill you by mistake? Ha ha ha. Faced with Duanmu Huai's curious question, Gojo Satoru laughed, then stretched out his hand and opened it. Come on, stretch out your hand. Although he didn't know what the other party was going to do, Duanmu Huai still curiously stretched out his hand to Gojo Satoru's outstretched hand. Then what? Hold my hand. I'm not an idol, I don't sell handshake tickets. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched his hand forward and then stopped a few centimeters in front of Gojo Satoru's palm. Duanmu Huai looked at the distance of his palm curiously. He could feel that he did touch something, but he didn't touch anything. At this moment, Gojo Satoru also smiled and explained. Feel it, right? What you are touching is the infinity between you and me. Infinity? Actually, it is not stopped, but the closer it is to me, the slower it is. Infinity itself is everywhere, and my spell just brings it into reality. Therefore, any attack will become slower and slower as long as it gets close to me, and then stagnate in infinity. To put it bluntly, I can hit you, but you can't beat me. To be honest, I don't quite understand it. It feels a bit like the positive poles of magnets repelling each other. Duanmu Huai frowned. He hated this kind of theoretical teaching, and the infinity the other party talked about also gave Duanmu Huai a headache. It was like listening to some calculus formula, and he felt sleepy subconsciously. By the way, can you just say it like this? Duanmu Huai asked doubtfully. In his opinion, it was really stupid to explain his abilities one by one before the battle, right? Ha ha, so shall I, you are not a sorcerer after all. When Gojo Satoru heard Duanmu Huai's question, he laughed. What do you mean? This is actually a kind of bondage. I don't understand. Sorcerers use curses, curse others, and curse themselves. Gojo Satoru pointed at Duanmu Huai, and then pointed at himself. And bondage is one of them. Bondage? Yes, just like you said, if I expose my power to the enemy, wouldn't it be bad? But at the same time, this is also a kind of bondage for me. By exposing the trump card, the effect of the spell can be greatly improved. Let me think about it. Duanmu Huai pressed his forehead with one hand and thought. In other words, you exposed your trump card and gave yourself a layer of debuff, and the effect of your spell will be enhanced? That's about it. I still don't understand. In this case, can't you deceive the other party by lying? It is true that you can induce misunderstandings by speaking ambiguously, but lying is meaningless because people can't deceive themselves. So you sorcerers will explain your abilities when fighting? If you can communicate. What a strange and troublesome habit. Duanmu Huai sighed. Forget it, I'm too lazy to make any comments on your sorcerer's behavior. Anyway, I understand. You think I can never touch you, right? Yes, that's it. That's easy. I win as long as I touch you. Yes. Very good. Duanmu Huai pulled away and looked at Gojo Satoru again. Then, he bent down and stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the sword. Are you ready? Of course. Gojo Satoru smiled and looked at Duanmu Huai. You can start now. Then I be polite. As Duanmu Huai finished speaking, suddenly, a fierce murderous aura descended from the sky and directly pressed down on the entire training ground. Gojo Satoru, who had a relaxed smile just now, no longer had the original leisure on his face. Instead, he was replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and seriousness. Duanmu Huai gripped the hilt of the knife and then drew the knife. Almost at the same time, Gojo Satoru suddenly raised his hand. Domain expansion. As if to split his words in two, the shining bright red sword light appeared out of thin air at this moment. Chapter 1677. The principal of Tokyo Higher Jiu-Jitsu College, Masamichi Yaga, is a muscular man. From the outside, he looks more like a gangster wearing sunglasses. And when he walks in the white corridor full of the smell of disinfectant, his huge body in a black uniform becomes more and more vivid. Masamichi Yaga walked to a ward, then pushed the door open and walked in. You scared the old people. This was the first sentence Masamichi Yaga said. He stared at the bed in front of him and Gojo Satoru lying on the bed. The latter held his head with both hands and stared blankly at the ceiling above his head. What do you think now? Thoughts? Gojo Satoru turned his head and looked at Masamichi Yaga. I feel guilty. To be honest, I have always thought that I am the person who can sympathize with the loneliness of being at the top. I like fighting very much and have never felt lonely. But there should be a line that does not define us as humans, but distinguishes us as biological individuals. Humans can cultivate flowers to make them bloom and appreciate them. But they don't have the idea of wanting flowers to understand themselves. Yamo Masamichi stared at Gojo Satoru, wanting to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. Gojo Satoru opened his hands and put them in front of his eyes. I used to think that I would never understand how others see me, but now I understand. I used to think she was a challenger, but it seems that is not the case. Gojo Satoru smiled softly. Monster, it's not that no one has said this to me before, but at that time, although I could understand the meaning of this word, I couldn't understand the mood when they said this. But now, I understand that it is just pure, unable to understand the things in front of me. It's that simple. Is this failure such a big blow to you? Yamo Zhengdao stared at Gojo Satoru, and he felt that he could understand Gojo Satoru's mood at the moment. He had never failed, and Gojo Satoru was the strongest, which was the consensus of all the sorcerers. Even those high-level people who controlled the sorcerers knew this very well, and they needed Gojo Satoru to suppress those cursed spirits and cursed masters. Therefore, as long as Gojo Satoru continued to be here, order would be maintained. However, Gojo Satoru failed. Fortunately, it was not the cursed spirit that defeated him, but humans. And only the high-level people knew about this matter at present, and the whole news was strictly sealed. Fortunately or unfortunately, because this news was too absurd, even if it was leaked, it would be difficult for sorcerers to believe such absurd rhetoric. After all, for all sorcerers, Gojo Satoru was equal to the strongest and invincible. They could not imagine that Gojo Satoru would be defeated and crushed. So, they sent you to ask me about that lady? That's right. Yamo Zhengdao nodded. About the spell she used, her fighting style, how she did it. I have nothing to say, because she is not a sorcerer at all. Huh? Sorcerers don't fight like this. Gojo Satoru's voice became much deeper. You should know how sorcerers fight. We use curse spells to attack and curse each other, dismantle the opponent's spells, cast our own spells, and try to break the opponent's threats as much as possible. It's like solving a problem. We are facing a problem. We need to use the correct formula, the correct calculation, and then get the correct result. That's true. But she's not. Gojo Satoru shook his head. She's a warrior. She only cares about one thing, which is destruction. And that's what she did. Gojo Satoru stared at his hands. Although he was wearing a dark eye mask, he looked at them very attentively. She only thought about that one thing. She didn't care what my technique was like, nor did she care how I would fight. She only cared about one thing from beginning to end, which was to defeat me. At this point, Gojo Satoru clenched his fist. Then I lost. It's that simple. Yamo Zhengdao didn't say anything. He was naturally very clear about this because he was standing on the second floor of the school building and watching this scene. He saw clearly that Duanmu Huai drew his sword and swung it towards Gojo Satoru, who unfolded his domain. But it was not fully unfolded, because the domain was broken. Duanmu Huai just swung a sword, and that sword had no obstacles, whether it was Gojo Satoru's proud unlimited technique or his unfolded domain. All of them were broken by his sword. When everything was over, Gojo Satoru had already fallen to the ground, with a conspicuous bruise on his waist. After that, Duanmu Huai simply talked to Gojo Satoru for a few words, and then said goodbye and left. How ridiculous. Recalling the scene at that time, Gojo Satoru laughed bitterly. Before I really fought with her, I never thought that someone would be so strong. Compared with her, I am nothing at all. To be honest, even if I faced Raiman Sukuna, I thought I could fight, because the opponent was also cursed, and as long as it was a curse, there would be visible weaknesses. Just like a formula, there must be an answer. And I think I can be an excellent problem solver, and solve these complex problems. But, Gojo Satoru sighed deeply, that's not even on the same level. When humans face opponents that are much stronger than themselves, such as elephants or even dinosaurs, as long as they rack their brains and think of ways, they can always find a way to deal with it. The same is true for curses. However, when you face volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis, all you can do is try your best to escape and then leave your luck to God. So what's your opinion? It's necessary to maintain a good relationship with her. Gojo Satoru lowered his voice when he said this. You are also very clear about the threat of Ryman Sukuna. Although I don't think it will happen. There must be an insurance. I understand. Yemo Mazumichi certainly understood what Gojo Satoru was talking about. In fact, this year, Tokyo Higher Jiu-Jitsu College welcomed a slightly special freshman. His name is Yuji Itadori. He was originally an ordinary high school student, but not long ago, he was involved in a curse incident. At that time, Yuji Itadori swallowed the special cursed object Ryumen Sukuna's finger. Ryumen Sukuna was a terrible curse king 1,000 years ago. In that heyday of curses, no sorcerer could be Ryumen Sukuna's opponent. Later, after Ryumen Sukuna died, his body was sealed. At that time, in order to deal with the cursed spirit that attacked them, Itadori Yuji ate a sealed finger of Ryumen Sukuna. If it were an ordinary person, he would die immediately after eating the finger. However, Itadori Yuji unexpectedly had a body that was very suitable for Ryumen Sukuna, so that not only did he not die, but he was able to take back the initiative of his body from Ryumen Sukuna. Originally, after this, the top sorcerers wanted to kill Yuji Itadori, but Gojo Satoru thought that he should be allowed to live. After all, Yuji Itadori is a kind-hearted child. In Gojo Satoru's opinion, as long as he is trained over time, Yuji Itadori will become stronger. However, there is always the possibility that Ryumen Sukuna will be resurrected with the help of Yuji Itadori's body. Gojo Satoru has certainly considered it, but he still thinks that Yuji Itadori should be saved. After all, he is the strongest sorcerer. As long as Gojo Satoru keeps an eye on Yuji Itadori, even if the latter becomes Ryumen Sukuna, the situation will not be irreversible. In fact, Gojo Satoru is not 100% sure. After all, he can't say how powerful the Cursed King was 1,000 years ago. But as the strongest sorcerer, Gojo Satoru must show his confidence and confidence. If even he has no confidence, then the sorcery world will be even more doomed. But now, although the shock of being defeated for the first time is very uncomfortable, Gojo Satoru is actually relieved deep in his heart. After all, Duanmu Huai defeated him with overwhelming advantage, not the kind of luck that won after a hard fight. This means that even if he is not the last line of defense, mankind will not be destroyed. If the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. Now Gojo Satoru also feels the coolness under the big tree. I understand. I will report your opinion. By the way, what level do you think she is? Is there any need to ask? Hearing Yemo Jingdao's question, Gojo Satoru chuckled. Of course she is a special grade. After that, Yemo Jingdao chatted with Gojo Satoru for a few more words, and then turned and left. Looking at the door of the ward that was closed again, the smile on Gojo Satoru's face gradually disappeared. He laid back on the bed again, silently recalling what happened at that time. When he opened his eyes at that time, the first thing he saw was the blue sky and Duanmu Huai's face. It's a bit interesting, but unfortunately, it's not very interesting, that's all. Duanmu Huai stared at Gojo Satoru, commented casually, and then waved his hand. Don't worry, I used the back of the knife to cut it. After saying this, Gojo Satoru watched the other party turn around and leave. He wanted to call him, but he couldn't say anything. Although there was suspicion of sneak attack, and Gojo Satoru had many other means that he had not used, Gojo Satoru knew that these were just excuses. Because the enemy will not wait for you to show all your means before killing you. He could feel that Duanmu Huai was a very pure warrior. He was not a sorcerer, and he was not interested in the sorcerer's fancy tricks. There was only one thing he had to do, that was to completely destroy the enemy. He didn't care about anything else. For Gojo Satoru, this would be a failure he would never forget. Or unforgettable. I'm sorry, Duanmu-kun. Gojo Satoru closed his eyes and whispered. I'm really sorry for not letting you use your full strength. Chapter 1678. The sorcerer's actions were quite fast. Not long after, Duanmu Huai received a call from Gojo Satoru. He confirmed that he had been regarded as a special grade sorcerer and was acting as an external aide with the sorcerer organization. And his first commission was exchange meeting of sister schools? Yes. The voice of Gojo Satoru from the other side of the phone was still smiling, without any change. You have met students with high spell skills in Kyoto before. Yes. Actually, we hold an exchange competition every year. Then what? You don't want me to represent your school, do you? No, that would be boring. Yes? Actually, I hope you can appear as a guest. Explain in detail? Look, in RPG games, Doesn't this happen often? If the player follows the main road, he will defeat the plot boss. But if you go to a fork in the road, you may encounter a hidden boss, right? Yes, so? I hope students with high spell skills can face any situation. For example, when they encounter an opponent they can never defeat on the battlefield, what will they do? It seems quite interesting. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. I agree. Gojo Satoru's arrangement is this. According to the rules of the group battle of the high spell skills exchange competition, both sides must defeat the cursed spirits thrown into the forest, and then win by points. Of course, these cursed spirits also have a boss, but that is just an ordinary powerful cursed spirit. But on another road, there will be several cursed spirits that are regarded as bait, just like the clues that players encounter in the maze. If enough clues are collected, hidden roads and hidden mazes can be opened. That's about it. Next, it depends on their on-the-spot reactions. It's impossible for them to beat Duanmu Huai, so the test given by Duanmu Huai is that as long as they can cross their own defenses, get the beads on the table behind them, and then escape successfully. That being said, what's the matter with these people fighting each other? Sitting on the collapsed tree trunk, Duanmu Huai played with his mobile phone with no motivation. Originally, he thought that in a team battle, both sides should kill cursed spirits to win. As a result, in Duanmu Huai's perception, the two sides fought directly when they met. Well, strictly speaking, it's not impossible. After all, Duanmu Huai remembered that Gojo Satoru did not say that attacking others was not allowed in the game. From Duanmu Huai's point of view, he would rather kill all opponents first, and then win the championship leisurely. But that was based on the fact that his strength far exceeded that of others. If he couldn't do it, well, it was like this. Instead of a team battle, it started to develop into a one-on-one duel. It was so boring. Have you all forgotten the existence of the cursed spirit? Duanmu Huai yawned silently. I felt like I was just wasting time. Huh? At this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the forest in front of him. The next moment, not far away, huge trees soared into the sky, flying forward like waves. At the same time, Duanmu Huai saw a dark force emerge from the sky in front of him, spreading in all directions. Well, I remember Gojo Satoru said that this seemed to be called a tent, something that separated the inside and the outside like a barrier, in other words. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Now, things are getting interesting. As the dark curtain fell, the entire stadium was completely blocked. Oh, this is bad. Standing outside the barrier, Gojo Satoru spread his hands helplessly. After noticing the abnormality, they also rushed over at the fastest speed. But it is obvious that the situation is developing much faster than they imagined. Obviously, someone tried to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the students of the Jujutsu High School who participated in the exchange competition, and there was also a curse master among them. Not only that, the conditions of this barrier are also very special. It is set to accept Gojo Satoru. Everyone else can enter and exit freely. This means that even someone as strong as Gojo Satoru cannot immediately break the barrier to rescue the students. And since the other party is so confident in setting up such a condition, it means that there are special grade cursed spirits that are difficult for anyone except Gojo Satoru to deal with. However, sing your old man Hugo. Gojo Satoru smiled at the other two sorcerers around him. It seems that I can only be a spectator outside for the time being. You don't seem to be in a hurry at all? Of course. Faced with the question of the sorcerer dressed as a shrine maiden, Gojo Satoru laughed. I did have a trick up my sleeve, but I didn't expect it to be used here. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. Although they didn't understand what Gojo Satoru was saying, the other two still rushed into the barrier quickly. After all, their students were still in danger. Unfortunately, it was too late. Because at this moment, the students participating in the exchange competition had already encountered the most difficult enemy they had never seen before. Fushiguro, Gumaki, Kumo. The three students with high spell skills appeared in front of them. They had never expected that a strong enemy would appear here. Damn it! Looking at the terrifying monster with two branches growing in his eye sockets and his left arm wrapped in bandages, Fushiguro's face turned pale. Just now, he was still dueling with Kumo from the sister school, but he didn't expect that in just a moment, with the appearance of this terrifying special grade cursed spirit, they had to give up the duel between each other and fight side by side against this terrifying enemy. However, their attacks were meaningless. No matter what means the three of them took out, they could not cause any substantial damage to this special grade cursed spirit. On the contrary, the three of them were covered in wounds and could hardly stand. What should they do? What should they do? Just as Fushiguro racked his brains to think about what to do next, suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. "Stop it, stupid kids, huh?" The three looked up in surprise, and soon realized that it was the special cursed spirit in front of them who was speaking. But what the special cursed spirit said next surprised the three of them. "I just want to protect this planet. This is a lie of the cursed spirit. Don't listen to its nonsense." Kamo pressed his head and shouted angrily, trying to interrupt the other party. However, the latter's voice still entered the brains of the three people without any interference. The forest, the sea, and the sky all cried and said that they could no longer bear it and could no longer coexist with humans. They also knew that there were humans who were gentle to the planet, but how much of this kindness could make up? They just wanted time. As long as there was time, the planet would be able to bloom with blue light again. As the cursed spirit spoke, countless thick roots broke out of the ground and emerged from its side. "There is no time for humans, so die, and then become a sage." At this moment, the air was tense to the extreme, and the three people were ready to fight to the death. Just then, "What nonsense is this?" Suddenly, a voice suddenly appeared, and everyone turned their heads in surprise and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a petite, white-haired girl wearing jeans and a t-shirt holding a knife, who appeared in the middle of the battlefield between the two opposing sides at some point. The white-haired girl turned her head, narrowed her eyes, and stared coldly at the special cursed spirit. "Since we can't coexist, then die. Without the existence of humans, everything on this planet has no meaning and value. The same goes for you, bastard." At this moment, an unparalleled murderous aura suddenly erupted, and the surrounding houses collapsed directly. So scary. At this moment, Kamo stared at the girl's back with his eyes wide open. Of course he knew who the other party was, because he had previously monitored the other party with Zen and Shinji, but was easily defeated. No, it's not accurate to say that he was defeated. Strictly speaking, he didn't know why he fainted. Now Kamo knew. The other party did not make a move at all. He was frightened and fainted. Just like now. His body was out of control, his knees were shaking desperately, every muscle in his body was trembling, the blood was flowing wildly, and his heart seemed to jump out of his throat, making him want to vomit. However, this was only behind her, and what they felt was only the aftermath. If they were exposed to this murderous aura head-on, could they really survive? Or would they die of a heart attack? What about that special great cursed spirit? Kamo barely raised his head and stared at the front. At this moment, the special great cursed spirit also had a gloomy face and stared at Duanmu Huai, and then it tore off the bandage wrapped around its left arm. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know." Duanmu Huai held the hilt tightly and stared at the special great cursed spirit in front of him. "Lowly and dirty subspace creature, your future is only a dead end. Are you ready to die?" "Ha!" The special great cursed spirit did not speak, but roared and pressed the ground with both hands, and then the ground cracked and exploded, and huge tree roots as thick as buses gushed out from it and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. At the same time, the sword light flashed. Duanmu Huai held the hilt of the sword, and the bright red blade flew out of the scabbard and swung forward. The shining, bright red, blood-like sword light even cut through the space at this moment. The gushing huge tree roots instantly turned into pieces, as if they were caught in a meat grinder. What happened? When the special great cursed spirit regained consciousness, its head had already flown high, and it could see that its body was gradually disintegrating, like being cut into pieces like sausages. "I was defeated? How is it possible? It's obviously not Gojo Satoru. Who is that girl? Why, this is impossible." Just when the special great cursed spirit's brain was in a mess, and had no idea what to do, Duanmu Huai's voice appeared again. "Ah, unlike evil spirits, they won't die if their heads are chopped off. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you." Staring at the head of the special great cursed spirit in front of him, Duanmu Huai didn't stop at all. The sharp blade in his hand drew a beautiful arc in the air, and directly split the head of the special great cursed spirit in half. Special great cursed spirit Huayu, removed. Chapter 1679. Blue sky, white clouds. The waves washed the beach, presenting a peaceful scene. However, the atmosphere here was not so peaceful. Or rather, it was quite tense. "What's going on?" A heavy voice echoed on the beach, filled with the anger and dissatisfaction of the questioner. However, it was not a human. Although it had a body and limbs similar to those of a human, it was obvious from the kettle head that it was not a human. It was a cursed spirit. Why did Hanamiya die? What happened? Wasn't Gojo Satoru blocked outside the barrier? The kettle head yelled angrily, and the other figures next to him did not answer. After a while, a man in a monk's robe smiled and clapped his hands. Okay, everyone, it's useless to be impatient here now. The important thing is that we have successfully achieved our goal, and can start the next plan. What did you say? Hearing the monk's words, the kettle head angrily widened its only eye and stared at the other party viciously. You mean, Hanami's death is insignificant? How can it be insignificant? At least they have achieved their mission, right? If it weren't for their restraint, we wouldn't be able to get what we want. That's right, the attack on the exchange meeting was just a cover. The purpose was to attract the attention of Gojo Satoru and others, and their real purpose was to sneak into the Jujutsu Academy and take away the special cursed objects stored there, the two-phase Sukuna's finger, and the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus. Originally, the attack team composed of 2 cursed masters and a special cursed spirit was enough to put the other party in a dilemma. But something unexpected happened. Hanami, a special cursed spirit, was killed, and the 2 cursed masters were also captured. It can be said that the entire attack team was wiped out. But fortunately, they completed their mission. I mean, it's useless for you to get angry here. The monk-robed man faced the anger of the kettle head, but he was not nervous at all, but smiled and opened his hands. Indeed, Gojo Satoru is a special grade sorcerer, but there are more than one special grade sorcerer, so it is foreseeable that Hwayu is removed. At this point, the monk-robed man narrowed his eyes. In fact, I have obtained an interesting information. Just recently, the Sorcerer Organization approved a new application for a special grade sorcerer. You mean, that special grade sorcerer killed Hwayu? The kettle head stared at the monk-robed man, who laughed. It's very likely. Who is it? Tell me, I kill him. You may have heard of this name Dwanmuai. Faced with the name said by the monk-robed man, the beach suddenly fell into a strange silence. I have indeed heard of this name somewhere. I think she is a movie actor? Yes. The monk-robed man nodded. Dwanmuai, a movie actor, has appeared in several horror movies. Ah, I remember. Hearing this, a man next to him with a face full of sutures, like Frankenstein, snapped his fingers. I have also seen the movie she acted in. It is quite good. Is she also a sorcerer? I don't know about that. The monk-robed man said that he did not have much information. Her application for permission was approved recently, and she was not a student with high sorcery skills before, but this is not surprising. There are always some special people who get special approval qualifications for various reasons. Well, it reminds me of an old friend. The monk-robed man raised his head and looked at the sky. For him, the failure was still vivid. Just a year ago, there was also a high school student who entered the Jujutsu High School, and he was rated as a special grade sorcerer as soon as he entered. The monk-robed man still remembered his name, Yuta Atsutsu. Of course, his situation was a bit special. Yuta Atsutsu was not so much a powerful sorcerer, as he was cursed and entangled by a very powerful special grade cursed spirit. The cursed spirit named Rika was originally Yuta Atsutsu's childhood sweetheart, but died unexpectedly. After her death, Rika turned into a cursed spirit and stayed with Yuta Atsutsu, and would attack those who tried to hurt Yuta Atsutsu. 3 second-level sorcerers and 1 first-level sorcerer tried to remove Rika, but they were all killed. Therefore, Rika was rated as a special grade cursed spirit, and Yuta Atsutsu, who was with her, was also rated as a special grade sorcerer. At that time, the monk-robed man had tried to win him over to join his side, but unfortunately, he failed in the end. Oh no, that wasn't me. Thinking back to this, the monk-robed man showed a strange smile, and then retracted his thoughts. So, although it is rare for someone to suddenly appear and be rated as a special grade sorcerer, it is not uncommon. Maybe the young lady also suddenly awakened such power for some reason, and was rated as a special grade. She seems to be only 16 years old now. Maybe the sorcery world plans to enroll her in the sorcery school, so it is possible that she also participated in the exchange meeting. If that's the case, that means there is no point in us locking Gojo Satoru out. Kettlehead snorted indignantly and interrupted the monk-robed man. Anyway, Hwayu is dead. What should we do now? Should we carry out our plan? Of course. The monk-robed man walked to Kettlehead and patted its shoulder. Based on my experience, a sorcerer who suddenly awakens like this may be dangerous, but also very unstable. Well, we really can't let her become our stumbling block. What do you think? The monk-robed man turned his head and looked at the suture man not far away. The latter was silent for a moment and made a decision. The plan remains unchanged, but it needs to be slightly modified. This unstable factor should also be included. On the day of the plan, find a way to get rid of her. If she can be killed, it would be the best. Anyway, everything is ready. Time is moving forward minute by minute, no matter who it is. By the way, Xiao AI. Yanani was lying on the table, with a blank face. How are you going to spend Christmas Eve? Christmas Eve? After hearing Yanajian's question, Duanmu Huai thought for a while. I really want to spend it with Ruby and my Akane. Let's spend Christmas Eve together, eating, drinking, singing and dancing, and having fun. Well, unfortunately, this is a holiday that only ordinary people can celebrate. For artists, it's completely different. Isn't it? You underestimate artists too much. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. B. Kamachi will participate in the live variety show on Christmas Eve. Mai will participate in the radio station's Christmas countdown. Akane will participate in the TV station's Christmas Eve event. And Kana will be the host of a charity program. That's right. The more times like this, the busier the artists are. Duanmu Huai is fine, but the others have to work non-stop since the early morning. The more popular the artist is, the busier they are at this time. Hearing Duanmu Huai's explanation, Yanami and Katanda were speechless. Are artists so busy? Yes, especially on holidays, especially on damn holidays like Halloween, Christmas Eve, and Christmas, they are even busier. By the way, what activities do you have? I'm going to have dinner with my family on Christmas Eve. Well, this is very Yanami. I'm also going to attend the banquet held at home, Katanda said in a low voice. Speaking of which, their family is also a landlord class. What about you? Me? Faced with Yanami's question, Duanmu Huai silently took out his mobile phone and checked the schedule for the day. Go home and play games online. It was past midnight when the others got home from work. Duanmu Huai probably thought that they were exhausted and went to sleep directly after returning home. It seemed that he really had nothing special to do. But he had to remember to send Christmas gifts and cakes to Hoshino AI, who was in the hospital. Although she would definitely not eat them, it was a ritual after all, and Ruby would be very annoying if he didn't do it. She was getting busier and busier now, and she definitely couldn't spare the time, so she had to rely on Duanmu Huai, who was slacking off. Wow, it looks so pitiful to see Xiao Ai like this. Will you? Because it's Christmas Eve, it's lonely to spend it alone. After all, everyone is either reunited with their families or in love. Ha ha. Speaking of which, Kasuki and Karen have also booked a restaurant for that night. What are they going to eat to replenish their energy? What are they going to do after replenishing their energy? Well, Yanajian, who was trapped in the delusion of the Minotaur as always, was as usual. However, Duanmu Huai and Katanda were used to it. At first, they would comfort Yanajian a few words. Now, the two of them would only protect her with warm eyes. After all, when Yanajian could not stand the torture of the delusional Minotaur in her mind, she would take the initiative to escape back to the real world. Ding dong. Just when Duanmu Huai was admiring Yanajian's usual interesting performance, a text message came on his mobile phone. Duanmu Huai took out the text message and read it. Oh, now it's good. I will be busy on Christmas Eve. Work. Yes. Duanmu Huai shook his mobile phone at Katanda and Yanajian. See, I told you, I will be very busy during the holidays. So Xiao Ai is going to be on the show too? What show? I go and watch it. Hearing this, Yanajian seemed to get rid of the sad fantasy on Christmas Eve and return to the real world. Well, it's better to say it's a game than a show. Game? Yes. Duanmu Huai laughed. A game of exorcising evil spirits. Chapter 1680. The day before Christmas. Sister, are you going out today too? Looking at Duanmu Huai, who was wearing a coat and preparing to go out, Ruby asked curiously. Well, I have a little thing to do. Will you come back tonight? Of course. By the way, where is your live? In Mark City in Shibuya, the last Christmas Eve live of this year. Everyone is working hard. Ruby smiled as bright as the sun and gave Duanmu Huai a thumbs up. After all, we will go to the Budokan next year. Well, Duanmu Huai didn't say much, just nodded. What time will it end today? About 10 o'clock. Then I pick you up? Huh? Sister actually came to pick me up? Ruby widened her eyes in surprise and looked at Duanmu Huai. I thought you would just stay at home and be lazy. It depends. If I finish here early and pick you up, remember to call me. Okay. Don't forget the cake and gift for Mom. I won't forget. Ruby waved to Duanmu Huai, then got in the office car and left. Duanmu Huai waited for a while, and then a car drove up to her side and stopped. Then Duanmu Huai opened the door and got in the car, and then the car started and drove forward. Let's go to the hospital first, and then we go and deal with today's troubles. By the way, tell me what's going on. Okay. The person in charge of driving is an auxiliary supervisor. They are similar to assistants. Although they can see the cursed spirits and cast hints, they do not have the ability to fight evil spirits. So they are more like assistants, doing all kinds of preliminary intelligence collection and preparation for the sorcerer. The driver for Duanmu Huai was Assistant Supervisor Yuan Yi, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, who looked like an ordinary office worker. Or she was just an ordinary office worker. During the drive, Ms. Yuan Yi also quickly reported the mission target to Duanmu Huai. The place where the curse occurred was a village called Inanaki Village. It is just an ordinary village now, but it was different in the past. Because the place where Inanaki Village is located is dry and rainy, it is difficult to grow crops, so Inanaki Village has been catching and hunting wild dogs for generations. In order to appease the souls of these wild dogs, Inanaki Village also built a shrine to worship them. Of course, it is better to say that it is a seal than a worship. Then the next question is simple. The reason for the accident this time is that the seal was unlocked. The reason why it was discovered is also very simple, that is, it was broadcast live throughout the process. Yes, in fact, there was an anchor who had nothing to do and ran to Inanaki Village, and then broadcast the scene of sneaking into the shrine, and then uncovering the seal. As a result, after the seal was opened, the live broadcast was interrupted with screams. The relevant personnel of the Curse High who noticed that something was wrong immediately reported it, and then the intelligence personnel immediately went to the local area, and found that the entire village had been completely devoured. The preliminary judgment was that it was a special grade curse spirit. Due to the emergency, Duanmu Huai was asked to take action. Eat a few dogs, and build a shrine to appease them? Duanmu Huai flipped through the information in his hand, with a face like an old man on the subway. If you eat a cow, a chicken, or a pig, won't there be shrines all over the street? What are these people thinking? While complaining, Duanmu Huai shook his head speechlessly. If eating dogs really can produce cursed spirits, then Yulin Peixian and other places would have eaten a dog demon king long ago. What is even more speechless is that the setting of this world is that there are no cursed spirits originally, but cursed spirits are generated because of people's thoughts, ideas, and emotions. In other words, if the people in that village simply treat wild dogs as prey for pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, etc., nothing will happen at all. Well, you eat it if you want, and you have to offer sacrifices after eating, which is purely asking for trouble. By the way, what's the situation with the anchor? Why did he open the seal? According to our investigation, the anchor is broadcasting live with vegetarianism and environmentalism as selling points. Oh, that's fine. After a 3-hour drive, Duanmu Huai finally arrived at Inanaki Village. This looks like just an ordinary village, at least at first glance. From a distance, the village is empty. The surroundings have long been blocked by the sorcerers. Fortunately, this place is very remote, so nothing special has happened so far. By the way, Duanmu Huai got out of the car, looked at the village in front of him, and asked, "What would you do if everyone inside died?" Fortunately, this is in a remote suburb, and we can say that the village was affected by a mountain torrent and mudslide. We can still conceal the information to some extent. Humph, is that so? Duanmu Huai nodded, and said nothing more, just snapped his fingers. Let's do it. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Ms. Yuanye's expression also became serious. Then she stretched out her hand and made a gesture. Born from darkness, darker than darkness. Accompanied by Ms. Tono's spell, a dark barrier descended from the sky, covering the entire village, and Duanmu Huai picked up the knife and waved his hand. It will be done in an hour. After saying this, he walked into the village without looking back. The whole village was dead silent, without a single human being. Duanmu Huai carried the knife and strolled through it, looking left and right. Judging from the situation in this village, everything seemed to be in order. According to the report, the anchor sneaked into the shrine in the middle of the night to open the seal. At that time, everyone in the village was sleeping, and of course there would be no reaction. By the time they noticed, it might be too late. Oh no, it was too late. Woo! A sound like a barking stray dog sounded, and Duanmu Huai stopped and looked forward. Then he saw a twisted black shadow walking out of the alley next to him. It was a person, and also a dog. The reason for this is very simple, that is, his body can still be seen as a human form, but other than that, the other parts have been mutated and twisted. On their faces, the mouths arched forward and turned into long dog-like mouths, while their faces still maintained human forms. The same is true for the hands and legs. Originally, human arms are shorter than legs. But now, his arms are almost as long as his legs. This reminded Duanmu Huai of a hairless dog he had seen on TV before, and this person looked very similar to that hairless dog at the moment. But this is not the extent of being possessed by a cursed spirit. Well, speaking of which, Duanmu Huai remembered that after the previous exchange meeting, Gojo Satoru once found him and told him about a special cursed spirit. His appearance was no different from that of a human, and his whole body was sewn like Frankenstein. According to Gojo Satoru, the cursed spirit had the ability to transform the human body at will. A first-level sorcerer had fought with him before, but he ran away. Could that guy be here? Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts and looked at the dogman in front of him. The latter stared at Duanmu Huai and opened his mouth. "Please save me." A hoarse, painful voice emerged from it. If other students with high sorcery skills saw this scene, they would probably be furious or even extremely angry. However, for Duanmu Huai, this was nothing. After all, compared to the life forms polluted and distorted by the subspace, this is more or less acceptable. Compared to the unfortunate ones eroded by the old days, he is handsome. "Don't worry, I will save you," Duanmu Huai said as he drew his sword. At the same time, hundreds of almost identical dogmen appeared from all directions. They stood on the roofs, in the alleys, and on the streets, staring at Duanmu Huai like real wild dogs. Then, the battle began. The transformed dogs roared and swarmed forward, opening their bloody mouths and stretching out their claws, desperately trying to kill the prey in front of them. But facing them, there was only the blood-red sword light. Duanmu Huai walked forward, neither fast nor slow, and the sword light in his hand suddenly rose. At the moment when the dogs rushed over, the sword light instantly turned into bright red stars shining all over the sky, exploding like blooming fireworks, covering everything. Then, the sword light disappeared. Duanmu Huai put the sword back into the sheath and continued to walk forward, but unlike before, there was no living life on the street at this moment. Only the bodies cut into pieces, and the smell of blood remained. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the corpses, shaking his head and humming as he continued to move forward. And all of this was seen by Shuahutu, who was hiding nearby. What kind of monster is that? Looking at Duanmu Huai's figure, Shuahutu could hardly believe his eyes. In fact, this curse incident was a trap to lure Duanmu Huai away. They need to ensure that no special grade sorcerer can support Gojo Satoru in a short period of time. Only in this way can they achieve their goals. And if they want the special grade sorcerer to take action, they need a very clear reason and goal. Fortunately, they also have a certain connection with the high-level sorcerers. Therefore, after creating this incident, it is natural to designate Duanmu Huai to deal with this curse incident. For this reason, they even put on a finger of Ryman Sukuna to catalyze the dog god curse here. Although it was just a newborn special grade curse, in Shuahutu's opinion, it was enough to deal with a fledgling special grade sorcerer. Not to mention, it also asked its companions to transform all the humans here into dogmen, just to shake the other party's mentality. However, what the hell is this guy? Kettlehead stared at the street in front of him in amazement, speechless. According to Kettlehead's experience, sorcerers are very comrade conscious. When they see their fellow humans being twisted, ravaged, trampled, and turned into such inhuman monsters, they will be extremely angry, and will definitely want to use all means to make the cursed spirit pay the price. But why is this guy not like this? Facing the humans transformed into dogmen, there is not even the slightest hesitation, and it is simply as cold as a machine. However, his expression is very calm, as if in the eyes of this sorcerer, these humans transformed into monsters are nothing at all. What the hell is this guy? Kettlehead stared at Duanmu Huai's back, clenched his teeth, and clenched his fists. It seems that this guy is not easy to deal with, but I am not without a backup. Don't worry, Hua Yu, I will definitely kill this sorcerer and avenge you. Chapter 1681. The steps leading to the Inagami Shrine are very long, but this is not important. What is important is that Duanmu Huai can always hear the wailing of wild dogs from all around while walking. Why do they want to eat us? Why do they peel our skins and cut our throats? They even want to eat our children? In response, Duanmu Huai was also very kind and answered the questions one by one. Because dog meat is really delicious. You can't eat it without plucking the hair. Cutting the throat is good for bleeding and removing the fishy smell. The meat of the cubs is more tender. Gradually, the wailing gradually disappeared. Perhaps Duanmu Huai's spirit of answering questions moved them, so the spirits of the wild dogs no longer asked these low-level questions. So when he walked to the end of the steps, he saw a huge, skinned Inagami standing there, staring at him fiercely. It was as big as a heavy truck, and its whole body exuded a strong smell of blood. It stared at Duanmu Huai coldly, opened its mouth, and revealed its sharp teeth. Human. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. However, Duanmu Huai had no interest in the long speech of the cursed spirit in front of him. He even lowered his head to take out his mobile phone and took a look. I have wasted too much time. I still want to go back to pick up my sister as soon as possible, so you can die. You will die. At this moment, the dog god cursed spirit seemed to be completely enraged by Duanmu Huai. It roared, then opened its claws and pounced on Duanmu Huai. At the same time, the blood from the dog god cursed spirit condensed into several sharp thorns, and it pounced on Duanmu Huai together with the dog god cursed spirit. However, Duanmu Huai did not even look at it, and raised the knife in his hand. Look carefully, sorcerer. Facing the sharp blade swung by Duanmu Huai, the dog god did not show any fear. On the contrary, the skin on its chest suddenly opened, revealing a young man who was tightly bound by blood vessels like a spider web. Judging from his dress, he should be the anchor. At this moment, the other party was staring at this side with wide eyes and opening his mouth. Save me. At the same time, Duanmu Huai swung the sharp blade in his hand forward. The huge body of the dog god was directly split in half from the middle, and even the spikes extending from it were the same. Even the ground made an unbearable whine, and the entire shrine and the shrine were directly split from the middle by this sword. Paw! The body of the dog god, which had lost its power, collapsed to the ground like a ball of mud, and the man wrapped in its body naturally became a corpse. Duanmu Huai just glanced at the cursed spirit and the man's body in front of him silently, and then sheathed his sword. This scene was naturally seen by the kettlehead hiding nearby. How could it be? Looking at the scene in front of him, the kettlehead widened his eyes and couldn't believe it at all. Although it just found that this sorcerer was not ordinary cold, it didn't expect that the other party would be ruthless when facing the hostages captured by the cursed spirit. Generally speaking, shouldn't the sorcerer give priority to saving people? Not only that. What kind of spell did this sorcerer use? The kettlehead was puzzled. Every sorcerer and cursed spirit has his own unique spell. In the eyes of the kettlehead, Duanmu Huai in front of him should be no exception. Obviously, his spell should be launched with a knife, probably some kind of slashing or cutting spell. Since it can exert such a great power, it means that the other party must have imposed a very strong restraint on himself. Although I know that special grade sorcerers are not easy to deal with, I didn't expect this kid to be so difficult. The cursed spirit used as bait was killed before the other party got into a hard fight. So should I do it? Just when Shuahuda was in a dilemma, he suddenly saw Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked in his direction. What? You won't do it? If you don't do it, then I will do it. I've been discovered. Sensing Duanmu Huai's gaze, Shuahuda felt cold all over. He was sure that this was not a bluff, and the other party did see him. But the gaze was neither sad nor happy, as calm as looking at an ant. Damn, I'm also a special great cursed spirit. Do you think I'm the same kind of stuff as the fake one that was catalyzed over there? I make you pay for Hua Yu's life. In just a short second, Shuahutu immediately thought of a way to deal with Duanmu Huai. The other party's technique is indeed very powerful and fast. In this case, as long as it is neutralized, I have a way to deal with it. Since this guy is a rookie, he probably hasn't seen this move before. Thinking of this, Shuahutu made up his mind and quickly formed seals with his hands. Expand the field. As Shuahutu's voice fell, the dark shadow instantly swallowed up everything around, and then the ground cracked and extended upward, turning into a huge lid, surrounding the entire space. Then, countless magma sprayed out from the gap between the ground and the wall. Oh! Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai finally showed a surprised expression, and Shuahutu naturally did not miss this change in expression. Ha, did you see that? This is the domain expansion. It is a natural domain constructed and cast with spell power. It is the embodiment of the inner scenery of the spellcaster. The attack launched in my domain will not only increase its power several times, but will also hit the target. As Kettlehead spoke, he raised his hand and aimed at Duanmu Huai. Ordinary spellcasters will be burned to charcoal in an instant when they enter my domain. It seems that you are really good at it, but it's a pity that this is the end. To be honest, I am a little surprised. Hearing Kettlehead's roar, Duanmu Huai came back to his senses and turned to look at it. So you call this domain expansion? You can actually do this thing. If Medea and Irisville knew it, they would be very surprised. How can this guy still be so calm? Looking at Duanmu Huai standing there, completely unmoved, Kettlehead was stunned. This reminded it of another bastard, who was also frivolous in its own domain. At that time, I almost died. Could it be that this little ghost in front of me? No, it's impossible. That guy is the strongest sorcerer, and this little ghost has been a sorcerer for less than a month. There is no way he knows how to fight against the field. Just as the kettle was thinking quickly in its mind, Duan Mu Huai's voice came into its ears again. It's impolite not to return the favor. Since you have shown me such an interesting thing, I will show you something interesting too. Duan Mu Huai said, raised his right hand, and then snapped his fingers. Snap! At this moment, the world was turned upside down. The endless starry sky and the scorching sun tore apart the closed earth, and the towering church towers broke out of the ground. The brilliant, sacred, and magnificent building swallowed up the ground that was originally overflowing with magma, forming a cold, orderly, brilliant, and magnificent picture. This is... The kettle head stared at all this in amazement, and couldn't believe his eyes. At this time, Duan Mu Huai's voice sounded again. This is my domain. I prefer to call it an inherent barrier. You? The kettle head stared at Duan Mu Huai, trying to mobilize his own strength, but it was surprised to find that in this domain, his ability could not work at all. Not only that, it was horrified to find that its body was gradually dissipating, like a puppet made of sand. What kind of power is this? This is not a simple domain. The kettle head can even feel that even its own power has been completely decomposed and dissipated. It desperately tried to condense its own strength and wanted to fight back. However, no matter how hard Kettlehead tried, it felt like its body was like a bucket with a hole in it, and the spell power it originally possessed gradually disappeared with the existence of this hole. By the way, if I talk about the ability of my inherent barrier, it is actually quite simple. Duan Mu Huai stared at it, and said lightly, only humans are allowed to use their abilities. Aliens and other beings are not allowed to use their abilities at all. As for those lowly subspace creatures, they are not even allowed to exist. Who do you say is a lowly creature? Little devil. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's words, Kettlehead widened his eyes angrily and stared at the other party. We are human. We, cursed spirits. We are born from human emotions and thoughts. Extraordinary life forms. We are the new human. The humans of the old era will eventually be eliminated, and we will replace humans and become the rulers of the new world. Please talk in your dreams, you lowly subspace scum. Duan Mu Huai's eyes staring at the Kettlehead became extremely cold at this moment, and when he felt his gaze, the Kettlehead felt as if a cold and sharp sword was directly inserted into his throat, making it impossible for him to speak again. At this moment, the Kettlehead finally understood that the little ghost in front of him was a monster that was more dangerous and terrifying than Gojo Satoru. No wonder why you died. This kind of existence should not appear in this world. Why? Why is this kind of monster allowed to appear? First Gojo Satoru, and then this little ghost. We made a mistake. Real person. Gojo Satoru is not a threat, the real threat is. But unfortunately, it no longer has the opportunity to convey its thoughts. Therefore, at this moment, Duan Mu Huai has grasped the hilt of the sword and pulled it out. Then, everything returned to normal. Okay, not too much time wasted. Duan Mu Huai glanced at his phone, turned around and walked down the stairs. It was almost time to go back. Ruby was still waiting for him. Chapter 1682. It took 2 hours for Duan Mu Huai to reach Inagami village, and only half an hour for him to solve the problem. So now, Duan Mu Huai is already sitting leisurely in the car on his way home. Is this the power of a special grade sorcerer? Holding the steering wheel, Ms. Tono glanced at Duan Mu Huai, who was sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. The latter was leaning against the car window at this moment, with his eyes slightly closed, looking as if he was sleeping. But Ms. Tono knew that Duan Mu Huai was not sleeping, he was just in a daze. This was not the first time that Ms. Tono worked with Duan Mu Huai as an assistant supervisor, and her impression of Duan Mu Huai had also changed dramatically. When she first saw Duan Mu Huai, Ms. Tono was just quite surprised. After all, the other party was a well-known movie star, and she didn't expect such a person to work as a sorcerer. But later, Ms. Tono found that compared with the other party's seemingly fragile appearance, Duan Mu Huai's style was very tough. For the cursed spirit, he always killed it mercilessly. Moreover, when faced with the choice between killing the cursed spirits and saving humans, Duan Mu Huai always chooses the former without hesitation. This is different from ordinary sorcerers, many of whom will fall into confusion because of this, but Duan Mu Huai's goal is quite clear. It must be said that this is a very tricky situation for the assistant supervisor. After all, every time she reports something like this, Ms. Yuenya will feel stomachache. Fortunately, most of the time, with Duan Mu Huai's powerful strength, those cursed spirits can't threaten him at all. Even if they want to take humans hostage, they will most likely be eliminated by Duan Mu Huai before they can do anything. As for those who can't be rescued, Well, Duanmu Huai never bothers whether they need rescue or not. Just like this time. Hey. Recalling what Duanmu Huai had just reported to her, that the dog god curse spirit absorbed the anchor man into his body as a shield, so Duanmu Huai directly hacked him to death. Ms. Yuanya felt a stomachache. Now she has to write a report again. Ding ding ding. Just then, the phone rang. Ms. Yuanya parked the car to the side, picked up the phone and answered it, and then her face changed slightly. Yes, I know, yes, it's over. We be there soon. After a few brief words, Ms. Yuanya turned her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. Sorry, Miss Duanmu, we have to speed up. What's the situation? Duanmu Huai opened his eyes and asked lightly. Someone has deployed a tent in the Shibuya area. It is initially determined that it is the work of a special grade curse spirit and a curse master. At present, the area within 400 meters centered on the eastern department store has been completely blocked by the tent, and the people are trapped in it. The other party's request is to let Gojo Satoru in. Where is Gojo Satoru? He has arrived at the scene. While speaking, Ms. Tono stepped on the accelerator hard and accelerated forward. At this time, Duanmu Huai's mobile phone also rang. Duanmu Huai took the phone and turned it on. Then, Ruby's voice came from inside. Hello, sister? Huh? What's wrong? Ruby? Something seems to be wrong in Shibuya. Ruby's voice from the mobile phone was a little uneasy and trembling. We just finished the live, and suddenly someone said they couldn't get out, as if the whole block had been blocked or something, and I saw. What did you see? The people on the street were suddenly sucked away, just like a flush toilet, and were sucked into the subway station. Sister, I'm scared. What happened here? Are you okay? I'm fine. Are you still in the building? Yes, me, Kazuka, MEM, and the staff of the office are all here. I don't know what to do, and for some reason, no one else's phone can be reached except me. Oh. Are you still carrying the amulet I gave you? Sister, that amulet is really tasteless, but I do still have it. Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment, and looked at Ms. Tono. Ms. Tono, how long will it take to get to Shibuya? It will take half an hour at full speed. Very good. Duanmu Huai nodded, and picked up the phone again. Do Kazuka and MEM also have amulets? Ruby whispered to the other party, and then answered. Kazuka and MEMs are in the bag. It doesn't matter, just keep them with you. I want you to wait quietly now. In half an hour, you go downstairs and take the bus home. But you can't go out. You can go out then. Go home and wait for my news. Okay, sister. Perhaps because the situation was too sudden, Ruby's tone was less energetic at the moment, and she looked full of anxiety. Don't worry. Duanmu Huai's voice became softer. I will go home and eat Christmas cake with you. Hey! Sister, did you buy it? Of course, I'm not the one who made it. Problems that can be solved with money are never problems. Sister, as always, do you have a Christmas present? You know when the time comes. It won't be a surprise if I tell you now. Then I look forward to it. At this point, Ruby's voice seemed to have regained some vitality. Half an hour, right? That's right. When you hear the car horn, just go downstairs. Okay. Duanmu Huai hung up the phone and looked ahead. Go full speed ahead, Ms. Tono. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the car accelerated like an arrow from a string, rushing forward at the fastest speed. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, cooperating with the Curse Master organization is much easier than the Demon Slayer Corps. The latter is not even recognized by the government. The Curse Master organization has a considerable cooperative relationship with the government. At least after Duanmu Huai entered, he saw that the police had blocked the traffic in and out of Shibuya as quickly as possible. The news also reported that there were dangerous organizations operating in Shibuya and intending to launch terrorist attacks, warning others to stay away from the central area where the incident occurred. The streets that were always busy on weekdays were now empty, which was of course a good thing for Duanmu Huai. And Shibuya was already in sight. The tent is just ahead. I saw it. Hearing the voice of Ms. Tono beside him, Duanmu Huai nodded, then he opened the car door, turned over and half knelt on the roof of the car, and at the same time Duanmu Huai held the hilt of the sword tightly with his right hand and stared at the front. The car did not slow down, and Ms. Tono was also holding the steering wheel at this moment, sweating coldly. The tent has a variety of functions, but no matter which one it is difficult to remove it from the outside. Unless the caster is defeated or the creature that produces the tent is defeated. In fact, only the special grade sorcerer can simply and crudely interfere directly from the outside and remove the tent. And what Duanmu Huai has to do now is very simple. He held the hilt tightly, and stared at the dark barrier in front of him. For Duanmu Huai, he did not need to understand the principle of this thing, because as the god of destruction, he had only one thing to do, that is, to destroy any existence that dared to threaten humans. This thing actually dared to lock ordinary people in it, which obviously posed a threat to humans. Then, the next step is much simpler. The car had already rushed to the dark tent. At the same time, Duanmu Huai drew out his sharp blade and swung it forward. Without any sound, the originally dark, covered barrier burst like a punctured balloon. At the same time, on the streets inside the tent, the people trapped inside also screamed and ran out in a hurry. Miss Duanmu has broken the barrier. Send people to evacuate the people immediately. Miss Tono also loudly conveyed the message through the mobile phone at this moment. The next thing will be handled by others. Keep going. Yes. Soon, Duanmu Huai encountered 2 more barriers. He also ruthlessly split them directly, and came to the department store where Ruby and her friends were performing smoothly. Beep! The shrill horn sounded, echoing in the silent streets of Shibuya. A moment later, the automatic revolving door of the department store opened. Ruby leaned out uneasily, and when she saw Duanmu Huai, her eyes suddenly lit up. Sister! While shouting, Ruby ran over and hugged Duanmu Huai. Finally, I see you. Well, are you okay? I'm fine, everyone is fine. Ruby let go of Duanmu Huai with tears and laughter. At this time, Duanmu Huai saw Foam and Kazuka, M.M. and others also walked out of the department store. There seemed to be many fans dressed up among them. Well, fans, thank you for your hard work. Duanmu Huai nodded to the other 2, and then pointed to the car behind him. You can leave first. Miss Tono will take you home. For the others, a bus will come to take them all away and evacuate them. Okay, I go and explain to everyone. As the only reliable adult in Bikamachi, M.M. immediately took on the responsibility of passing on the message, and quickly turned around to explain to the others, who were standing at the door of the building and looking at this side anxiously. And Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze, and looked at the Shibuya subway station not far away. You just said that those people were sucked into the station? Yes, we saw it clearly upstairs just now. I thought it was a dream, but... Ruby said, looking at the empty street in front of her anxiously. This is not a dream, right, sister? There's nothing wrong with just thinking of it as a dream. Duanmu Huai patted Ruby's head. Go back and take a shower, have a good rest, and wake up after a good sleep. Nothing will happen. Okay, get on the bus. What about you, sister? I have to wait here for a while. Duanmu Huai half pushed Ruby into the car, and then stuffed M.M. and Foam and Kazuka in, and then she winked at Miss Tono, who immediately turned around and drove away. At this time, the bus team responsible for backup had also arrived, and was leading other people to evacuate at the fastest speed. You are really a special grade sorcerer. At this moment, a white-collar worker wearing glasses and looking pitiful came over. Thanks to you, otherwise we don't know what to do. Evacuate the crowd around Shibuya as much as possible. Duanmu Huai glanced at the other party. By the way, I heard that Gojo Satoru has arrived at the scene. Where is he? It doesn't look like a fight. We just received an unfortunate news about this matter. The expression of the man with glasses was extremely serious at this moment. Mr. Gojo has been sealed. What's the use of a waste? The strongest sorcerer is useless? Duanmu Huai sighed silently. The other party is at Shibuya Station, right? Yes, on the 5th underground floor. Other sorcerers are also invading through subway lines in various places. I know. I go and deal with it. Duanmu Huai shook his head, and turned to walk toward Shibuya Station. I have to ask Gojo Satoru to treat me to a meal later. Chapter 1683. Christmas Eve, 9/12. The special grade sorcerer, Duanmu Huai, arrived at the scene. What is the situation now? Duanmu Huai walked towards the Shibuya subway station and asked at the same time, and the assistant supervisor beside him also hurriedly answered. Currently, with Shibuya Station as the center, the situation at Daikanyama Station and Meiji Jingu Station is relatively stable, and there are cursed spirits attacking ordinary people at Omotesando Station and Ohashi Station. There are 4 teams led by first-level sorcerers who have arrived. We plan to invade Shibuya Station through the other 4 stations. There is no need for this. Duanmu Huai interrupted the assistant supervisor's report and pointed to the sky. You can also release this thing. Yes. Then according to my request, after I enter Shibuya Station, cast a tent that wraps up the entire Shibuya Station. The requirement is, right. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Remember, no one. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's request, The assistant supervisor was stunned. But in this case, the reinforcements. The idiot Gojo Satoru has been sealed. Do you expect a few first-level sorcerers to drag them down? Give them orders, change their missions, and ask them to immediately clear out the other cursed spirits that are rampant on the ground. Leave everything else to me. Do you understand? But I remember that the special level sorcerer has the highest command on the scene. Duanmu Huai interrupted the assistant supervisor, who could only nod. Yes. Do as I order now immediately. Also, release another large tent, bind or something, you decide for yourselves. Just don't let those cursors run away. Yes. What else could the assistant supervisor say about this? He had no choice but to follow orders. Let's do it. After saying this, Duanmu Huai walked down the stairs, and after watching his figure disappear, the assistant supervisor frowned and sighed helplessly. Then, he raised his hand. Born from darkness, darker than black. The pitch-black barrier fell from the sky, turning into a solid wall that slowly fell down, completely blocking the entire Shibuya station. Very good. Feeling the vibration coming from behind, Duanmu Huai licked his lips, and then showed a grim smile. Next is the hunting time. In Duanmu Huai's view, the next time is for him to wander around Shibuya Station, hunt those cursed spirits, and let them feel the fear of destruction. However, it seems that someone has taken the lead. Walking to the second underground floor, looking at the devastated scene in front of him, Duanmu Huai was confused. Someone is actually faster than me. Well, the assistant supervisor reported that a sorcerer was advancing into the underground of Shibuya, and now it seems that the other party has succeeded. So who is it? Duanmu Huai quickly got the answer to this question. Just as he turned the corner, Duanmu Huai saw the boy standing in front of him. He was wearing a black high school uniform and had short hair. He was standing there unruly. In front of him, there were two high school girls in sailor uniforms and a cursed spirit with an octopus head kneeling. The boy also noticed Duanmu Huai's arrival and showed an interesting smile. Oh, this is really interesting. I didn't expect you to come. You are Yuji Itadori, right? Duanmu Huai thought for a while, and then matched the image in his memory with the boy in front of him. Of course, Duanmu Huai himself had no interest in remembering a man. The reason why he remembered this guy's name was because Gojo Satoru kept saying beside him that Yuji Itadori had eaten Raiman Sukuna's finger, and Raiman Sukuna's soul was living in his body. This immediately reminded Duanmu Huai of the protagonist's Golden Finger Soul grandfather in the immortal novel, but Yuji Itadori's Golden Finger grandfather seemed to be quite rebellious and not so obedient. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, he believed that Yuji Itadori's life would only bring trouble, and Duanmu Huai was on the side of eradicating Yuji Itadori. As a judge, he certainly could not allow such an unstable factor to exist in the human world. But Gojo Satoru seemed to believe that Yuji Itadori could control Raiman Sukuna in his body through things like love, courage, and friendship. But isn't this because he couldn't control himself? Looking at Yuji Itadori in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. From the aura spreading from the other party, it can be seen that Yuji Itadori at this moment is completely different from his previous self. Either Yuji Itadori has schizophrenia, or Raiman Sukuna has come out. So it can be seen that Gojo Satoru lost the bet. Although it's not the first time he lost the bet. Since he lost, it's his turn to kill Yuji Itadori here, although he wanted to do it a long time ago. Duanmu Huai stared at Yuji Itadori, and the latter also stared at him. But at this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. What's going on? Why are you here? Huh? Duanmu Huai looked in the direction of the voice in confusion, only to see the octopus head that was kneeling in front of Yuji Itadori turned around, staring at him with wide eyes in disbelief. Where's Louhu? What happened to Louhu? Louhu? I've never heard of the name. Duanmu Huai tilted his head and thought for a while. If you mean the kettle head, I've killed it. How come you're in the same group with it? You? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the octopus head clenched his fists in anger. Not only Hanami, but also Louhu. I will never let you go. The octopus head roared and tried to stand up and attack Duanmu Huai, but Yuji Itadori or Raiman Sukuna just glanced at it. Kneel down. Raiman Sukuna's voice was not loud, but the octopus head, who was furious just now, immediately knelt down again respectfully after hearing Raiman Sukuna's voice. What? Is this your pet? Duanmu Huai glanced at the octopus head kneeling on the ground, and looked at Raiman Sukuna, who chuckled. Of course not, I won't take such a thing as a pet. I think you can try it, after all, you are about to go to another world, aren't you lonely on the road alone? Hee, interesting, really interesting. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the two kneeling high school girls and the octopus head couldn't help trembling all over. You know, from the time Ryman Sukuna woke up to now, its extremely powerful strength and evil aura have made these three people dare not act rashly, and they can only kneel down and tremble, as if just their breathing is enough to bring death. However, facing such a terrifying Ryuman Sukuna, the sorcerer girl in front of him seemed so calm, even looking at him with contempt, as if she didn't take Ryuman Sukuna seriously at all. Is this something a human can do? Do you really think you can kill me? The four eyes on Ryuman Sukuna's face blinked, and stared at Duanmu Huai. Ordinary people would have collapsed to the ground just by feeling Ryuman Sukuna's gaze. However, Duanmu Huai just stood there, looking at it with contempt, as if looking at a dirty pig in a pigpen. You are just a lowly subspace alien scum, and you dare to speak nonsense in front of me. Don't you think you are really powerful by bullying a few weak chickens? What did you say? At this moment, the heavy pressure in the air immediately made the three people kneeling on the ground crawl directly to the ground. They pressed tightly to the ground, staring with horror. The murderous intent that Ryuman Sukuna exuded without concealment at this moment was like a surging flood, enough to suffocate people. However, I'm saying that you are a lowly subspace scum, didn't you hear me? Duanmu Huai's voice also rang again, and at the same time, the murderous intent that seemed like a scorching flame almost turned into substance, spreading as if to burn everything around. Colliding with the terrifying momentum that Ryuman Sukuna burst out, Ryuman Sukuna's face was also tense at this moment, staring at Duanmu Huai. It could not see the slightest seriousness in the other's eyes. That kind of contempt, that kind of indifference, made Ryuman Sukuna seem to have returned to 1,000 years ago, when people at that time also looked at themselves in this way. Just because they have four hands, they treat them as monsters, just like this guy. Very good, you have successfully provoked my anger, kid. Ryuman Sukuna clenched his fists, and stared at Duanmu Huai. No matter how much a wild dog barks, it is just a wild dog. Duanmu Huai also clenched the hilt of his sword. He really didn't take Ryuman Sukuna seriously. Perhaps for the people of this world, this so-called special-grade cursed spirit is a very difficult enemy to deal with, but in Duanmu Huai's view, this thing is just at the same level as the Chaos Egg, not even as good as the Great Demon. Well, considering the situation in this world, it has tried very hard. But unfortunately, it's useless. It still has to die. Woo-ah! The high school girl lying on the ground rolled her eyes, and grabbed her throat tightly with both hands. Under the double-killing intent of Ryuman Sukuna and Duanmu Huai, they have felt unprecedented pain at this moment. They couldn't even end their lives, because their bodies had completely lost control. Every muscle was shaking wildly and uncontrollably. They stared with wide eyes, opened their mouths, stuck out their tongues, and their eyes bulged out of their eye sockets, like two fish that were about to be squeezed flat. They looked at each other, wanting to say something, but finally their hearts reached their limits earlier than their minds. Goo! Accompanied by an ugly sound of dying, the two high school girls completely spit out the last breath of their lives, and died in an ugly and twisted form. And their dying breath became the signal for the start of the battle. Ryuman Sukuna moved his hands forward, and Duanmu Huai drew out the sharp blade at the same time. At this moment, the octopus head could no longer endure this torture like a blunt knife beheading. It roared and suddenly jumped up from the ground. Then its body was broken into pieces in an instant, and the sword energy that followed completely turned it into dust. However, the death of such a special cursed spirit did not attract anyone's attention, because at this moment, Duanmu Huai and Ryuman Sukuna officially began their confrontation. Chapter 1684. Duanmu Huai swung his sword forward, pointing it straight at Ryuman Sukuna, who had a gloomy face and raised his hands, but at this moment, the world turned upside down. The originally dilapidated underground passage disappeared in an instant, replaced by a huge Gothic building. Ryuman Sukuna was surprised to see the magnificent church group appear behind Duanmu Huai, and the huge skull and Warhammer logo shone with cold and organic light against the backdrop of the double-headed eagle. This is a domain. This sorcerer actually released the domain right away. At this moment, even Ryuman Sukuna was extremely surprised. It had fought with countless sorcerers and cursed spirits thousands of years ago. There were also powerful sorcerers with domains. But generally speaking, releasing the domain is used as a trump card at the last moment. Duanmu Huai's practice of slapping the king bomb directly on your face, as soon as he started, was simply unthinkable and unimaginable in the eyes of Ryuman Sukuna. But soon, Ryuman Sukuna understood why Duanmu Huai did this. This guy didn't take him seriously at all. For him, it didn't matter what means he used, because he was sure that he would win. Yes, Ryuman Sukuna knew this feeling very well, because he was the same when facing other enemies. No one was his opponent, so he could do whatever he wanted, and no one could defeat him. That was the absolute disregard of the strong for the weak, and now, he was treated like this. You bastard. At this moment, Ryuman Sukuna felt extremely angry. Ryuman Sukuna, the strongest special cursed spirit. Others would tremble as soon as they heard his name, kneel in fear in front of it, and this bastard actually thought of himself as a harmless scum. Open! At this moment, Ryuman Sukuna also made up his mind. He raised his hands and planned to release the domain. He wanted to let this ignorant guy know that Ryuman Sukuna was the strongest. Domain Demon Subjugation. However, Ryuman Sukuna's domain could not be displayed, because at this moment, an invisible and terrifying pressure fell from the sky like a mountain, directly defeating the condensed curse power of Ryuman Sukuna. What happened? Even with Ryuman Sukuna's brain, he couldn't understand what happened at this moment. That kind of terrifying pressure, that kind of terrifying aura, that he couldn't understand at all, and had never seen before. What on earth is this? This is not the power of a sorcerer, or a cursed spirit. This endless terrifying pressure, as if even the world would be completely destroyed under its blow. If you want to find a word to act, it is God. Could it be? The sword flashed. The bright red blade pierced into Ryuman Sukuna's forehead, and pierced through his head. Then Duanmu Huai turned the blade and swung it downward. Ryuman Sukuna was split in half from the middle. Paw! The body that was split like half a pork fell on the dilapidated corridor, and Duanmu Huai had appeared behind Ryuman Sukuna at this time, shaking off the blood on the blade. Who are you? Staring at Duanmu Huai, Ryuman Sukuna stared at him with his eyes wide open. But the last thing he saw was the blood red that caught his eyes. Okay, done. Duanmu Huai raised his sword, looked at the soul phantom that struggled and disappeared in the blade, and snorted. Although in martial arts novels, the knights fought fiercely, but Duanmu Huai was not interested in this kind of back-and-forth battle. After all, the judge often faced a large group of enemies, so where would he play a turn-based game with you? Make it as simple as possible, and kill as many as you can. These sorcerers and cursed spirits have this problem. They have to test each other when fighting, and they have to talk about this and that before the battle, as if they are not wasting enough time. To deal with such guys, just chop them with a knife, and there will be peace. Duanmu Huai shook his head speechlessly, then took out his mobile phone to check the time. 9:45 in the evening. Try to get it done before 12 o'clock, and wait to go home for Christmas. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai walked straight forward without looking back. At the same time, Ruby had also returned home. When she opened the door and walked into the room, she found that the lights in the living room were on. Mai Sakurajima and Akane Kurikawa were sitting on the sofa staring at the TV. When they heard the door open, they stood up hurriedly, and were relieved to see Ruby appear. Hey! Mai! Akane? We just learned that Shibuya was blocked. Ruby, are you okay? Mai Sakurajima hurriedly came to Ruby, looked at Ruby carefully, and asked. I'm fine, Mai. Ruby also hurriedly shook her head. What's going on? The TV news said that terrorists were carrying out indiscriminate terrorist attacks at the subway station? Kurikawa Akane also asked in confusion, and when Ruby heard Kurikawa Akane's question, her expression was a little complicated. I don't know what happened, anyway. I don't think it was a terrorist attack. Because I saw it. See? Well, the pedestrians on the street were suddenly sucked away by something, and sucked into the subway station entrance. At that time, I couldn't believe my eyes and thought I was dreaming, but the entire Shibuya street was indeed empty, without a single person. Hearing Ruby's description, Mai Sakurajima and Akane Kurikawa both changed their expression slightly. Then what? Then I was very scared and called my sister. My sister told me not to worry, and she would come to pick me up. So Xiao Ai brought you back? Mai Sakurajima leaned over and looked at the door, but there was no one there. Sister asked us to come back first. She said she was going to check there. Sister should be okay, right? I think she should be fine. Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima looked at each other. The latter nodded and reached out to hold Ruby's shoulder. Okay, Ruby, thank you for your hard work. You must be tired. Why don't you take a shower first? We still have to prepare Christmas dinner. We will eat together then. Hey! Sister Mai, are you going to spend Christmas here too? Of course, we have agreed with Xiao Ai. While talking, Sakurajima pushed Ruby into the bathroom, and Kurikawa Akane hurriedly took out his mobile phone and made a call. The call was quickly connected, and then Duanmu Huai's voice came. Hey, what's up? Akane? Xiao Ai, where are you? I'm in Shibuya. What are you doing? Something's going on. However, before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, Kiriko Akane heard a strange scream coming from the other end of the phone. Woo 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 wah! It seemed like a painful scream from some creature, followed by the sound of breaking through the air, the sound of flesh being cut, screams, and roars. After a moment, silence returned. Then Duanmu Huai's voice sounded again. Has Ruby gone back? Yeah, Ruby is taking a shower. Are you okay? What can I do? I'm just cleaning up some small troubles. Get out of here. Ah! The scream sounded again, and Kiriko Akane was horrified. It was a scream that seemed to be made by extreme pain and fear. You don't have to see it with your own eyes. Just hearing the shrill scream, you can imagine how much pain the other side is experiencing. Help! Help me! Ah! Kill me! Kill me! It sounded like a human voice, but it wasn't a human voice. Kiriko Akane quickly turned down the volume, fearing that Sakurajima Mai and Ruby would hear it. She held the phone tightly and put it to her ear, but all she could hear was the sound of cutting meat, and the wailing and roaring before death. Then, Duanmu Huai's mumbling sounded again. These things are really annoying. Anyway, just wait. I will definitely rush back to celebrate Christmas before 12 o'clock. It's a promise. I have prepared a Christmas gift for you. Kiriko Akane's hand holding the phone trembled slightly, but she still forced herself to keep her voice calm. After all, Kiriko Akane could hear that the situation over there was obviously unusual, but she didn't ask more questions and, since Xiao Ai said so, she would definitely be able to get back before 12 o'clock. Ah! What's wrong? I forgot to buy Christmas gifts. Forget it, I make it up to you later. I'm busy with something else, so I'm hanging up. As if it was just because of work, Duanmu Huai hung up the phone casually. Hearing the beep beep busy tone from the phone, Kiriko Akane closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then stood up. Before Xiao Ai comes back, go prepare dinner first. Click. Duanmu Huai hung up the phone, then frowned and raised his head. Christmas present, come to think of it, I really forgot about this, should we just buy something here? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked around, only to see that the underground fourth-floor shopping street, where he was now, was already a sea of blood. Behind Duanmu Huai, there were monster corpses chopped into pieces everywhere. Of course, those were not just monsters, but humans whose bodies were twisted by cursed spirits, just like the dogmen Duanmu Huai had met in a Nagami village before. Moreover, they still retained their sanity. They wailed, screamed, and begged. Some people had gone completely crazy, some were still barely maintaining their sanity, and some were even desperate to commit suicide. The only thing Duanmu Huai could do was to calm their souls. Well, it seems that I can't buy any Christmas gifts here, Duanmu Huai said, as he sheathed his sword and continued to walk forward. After passing through the fourth floor where demons and monsters were rampant, Duanmu Huai came to the fifth underground floor, but the situation on this floor was somewhat beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. What's going on? Looking at the crowd standing motionless beside the subway station, even Duanmu Huai was a little surprised. To be honest, if everyone here was transformed into monsters, he could accept it. But when seeing a group of real humans standing here motionless, like a group of dementia, with empty eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if they were a group of mentally retarded people, that's another matter. Hey, can you hear me? Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, and waved it in front of the other party. But the group of people did not respond at all. Do you want to try palpation? Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze, and looked at a beautiful high school girl standing on the platform next to him. The girl next to him should be her boyfriend, but at this moment, they were also standing there motionless, as if they were hypnotized. He. Duanmu Huai rubbed his hands, and walked in front of the high school girl. Well, not bad, pretty good, good figure, young, beautiful and cute. I wonder if there will be any reaction if I do a thorough examination of her in front of her boyfriend. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and reached out to the high school girl. However, just when his hand was about to touch the other party, suddenly, a hooded man next to him suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Duanmu Huai's wrist. Sorry to bother you in your busy schedule. The hooded man lifted his hood, revealing a face full of stitches like Frankenstein. Duanmu Huai tilted his head and stared at him. Who are you? My name is Jinren. Special Cursed Spirit. Hello, Miss Duanmu AI. Did you do this to make these guys like this? Not really. However, the one who answered Duanmu Huai's question was another man, who was wearing a cassock and dressed like a monk, and walked out of the crowd on the other side. He was holding a silver-white box about the size of a Rubik's Cube in his hand, and looked at Duanmu Huai with a smile. This was done by Gojo Satoru. Him? Yes. The monk nodded. Before, Gojo Satoru was here, fighting with the special cursed spirits. In order to prevent these people from being crushed by the domain, he opened a 0.2 second domain. In this 0.2 second, countless information was forced into the brains of these people, causing them to temporarily enter a trance. And Gojo Satoru also took the opportunity to eliminate our companions. Unfortunately, he underestimated us in the end. As he spoke, the monk looked down at the box in front of him. So he ended up like this. You mean Gojo Satoru was sealed in this box? Yes, that's it. The monk snapped his fingers with a smile, and then he looked at Duanmu Huai. Miss Duanmu Huai, you are really strong. Oh! I saw your fight, and I didn't expect that you could defeat even a being like Raiman Sukuna. As a sorcerer, your strength is really unimaginable, so... As he spoke, the monk stretched out his hand to Duanmu Huai. Would you like to join forces with us? Speak human language. Don't you have any doubts about such a world? The monk opened his hands and stared at Duanmu Huai. This world where sorcerers secretly maintain social order, that is, the strong obey the weak, this contradictory situation. Okay, you don't have to say it, I understand. Duanmu Huai interrupted the monk speechlessly. To put it bluntly, you think that sorcerers with powerful powers should rule humans instead of being ruled by humans, right? Oh, it's really boring. No. However, the monk shook his head. What I pursue is not domination, but evolution. We should kill all non-magicians. Only magicians are left. In this way, humans can evolve to a higher level. They will not be hindered by these low-level, stupid, primitive, and weak guys. Okay, they are all equally stupid. Do you think I will agree? Of course. The monk smiled slightly. Because if you don't agree, you will die. Why? The real person has caught you. The monk smiled and looked at Duanmu Huai. You don't know the power of the real person. Its technique Wu-Wei transformation can transform the form of the soul. I think you have seen the monsters above, and the change of the soul will affect the change of the body. Those monsters are the existence after the real person transformed their souls. Even Gojo Satoru is afraid of the power of the real person and dare not contact him directly. After all, the monk snapped his fingers. The soul is very fragile. Oh, so you mean, if I am caught by this guy, it can change and destroy my soul at will? However, Duanmu Huai's expression did not change at all, but he raised his eyebrows. That's right. Well, you can try. Duanmu Huai snorted. I have no interest in the world you describe, so you can die. Real man. Before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, the monk looked at the special cursed spirit that caught Duanmu Huai and shouted loudly, and the latter also grinned and showed a grim smile. I have always wanted to collect a special curse master. Let you fulfill my wish. Chapter 1685. Special grade cursed spirit Jinren. It has a technique that can change the form of the soul by directly touching it. For Jinren, the soul appears before the body. In fact, no matter what kind of damage is caused to Jinren, as long as its soul is not damaged, then these injuries are not surprising. In the eyes of Jinren, no curse master is its opponent, because the curse master does not know how to protect his soul at all. As long as it is touched by itself, it can activate the technique, distort the opponent's soul and kill it. In front of Jinren, even a strong person like Gojo Satoru has to be cautious to avoid being touched by it. And now, it has grabbed Duanmu Huai's wrist. In the eyes of Jinren, this is already his victory. But now is not the time to boast about his victory. The other party is a ruthless person who killed Raiman Sukuna, and he must take action immediately. An action transformation. Accompanied by Jinren shouting, it felt that its power had penetrated into Duanmu Huai's body, and then touched the opponent's soul. When, at this moment, the real person's eyes shone with excitement. The powerful sorcerer, who could even kill Raiman Sukuna, will soon become his collection. This shows that I am the strongest. However, the real person's excitement only lasted for less than a second. Huh? The real person had no idea what was going on. He stared at his body with wide eyes. At this moment, the real person's body was no longer the young man who looked to be in his 20s. On the contrary, his body swelled up like a wriggling maggot, like a sausage filled with food. His hands and feet were forked like tree roots, and his fingers turned into long and thin roots. At this moment, the real person is more like a ginseng than a human being. Why? The real person couldn't understand. He knew what happened. At the moment when the real person's power touched Duanmu Huai's soul, he felt an extremely strange power coming. The magic formula used by the real person to protect his soul had no effect at all in front of this strange power. At this moment, his soul has been completely eroded and twisted by this strange power, and is changing in an irreversible direction. Why? Why? What are you? The real person widened his eyes, stared at it, and retracted his hand, looking at his Duanmu Huai leisurely. At that moment, he saw the real soul of this girl, which was indescribable, full of distortion, darkness, and destruction. Countless eyes emerged from it, and stared at it. When the real person felt the other's eyes, fear flowed through every blood vessel in his body. The echoes from 1,000 mouths echoed in the depths of the real person's soul, like the drums of death-heavy metal, almost defeating his reason. The soul had begun to mold into form. The power penetrated into every corner of the real person's soul like venom, devouring its soul like highly corrosive sulfuric acid. The real person wanted to scream, but his mouth could no longer make any sound. When he opened his mouth, his vocal cords and tongue had turned into dozens of soft, slender tentacles that burst out of his mouth like octopus tentacles. They bloomed and stretched in the real person's mouth like anemones in the sea. The swollen body gradually began to turn into a pool of mud, like a balloon that was originally filled with air and had a hole punctured. The real person's twisted and deformed body began to gradually slide to the ground. Its body no longer had any bones to support it, and it looked like a pile of mollusks. From the wrinkles that looked like the gaps in the belly fat of a 300-kilogram fat man, countless eyes looked at Duanmu Huai with horror, as if looking at some indescribable horror. It was an existence more hateful than death and more terrifying than nightmares. During the whole process, Duanmu Huai did nothing. He just took out a napkin from his pocket, wiped his hands, and threw it aside. It was just such a simple action. When Duanmu Huai threw away the napkin in his hand, the thing that was originally a real person had turned into a pool of indescribable, squirming flesh and blood, like a large pancake made of meat paste spread on the ground. Each wrinkle is a mouth. When the mouth opens, it will only scream like a mentally retarded fool. Among the sharp teeth, you can see eyeballs full of fear, like a mouse hiding in its own hole, staring at the cat outside in fear. Because this scene was too horrifying, even the monk who was smiling had a stiff face now, staring at the real person, who had completely turned into a foreign object in disbelief, unable to speak. Until the real person's body began to swell again, and then turned into a pool of mud with a poof, the monk trembled, came back to his senses, and looked at Duanmu Huai in horror. At this time, the monk's face had long lost the expression of ease before. Next is your turn. Duanmu Huai grabbed the hilt of the sword and stared at the monk in front of him, who was pale and kept backing away. Who are you? The monk couldn't understand why the real person became like this. He did understand why it was like this. The real person once distorted the human soul and shaped the human appearance into a monster. Then conversely, as long as the real person's soul is distorted, it will naturally mutate. But he couldn't understand. Why? Why would a real person who is supposed to distort other people's souls have his own soul distorted? Could it be that this sorcerer, like a real person, has the ability to distort other people's souls? Don't worry about it, just die. Duanmu Huai held his weapon and walked slowly towards the monk. Do you know? There is such a story about Christmas. Santa Claus will go to the homes of those children in the middle of the night. If they are good and obedient children, then Santa Claus will give them gifts. If they are bad children who are disobedient, then Santa Claus will kill them. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised the sharp blade. Santa Claus's clothes are dyed red with the blood of disobedient bad children? What do you want? The monk was already pale at this moment. He stumbled back, but he couldn't even walk steadily, and sat down on the ground. He could only sit there in despair, watching Duanmu Huai walk towards him. Although he also possessed great power, at this moment, facing Duanmu Huai, the monk did not even have the thought of resisting. He looked at Duanmu Huai as if he was looking at an incomprehensible and indescribable monster. This was not a human being at all, but a monster in human skin. It was like watching a serial killer in a horror movie desperately walking towards his victim with a chainsaw in hand. You have such power, you can do anything. Why? Why do you still obey the orders of those old men? I have only one goal. Duanmu Huai raised his sword. That is to destroy all the cursed spirits and protect humans. It's that simple. As he said this, Duanmu Huai swung his weapon at the monk. I know how. Accompanied by the monk's heart-wrenching cry, the sword in Duanmu Huai's hand stopped above his head. The latter stared at the cold light in front of him with trembling and sweating. Speak. Okay. The monk nodded tremblingly, swallowed his saliva, and then looked at Duanmu Huai. Do you know? In fact, outside of Japan, sorcerers and cursed spirits are extremely rare, almost non-existent. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai became interested. This is the first time I've heard of this. What's the reason? It can't be that your population is of high quality. Quantity piles up quality. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Duanmu Huai originally thought that since Japan has so many sorcerers, there must be more in other countries. After all, there are many countries in the world with larger populations than Japan. Since Japan has sorcerers, other countries must have them too. Do you know Tian Yuan? Who? I haven't heard of her. I think so. The monk smiled bitterly. She was a sorcerer 1,000 years ago, and she was a contemporary of Raiman Sukuna. Oh! So, this old woman lived for 1,000 years? Not only that. The monk gnashed his teeth when he said this. You also know that sorcerers have their own unique spells, and Tian Yuan's spell is immortality. However, this spell is not completely immortal. Tian Yuan will also grow old, and once she is old to death, her spell will be activated, evolving her to the next level, which is similar to the existence of a cursed spirit. As he spoke, the monk became more and more excited. The cursed spirits rely on instinct to survive. Tian Yuan does not want to evolve, so every 500 years, she will look for a suitable person to assimilate, so that her lifespan can be reset, and she will no longer age and remain rational. Not only that, Tian Yuan has also set up barriers throughout Japan to monitor the situation in various parts of Japan, and it is precisely relying on Tian Yuan's power that Japanese sorcerers have such powerful spells and barriers. Okay, I understand what you mean. Duanmu Huai interrupted the monk's narration. After all, as a judge, he has experienced too many similar things. In fact, since he went to the subspace before, Duanmu Huai had a doubt in his heart, that is, why is the subspace so close to the real world? As we all know, well, all players know that although the subspace is disgusting, there is a thick barrier between it and the real world. Even a powerful chaos evil god cannot actively break this barrier to invade the real world. They can only influence and control humans through those weak points, causing a large number of massacres and various supernatural events, thereby weakening the barrier of the real world so that the subspace can merge with the real world. At the beginning, Duanmu Huai just thought that the subspace of this world had gradually merged with the real world. But when he heard the monk say that only Japan has the most sorcerers and cursed spirits in the world, Duanmu Huai immediately realized that something was wrong. This means that someone is weakening the barrier between reality and subspace in Japan. Then, the monk confirmed Duanmu Huai's guess. Tian Yuan, a psychic who has lived for 1,000 years, and has covered the whole of Japan with his own barrier. As mentioned before, a large number of supernatural events and abnormal deaths will weaken the barrier between the real world and the subspace. Although it is not known why Tian Yuan did this, the result is that the barrier here is weakened, and more humans with psychic powers are born under the influence of the subspace. And their power in turn catalyzes the increase of subspace creatures, that is, the cursed spirits. The cursed spirits take the form of human fear, kill humans, and create more unnatural deaths, making the barrier of the real world weaker and weaker. Well, that is to say, all this is because the old immortal refuses to die obediently. Then, on the other hand, as long as Tian Yuan dies, the problem is mostly solved. Where is the old immortal? In the Jiu-Jitsu high school. The monk gave an honest answer. But it's not easy to find Tian Yuan. She is best at barrier magic. In the high school, among the more than 1,000 doors that keep changing positions, only one door leads to the Hongqing Palace where Tian Yuan is. Since you are a special grade sorcerer, as long as you ask to see Tian Yuan, you should be allowed. Very good, thank you for your information. The sword flashed after the voice fell. The monk didn't even react, and his head and body were split in half by Duanmu Huai. In the end, the monk had a dull smile on his face, as if he didn't react at all to what happened. This is a good Christmas gift, I accept it. Duanmu Huai picked up the box that fell from the monk's hand, which was said to be the box that sealed Gojo Satoru, and smiled at the monk's body. But unfortunately, you are still a bad boy who needs to be taught a lesson by Santa Claus. Chapter 1686. October 24th, Christmas Eve. The large-scale mass curse incident centered in Shibuya was quelled by the curse group headed by the special grade curse master Duanmu Ai. 3 curse masters were arrested, 3 special grade curses were purified, and thousands of low-level curses were killed. It was confirmed that the former special grade curse master Gido Suguru was alive, and had been eliminated by the current special grade curse master Duanmu Ai. The sealed Gojo Satoru was recovered by Duanmu Ai. Raiman Sukuna and his host Yuji Itadori were executed by Duanmu Ai. But for the curse world, this is just the beginning. Yes, well, you are really unlucky. Sitting on a chair by the window, Duanmu Huai was tossing the Rubik's Cube back and forth while talking on the phone. Ha ha, Can you fall asleep tonight? If you can't, I have something interesting to tell you. Here, Duanmu Huai lowered his voice. The whistling sirens outside the window drowned out his voice, but it didn't matter. Yes, that's it. Well, I will take care of it. Wait for my good news. Duanmu Ha hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Then, he stood up. At this moment, the bedroom door rang, and then Ruby curiously poked her head in. Sister, what are you doing? Everyone is waiting for you. Well, I come now. Duanmu Huai threw away the Rubik's Cube, stretched his waist, and walked out of the bedroom. In short, enjoy this Christmas Eve first. There are still many things to do tomorrow. For most people, this Christmas Eve is no different from the previous ones. Well, it's not like that. Just seeing the reports on the explosion and terrorist attacks at Shibuya Station on TV news, you know that the situation is not wonderful. But this had nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. He enjoyed a sumptuous Christmas dinner, exchanged gifts with everyone, and then had a comfortable sleep. Then, early the next morning, Duanmu Huai came to Jujutsu High School again. There, Principal Yega Mazumichi and a group of Jujutsu High School students were waiting for him. Sorry, I was late because I made a fuss for too long yesterday. Facing the eyes of the crowd, Duanmu Huai waved with a smile, but before he took a few steps, he saw two students, a boy and a girl, coming out and blocking his way. What do you want to do? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people in front of him. The black-haired boy stared at Duanmu Huai fiercely and asked in a low voice. Did you kill Yuji Itadori? Yes, I killed him. Why did you kill him? Because he turned into Raiman Sukuna. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. So I killed him, what's the problem? The black-haired boy and the girl clenched their fists and stared at Duanmu Huai. Yuji Itadori is our companion. This has nothing to do with me. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. I only know that he is a vessel possessed by an evil subspace creature, and his awakening will lead to the death of countless people. So I must kill him, it's that simple. Yuji Itadori is not that kind of person. This has nothing to do with me. Duanmu Huai's cold eyes were devoid of emotion. I don't care who Yuji Itadori is, or what relationship he has with you. I only know that the Raiman Sukuna in his body will cause great casualties and damage to humans. In fact, I am really surprised that you didn't kill him immediately and left him to play the classmate game of playing house. Could it be that? At this point, Duanmu Huai's voice became slightly lower. In your opinion, one Yuji Itadori is far more important than hundreds or thousands of ordinary people? If so, then you are a little bit disloyal. At this moment, the two of them tensed up all over. They could feel that the murderous intent emanating from Duanmu Huai turned into a real blade, completely encircling them. As long as they dared to move, Duanmu Huai would mercilessly kill them completely. If you really missed that guy named Yuji Itadori so much. Duanmu Huai reached out and pressed the guitar case behind him. I do a good thing, and send you to see him together. Stop. Just then, Principal Yemo Zhengdao came out. We are all sorcerers, don't kill each other here. Kill each other? Duanmu Huai looked at Yemo Zhengdao. Isn't the job of a sorcerer to protect humans from being threatened by cursed spirits? It seems to me that these two have completely lost this concept. To them, Yuji Itadori is far more valuable than the thousands of people who were probably killed by Raiman Sukuna. This is obviously a heresy, isn't it? Yuji Itadori is their companion. If friendship, love, and bond could solve the problem, then Yuji Itadori would not have been killed by me, but unfortunately it can't be. Duanmu Huai stared at the two, his right hand still pressing on the guitar case. If loyalty is not absolute, then it is absolutely disloyal. You don't want to stop me, do you, Yemo Zhengdao? That won't work. However, before Yega Zhengdao could answer, two more people came out and stood in front of Duanmu Huai. One of them was a thin and weak boy with dark circles under his eyes, who looked like a boy who would be yelled to get out if you don't drive EVA. The other was a tall blonde woman. They stood in front of Duanmu Huai, staring at him, with no intention of retreating. What kind of business are you in? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at the two people, and Yega Zhengdao also spoke at this time. They are special-grade sorcerers, like you, Yuta Atsutsukatsu and Yuki Kajuku. Oh, so you want to help them, right? Duanmu Huai opened the guitar case with his right hand. Great, let me see how you compare to Gojo Satoru. Boom! The murderous aura rushed towards them, and the houses around them were directly overturned as if they were swept by a hurricane. Feeling such crazy murderous aura, Yuta Atsutsukatsu and Yuki Kajuku both changed their faces. They hurriedly raised their hands, trying to welcome the coming battle like a storm. But the next moment, the murderous aura disappeared. As if it had never existed, Duanmu Huai stood in the same place again, and the guitar case behind him was closed again. If it weren't for the traces of the house next to it being overturned, maybe everyone would just think it was just a dream. Although I want to say this, it's not the time yet. Let's talk about business. After saying this, Duanmu Huai completely ignored the two special sorcerers, who couldn't recover for a while because the situation was too sudden, and turned to look at Yamo Zhendao. I want to see Tian Yuan. Faced with Duanmu Huai's request, Yega Zhendao was silent for a moment. Before that, let me see your forehead. Although he didn't know what the other party was going to do, Duanmu Huai still lifted his hair and let the other party take a look at his forehead. After carefully observing Duanmu Huai's forehead, Yega Zhendao nodded. Follow me. Under the leadership of Yega Zhendao, a group of people walked towards the depths of Jujutsu High. Looking at the back of Duanmu Huai in front, Yuta Otsutsukoshi and Yuki Kyuji exchanged a solemn look. They were not familiar with this new special grade sorcerer at all, but from the other party's words and deeds just now, they could see an unconcealable cruelty and tyranny. Moreover, what worried them most was that Gojo Satoru was in Duanmu Huai's hands, and the latter had not handed him over until now, and it was obvious that he was going to take Gojo Satoru as a hostage. Yega Zhendao also understood this point, so he did not refuse Duanmu Huai's request. But what exactly does the other party want to do? Until now, they still have no idea. But as a special grade sorcerer, their premonition tells them that something terrible will happen next. The crowd continued to go down, and Yamo Zhendao pushed open the door and came to an underground forest. Then, they took the elevator and continued to move deep underground. Along the way, no one spoke until the elevator stopped at the bottom floor, and Jojo Yuki looked at the tunnel in front of him and said the first sentence. The main hall is in front. Everyone continued to move forward and pass through the tunnel, but, unexpectedly, what appeared in front of them was a pure white space. What's going on? The black-haired boy looked at the pure white space in front of him in surprise. Is this the main hall? No. Kyuji Yuki's face was solemn. He is refusing us to enter. Oh! Hearing what Kyuji Yuki said, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. What a big air! I came to see it, but it dared not see me. But, it doesn't have the final say. The moment the voice fell, Duanmu Huai pulled out the blade hidden in the guitar case, then directly grasped the hilt and stabbed it hard at the ground. Crack bang! In just a moment, the pure white world around was completely shattered, like a broken mirror, and Duanmu Huai raised his head, stared at the front, and showed a grim smile. Finally see you are Tian Yuan, right? At the same time, others also saw that standing behind the broken barrier was a figure wrapped in a robe, with 4 eyes on his head, looking like a cursed monster. Hello, actually I don't really want to meet you, the ghost hunter. I do want to meet you. Duanmu Huai stared at Tian Yuan in front of him with a cold expression. Sure enough, it's just as I expected. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised his sword and pointed it at Tian Yuan. Seeing his reaction, everyone was shocked. Wait, what are you going to do? Oh, by the way, I forgot this. Hearing the roar of the crowd, Duanmu Huai seemed to remember something. He stretched out his hand, and then took out and threw it. Everyone saw a square, like a Rubik's Cube, appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Then Duanmu Huai held the sharp blade in his hand tightly, and chopped it hard at the Rubik's Cube. Puff! With a flash of sword light, the Rubik's Cube was cut in half, and then a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. Teacher Gojo. Seeing the familiar voice, everyone screamed, and Gojo Satoru waved at them embarrassedly. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect that I would be sealed. Well, sorry to bother you. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Duanmu Huai glanced at Gojo Satoru coldly. Obviously, as long as you open the barrier, you can easily destroy all the special great cursed spirits at that time. But you actually forced yourself to add drama in order to save the mortals present at that time, and finally overturned. How do you feel now? But I can only do that. Gojo Satoru spread his hands and stared at Duanmu Huai. Besides, I believe you will save me. Stop talking nonsense, forget it, I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you. Duanmu Huai didn't look at Gojo Satoru again, but looked at Tian Yuan in front of him. The reason I saved you is just to ask you to make a choice. Choose? Yes, Gojo Satoru, Otsutsukoshi Yuta, and Kujuka Yuki. Duanmu Huai raised his knife, and pointed it at Tian Yuan. If I tell you that if you kill Tian Yuan, there will be no new sorcerers and cursed spirits, what will you do? Then he asked. Chapter 1687. It must be said that when everyone heard Duanmu Huai's words, they were all shocked. Tian Yuan, who was pointed at by Duanmu Huai, was silent for a moment, and then spoke. I don't know what Noso said to you. Noso? Who is that? The former Kamo Kinran, now living in the body of Geto Suguru, and the sorcerer you destroyed. Duanmu Huai still expressed a question mark, and Gojo Satoru next to him had a slightly gloomy face. In other words, you already knew that Geto was no longer the real person. Why didn't you tell us? I can't interfere too much in the affairs of the world. Facing Gojo Satoru's questioning, Tian Yuan was silent for a moment, and then gave an answer. This is not a reason. Okay, let's put the Geto Suguru aside first. Duanmu Huai interrupted Gojo Satoru's questioning. Anyway, the person had been chopped to death by him. Although he didn't know who Tian Yuan was talking about, he guessed that it should be the last monk who told him about Tian Yuan's existence. Tian Yuan seemed to be familiar with the other party. But it was meaningless to dwell on the dead now. Let's move on. Do you have any objection to me killing you? Whatever the one Soa said to you, that's... Oh, he didn't say much to me. Duanmu Huai interrupted Tian Yuan's defense again. I don't need to rely on that idiot to figure out the situation. And believe me, I know your situation better than most of you, even better than you. But I think the others don't seem to be very familiar with it, so let's start from the beginning. Duanmu Huai stared at Tian Yuan and asked. First, answer me, is it true that only Japan has an unusually large number of cursed spirits and sorcerers in the world? And other places have very few? Everyone looked at each other, and then Yuta Otsutsukoshi nodded. Yes, there are very few sorcerers abroad, and the strongest sorcerer among them is only at the quasi-first level. There are no special level sorcerers at all. Isn't this strange? Duanmu Huai sneered. How many people are there in Japan, and how many people are there in the world? Why is it that only Japan has 100 demons parading at night, and sorcery dancing in the world? Is the average quality of the Japanese so high that a super genius is born at any time? Although Duanmu Huai's words were unpleasant to hear, everyone had to admit that this was indeed a strange place. And you, since 1,000 years ago, have been covering Japan with a barrier, right? Duanmu Huai stared at Tian Yuan and asked the second question. The latter hesitated slightly and nodded. Yes. That's right. Duanmu Huai made a sword flower. You are the culprit who caused the cursed spirits to run all over the streets of Japan. You have to atone for all the people who died at the hands of the cursed spirits in the past 1,000 years, so go and die obediently. I will build a monument for you when I feel like it. Wait, I still don't understand. Kujiyuki spoke hurriedly. Didn't Lord Tian Yuan protect Japan with a barrier? It is precisely because of his power that the sorcerer's barriers are strengthened that we can fight against the cursed spirits. However, Duanmu Huai just looked at her as if she were an idiot. Where do you think the cursed power comes from? Hey! The cursed power is possessed by all humans, and is generated through negative emotions. You are still deceiving yourself, right? According to what you said, Africa and the Middle East have been in war for years, and various massacres have continued. Shouldn't there be many special grade sorcerers there? What is the result? Is there? Kujiyuki did not answer, but she had actually answered the question. It is true that the cursed power comes from negative emotions, but they do not belong to you, but from another world. You just absorb it through emotions and mobilize this power for your own use. Is there such a thing? How do you know? How is this possible? It must be said that Duanmu Huai's words shocked all the sorcerers present, because it completely subverted the basic theory of sorcerers. They have always believed that the cursed power belongs to themselves. However, Duanmu Huai told them that the cursed power comes from another world. What world is that? What world? Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. It's very simple. Where do you think the cursed spirits were born from? You mean? At this moment, everyone understood what Duanmu Huai was talking about. Isn't it strange? You have never thought about how the cursed spirits were born. They certainly can't be born after 10 months of pregnancy. Are they born simply by the condensation of human emotions? Then why do they appear in this world? The reason is very simple, because they are called to this world. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and stared at Tian Yuan with cold eyes. Let me be frank. There is a thick barrier between that world and our real world. Originally, no matter what happens in that world, it cannot affect the real world. But the sorcerer appeared. As I said just now, the essence of the sorcerer's power is to absorb the power of that world for his own use. So your behavior is actually equivalent to punching a hole in the barrier between the two worlds. The stronger the power of the sorcerer, the bigger the hole. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai flipped his left hand, took out an hourglass, and then turned it over. And the power of that world will spread along this hole to our world. As Duanmu Huai spoke, The sand in the hourglass leaked from the top, and there was silence all around, and only the rustling sound of sand dripping could be heard. Of course, if it was just like this, then there would be no problem. After all, the sorcerer will die, and as long as he dies, this passage will be blocked. However, unfortunately, there is an exception. You mean? Atsutsukoto looked at Tianyuan with a solemn expression. That's right, Tianyuan, you just said that Tianyuan's power has been protecting Japan. It is precisely because of his power that Japanese sorcerers have powerful barrier techniques. And coincidentally, this question can answer the first question I raised. Why are there so many sorcerers in Japan? Duanmu Huai turned his left hand, took back the hourglass, and snapped his fingers. The reason is very simple. You should also know that from a scientific point of view, when an area is exposed to radiation for a long time, the ecological environment there will undergo various changes, and organisms will also mutate. In fact, you sorcerers are actually individuals who mutated because of being bathed in that power. Of course, it's not to say that there are no mutants in nature, but you should all know that there are not many mutants in nature alone. But if mutants are artificially created, that's another matter, right? No one spoke, everyone was sweating. Duanmu Huai's metaphor was easy to understand, so they naturally understood what Duanmu Huai meant. Tianyuan's barrier covers the whole of Japan, which means that the whole of Japan is under the power of Tianyuan. Living in this radiation-like environment for a long time will increase the probability of mutants. The reason why cursed spirits are running wild in the streets of Japan is the same. For example, cursed spirits are like saltwater fish, which cannot survive in fresh water. But Tianyuan's approach is like constantly pouring seawater into a pond, making the environment here gradually develop in a direction suitable for saltwater fish to survive. Then, of course, saltwater fish will come. How about it? It's easy to understand. If this continues, the two worlds will get closer and closer, so this guy must be killed before then to completely stop this process. You can't do this. At this time, Yemo Jingdao also reacted and hurriedly stopped him loudly. If you do this, the Curse Supervision Department will. Curse Supervision Department? Facing Yemo Jingdao's warning, Duanmu Huai just yawned out of boredom. What can they do to me? Send people to hunt me down? I'm not one of those unknown little characters. I'm a well-known movie star. I want to see which idiot sorcerer dares to hunt me down in broad daylight. And you don't really think that your position in the sorcery world is as stable as Mount Tai, do you? What do you mean? Hearing this, Gojo Satoru looked at Duanmu Huai curiously and asked. Duanmu Huai chuckled. Actually, today, I will bring a very surprising Christmas gift to the world of sorcery. You just said that Tengen's power strengthens the sorcerer, so as long as I kill Tengen, the sorcerer's power will decline without the strengthening. As for the rest? Well, no, it's meaningless to say the Christmas gift in advance. Duanmu Huai closed his mouth decisively, and then looked at everyone again. Okay, now I give you a chance to choose. Stand on Tengen's side and be killed by me. Or stand with me and solve all this. Teacher Gojo. The students with high sorcery skills were at a loss in the face of this sudden change, and could only look at Gojo Satoru for help. And Gojo Satoru did not speak, but just bowed his head silently. Finally, after a moment, I quit. Atsutsukoto's voice sounded. He stuck the Japanese sword in his hand into the ground and retreated backwards. It's my fault that Rika became a cursed spirit. The reason why I became a cursor and hunted cursed spirits is that I hope there will be fewer people like me. So, if the cursed spirits can really disappear, then there is no need for me to stop it. Me too. Kujuka Yuki also stood beside him. It has always been my goal to make all the cursed spirits disappear. In fact, I am also very curious why only Japan has such an extreme situation. But now, I finally understand the reason. Kujuka Yuki said this and looked at Yemo Jingdao. I even doubt whether those old guys knew about this a long time ago. After all, if the cursed spirits do not exist, the cursors will not be needed, and their power and status will be in jeopardy, right? I don't know. Principal Yemo Jingdao did not answer directly. Maybe he really didn't know. At this time, Tianyuan spoke. Do you really understand what you are saying? It stared at Duanmu Huai, its voice hoarse. I have given up assimilation. In fact, I have become a cursed spirit now. My soul is everywhere. I am the world. That world is indeed everywhere, but if you think I can't destroy you after evolving into a cursed spirit, you underestimate me. Duanmu Huai clenched the hilt of the sword. Do you really want to do this? Even if I am connected to that world as you said, if you do this, it may bring greater disaster to the world. Then we talk about it later. Duanmu Huai was not moved by Tianyuan's words. I will do whatever I want. At least, I will deal with you, the culprit, first, and then talk about it. Gojo Satoru took action. He walked forward, stood next to Tian Yuan, and turned to look at Duanmu Huai. I admit that what you said makes sense, but what Tenjin said also makes sense. Maybe if you kill it, it will only bring greater damage to the world. So, in the final analysis, it's better to prove it with strength. Gojo Satoru raised his hand and aimed at Duanmu Huai. I think the current world of spells does need reform, but destroying it is another matter. And I'm not sure if your approach is right. Maybe Tenjin's approach is right, but it doesn't matter. I don't want to make a stupid choice that I will regret, so fight with me. Are you serious? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Isn't the lesson last time enough? This time, I will be serious from the beginning, Gojo Satoru said, revealing a smile. I hope you can enjoy it. Chapter 1688. What happened? Gojo Satoru stared blankly at the sky in front of him. His mind was blank. He only remembered that just now, he had a duel with Duanmu Huai. And this time, Gojo Satoru used the most powerful spell Hypostyle CI that only a few people in the Gojo family knew. This is a kind of overlapping of the following spell, and the reversal spell to create an imaginary mass fluctuation that can cut through space. It is the most powerful spell that Gojo Satoru has. He still remembers that he condensed the spell and shot it at Duanmu Huai. Then, what happened? The last thing Gojo Satoru dug out from his memory was a flash of red in the circular CI. Then, as if the signal was disconnected and reconnected, when he woke up again, he was already lying on the ground. I couldn't feel the existence of my lower body at all, as if it had completely disappeared, but now Gojo Satoru didn't even have the strength to raise his head to confirm. Teacher. There seemed to be a faint shouting in his ears, and he could see the surging figures in front of him. But Gojo Satoru could not hear what the other party was saying, nor could he see clearly who was around him. By the way, where is Tenjin? Gojo Satoru barely moved his eyes, but what he saw was the figure of Tenjin, nailed to the tree by a bright red blade and gradually disappearing. At this moment, Gojo Satoru finally understood. I lost again. As if to verify Gojo Satoru's conjecture, Duanmu Huai appeared in front of him. To be honest, Duanmu Huai drew back his sword and looked at Gojo Satoru. It's a bit interesting, but that's it. Gojo Satoru opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but then the boundless darkness swallowed his consciousness again. With the death of Tenjin, the barrier also collapsed. Not only that, at the moment Tenjin died, all the sorcerers felt that their power had obviously declined a lot. How could it be? My power is weakening? Kujiyuki looked at her hands in surprise. She could feel that her power had obviously declined. If the previous Kujiyuki was still a special grade sorcerer, then now, she was only at the level of level 1. As for the others, the power decline was even more obvious, and some people even dropped more than 1 level. What's so strange about this? Duanmu Huai drew out his long sword and stared at the wreckage of Tenjin that was gradually dissipating in front of him. For the god of destruction, as long as he locked onto a target, it would be easy to completely wipe out all traces of it, including its soul. Even if the Tenjin that appeared in front of him was not the real body, but just a projection of the spell power, when Duanmu Huai penetrated it, his divine power would automatically destroy everything along this connection. You should know about cell phone signals. Tian Yuan and its barrier actually acted like a signal-based station. When it was alive, you felt your power was strong because your power signal was in the 5G period. But now Tian Yuan is dead, and its soul and barrier have been wiped out by me. Compared to the demolition of the signal-based station, your current signal is amazing at 3G, and your natural power will decline significantly. Then the cursed spirits. The same goes for the cursed spirits. Cursors, cursed spirits, and all beings that draw power from that world will be affected. Duanmu Huai said, snorting coldly. If possible, he hopes to return to the 512 kilobytes dial-up era, but unfortunately, due to the influence of Tian Yuan, this world and that world have penetrated too closely, so that it is impossible to return to the primitive zone without signal like other places. Duanmu Huai put the sword back into the sheath, and then turned and left. There is nothing he needs to do here. Walking out of the gate of the Curse High School again, Duanmu Huai took out his mobile phone and made a call. That's right. Well, everything is as I expected. It's done, and it's up to you next. After saying that, Duanmu Huai hung up the phone and walked forward again. Wait! Just then, Yemo Zhengdao strode out and called Duanmu Huai. Do you really know what you are doing? If you do this, the higher-ups will not let you off. Uh-huh. Hearing Yemo Zhengdao's words, Duanmu Huai chuckled. Don't worry about that. They are probably in trouble now. What do you mean? Do you think I'm the only one who is upset with them? Duanmu Huai stared at Yamo Zhengdao and shook the phone in his hand. Have you sorcerers been in the sorcery world for too long that you are no longer sensitive to the outside world? Remember? The incident at Shibuya Station? But wasn't that solved? Yes, it was solved for sorcerers. But what about ordinary people? Duanmu Huai said while looking at his phone. Thousands of people died in the terrorist attack, and their families couldn't even see their bodies. This is normal, after all, those people were transformed into monsters. Even if you move the bodies back and tell them that they are your relatives, they won't believe it. So now the families of the victims are protesting in front of the Prime Minister's residence. For ordinary people, they don't know what sorcerers, cursed spirits, and cursed masters are. They only know that a terrorist attack occurred in Shibuya, and their relatives died as a result. Duanmu Huai said, glancing at Yamo Zhengdao, who was pale. Besides that, today, the stock market plummeted, the yen depreciated, and the losses amounted to tens of billions. Who do you think will bear these losses and responsibilities? You sorcerers? Even if you are sold, you can't make up for these losses. Yamo Zhengdao's burly body began to shake, and he seemed to understand what Duanmu Huai meant. And I happen to have some connections in the government. They are very dissatisfied with what the sorcery world has done. And the mastermind this time, the one called Gedo Suguru, seems to be a former special sorcerer? In other words, the attack in Shibuya this time was the responsibility of your sorcery world from beginning to end, right? At this point, Duanmu Huai smiled slightly. As for those old guys, you don't have to worry about them. They will soon be arrested as the leaders of a terrorist organization, and the outside world will claim that it was a cult organization that created this terrorist attack. Well, it's not the first time anyway. Everyone should be able to accept it. Of course, those old immortals were not so easy to catch before, unless Tian Yuan was eliminated first to greatly reduce their power. They should be at the level of a level 3 sorcerer now. I remember that for level 3, a pistol can be used to deal with it. It seems that they are planning to send a special police force. I think it should not be a problem to deal with a few old men who are only level 3 sorcerers. Driving wolves and swallowing tigers is one of the most proud skills of the judge. Of course, Duanmu Huai, who is just an actor, has no upper-class background, but as the boss behind a big company, it is different. Especially after learning that the sorcery world has a close relationship with the government, Duanmu Huai immediately found a politician who is familiar with the situation of both parties and gave this suggestion. Just as Duanmu Huai said, the sorcery world caused the incident, but now they have to take the blame. Of course, the political leaders are unhappy. And strictly speaking, they hate and detest sorcerers very much. After all, everyone knows how to deal with things like scandals, gossip, or political attacks. But you said curse? Curse? What is that? I worked so hard to get to this position, and you killed me with a curse? And others will only think that I died of illness, and will not even think that I was killed? How can this be justified? If possible, they also hope to eliminate all the sorcerers, but it is obviously impossible. After all, the history of the sorcerer world is longer than theirs, and the sorcerers are too powerful and cannot be resisted at all. However, what if they become weaker? The duty of the tribunal is to manage psychics, so Duanmu Huai is familiar with how to deal with sorcerers. It is precisely because of the aftermath of the Shibuya incident that he reached a cooperation agreement with the anti-spelling faction in the government in the shortest time. As long as Duanmu Huai can defeat the core Tian Yuan of the sorcerer world, and the sorcerers are greatly reduced in power, then the next step is to settle the old and new accounts together. Squeak! A dark car stopped at the bottom of the steps, and Duanmu Huai waved at Yege Zhengdao, who was dumbfounded. Then I will be responsible for arresting those cult leaders now. I hope they will obey me. After saying this, Duanmu Huai got in the car, and then Yege Zhengdao watched the dark car leave the Jujutsu High School and disappear at the end of the road. After an unknown amount of time, Yege Zhengdao sighed and looked up at the sky. The sky of the Jujutsu world is going to change. In fact, the Jujutsu world has indeed changed, and it has changed drastically. When it comes to Jujutsu, politicians can't catch up with Jujutsu masters, but when it comes to political persecution, Jujutsu masters can't catch up with politicians. Especially the Shibuya incident this time. For politicians, it was completely a blame from the sky. The incident was caused by the sorcerer, and they had to bear the blame. Who would like this? After Duanmu Huai killed Tian Yuan and eliminated the barrier covering Japan, a witch hunt was launched. The first one was Xiao Yujia, the monk that Duanmu Huai met at the Shibuya underground station before. He was a former special sorcerer, and the leader of a sect called Panqing sect. Not only that, this Panqing sect was also extraordinary. It was originally established to worship Tianyuan. And Tianyuan is the supreme existence in the sorcery world. Now, everything is connected. Therefore, the police immediately held a press conference and announced that according to their investigation, it was determined that it was the leader of Panqing sect, Xiaoyu Jie, who caused the terrorist incident at Shibuya Station, and Panqing sect was therefore defined as a terrorist organization. At the same time, the police will send all their manpower to arrest as many people related to Panqing sect as possible. Well, pay attention to this related person. The Panqing sect worships Tianyuan, and Tianyuan is from the world of spells, so this related person is equivalent to all the spellcasters in the world of spells. When the police held a press conference, Duanmu Huai was naturally not idle. He led the special security forces to rush into the spell's general administration department, which is in charge of the spell world, and asked these high-level officials to make a choice. Either be arrested as a cult member and wait for death, or resist to the end and be hacked to death by yourself. As for their backers in the political world, you are kidding. Do you think those people will not be overthrown? In fact, when Duanmu Huai was killing people in the spell's general administration department, someone on the opposition side had already impeached the prime minister and his party members on the grounds of colluding with a cult, compared with the commonplace black gold scandal, colluding with a cult, and even causing such a large-scale terrorist action. Once involved, it means the complete end of a political career. For a time, the ruling party was also in turmoil and wavering. The three great families in the world of magic were also caught in the vortex, and they also faced the ultimatum issued by Duanmu Huai. Obey the government or be arrested as a member of a cult, your choice. The reason why Duanmu Huai was so concerned about this matter was very simple. It would be fine if these bastards were causing trouble, but they also did it in Shibuya. I wonder if Ruby was having a live there that day. They were just looking for trouble everywhere. If I can't kill you, just write your name upside down. Chapter 1689. The Japanese government, which has always been inefficient, and is known as the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Young along with the British government, has been efficient this time. In just half a month, the order of the sorcery world has been completely reshaped. The original system dominated by the three great families was smashed to pieces by Duanmu Huai. Students and sorcerers from Tokyo and Kyoto Sorcery High School were integrated and joined a new government department, the Religious Special Inspection Office. They were given the task of arresting or even executing sorcerers. Of course, according to Duanmu Huai's idea, if you encounter a sorcerer, just beat him to death. But the government obviously thinks that doing so seems a bit inhumane. Humane? Duanmu Huai sat on a chair, frowning and staring at the man in a suit in front of him. So it would be humane if they launched another terrorist attack at Roppongi or Akihabara, right? That's not what I meant, Miss Duanmu Huai. Faced with Duanmu Huai's complaints, the latter also smiled bitterly. After the war, the next logical step was to divide the spoils. Duanmu Huai caught the ruling party off guard through the opposition members he contacted, and forced them to give up most of their power. The original situation of the ruling party dominating the parliament disappeared, and it was replaced by a confrontation between two powers. Of course, for the country, this kind of internal confrontation will consume national strength and make many policies unable to pass. But what does this have to do with Duanmu Huai? He is not Japanese, so what does Japan's life and death have to do with him? Even if Japan is balkanized, it has nothing to do with him. Saving people is saving people, but it does not mean that I will be responsible for your political affairs. It is the prerogative of the judge to parachute in, mess things up, and then walk away. As for how the local government will clean up this monkey's ass, what does it have to do with him? Although we can indeed issue an arrest warrant for the cursed master on the grounds of arresting cult-related people, and take action against him, you also know that it is very difficult to sentence a cursed master to death. So we don't need to go this far. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Why don't we learn from the United States? The other party arrests, and then we have to shoot him. Seriously, do you really think it is a good thing to let those cursed masters who have killed people live? Aren't you afraid that they will draw circles and curse you in prison? That will really kill you. So Miss Duanmu Huai, you will manage this department. I'm a high school student and haven't graduated yet. Don't think of finding me to take the blame. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. You can coordinate among yourselves, or find an obedient sorcerer to take the blame. I'm not interested in being a civil servant. I'd rather continue to be an actor, which is a very promising job. Then can we entrust you as a special consultant to the department? Sure, just don't put my name on it. This is how political spoils are divided. Everyone shares the benefits and shares the risks. Now that the faction supported by Duanmu Huai is growing in the cabinet, it is natural to put all his supporters on it. When the time comes, everyone will make money together and die together. Especially Duanmu Huai. He played a great role in this operation. If it weren't for Duanmu Huai's great fame and her young age, she would definitely be given a position like the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Duanmu Huai certainly knew that this group of people had no good idea. After all, if something like the Shibuya incident happened again, he would have to take the blame. He would be crazy to agree to this group of people's request. Although now with the death of Tianyuan, the barrier of the whole of Japan collapsed, the connection with the subspace weakened, and the strength of those cursed masters also greatly decreased. But who knows if this group of people will jump over the wall and create some collective harm incidents. Wouldn't it be him who will be held accountable when the time comes? He was not interested in getting entangled in such political struggles. In the end, Duanmu Huai and the government representatives discussed for a long time and set a limit. If those who did not kill people could be detained directly without trial. But if they killed people, they could not be kept and must be killed. As for the scapegoat, they said that they would find a pleasing one after talking to the cursed masters. Duanmu Huai could only wish him good luck. For this kind of internal political transactions, ordinary people outside were unaware of it. For Kurikawa Akane and Ruby, the biggest impact is that there are fewer public activities during this period. This is understandable, because the official has stated that the remnants of the Panqing cult are still on the run, and they are also trying to catch these dangerous elements as soon as possible. If you hold a live or large-scale event at this time, if the other party comes to the venue and makes a big move, it will be a disaster. Therefore, during this period, various public places and entertainment facilities have strengthened their security, and some large-scale events that were originally supposed to be held on Christmas and New Year have also been terminated. The reason is also very sufficient. It can be regarded as mourning for the innocent people who died in the Shibuya attack. Because of this, there are fewer entertainment programs recently. The good thing is that the artists, who should have been busy during this period, can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Like Sakurajima Mai, Kurikawa Akane and Ruby, they should have been busy at this time, but now these notices have been basically cancelled, and everyone is staying at home to rest. From this point of view, this atmosphere may continue until after the new year. Compared with the artists who rarely have time to relax, Duanmu Huai, who is always leisurely and comfortable on weekdays, is busy now. In addition to filming and going to school, Duanmu Huai's daily life is eating, watching TV, and playing with mobile phones. But now, it has become Ruby who comes to experience his daily life, and Duanmu Huai goes out directly after breakfast every day and does not come back until the evening, just like an office worker who works from 9 to 8. It can be seen that no money is taken for nothing. Today is the same. I'm back. Duanmu Huai pushed open the door and greeted him weakly. Then, he heard footsteps. Then Kurikawa Akane walked over and looked at Duanmu Huai with a smile. You're back, Shiai. Do you want to take a shower or eat first? Take a shower. I'm exhausted after running all day. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Is my cooking today? Yes, I prepared the hot water. Thank you for your hard work. Since Kurikawa Akane moved next door to Duanmu Huai, the two of them would come to Duanmu Huai's house every day. In the morning, they would wake Duanmu Huai and Ruby up, and in the evening, they would go back to their own home after dinner. To be honest, Duanmu Huai felt that it was a complete waste for the two of them to buy this house. It was useless except for sleeping. By the way, for convenience, Duanmu Huai gave the two of them the keys to his house, so they could come whenever they wanted. If Duanmu Huai's house was not a typical 3-bedroom, 1 living room house with no extra guest rooms, the two of them might not have gone home to live and would have slept here at night. By the way, for Duanmu Huai and Ruby, they were in pain and happiness. Happiness is actually easy to understand. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to cook, and Ruby wanted to learn, but she was too busy with her idle work to have time. So before Sakurajima Mai, the two of them basically lived on takeout and restaurants. After all, Duanmu Huai is an actor and Ruby is also an idol, and the two of them are not short of money. As long as they want to eat, they can eat any Western, Chinese, Spanish, Indian, and Brazilian cuisine. Sometimes they even invented a random selection method, which is to randomly select a restaurant from the mobile phone and eat whichever one they click. Well, I can only say that people who can't cook are good at playing. Later, Sakurajima Mai and Kurikawa Akane came, and Duanmu Huai and Ruby's good days were over. This is not to say that the food they cook is bad. Both my Sakurajima and Akane Kurikawa are first-class cooks. Although they are not up to the standard of Michelin chefs, They are already very delicious for Duanmu Huai and Ruby's food concept. At the beginning, the two were very innocent and just praised the food they cooked. So, the nightmare began. If Duanmu Huai and Ruby praised Akane Kirikawa for cooking well today, then they will have to face my Sakurajima's big meal tomorrow. If they praise my Sakurajima for cooking well, then Akane Kirikawa will double the amount the day after tomorrow. Although Duanmu Huai and Ruby had no idea what the two were competing against, they were the ones who were unlucky. After a few times, they learned their lesson and only said it was delicious, and they would not praise it anymore. That would be against their stomachs. Huh? Lying in the bathtub, Duanmu Huai took a breath. Recently, he has been very busy. As expected, those cursed masters started to act quickly as Duanmu Huai expected. Because Tianyuan and Barrier are the top secrets of the cursed world, only a very few cursed masters know about it. And the radiation effect of Tianyuan was only known to the cursed high school students, who were with Duanmu Huai at the time, and the 3 special cursed masters. Therefore, when these cursed masters found that their power had inexplicably weakened, their first reaction was to find a way to strengthen their power. The simplest and most direct way is to kill people. For a time, there were reports of an increase in missing or accidental deaths from all over the country. Duanmu Huai was naturally prepared for this. He immediately asked the local sorcerer to investigate the matter. Once a cursor was found, he would be killed without mercy. By the way, the new sorcerer organization is divided into the frontline group and the logistics group. The logistics group is basically still in charge of the auxiliary supervisor, but their duties have changed from pre-investigation to post-processing. After all, if the enemy is a cursor, the auxiliary supervisor without combat power is meaningless. So now it becomes the sorcerer who investigates, then fights with the cursor and kills him. Then, the logistics group led by the auxiliary supervisor will appear after that, deal with the body of the cursor, and list him as missing. Although the strength of the cursors has been greatly weakened, so have the sorcerers. So the previous showdown between the masters at the Forbidden City has become a fight between noobs, and the fight is equally painful. After all, the skills of a level 10 character are completely different from those of a level 60 character. For the sorcerers and cursors, it is like a level 60 player controlling a level 10 character to fight in the arena, which is painful. The damage value has been reduced from 5 digits to 2 digits, which is no different from wiping blood. Fortunately, compared with the cursors, the sorcerers have another trump card, that is Duanmu Huai, so Duanmu Huai was unlucky. He had to put out fires everywhere during this period. Fortunately, his own strength was strong enough. No matter what kind of enemy he encountered, he could kill it with one knife. Otherwise, who knows what would happen. But it's almost done now. Duanmu Huai moved his arms and relieved his fatigue. Although the incidents did increase greatly during this period, everyone knew that those cult members were causing trouble everywhere, so they were also very vigilant. Of course, it's not that no one complained, but with so many people dead in Shibuya, they really didn't dare to say too much. Fortunately, the number of cursors cases has been decreasing recently. It seems that most of the cursors should have been dealt with, and the remaining ones are not to be feared. Then, I can deal with the most important problem. Duanmu Huai had received a call from director Shimizu before. According to the arrangement, it can be confirmed that the film will be released worldwide in the summer of next year. In other words, the day when I completely destroy that subspace is not far away. What will happen to me after this? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Could it be? Like the GM said, I really have to stay for 1,000 years. There is no end to this. Forget it, I will know when the time comes. Duanmu Huai has always thrown away the troubles that cannot be solved. And at this moment, the voice of Kirikawa Akane was heard from outside. We have dinner soon. I know. Duanmu Huai responded and stood up. To paraphrase Yanagian, now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Chapter 1690. After that, time passed day by day. New year, another new year. As Duanmu Huai guessed, after the new year, the reports about the Shibuya terrorist attack gradually disappeared from the media. Everything seemed to have returned to its original state. Most of the cursed masters, who caused trouble, had been killed by Duanmu Huai and other cursed masters. The rest, I don't know if they saw the situation was not good or the wind was not right. Anyway, they all hid. So for a while, it seemed that everything became calm again. But Duanmu Huai knew that this was not the end. Now the subspace was too close to this area of Japan. Unless the strange cursed spirits hidden in the subspace were completely eliminated at one time, it was hard to say what would happen. Moreover, even if the cursed master knew how to protect himself, the cursed spirits were different. Just like today. The student who came to the classics department for help. Sorry, I have something that I hope the classics department can help investigate. Perhaps because she saw Duanmu Huai sitting here with her own eyes, the girl who came for help was a little restless. What's the matter? Yes, it's like this. I suspect the house I'm living in is a haunted house. The girl is a second-year student of the general department, named Honda. She said that last year, her parents moved because of work, so they bought a single-family building. The location of this building is very good, close to the station and school, and the yard is also very large, and the decoration is also very satisfactory. At that time, the family also liked this house very much, plus the price was cheap, so they bought it. But after that, some inexplicable things always happened at home. Honda's parents were very busy at work, and Honda was alone at home most of the time. But she always felt that there was more than one person at home. Several times when Honda was studying in her room, she could hear the sound of people walking around on the first floor and in the corridor. At first, Honda thought it was just an illusion or a sound coming from outside, but one time when she was reviewing her homework in the bedroom, she suddenly heard the sound of a man and a woman arguing in the entrance hall. At that time, Honda thought that her parents were arguing after returning, so she hurried out to dissuade them. But when she walked to the stairs, she found that there was no one in the entrance hall below. Then Honda felt as if someone pushed her, causing her to lose her balance and fall directly from the stairs. Fortunately, Honda protected her head at the time, but even so, she broke her leg and stayed in the hospital for several days. Although her parents thought she accidentally fell from the stairs, Honda was very sure that someone pushed her from behind. After being discharged from the hospital, Honda's feeling became stronger. Not only that, she found that her parents seemed to have changed. Originally, her parents had a good relationship, but now they quarreled every 3 days and quarreled every 2 days. They were very irritable and easily quarreled over trivial matters. Not only that, Honda had raised an Akita dog before, and had raised it from childhood to adulthood. They had a good relationship. But on the day of moving, the Akita dog kept barking at the house, and then ran away when no one was paying attention. At that time, they searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. Honda was sad for a while. However, just a few days ago, when Honda went out to get a newspaper, she found that the Akita dog had its neck twisted and thrown at the door. Honda was hit hard at the time, and her mother also felt strange. Only her father insisted that it was just a pervert and not a ghost. Honda was so angry that he had a big quarrel with his father, and both sides even started fighting. His father, who had never beaten Honda since he was a child, was ruthless this time. He grabbed Honda's head and slammed it against the wall. In the end, it was his mother who came out to stop him. In the past, our family was obviously not like this. Although the previous house was a bit shabby, everyone had a good relationship. But since we moved to the new house, this kind of thing has happened. I think there must be something wrong with the house. Facing Honda's words, the three looked at each other, and then Katanda spoke. If I remember correctly, the real estate company has an obligation to inform about haunted houses. Don't you know? Honda shook his head. I went to the company that sold the house to us to ask, but they insisted that it was an innocent property and showed me the rental contract that was signed before. How long did you rent it before? At this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly asked. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Honda thought about it for a while. It seems to be a month. But why did you come to our classics club? Yanani ate Sabe, while curiously looking at Honda, who took out the club magazine. This is the club magazine I bought before. The research on food and ghost stories in it is very novel and fascinating, so I think you are very knowledgeable in this area. The three of them looked at each other. Yanani is very knowledgeable about food, Duanmu Huai is very knowledgeable about ghost stories, and Katanda is very knowledgeable about literature. Well, it's not wrong. 3-in-1 is also a cassette. Bang! At this moment, Honda suddenly stretched out his hand and slammed the table hard. Don't you believe me too? I'm not lying. Woo wow! Honda's sudden outburst had no signs at all, and Yana was so scared that she saw the sabe in her hand fell, and Katanda was frozen there, motionless. Only Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, did not speak, but stared at Honda carefully. The latter pressed the table at this time, with a fierce momentum, bloodshot eyes, staring at them fiercely. Don't you believe me too? I'm not lying. What I said is true. Okay, calm down, Honda. As Duanmu Huai said, he exerted a breath on Honda, and feeling the pressure exerted by Duanmu Huai, Honda, who had been acting like a madman, suddenly woke up from a dream, and the whole person immediately came back to his senses, and sat down again obediently. Yes, sorry. I don't know what happened just now. I'm really sorry, I can't seem to control myself. Sorry, I disturbed you. After saying this, Honda picked up his school bag, turned around and quickly left the club, leaving the three of them looking at each other. Gang, what happened just now? Yana took a bite of the rice cracker that fell on the table to calm down, and at the same time widened his eyes. I was also shocked. Honda-san seemed to have become a different person. It was so scary. Kitanda also reached out her hand to press her chest, let out a long breath, and then she looked at Duanmu. Xiao, what did you mean by asking Honda-san just now? Oh, I just want to confirm whether there has been a death in that house. Now it seems that there is a high probability of death. Hey! How did you know? Yanai also came over curiously. Didn't Eru just say that the real estate agent has an obligation to inform? Yes, but this is only for the last customer. Duanmu snapped his fingers. In fact, I have heard similar rumors in the industry. Many real estate agents want to sell haunted houses where people have died, but people don't want to live in haunted houses when they hear about them. So what should we do? It's simple, clean the house. Clean the house? Faced with Duanmu words, the two were a little confused. Do you want to clean the room thoroughly? Of course not. Duanmu rolled his eyes. Didn't I just say that? The obligation to inform the next tenant of a haunted house is limited to the next tenant of the house. If there are no problems during the rental period, then there is no need to inform the next tenant when renting or selling the house. Therefore, many real estate companies will do this. Once a house becomes a haunted house due to death, they will let their employees sign a rental agreement and let them live there. Then are the employees willing to live there? Hearing this, Yanagian widened his eyes in surprise. It is not necessary for him to actually live there, as long as he signs the contract. Moreover, this is usually a short-term rental. Although the contract states that he lives there, he does not actually live there. However, after the contract expires, the house is no longer a haunted house on paper, so there is no need to explain it when introducing it to customers. At this point, Duanmu chuckled. The Japanese actually like to play this kind of trick of exploiting loopholes, just like legal gambling like pachinko. Japanese law also strictly prohibits gambling, but as mentioned before, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. If you don't let us engage in legal X behavior, then we will engage in abnormal X behaviors such as voyeurism and SM to circumvent laws and regulations. According to Japanese laws and regulations, if gambling involves money transactions, it is illegal. So how do the Japanese circumvent this law? It's very simple. After you win in pachinko, you don't get money or chips, but a lot of physical prizes. For example, cigarettes, cosmetics, DVDs, various food and health products, etc. Then, you can leave the pachinko shop with these goods and sell them in the shop opposite it for money. It is illegal to give money directly, but you can't control me if I sell the prizes for money. The pachinko shop is not illegal, they give physical prizes. The store that bought the prizes did not break the law. They bought the goods, so they had to pay for the goods. And the customers themselves did not break the law. You said I won the prize, but I don't want it, so I sold it. This is my own business. Does the law have anything to do with it? This is the famous three-store model of pachinko. As for whether the prizes bought here will flow back to the pachinko store to wait for the next lucky winner, that is another matter. Whoever says that the Japanese follow the rules in the future, Duanmu will slap them in the face. This is blatantly jumping on the edge of the law. This is a rat, and it will go into any hole. There is such a thing? After listening to Duanmu's explanation, Yanami and Kitanda were shocked. It was obvious that this was the first time they felt that society was so sinister. So there are few short-term rentals for single-family houses like this. So when Honda said 1 month, I guessed that there was a problem. But before that, Duanmu looked at Yanami and Kitanda. What do you think? Do you want to intervene? This? Yanami and Kitanda looked at each other, and then Yanami raised his hand. Of course, I didn't expect that a real estate company would do such a thing. We must make this despicable behavior public. Even if they are not breaking the law, I will not let them go. And I am also curious whether the haunted house is really haunted. I think this can be the core topic of the next issue of the company magazine. Kitanda also interrupted and said, Okay. Duanmu thought for a while, and smiled slightly. Then it's decided, then Yanami. You go and find out about Honda. Although Yanami likes to eat, she is a young-style person and has a good relationship with people in the general department, so it's no problem to leave the investigation to her. Okay, leave it to me. Yanami finished the remaining sabe in one breath and patted her chest vigorously. As for Katanda, since the direction of the next issue of the magazine has been decided, how about we just go to a few spiritual places? Ah, do you want me to look for it in the document records? Yes, please. Okay, what about Xiao AI? As for me, after Yanami receives the clues, I will find someone to investigate the true situation of the house. The real estate company will not tell such things. But Duanmu Huai can go directly to the Metropolitan Police Department. Of course, Duanmu Huai did this for his own selfish reasons. He had always wanted to find a stable channel connecting to the subspace. After that, Professor Winow's house was sealed by the police, and the channel connecting to the subspace disappeared. So Duanmu Huai had to find another one. The location of the channel connecting to the subspace is generally where various supernatural events continue. It can be said that from this point of view, the Inquisitor is more like an exorcist, looking for haunted houses everywhere, and then expelling evil spirits, sealing and destroying the channel connecting to the subspace. So when he heard this commission, Duanmu Huai had already decided on his next move. Let's start from here. Chapter 1691. As a Yangjiao, Yanami's social skills and eating skills are both full, so she came to report excitedly during the club time after school. I asked Honda's friends, and they all said that Honda used to be a very gentle child, but recently she occasionally showed a particularly angry side. Some of them even went to elementary school with her, and they had never seen Honda like this. While eating dessert, Yanami reported excitedly. This can be regarded as a small leisure in the club after school for the three of them. Duanmu Huai is responsible for bringing food, Katanda is responsible for making tea, and Yanami is responsible for eating. Well, it can be regarded as doing their own job. Do they know what Honda said about the haunted house? Katanda asked curiously while pouring a cup of tea for Yanami. Yes, they asked Honda to come to us. Actually, after Honda moved, several of her friends also visited her home. They also said that although the house looked very beautiful, they always felt something was wrong after staying in it for a long time. Yanagian swallowed a sweet bean bun in one gulp, and continued with his eyes shining. They also told me secretly that Honda seemed to sleepwalk at night. Sleepwalking? Yes, when Honda just moved, she invited a few friends to her home for a girls' party, and then everyone stayed there. One of them woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and when she came out to go back to her room, she saw Honda crying in the corner at the end of the corridor. She thought something happened to Honda, and wanted to comfort her, but what happened? At this moment, Katanda was completely immersed in Yanami's story. As a result, Honda seemed to have not heard her call at all. After crying, she returned to her bedroom, and sat at the desk with her head down. The classmate was scared, and went back to wake up the others. They just watched Honda sitting there, crying and laughing, which was very creepy. Later, she fell asleep again. Then a few classmates discussed, and woke Honda up. As a result, they found that Honda had no memory of what happened before. This is really strange. Duanmu Huai fiddled with the teacup in his hand, but didn't care. Didn't they tell Honda? They didn't dare to say it, but they never dared to go to her house again. After answering Katanda's question, Yanami looked at Duanmu Huai. I found Honda again, and asked her about her home address. I have sent it to Xiao Ai. Well, I sent someone to check. It should be soon. Oh, Sanluin is pretty fast. Looking at the prompt message on the phone, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. As a consultant of a special department, Duanmu Huai naturally needs an assistant to convey department news. Just like officials have secretaries, what does a secretary do when there is something? The secretary Duanmu Huai chose is Sanluin Xia. After all, the other party is his fan, and she works very hard and seriously. In addition, her strength as a sorcerer is average, so it is useless to put her on the front line. It's better to stay in the logistics department. Sanluin Xia is still very happy to be Duanmu Huai's secretary. After all, Duanmu Huai has few things to do. Most of the time, she doesn't have much to do except to inform Duanmu Huai of some meeting spirits. And this is still a stable job, plus being able to have a private contact with her favorite idol openly. Well, there is no better job in the world. Therefore, Sanlunxia also worked very hard for Duanmu Huai's instructions. After Duanmu Huai got the address from Yanagian, he sent it directly to Sanlunxia and asked her to go to the Metropolitan Police Department to investigate the murder that happened here. After all, as long as someone died, the police must record it. Sanlunxia was also very powerful. She investigated the information in the shortest time and sent it to Duanmu Huai. The information is here, let me see. Wow, this is really good. What's wrong? What did you investigate? At this moment, Yanagian was also biting the dessert, staring at Duanmu Huai curiously, while Katanda silently covered her ears. Well, listen carefully. After this house was built, 12 people have died in it, and most of them are families of 3. Duan Muhui said while flipping through the files. The first case was the first owner of this house. The reason for the accident was very simple. His wife cheated on him, and the relationship between father and daughter seemed to be bad. According to the records in the file, the neighbors heard a huge quarrel coming from their house at that time. From the traces at the scene, it can be seen that the male owner was drunk and quarreled with his wife, and then killed his wife in a rage. This scene was seen by his daughter, so he killed his daughter as well. After that, the male owner sobered up and chose to hang himself with a tie. By the way, the tie was red. Wow! Hearing Duan Muhui's description, Yanajian was also pale, and Chiota next to him was trembling. Then, there was the second one. At that time, the real estate company informed that this was a haunted house, but the family didn't care because they bought it because it looked cheap. Then about a year later, their bodies were also found. According to the police's on-site investigation at the time, it should be the husband who killed his wife and daughter and then committed suicide. Duan Muhui swiped his phone and took a sip of tea. At that time, the police asked the neighbors nearby and concluded that the couple had a bad relationship, and the husband accidentally killed his wife and daughter and then committed suicide. Well, the same room, the same place, and the same red tie. Wow! This is a bit creepy. Yanajian shuddered. Then the 4th and 6th owners were the same, all 3 families, and all committed suicide. In fact, the police also investigated in the direction of revenge or poisoning, but no matter how they investigated, they could only find traces of suicide, so they could only close the case as suicide. Then the 3rd and 5th owners. Ah! Yanajian came back to his senses before he finished speaking. Is it cleaning the house? Yes. Duan Muhui also put down his phone at this time, thought for a moment, and then sent a message to Sanluan Xia again. Ask her to investigate all the properties under the name of this real estate company, as well as the records and statistics of murders in these properties. Why can the police tell if a person is a criminal? The reason is simple, it is due to experience. Thieves are different from ordinary people. Sometimes the police can tell if a person is a thief just by their movements and eyes. In a word, practice makes perfect. This also applies to this real estate company. Seeing how skilled this real estate company is in cleaning the house, Duan Muhui doesn't believe that they are pure and kind. Maybe this real estate company has more than one haunted house. Understood, I will go to investigate now. Sanluan Xia's reply was also very fast, almost an instant reply. Well, it is quite reassuring to have such a good secretary. We want to go to her house. Can we go now? Well, let me ask. Yanani took out her cell phone and made a call. No problem. She is in the family restaurant now. According to Yanami, since she suspected that her house was a haunted house, Honda would stay in the restaurant until late every day before going home. Because of those things before, her friends didn't dare to accompany her home. So when Honda learned that Yanami and others were going to visit her home, she was very happy. As Honda said, her home is not far from the school, about half an hour away. From the outside, it is just an ordinary 2-story building with a yard outside and nothing else. It looks no different from the single-family houses where many people live. Looking at this house, Yanami and Katanda were a little surprised, because they subconsciously thought that this place should be dark and dilapidated, as in horror movies, with a gloomy atmosphere. But unexpectedly, the house looked clean and bright. At least it had nothing to do with a haunted house. Duan Muhui looked up curiously, looked at the house, then retracted his gaze and walked in with the others. Come in. Honda took out the key, opened the door, and welcomed the 3 people in, whispering at the same time. Mom is not at home. She feels like I do that this place is weird, so she comes back very late every day. Where's your father? Dad. I've been busy with work these days, and come home very late. At this point, Honda's expression was a little gloomy. I heard that Dad's work has not been going well recently, so he has a bad temper when he comes home and always quarrels with Mom. Hearing Honda's words, Yanami and Katanda looked at each other and couldn't help but think of the investigation report that Duan Muhui told them before. After that, the group came to Honda's bedroom, which was no different from an ordinary girl's bedroom, and the clothes were also very cute. Honda went to prepare tea and snacks for the 3 of them, and after Honda left, Yanami immediately looked at Duan Muhui. Xiaoyai, did you find anything? After all, Yanami and Katanda knew nothing about this, and if they really wanted to say it, they could only rely on Duan Muhui. I found something, a little, but not too much. Duan Muhui looked around. Let's talk about the conclusion first here. It seems that there is no ghost. Huh? It must be said that this answer was really beyond Yanami and Katanda's expectations. No. Well, at least not now. Duanmu Huai was also surprised. He originally thought it would be a cursed spirit like a ground-bound spirit. As a result, Duanmu Huai looked around and found that the house couldn't be cleaner. It was just an ordinary house. If there were no traces of cursed spirits left in it, there would be nothing at all. But this was weird. Because according to Duanmu Huai's experience, this kind of house would not be so clean. So many people died, there would be some spiritual reactions, but the reaction here was so weak that Duanmu Huai was more vigilant. After all, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. At this time, Honda returned to the room with refreshments. Please have some. You're welcome. Honda, I want to ask you something. Duanmu Huai said, pointing to the neighbor across the window. Have you seen the neighbor across the street? Hey! Are you talking about Ms. Oki? I've seen her several times. She's a very kind person and treats us very well. She also reminded me that this house is not normal. Oh. Duanmu Huai nodded and said nothing more, but looked at the house across the street thoughtfully. Since there was no ghost in this house, the three of them did not conduct any further investigation and just chatted with Honda, and then said goodbye and left. It's really disappointing. Yanagian walked on the street and stretched. I thought there would be some strange experiences, but that house is just an ordinary house, right? But why did Honda and her parents become like this? Moreover, Xiao Ai also investigated that house, and many people did die there. Wow. Maybe it's a coincidence? Yana saw that she didn't believe it either. Maybe she just thought too much. Duanmu Huai spoke up at this time. She also said that her father's work has not been going well recently. After all, people always have bad times at work. When they are not happy, they will be impatient and affect the family environment. So it is not impossible to quarrel occasionally. After all, we only heard her say that. Maybe she just wanted to attribute the changes in her family environment to external factors, not the emotional discord between her parents. That makes sense. Katanda nodded slightly. I can understand that. After all, everyone is always changing. What you see when you are young may not be the same when you grow up. Okay, let's go back first. Duanmu Huai turned his head and glanced at the house, then retracted his gaze. It's getting late. We can leave the rest until tomorrow. Chapter 1692. It was late at night. Sitting at the desk, looking at the reference book in front of her, Honda couldn't calm down. She stared at the string of Buddhist beads on her wrist and sighed. This was given to Honda by Duanmu Huai before the three of them left, saying that it could be used to make her feel more at ease. This string of Buddhist beads looked very strange, and there were golden Sanskrit engraved on it, which looked very powerful. But even so, Honda couldn't feel at ease. Until now, her family hadn't come back, and she was the only one at home, which made Honda uneasy and even a little dry. Go drink some water. Thinking of this, Honda stood up and left the bedroom, and came to the kitchen on the first floor. The whole house was empty. Even if Honda turned on all the lights, there was still an invisible fear and uneasiness. She walked quickly to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took a bottle of drink, opened it, and drank it all in one gulp. The cold drink seemed to dispel some of the heat in her heart. Honda put the bottle in the trash can, then turned around and planned to go upstairs. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Yes, who is it? Hearing the doorbell, Honda trembled. Both parents have keys, and it's so late. No one else can come to the door. So who is ringing the doorbell? She walked to the entrance carefully, but on the other side of the frosted glass, Honda couldn't see any figure, as if there was no one there. Or, maybe she heard it wrong. Honda comforted her frightened heart, then turned around and planned to go upstairs just then. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Honda turned around tremblingly, and stared at the door. She didn't dare to speak, nor did she want to speak. Although she couldn't see the situation outside, Honda still instinctively realized that it seemed dangerous outside. Then, there was a heavy knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. The loud noise that seemed to break the door scared Honda so much that she almost collapsed to the ground. At the same time, a man's roar came from outside the door. Open the door. Open the door for me. Hey! Dad? Although the voice sounded rough and scary, Honda still heard that it was her father's voice. But why was he so angry? Did something happen in the company again? Dong! The door was knocked again, interrupting Honda's thinking. Reiko, I know you're home, open the door. Aye. Honda stood up tremblingly, and walked to the entrance. Facing the door in front of her, she hesitated for a moment, then reached out her hand. At the same time, the bright red blade broke through the door and stabbed forward. Woo! Bang! Duanmu Huai kicked the door open and looked at the woman lying in front of him. She looked about 40 years old and dressed like a housewife. At this moment, the woman was staring with her eyes wide open, holding the wound on her neck tightly with both hands, struggling desperately to live a moment longer. You curse masters are really good at playing. Duanmu Huai pulled out the sharp blade and let the blood spurt out from the gap between the woman's fingers. Build a haunted house by yourself, produce and sell it yourself, right? There is also this kind of play. I have learned something new. Looking at the curse master in front of him, Duanmu Huai shook his head speechlessly. Duanmu Huai has actually figured out how the curse power, or the curse master, uses psychic energy. Curse masters use their own emotions to obtain psychic energy from the subspace, but curse masters are different. The reason why curse masters kill a lot of people is that they want to obtain extra curse power by exploiting the emotional value of others, in addition to their own strong power and perverted personality. And it is obvious that the emotions of death and madness are the most intense and the easiest to attract curse power. In fact, in the afternoon, Duanmu Huai noticed the house opposite in Honda's bedroom. Although there was only a little residual psychic energy in Honda's house, Duanmu Huai felt the peeping from the opposite side. Therefore, he was sure that the problem of this incident was not Honda's family, but the next door. So after Duanmu Huai went back, he waited until late at night to take a look around again, and then he saw the scene where Honda's father was banging on the door. At that time, the curse power that controlled him came from the neighbor's house opposite. Then the next thing was easy. Duanmu Huai knocked on the door to show that he was delivering a package, and then he pierced the woman's throat with a sword when she came over. Okay, stop talking. Your accomplices have been arrested now. Let's go together. Duanmu Huai said, and swung his sword down, splitting the woman's head in half. At the same time, a strange breath suddenly burst out from the woman's body and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai just waved his hand and dispersed the curse power directly. Sanluan, it's up to you to deal with it next. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Sanluan, who was wearing a black suit, also hurried over with others. She made a few gestures, and then the logistics staff skillfully put the woman's body into a body bag. After that, it will be directly taken to the crematorium to be burned, and then the ashes will be scattered into the sea. Well, according to the investigation during the Shibuya incident, the man named Xiao Jia had died a long time ago. According to regulations, the body should have been disposed of, but his good friend Gojo Satoru was kind-hearted and wanted to leave Xiao Jia with a complete body. As a result, he was resurrected by the cursed spirit. From then on, the entire curse world changed the way to deal with the bodies of cursors to force cremation, and Gojo Satoru's unorganized and undisciplined behavior was criticized by name in the notice. If he hadn't left Geto Kagome's body intact, the cursed spirit wouldn't have used Geto Kagome's body to cause trouble, right? Ms. Duanmu, it's been handled. This doesn't seem to be a haunted house. After dealing with the body and bloodstains, Miwa Kasumi quickly came to Duanmu Huai and reported in a low voice. Well, it's easy to say that a haunted house is easy to find. Standing in front of the windowsill on the second floor, Duanmu Huai looked at the gate opposite. Honda had opened the door, and her unconscious father greeted her. As the caster was killed by Duanmu Huai, the curse that controlled him was also released, and the furious father naturally fell into a coma at this moment. Looking at his unconscious father, Honda ran into the house in panic and called the emergency number. Ms. Duanmu, the curse master's technique should be to control other people's emotions. Yes, and it can only control one person. But such a weak cursor can actually kill so many people? Sanluan Xia was obviously a little surprised. In Sanluan Xia's impression, only those cursors with powerful spells can cause great harm. But can such a cursor, who can only control emotions, and can only control one person, actually cause such great damage? Weakness does not mean harmlessness. Sometimes it is harmful because of weakness. Duanmu Huai answered lightly. Many times, the enemies encountered by the tribunal are very weak, not only to the tribunal, but also to the locals. For things like Ratnan, an ordinary soldier can kill one in a single fight. But when they gather together, it will disgust people to death. Because they are weak, they will use wisdom to solve problems instead of strength. This is why Duanmu Huai hates treacherous tricks the most. Tyrannical anger is stronger than this. He still prefers to have a face-to-face exchange with fists, rather than always trying to make some conspiracy to disgust people. So although many people think that the most disgusting thing is corruption, for Duanmu Huai, The most disgusting thing is treachery. Just like the Honda family now, maybe when her father wakes up again, he will not be as tyrannical as before. But can the family of 3 reconcile as before? Or will there be estrangement? Look, this is the most disgusting part of conspiracy and trickery. If you fight head-on, it's over if you can win or not. If you can't win this time, there will be next time. But if this breaks up the family's emotions, even if the father is willing to change his ways, will his wife and daughter forgive him? Duan Muhui said. This is none of his business. He didn't charge any money, so he didn't provide any extra services. But the next goal was determined. Find the haunted house, and find a suitable subspace entrance and exit. Duan Muhui gave this job to San Luanxia. Well, what does the secretary do when there is something? Okay, we have nothing to do here anymore. After watching the ambulance take Honda's father away, Duan Muhui also retracted his gaze. This guy, just treat him as missing. Okay. In this way, the supernatural incident encountered by Honda's family was basically resolved. As for the follow-up, Duan Muhui only heard from Yanajian that Honda classmate came to thank her specifically, saying that after wearing the Buddhist beads, he never felt similar things again, and his parents' mood at home has improved a lot recently, and everything seems to have returned to normal. Duan Muhui said. Well, anyway, it's just a prop used by the crew when filming in the past, and it takes up space if you keep it, so just give it away, as long as the other party likes it. After all, this stuff is all about psychological factors. It doesn't matter if I'm a movie prop or I got it from a temple. It's the same. After this incident, Yanami and Katanda seem to have developed an interest in haunted houses. They often searched for rumors and records about this, and went to see them. Duan Muhui also went with them, but basically most of these haunted houses were just legends. There were a few that were barely real, and Duan Muhui killed the cursed spirits living in them while taking a walk. In short, there were some, but none of them met Duan Muhui's requirements. By the way, every time these two people watch the rumors about haunted houses and ghost stories, they scream and look like they are so scared that they are limp. But they still have to watch it, and they also have to drag Duan Muhui to go with them. In fact, Duan Muhui has never figured out what is wrong with this. He has seen many girls watching horror movies, screaming and having nightmares at night, but they still have to watch it. But Yanami and Katanda are also cowards. If Duan Muhui doesn't go, they will never go. Only when Duan Muhui goes, they will go. In this regard, these two people are quite obedient. Well, this may also be related to their previous experience in Baishu Mansion. Although everything that happened at that time was a dream for them, and they may not remember the details, but fear is probably engraved in their DNA. So it's good to engrave some messy things in DNA occasionally. For Duan Muhui, life is just like this day by day. Today is the same. Good fellow, really good fellow, a loss of 10 billion. Didn't he get beaten to death? Duan Muhui was walking on the street while listening to the phone complaining. After all, Duan Muhui is not only a movie star, he also has a bunch of companies under his control, and his assistant also has to come in and call him to report the situation. And this time Duan Muhui received a call from his assistant, who told him that a certain brand originally planned to withdraw its investment in that big-budget movie, and the reason seemed to be that the other party's senior executives were mentally retarded and made a loss of 10 billion, and now they need to make up for it, so they can only withdraw their investment. Okay, what did Director Shimizu say? Tell him not to worry, if it's not enough, we will make up for it. So much money has been paid, and this little bit is still missing? Well, that's right. Just like that, remember to tell him the original words. Money is not a problem, but the movie must be released worldwide in the summer season according to the original schedule. This must not be delayed. Yes, that's it. Duan Muhui hung up the phone and walked into the office. After the new year, the impact of the Shibuya incident gradually faded, and everyone started to get busy again. In particular, Bikamachi was going to the Budokan this year, so Ruby and the others had to do their work. Duan Muhui would occasionally show up at the office. Just like today. Shurima, your emperor is back. Duan Muhui pushed the door open and shouted loudly. However, there was no one in the office. Oh no, there was still one person. It was a girl with long blue hair. She was wearing a uniform and looked like a high school student. At this moment, she jumped up from her chair because of Duan Muhui's sudden madness and looked at Duan Muhui anxiously. When she saw Duan Muhui, the girl widened her eyes in surprise. Ah, you are Miss Duan Mu? Hello, it's our first meeting, please take care of me. Who? New here? Duan Muhui looked at the blue-haired girl in front of him curiously, and the latter huddled up, not daring to move in front of Duan Muhui. Who in the family would understand seeing a national-level movie star in the agency? Really, why are you yelling? Fortunately, the president came out to help the girl out. You are the signboard of our agency after all. Can't you be more stable? No, I'm fine like this. Duanmu Huai sat on the sofa and raised his chin towards the blue-haired girl. So who is she? A newly signed artist? No. The president rolled his eyes. She applied for an assistant position. You know that Bikamachi will attend the Budokan this year, so there will be more work to do. The agency is overwhelmed, so I plan to hire an assistant to help. In fact, when she came just now, I thought she was going to sign a contract to become an artist, but I didn't expect her to say that she wanted to apply for an assistant position. Oh! This part-time job is quite rare. It's not that there are no part-time workers in the agency, but because of the special nature of the performing arts agency, the demand for part-time workers is very low. But occasionally, people are needed. After all, there are indeed few jobs that minors can do, but if you want to make money quickly, performing arts is one of them. Even behind-the-scenes staff is the same. And this girl looks about the same age as Ruby and the others, so it's more suitable to be together. It's probably because of this that the president allowed her to apply. What's your name? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, the blue-haired girl tidied her clothes a little nervously, and then bowed her head respectfully to Duanmu Huai. My name is Toyakawa Shoko. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me.